After awakening he found himself transmigrated into the Huiying world and reduced to expendable fodder under Shiwan. The beginning was nothing short of a hellish challenge. The most alarming fact was that Ling had barely watched a few episodes of Huiying. Apart from a few main characters, even the basic plot remained unknown. The original self was nothing more than a wastrel who couldn't even extract chakra. Had Shiwan not taken interest in his unusually extraordinary physique for experiments, he would have long starved on the streets. On his very first day he was deceived into a gloomy, terrifying, abandoned experimental area by Shiwan's two minions, Wo and Shan Zai. The air was thick with the stench of decay, beneath his feet lay slippery moss, and around him there was complete silence except for the low hum of unknown creatures. This was clearly a trap reminiscent of a Hongmen banquet. Wo and Shan Zai fixed him with wicked grins, their eyes full of mockery and malice. Ling, Master Shiwan has ordered us to acquaint you with the surroundings. This place is quite delightful, they declared. Wo spoke in a sarcastic tone while Shan Zai echoed him with intermittent spine-chilling chuckles. Meanwhile Ling calmly surveyed his surroundings, his mind racing with calculations. He knew that showing even the slightest hint of fear would only embolden the two further. Is that so? It appears. Rather interesting, he mused. A slight smirk tugged at Ling's lips and a barely perceptible cold glint flashed in his eyes. This trap's design is far too rudimentary, isn't it? He remarked. Even elementary-level math would pose a tougher challenge, Ling muttered inwardly. Although the trap was hidden, its pattern was in his view unmistakably obvious. With perfect bilateral symmetry, equal intervals, and an overly formulaic trigger placement, it was nothing short of a giveaway. He effortlessly evaded several lethal poison needles and falling rock traps, even deliberately stepping on the edge of certain mechanisms to produce a clicking sound that left Wo and Shan Zai pale. Damn, the kid's luck is unreal. Wo muttered under his breath. He had originally planned to use a hidden poison arrow mechanism in the wall to eliminate Ling, but now it seemed that he himself was doomed. He crept towards the wall, preparing to manually trigger the mechanism. Is that all? Mere childish tricks, Ling thought, having already seen through the ploy without so much as a tremor in his heart. Just as Wo was about to touch the mechanism, an unexpected calamity struck. Ah! A piercing scream shattered the still air. Wo inadvertently activated another trap as a huge barrel of sticky, mysterious liquid cascaded from above, drenching him to the core. Shan Zai stood by, utterly dumbfounded. What kind of divine maneuver is this? He wondered. Meanwhile Ling stood aside, his expression impassive as he looked at the disheveled Wo, remarking coolly, Wo, next time if you plan to trick someone you'd better check your own trap first. Observing the scene, Shan Zai inwardly cursed Wo as an idiot. Yet he was not prepared to give up. He took a deep breath and resolved to launch a surprise attack on Ling from behind. Kid, go to hell. Shan Zai suddenly pounced on Ling from behind, clutching a kunai in his hand. Yet as if blessed with a hidden sixth sense, Ling effortlessly sidestepped Shan Zai's attack, leaving him missing his mark and tumbling to the ground in disarray. Is that all? As slow as a snail and still trying to ambush me? Ling shook his head with disdain, not even glancing back at Shan Zai as he strode deeper into the abandoned experimental area. Wo struggled to crawl out of the sticky liquid reeking with foul odor. He glared fiercely at Ling but dared not make another rash move. Wandering through the abandoned testing area, Ling's gaze landed on a damaged mechanism. Isn't this merely a simple lever principle? He mused. A quick repair should suffice. A thought flashed through Ling's mind. He vaguely recalled that before being captured by Shiwan, the original self had worked as a carpenter's apprentice in the village, endowing him with some understanding of simple mechanical structures. He gathered scattered components from the ground and, applying modern mechanical knowledge, swiftly restored the damaged mechanism. This mechanism controlled the ventilation system of the testing area and was vital for Shiwan's research. Since no new craftsman had arrived, it had remained neglected since its damage. Ling's actions caught the attention of Do, who had been observing from the sidelines. As Shiwan's astute assistant, he meticulously reported Ling's situation to his master. Oh. A useless wretch devoid of chakra has managed to repair that mechanism, Shiwan said with keen interest, licking his lips. It appears that this Ling is rather intriguing. The next day Shiwan sent someone to summon Ling. Master, Shiwan wishes to see me. Ling was filled with doubts, unsure whether the summons heralded fortune or misfortune. Following the messenger ninja, he reached Shiwan's laboratory. As he pushed open the door, a chilling, ominous aura rushed towards him. A clammy chill clung to the laboratory as the pungent reek of formalin permeated the air. Ling stood before Shiwan, unease churning in his chest. Shiwan's sinister smile curled slowly, his gaze slithering over Ling like a venomous serpent appraising its prey. You are Ling? Yes, Lord Shiwan, Ling replied respectfully. Shiwan stepped up to him and circled once around, examining him as if he were nothing more than a test subject. I heard you repaired that mechanism. It was merely a coincidence that I understand a bit of mechanical principles, Yi Ling answered modestly. Interesting. Da Shiwan licked his lips. Pointing toward a corner of the laboratory where documents were piled like a small mountain, he said, over there are the research materials I have accumulated over many years. If you can sort them all in a single night. This heap was far from ordinary paperwork. Mixed within were dangerous experimental samples and forbidden jutsu scrolls. A single careless mistake could cost one's life. On the surface, Da Shiwan seemed to be offering Yi Ling an opportunity, but in truth, those without value did not deserve to live. Yi Ling understood the peril perfectly well, yet he did not refuse. He merely nodded calmly. Yes, Lord Da Shiwan. Night fell. The laboratory sank into silence, and only the rustling sound of Yi Ling turning pages echoed through the empty room. This happens to be my specialty, he murmured to himself, a confident smile tugging at the corner of his lips. Let me see what treasures are hidden here. Gazing at the mountain of materials before him, Yi Ling's lips curled into a faint cold smile. Is that all? This will be easy. In his previous life he had been a seasoned librarian. Sorting and cataloging materials was child's play to him. Without further delay, Yi Ling applied modern library classification methods, dividing the materials into clear categories and arranging them in perfect order. Forbidden Jutsu Scrolls, experimental notes, anatomical diagrams of the human body. In his hands they behaved like obedient toys. During the process, Yi Ling even discovered an old notebook pressed at the very bottom recording a ninjutsu long thought lost. Woe, could this be some kind of super rare treasure? He secretly rejoiced and carefully put the notebook away. Early the next morning, Da Shiwan entered the laboratory. Seeing the materials arranged in immaculate order, he could not help but be somewhat astonished. Not bad. You do have some ability. Though his tone remained gloomy, Yi Ling could sense that Da Shiwan's attitude toward him had subtly shifted. This drove Sasaki and Yamasaki to the brink of jealousy. TCH, just dumb luck, Sasaki said sourly. Yamasaki chimed in, exactly, who knows what kind of underhanded tricks he used. Yi Ling paid no heed to their snide remarks. He merely smiled faintly and handed the old notebook to Da Shiwan. Lord Da Shiwan, I found this while sorting the materials. Da Shiwan took the notebook, flipped through a few pages, and a barely detectable excitement flickered in his eyes. Interesting. He closed the notebook and cast Yi Ling a meaningful glance. At that moment Do approached and said to Yi Ling, you did well. Lord Da Shiwan is very pleased. If you can pass one more test, you will be allowed access to basic ninja training resources. A test? Yi Ling raised a brow. What kind of test? Do merely gave a mysterious smile, said nothing, and patted Yi Ling on the shoulder. Come with me. Yi Ling followed Do down a long corridor until they reached a tightly sealed metal door. As Do pushed the metal door open, a choking stench burst forth like a blend of rotten eggs and decaying fish, nearly making Yi Ling black out. Ugh, what is this stuff? A certain, special culture medium, Do explained without changing expression. One of the containers has been contaminated. If you can find it within an hour, you pass the test. The room was crammed with rows upon rows of glass containers filled with bizarrely colored liquids. Bubbles rose and popped within them like some sort of dark cuisine bubbling in pots. Is that all? Piece of cake, Yi Ling said lightly, though inwardly he was already calculating. As the minutes ticked by, he carefully examined each container, trying to discern their differences. Suddenly a faint rustling sounded behind him. He spun around to see Sasaki and Yamasaki sneaking in. Well, if it isn't our genius Yi Ling. What's wrong, can't find it? Need your big brothers to lend a hand. Sasaki said, gloating. Before Yi Ling could respond, Yamasaki picked up a test tube, pretended to examine a container, then secretly drew out some liquid and poured it into another. Oops, my hand slipped. Sorry about that. You. Yi Ling's anger flared and he was about to step forward to teach them a lesson when he suddenly halted. He fixed his gaze on the containers. Yamasaki had tampered with the corner of his mouth, rising subtly. What a convenient little self-inflicted ploy. What are you talking about? Sasaki looked utterly confused. Ignoring them, Yi Ling walked straight to an operation console in the center of the room and picked up something resembling modern pH test paper. Now then, it's time to witness a little miracle. Instead of testing the liquid directly, Yi Ling extended the strip toward a ventilation duct in the corner of the room. This stench smells like hydrogen sulfide, yet there's a hint of ammonia, which means the contamination source is unstable and still volatilizing. So he brought the strip close to the vent and it turned jet black in an instant. As expected, where the air circulates, the concentration is highest. The source of contamination is nearby. Sasaki and Yamasaki were stunned. They had never imagined Yi Ling would use such a method. Sasaki snorted. Quit putting on a show. Even if you know it's nearby, with so many containers you'll never find the right one. We'll see. Yi Ling's lips curved into a cold smile. He studied the pipelines connected to the bottoms of the containers and quickly eliminated most of them based on the direction of airflow. Modern chemistry is not something you ninja can easily grasp, he muttered as he continued narrowing down the range. Watching this, Sasaki and Yamasaki grew increasingly anxious. Yamasaki tried to repeat his trick, sneaking toward another container, but accidentally bumped into Sasaki. Ow! Sasaki lurched forward and knocked over a nearby container filled with pale green liquid. The fluid splashed all over him and an even more overpowering stench spread instantly. Ugh, what is this vile stuff? Sasaki clutched his nose, his face turning green. Serves you right, Ling said with open schadenfreude from the side. That's a modified 1,000 years of death special solution. How's the scent? Yamasaki was splashed as well. Terrified, he staggered back repeatedly. Two didn't do anything. Ling ignored the two fools, suffering the consequences of their own actions. Following the lines of the pipes and the color of the liquids, he finally locked onto his target, a container whose bottom bulged slightly. It's you. He pointed at the container and said to Do, this one. There's a crack at the bottom. That's where the contamination is coming from. Do stepped forward and examined it closely. Sure enough, there was a thin crack at the base with liquid slowly seeping out. How did you figure that out? Ling shrugged. That's a secret. He glanced at the time. 5 minutes remained. Looks like I still have time for a cup of tea. Do gave Ling a long searching look. Come with me. He led Ling through a gloomy corridor with Sasaki and Yamasaki trailing behind them, their expressions uglier than if they had swallowed flies. Sasaki ground his teeth and muttered curses under his breath. Damn, Ling, just dumb luck. He actually slipped through. Yamasaki, still covering his nose, looked ashen, clearly traumatized by the 1,000 years of death solution. Ling paid no attention to the commotion behind him. His expression remained calm and he even hummed a little tune, the melody sounding especially eerie in this sinister bass. At the door of De Shiwan's summoning chamber, Do halted and said to Ling, go in. Lord De Shiwan is waiting for you. Ling nodded slightly and pushed the door open, leaving Sasaki and Yamasaki fuming outside. So you are Ling? De Shiwan's voice was hoarse and low, laced with a chilling sense of oppression. That is I, Ling replied without arrogance or servility. Inwardly his heart was utterly calm, he even felt a faint urge to assess this snake uncle's looks. I heard you used acid alkali test paper and the principle of airflow to locate the source of contamination. De Shiwan asked with keen interest, a trace of surprise hidden in his tone. A petty trick, nothing worth mentioning, Ling answered offhandedly, though inwardly he was grumbling this was middle school chemistry, had this snake never studied it. It seemed the basic education in this world of ninja still had a long way to go. De Shiwan stared at Ling for a long moment, then suddenly laughed, the sound cold and eerie. How intriguing. I am very interested in this knowledge of yours. As a reward. De Shiwan paused, his tone turning grave. I will give you a special task. Ling's heart tightened. So it was here, the so-called novice mission. If you can accomplish it, I will permit you to take part in ninja training. De Shiwan's tongue flicked across his lips, a strange light flashing in his eyes. What task? Ling pressed. De Shiwan only smiled mysteriously and did not answer. Instead he drew a scroll from his sleeve and tossed it to Ling. Open it, everything is written within. Ling took the scroll and slowly unrolled it. On it were written a few words. The elegant and neat characters on the scroll stood in stark contrast to Orochimaru's cold demeanor, prompting Ling to mutter to himself, Uncle Snake, you actually have such good handwriting. Could it be that he had someone else write it for him? The task recorded above was to delve into a trap-laden secret chamber, retrieve a special scroll and avoid triggering any traps. Sounds interesting. Just as he was pondering, Do had unknowingly appeared beside him. Ling, please follow me. Do adjusted his glasses, the lenses reflecting a cold light that obscured the emotions in his eyes. He led Ling to a concealed entrance of an underground secret chamber. The heavy stone door slowly opened and a chilling damp air rushed out, mingled with a faint smell of blood. Ling's heart sank, it seemed this place was not a good one. This is a place specially used by Lord Orochimaru to store important items filled with traps and dangers, Do said in a flat tone as if discussing something trivial. Your task is to enter the secret chamber, find the target scroll and avoid triggering any traps. As soon as Ling stepped into the chamber, the stone door slammed shut. The secret chamber was pitch black, one could not see one's own hand. Ling took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. He knew this was the true test. He groped along the wall, cautiously moving forward. Suddenly an unusual sound came from beneath his feet. Not good. It was a trap. Ling quickly leaped back, narrowly avoiding a poison needle shot from the ground. That was close. This was just the beginning. Outside the chamber, Sasaki and Yamazaki were secretly observing the movements inside. This kid is done for now. Sasaki chuckled ominously. Exactly, let him steal our thunder. Yamazaki echoed from the side. They secretly adjusted several trap mechanisms, multiplying the danger several times. Inside the secret chamber, Ling quickly sensed something was amiss. The frequency of trap activations had noticeably increased and their types had become more complex. Poison needles, toxic gas, hidden weapons, falling rocks, various traps emerged one after another, making it difficult to defend against. Ling felt immense pressure, like a prey caught in a spider's web at risk of death at any moment. Damn it! Someone is pulling strings behind the scenes. Ling gritted his teeth, a surge of anger rising within him. This is getting interesting. Do, hiding in the shadows, watched the monitor, a faint smile appearing on his lips. Ling was no pushover. His modern knowledge was no ornament. With maxed-out logical reasoning skills, he began to decipher the code of this death maze. The layout and operation patterns of the traps gradually became clear to him. Humph, just a trivial skill, Ling smirked coldly, agile as a raccoon weaving effortlessly through the deadly mechanisms. Sasaki and Yamazaki were left dumbfounded in the monitoring room, wondering how this kid seemed to be cheating. What happened to the guaranteed deadly traps? What happened to the conspiracies? This kid has some skills. Do adjusted his glasses, the lenses gleaming with inexplicable light. Seeing their plan falling apart, Sasaki became furious. How outrageous! Let me in to confront him. The reckless man charged straight into the chamber, thinking he could subdue Ling with brute strength. He dashed toward Ling, a shining shuriken in hand. Ling chuckled coldly, choosing not to confront directly but instead using the terrain and traps to evade Sasaki. In an instant the chamber was filled with flashes of blades and traps were triggered frequently. Sasaki was like a cornered beast struggling left and right amidst the traps, only to end up covered in dirt. Damn! This kid is slippery as an eel. Ling, however, grew more courageous with each battle, as if immersed in an exhilarating game. Is that all you've got? Trying to plot against me? You must think too little of me. His eyes narrowed, a playful smile appearing on his lips. Sasaki, watch your step. Ling's smile widened, his eyes filled with mockery. Sasaki roared in anger, launching shurikens toward Ling like raindrops. Ling's figure flickered, deftly dodging the attacks, and at the same time moved his feet to lead Sasaki to a seemingly ordinary stone slab. Is this it? Soft and weak like an old lattice embroidery, Ling mocked. Provoked, Sasaki lost his mind and charged at Ling, stepping onto the stone slab. Click. With a light sound the slab sank down, catching Sasaki off guard, and a massive iron cage fell from above, trapping him tightly. What? Sasaki shouted in horror, but it was futile. Ling shrugged, sorry, you've stepped on my landmine. Having rid himself of Sasaki's entanglement, Ling continued to navigate through the secret chamber. The traps and mechanisms appeared to him like amusing toys which he easily deciphered as if strolling in a garden. Finally he found the target scroll. The scroll lay quietly on a stone platform, emitting a faint ghostly light. The moment Ling picked it up, all the mechanisms in the chamber ceased operation, returning to tranquility. Outside the chamber, Do adjusted his glasses, a glint of appreciation flashing in his eyes. As expected of a person favored by Lord Orochimaru, truly impressive. Ling emerged from the secret chamber and Do approached him. Congratulations Ling, you have successfully completed the task. Do's tone remained flat, but there was an almost imperceptible hint of admiration in his gaze. Lord Orochimaru will grant you a special reward. Reward? Ling raised an eyebrow, feeling both anticipation and caution. He knew that Lord Orochimaru was no kind-hearted soul, his rewards often hid deeper intentions. What kind of reward? Do smiled mysteriously, well, that's a secret for now. However, you will find out soon enough. He paused, saying meaningfully, Lord Orochimaru is waiting for you. Ling followed Do into De Shiwan's private chamber. In the dim light, De Shiwan's sallow visage looked all the more sinister, his forked tongue flicked out as his blood-red eyes fixed on Ling, sending a chill through him. You performed well. De Shiwan's hoarse voice rasped. He opened his palm, revealing a jet-black pill that rested there, emitting an uncanny glow. This is? Ling asked hesitantly. This pill, De Shiwan began, is specially concocted for my research. It can greatly enhance your constitution and chakra. De Shiwan explained, consider it a reward from me. Ling thought to himself with a wry suspicion, what exactly is this old schemer hiding in his gourd? Yet the chance to grow stronger lay before him and could not be squandered. Then thank you, Lord De Shiwan. Ling took the pill without hesitation and swallowed it straight away. The pill dissolved instantly, a warm current surged through his body. Ling felt his meridians expand as chakra rushed like a torrent, power swelling within him to an intoxicating degree. He even sensed a faint golden radiance shimmer around his form. Hidden in the shadows was Wamu, and Shan-Chi witnessed the scene and watched with eyes burning with jealousy. Why him? A newcomer, and he received such a precious reward. Wamu ground his teeth and spat. Exactly. Who does he think he is? Shang-Chi egged him on. The two exchanged a look, their faces stamped with guile. We'll see how long his pride lasts. Zuo sneered, turning away. Shang-Chi trailed after him and they melted back into the darkness. Unaware that he had been marked, Yi Ling basked in the exhilaration of his sudden surge in strength. How do you feel? Dashiwan asked with relish. Amazing. I feel brimming with power. Yi Ling cried, clenching his fist until his knuckles crackled. Dashiwan nodded with approval. Very good. Next you have a more important task. With that he turned and strode deeper into the chamber, leaving Yi Ling standing alone. Yi Ling prepared to follow but suddenly felt a chill along his back. Zuo and Shang-Chi lurked in a shadowed corner like waiting hyenas biding their moment. When he comes out we will. Zuo murmured, making a throat-slitting motion with his hand and wearing a cruel grin. Shang-Chi nodded repeatedly, nervously rubbing his hands. After a long wait Yi Ling finally emerged into their view. He's here. Shang-Chi whispered. The two leapt out and blocked Yi Ling's path. Kid, hand over everything you got from Lord Dashiwan. Zuo shouted arrogantly, his tone thick with threat. Shang-Chi joined the clamor, be sensible and obey, spare yourself the pain. Yi Ling looked at the two pompous clowns and inwardly sneered. Did they truly think they could scheme against him? They were pathetically overconfident. A mocking curl touched his lips. You two rookies want to snatch from me, he scoffed. You're courting death. Zuo erupted, drawing a kunai and lunging. Zuo stabbed with the kunai while Shang-Chi attempted a sneak attack, hurling shuriken. Their assaults, however, proved mere child's play against the new Yi Ling. Yi Ling's form blurred as he evaded with supernatural swiftness, moving like a specter. Is that all you've got? He taunted. No longer holding back, he sprang like a leopard and landed a punch into Zuo's abdomen. Zuo howled and sailed backward like a severed kite. Shang-Chi was terrified and tried to flee, but Yi Ling's speed was swifter. He seized Shang-Chi by the collar and hoisted him up. Think you can run? Not that easy, Yi Ling sneered, delivering a knife hand strike to the back of Shang-Chi's neck. Shang-Chi collapsed unconscious at once. Zuo struggled to his feet, clutching his belly, his face drained of color and filled with terror. He had never imagined Yi Ling's strength could have risen so dramatically. Yi Ling advanced upon him step by measured step, looking down like an ancient frost. Now do you still wish to take my things? Zuo trembled and shook his head frantically. No. I dare not. Good you know to be afraid, Yi Ling snorted. Yi Ling was about to resume his reprimand when he suddenly halted, a flicker of something unreadable passing through his eyes. Someone's coming. He cast a cold glance at the two and said derisively, you two rookies are not worth my time. That contempt cut deeper than any blows. Zuo and Shang-Chi were mortified but dared not protest. Humiliated and speechless, they could only swallow their fury and remain silent. Back in his modest lodgings, Yi Ling found Do sitting upright waiting. Do pushed up his glasses. The lens caught a glint of light. Congratulations, Yi Ling. Your performance has earned Lord Dashiwan's approval. He has decided to let you access some more advanced resources ahead of schedule. Yi Ling arched an eyebrow, wondering if the old schemer had suddenly turned magnanimous. Could such good fortune truly fall into his lap? Do continued, however, yes, ninjas seem to have sniffed out something. It may not be peaceful in the near future. Yi Ling snorted. Yi. Let them come. It will be a good test for my newly gained power. He knew these so-called advanced resources would not be given without motive. He could guess at some of Dashiwan's calculations. Still, he would meet force with force. Yi Ling was not to be trifled with. At dawn the next day, Yi Ling arrived at the ninja training ground. A dazzling array of training apparatus and resources lay before him, making his eyes widen. All of this. Is it for me? He murmured, a sudden inexplicable excitement welling up inside him. Of course not, a cold voice replied from behind. An icy voice spoke from behind him. Yi Ling stepped into the ninja training ground, his eyes widening at the dazzling array of training equipment and resources. He murmured inwardly, as if already envisioning himself ascending to the pinnacle of his destiny. Shuriken, kunai and explosive tags were piled high. Even several high-tech devices, whose names he could not fathom, emitted an aura both perilous and alluring. This was the very essence of masculine romance, yet his exhilaration was swiftly doused by several hostile glances from around the perimeter. Sasakami and Yamazaki, mere lackeys, huddled in a shadowed corner, whispering conspiratorially and casting venomous glares his way. Humph. A good-for-nothing like him deserves such privilege. Sasakami ground his teeth silently, wishing Yi Ling would stumble catastrophically during training. Yamazaki fanned the flames. Exactly. Just look at how provincial he appears, he probably can't even throw a shuriken straight. The two already imagined Yi Ling's humiliating failure, their faces twisting into smug gloating grins. When training commenced, Ling discovered that these seemingly rudimentary exercises were far more demanding than he had anticipated. His shuriken missed the target 9 times out of 10. Hand seals twisted awkwardly, fingers stiff as crab claws. Physical conditioning left the untrained modern man gasping in agony. This is utterly absurd. Ling panted, hands braced on his knees, feeling utterly drained, as though plucked bare and stripped of all strength. Sasakami and Yamazaki doubled over with raucous laughter, their shrill mockery making Ling wish for a crack in the earth to swallow him whole. A true good-for-nothing, can't even master basic drills. Sasakami sneered. It seems Lord Orochimaru truly misjudged. Why would he take in such trash? Yamazaki chimed in. Their barbs pierced Ling's pride like needles, igniting within him a fierce, unyielding flame of defiance. Just wait, Ling said coldly, voice edged with quiet resolve. You will see me in a new light, soon enough. Kabuto appeared silently at the edge of the training ground. Behind his spectacles, a subtle glint flickered in his eyes. It seems the real spectacle has only just begun. Ling would not be broken by such trivial setbacks. He was no native shinobi lost in mindless repetition, his modern intellect was boundless. Principles of biomechanics, exercise, physiology, nutrition, all surged forth in his mind like cheat codes instantly applied to his regimen. He targeted his weaknesses with surgical precision, refined his breathing rhythm, and even secretly brewed nutrient-rich meals using medicinal herbs from the base. Results were immediate. Shuriken accuracy soared, seal forming speed visibly accelerated, and physical endurance exploded forward, progress so rapid it eclipsed even rocket flight. Sasakami and Yamazaki stood dumbfounded, jaws slackened in disbelief. They had come to witness Ling's disgrace, only to find themselves choking on bitter disappointment. How is this possible? Sasakami rubbed his eyes incredulously. Is he some kind of monster? Yamazaki's voice trembled. Kabuto materialized behind Ling without a sound, his lenses reflected an eerie shifting light. Well done, Ling-kun. Ling nearly leapt in shock. Whoa, Kabuto-senpai. How do you move without making a sound? You nearly gave me a heart attack. Kabuto adjusted his glasses. Your performance has met with Lord Orochimaru's full approval. Lord Orochimaru's chilling voice slithered from behind Kabuto. Ling, from tomorrow onward you shall undergo advanced training. His frigid gaze swept across Sasakami and Yamazaki, whose faces had turned ashen. I trust you will not disappoint me. Sasakami and Yamazaki turned livid, their contempt shattered. Never had they imagined this so-called waste would earn Orochimaru's recognition so swiftly. Ling suppressed his inner elation, replying with stoic composure, Yes, Lord Orochimaru. Night fell and the base lay hushed in profound silence. Ling sat cross-legged upon his bed, a kunai held firmly in hand, its razor-sharp edge catching the moonlight, mirroring the deep, incisive gleam in his eyes. Advanced training. He murmured softly, a cold, knowing curve lifting the corner of his lips. This is only the beginning. The next day at the training ground. The moment Ling entered, he sensed something amiss. Fellow trainees watched him with sardonic amusement. Sasakami and Yamazaki stood in the corner winking and smirking, eager spectators awaiting his fall. Well, if it isn't our newly crowned star Ling. Heard you earned Lord Orochimaru's favor yesterday, how utterly delightful. Sasakami drawled, dripping with irony. Yamazaki chimed in, Indeed. Who knew sheer luck could elevate a nobody to such heights, like a sparrow suddenly perched among phoenixes. Ling cast them a glacial glance, said nothing, and strode directly toward the training apparatus. Today's session focused on chakra control, requiring intricate maneuvers atop specially engineered wooden posts. The instant he touched the post, something felt wrong, the surface unnervingly slick, coated with a strange oily substance that defied stable footing. What's going on? Ling thought grimly. He knew instantly this was Sasakami and Yamazaki's doing. Sure enough, his first attempt to climb sent him sliding off, flat on his back. A burst of laughter erupted. Sasakami and Yamazaki howled with mirth as if witnessing the world's most ludicrous spectacle. Oh dear, can't even scale a simple post. Did last night's celebration leave your legs too weak? Sasakami jeered. More like a gilded dummy, pretty to look at, useless in practice. Yamazaki added, mocking him further. Repeated attempts ended in failure. Rising waves of ridicule burned his cheeks, like a stinging slap across the face. Damn it. Ling clenched his jaw, fury surging, but he knew he could not afford another collapse. He needed to break this impasse, now. He drew a slow, steadying breath, forcing calm. Then, his gaze sharpened. Fixing upon the post's surface, he noticed something unusual. This isn't ordinary oil. He whispered. Dropping low, he examined the viscous sheen closely. Its viscosity and volatility are abnormal, reminiscent of pine resin blended with a certain plant oil. A flash of insight struck him, recalling a modern engineering technique for degreasing surfaces. Got it. In moments he dashed to the training ground's edge gathering dry sand and broad leaves. He sprinkled sand evenly onto the leaves then wrapped them tightly around his hands before vigorously scrubbing the oily residue from the post. What on earth is he doing? Has he lost his mind? Sasakami stared baffled. Yamazaki scoffed, must have cracked under pressure, babbling nonsense now. Yet within minutes, miraculously, the once glassy post grew distinctly rougher, its greasy film all but vanished. A faint icy smile curled Yi Ling's lips. With a single fluid leap he landed squarely atop the post, and began executing flawless high-difficulty chakra control techniques. His movements flowed like water, effortless, precise, unimpeded. From the shadows Kabuto observed, and gave the faintest nod of acknowledgement. This boy is intriguing indeed. In the subsequent sparring round Yamazaki was assigned to face Yi Ling. Privately thrilled he planned to teach this lucky fool a harsh lesson. He'd secretly dusted his palms with paralytic powder, preparing a nasty surprise. But Yi Ling had already caught the telltale glint in his eyes. At the instant Yamazaki lunged, Yi Ling sidestepped, evading cleanly, then struck back with a palm thrust square to Yamazaki's chest. A dull heavy thud echoed. Yamazaki flew backward, crashing hard to the ground, stunned, unable to rise. The paralytic powder scattered uselessly across the floor. Such paltry skill, you dare flaunt it before me? Yi Ling said coolly, his gaze laced with disdain. Yamazaki clutched his chest, pain and disbelief warring on his face. He could not fathom being downed in one blow by the worthless boy. Sasakami stormed forward, jabbing a finger at Yi Ling. You struck far too hard. He's only a novice shinobi, you did that deliberately. Yi Ling returned his gaze, calm, unblinking. Sparring is sparring. What place have excuses? Do enemies hold back when they strike you? If you cannot bear this much, go home and sleep it off. Sasakami choked on his retort, his face flushing purple then ashen, humiliated beyond words, before slinking away in silence. Thereafter Yi Ling's progress accelerated like a force of nature, his ninjutsu mastery and taijutsu prowess soaring far beyond his peers. His shuriken never missed, his taijutsu blurred like lightning, dazzling, disorienting. Truly a monster, Kabuto murmured from the shadows. Yi Ling's brilliance inevitably drew Lord Orochimaru's attention. Yi Ling, his voice coiled like a serpent, cold, venomous, chilling to the marrow. Come here. Yi Ling's pulse quickened. Had Sasakami and Yamazaki schemed anew? He remained vigilant, outwardly serene as he approached Orochimaru. I shall provide you with individual instruction, Orochimaru said, his obsidian eyes glinting with subtle calculating interest. Yi Ling's heart sank, but his voice remained reverent. Thank you, Lord Orochimaru, for your guidance. While mentally mapping his next moves, he followed Orochimaru toward a secluded training site. At the center of the arena, Orochimaru halted, turned, and spoke with quiet, inscrutable gravity. I shall teach you a new jutsu. Orochimaru led Yi Ling to a secluded training ground surrounded by an eerie atmosphere that exuded a sense of unease. I will teach you this ninjutsu called Shadow Snake Hands. Orochimaru's raspy voice echoed in the empty space. It has immense power, but practicing it is extremely dangerous. One misstep could lead to. He paused, a chilling smile creeping across his lips, either death or disfigurement. Yi Ling's heart trembled. This old snake certainly had ill intentions. Yet he feigned calmness, saying, I understand, I will give it my all and live up to your expectations, my lord. But internally he was frantically complaining, as if you truly want to teach me, are you not trying to take the opportunity to kill me? Orochimaru wasted no time and began explaining the principles and essentials of the ninjutsu. Shadow Snake Hands is a ninjutsu that uses chakra to control numerous small snakes to attack. It requires not only exceptional chakra control but also a profound understanding of the habits of snakes. As Yi Ling listened to Orochimaru's explanation, he secretly activated the Memory Palace technique for modern knowledge, firmly committing every detail to memory. No joke, I'm a time traveler, if this little trick won't stump me. The initial practice went relatively smoothly as Yi Ling quickly mastered the basic operations with his strong learning ability and chakra control. Seeing Yi Ling pick it up so quickly, a flicker of surprise crossed Orochimaru's eyes, but he soon resumed his cold demeanor. Not bad. Orochimaru's voice remained icy. Next, let's increase the difficulty. With a command from Orochimaru, the atmosphere in the training ground suddenly tightened. Yi Ling felt the air around him become thick and suffocating, making it difficult for him to breathe. Orochimaru continuously increased the output of chakra, controlling more and more snakes at increasing speeds, and Yi Ling felt an immense pressure on both his body and mind. He felt like a small boat sailing in a storm. At any moment it might be engulfed by a giant wave. Sweat soaked his clothes, his breathing became rapid and his face turned pale. However, he did not give up. He gritted his teeth, desperately controlling the chakra within him, striving to maintain his balance. Just when Yi Ling felt he was about to collapse, something suddenly occurred to him. Wait. Yi Ling's eyes shot open as he shouted, wait. Orochimaru smirked coldly. What? Are you scared? Scared? That's non-existent. Yi Ling wiped the sweat from his face, thinking to himself, just this little trick, do you think you can outsmart me? He took a deep breath and slowly said, my lord, I believe there is room for optimization in the operation of this ninjutsu. Orochimaru raised an eyebrow with interest. Oh. Go ahead and tell me. Yi Ling began to speak confidently, combining modern meditation techniques with chakra operation, proposing an entirely new theory. Orochimaru listened to Yi Ling's explanation, his expression shifting to one of increasing surprise. This kid really does have some talent. After adjusting according to Yi Ling's method, he clearly felt that controlling the chakra became much easier, and those originally frantic little snakes became much more docile, swirling around him like agile ribbons. Interesting. Orochimaru's lips curled into a barely perceptible smile, but then his expression darkened. Next will be the real test. He formed hand seals and an intense chakra wave erupted instantly. The ground of the training ground began to shake violently as countless giant pythons emerged from below, opening their gaping maws and lunging at Yi Ling. This is the advanced form of shadow snake hands. Yi Ling was startled but showed no sign of panic on his face. According to Orochimaru's previous instructions, he should concentrate the chakra at one point for defense. Yet Yi Ling keenly sensed that the attack trajectories of these giant pythons seemed a bit strange. Something's off. A bold idea flashed in his mind. He did not follow Orochimaru's instructions, instead he went against them, dispersing the chakra and blending it into the surrounding environment. The next second the giant pythons actually passed through Yi Ling's body as if he were merely an illusion. What? Orochimaru's pupils contracted sharply, his face displaying disbelief. This kid actually saw through my trap. Yi Ling's lips curved slightly, secretly thinking, you want to trick me? You are not worthy. He turned to look at Orochimaru, his eyes filled with confidence. My lord, your guidance has been fully comprehended by me. Orochimaru gazed deeply at Yi Ling, slowly saying, very good. He paused, a complex light flashing in his eyes. You are quite impressive. Meanwhile, in the shadows of the distant bushes, two pairs of eyes were fixated on this side. Damn it, how is this kid still not dead? Sasaki and Yamazaki hid behind the bushes, trembling like two frightened rodents, eagerly hoping for Yi Ling to make a mistake, preferably to be devoured by Orochimaru's giant python. Why is this kid still alive? His luck is too strong. Sasaki gritted his teeth, wishing he could rush out and add fuel to the fire for Yi Ling. Yamazaki chimed in, exactly, he should be toyed with and killed by Lord Orochimaru. The two secretly plotted, determined to find an opportunity to teach this lucky guy a lesson. During the subsequent training, Yi Ling displayed astonishing talent and perseverance. He not only mastered shadow snake hands perfectly but also made some modifications based on his understanding, making this ninjutsu even more practical and powerful. Orochimaru looked at Yi Ling, a trace of admiration flashing in his eyes. This child is teachable. It seems my judgment was indeed correct. With a wave of his hand, he rewarded Yi Ling with a pile of precious medicinal herbs and scrolls, granting him higher privileges, allowing him to freely enter the forbidden areas of the snake lair. This drove Sasaki and Yamazaki into a fit of jealousy, their faces turning green. Why? What gives this kid the right? Sasaki was almost going mad with jealousy. Yamazaki fanned the flames beside him. Exactly, he's just a lucky piece of trash. The two plotted secretly, determined to find a chance to teach this lucky guy a lesson. In the evening, Yi Ling returned to his room and Do appeared silently behind him. Congratulations, Yi Ling, you have caught Lord Orochimaru's attention. Do's voice was as calm as ever, but Yi Ling detected a hint of something unusual. However, be careful, if the Umbu of Konoha has already started to notice you. Do paused, his eyes becoming deep. Your existence is a potential threat to them. Yi Ling sneered, threat? How, they will soon find out who the real threat is. Do looked at Yi Ling meaningfully, turned and left, leaving only a sentence hanging in the air. A month later is the final test that Lord Orochimaru has arranged for you. Yi Ling gazed at Do's retreating figure, his eyes gradually becoming sharp. Final test. A cold smile crept across his lips as he clenched his fists. Bring it on. Yi Ling walked to the window, looking up at the bright moon in the night sky, murmuring to himself, Konoha. Huh. A month slipped by in the blink of an eye, like a fleeting shadow. On the night of the full moon, the cold air was thick with a sense of foreboding. Orochimaru stood on the high platform, surveying the fog-covered arena below, a sinister smile curling at the corners of his mouth. The final trial begins now. His voice was deep and cold, echoing in the silent night sky. In the center of the arena, Yi Ling took a deep breath, his gaze sharp as an eagle's. He knew that this trial was his opportunity to prove himself and a crucial step toward his path to invincibility. Hidden within the fog were various deadly traps and ninja techniques waiting to strike. Explosive tags, shuriken, poisonous gas traps. They emerged in endless succession, making it difficult to defend against them. Yi Ling advanced cautiously, each step meticulously calculated. He knew that a slightest misstep would lead to his doom. Humph, does he really think he can pass this trial? What a delusion. Sasuke and Yamazaki, lurking in the shadows, watched Yi Ling struggle in the traps with faces full of resentment, their hearts filled with glee. They had secretly adjusted the trap's triggering mechanisms, making the arena even more dangerous, just waiting to see Ling embarrass himself. This time he's definitely doomed, Yamazaki said ominously. Ling keenly sensed the abnormalities in his surroundings, inwardly muttering, as expected, something's off. He calmly analyzed the situation around him, using his knowledge of the traps and modern understanding to repeatedly turn peril into safety. Explosive tags detonated before him, yet he remained unscathed. A shuriken whizzed past his ears, but he calmly dodged poisonous gas traps activated beneath his feet, yet he held his breath in advance. How is this possible? Sasuke and Yamazaki stared in disbelief as Ling maneuvered effortlessly through the treacherous arena, their hearts filled with shock and fear. His strength far exceeds our imagination. Sasuke's voice trembled, his eyes filled with terror. Ling let out a cold laugh, a glint of icy light flashing in his gaze. He advanced step by step toward his ultimate goal. Just then a massive shadow suddenly appeared before him. What is that thing? Ling abruptly looked up, his pupils constricting. He discovered it was a gigantic python, flicking its crimson tongue with icy vertical pupils fixed on him. This python was enormous, as thick as a barrel, its scales shimmering with a chilling glow, unmistakably not an ordinary beast. What the hell? Is this really happening? Ling remarked. However, he did not panic. Instead, he quickly calmed down and analyzed the situation before him. Although this python was massive, its movements were relatively slow. By utilizing the terrain of the arena, he could find an opportunity to escape. A terrain map of the arena quickly flashed through Ling's mind, and combining it with modern geographical knowledge, he swiftly plotted a relatively safe route. The python roared as it lunged at Ling, its rancid breath nearly engulfing him. Ling nimbly dodged the python's attacks, weaving through the arena like a specter. He occasionally climbed the rocky walls and sometimes dove into water pools, utilizing every available terrain advantage to outmaneuver the python. Sasuke, hidden in the shadows, gritted his teeth in anger as he witnessed this scene. Damn Ling, how could he evade my trap so easily? Unable to contain his jealousy and fury any longer, he resolved to personally intervene and stop Ling. Sasuke burst forth from the shadows, shuriken raining down on Ling like a hailstorm. Die Ling, he shouted. Ling scoffed, you think you can stop me? He flickered and easily dodged the shuriken's attack, quickly closing in on Sasuke. Ling's newly learned ninja techniques combined with his inherent agility caught Sasuke off guard. After several exchanges, Sasuke was forced to retreat step by step, sustaining injuries in multiple areas. Damn it! How is this possible? Sasuke looked at Ling in disbelief, filled with fear. Ling seized the opportunity, cornering Sasuke to the edge of a trap, then suddenly kicked him down. Farewell, Sasuke. Ling said coldly. From the trap's depths came Sasuke's desperate cries for help, help. Lord Orochimaru. Yamazaki, hiding elsewhere, turned pale at this sight. It's over, this is it. He mumbled to himself, I must hurry to inform Lord Orochimaru. He turned to run. As Yamazaki ran, he imagined scenarios where Orochimaru praised his loyalty, even fantasizing about the rewards he might receive. However, he had barely taken a few steps when a sudden earthen wall appeared before him, crashing into him with a thud, leaving him dazed. Ouch! What the hell? Yamazaki exclaimed, holding his nose, tears welling up in his eyes as he looked up to see a ghastly face on the earthen wall resembling Orochimaru's signature expression. Yamazaki was terrified, kneeling on the ground, trembling, thinking it was Orochimaru punishing him for fleeing. Lord Orochimaru, please spare me. I won't dare again. This was all the work of Ling. He had used Earth Release to create an illusion, successfully scaring the timid Yamazaki. After resolving this minor incident, Ling easily located the scroll hidden in the center of the arena, the ultimate goal of the trial. When Ling appeared before Orochimaru holding the scroll and unharmed, even the usually stoic Orochimaru showed a look of admiration. Not bad, you have great potential. His hoarse voice carried a hint of affirmation. From today onwards you are one of my subordinates, Orochimaru. Ling nodded expressionlessly, feeling no waves within. Establishing a foothold was merely the first step. His goal was invincibility, not to become someone's subordinate. In the days that followed, Ling entered a phase of studying ninja theories. However, challenges were plentiful. In this age of information isolation, obtaining materials was more difficult than climbing to the heavens, especially as he had to face those pedantic traditional ninja scholars and the potential backlash from ninjutsu at any moment. It seems I need to think of other ways. Ling gazed at the distant Konoha village, whispering to himself, I heard there's a library there. Ling flipped through the basic ninjutsu scroll he had obtained from Orochimaru, unable to suppress a grimace. Is this it? He scoffed. This thing is even worse than my elementary school nature science textbook. To become stronger quickly, relying solely on the basic materials provided by Orochimaru was far from sufficient. He needed more advanced and comprehensive knowledge of ninjutsu. After much contemplation, Ling's gaze shifted to the distant Konoha village, the legendary treasury of ninjutsu knowledge. I heard that the library in Konoha is simply the pinnacle of the ninja world. He mused, stroking his chin, a glimmer of excitement flashing in his eyes. Looks like I need to go borrow some information. As night fell, Ling stealthily infiltrated Konoha village. He had thought that using his knowledge beyond this era would make sneaking into the Konoha library as easy as playing Fruit Ninja. However, reality slapped him harshly in the face. Before he could approach the library, Ling sensed a powerful chakra fluctuation. He squinted, carefully observing his surroundings. Good grief. This was no library, it was practically a military fortress. Various detection ninjutsu traps were spread out like a spider's web. A slight misstep would trigger the alarms. Wow. Konoha security measures are incredible. Ling silently marveled. He cautiously avoided one trap after another, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead. This was more exhilarating than playing Minesweeper. Just as he was about to approach the library's entrance, he suddenly stopped, his gaze fixed on an unassuming pebble ahead. Wait a minute. He murmured, this thing. Ling crouched down, squinting to examine the inconspicuous stone closely. Tisk, such camouflage skills, it's a pity he isn't working as a designer. A cold smile tugged at the corners of his mouth. With his understanding of optical principles, Ling noticed that the chakra flow around the stone was slightly irregular, clearly a disguise for some sort of visual trap. Trying to deceive me. No way, he thought to himself. Utilizing his modern knowledge of optics, Ling identified the visual blind spots of the trap, threading his way through the complex detection network. He moved as swiftly as a swallow, deftly bypassing the deadly traps and successfully approaching the outer wall of the library. Phew, finally dealt with this damned labyrinth. Ling let out a long breath, wiping the sweat from his forehead. Just as he was preparing to find an entrance to infiltrate the library, a figure suddenly appeared in his line of sight, Matsumoto, a chunin from Konoha. Matsumoto, dressed in standard ninja attire and wielding a kunai, was patrolling along a fixed route. Oh no. Why now? Ling thought, quickly darting into the shadows. Matsumoto seemed to sense something, stopping in his tracks to scan the surroundings warily. Strange. It felt like something moved just now. He murmured, his gaze lingering briefly on the shadow where Ling was hiding. Ling held his breath, not daring to move. Time seemed to freeze, each second stretching out unbearably long. Matsumoto frowned, ultimately shaking his head. It must have been an illusion. He continued on his patrol route. Only then did Ling dare to relax slightly, though the tension in his heart remained taut. Looks like I need to come up with a plan. He mused, stroking his chin, his eyes flashing. A diversion. Luring the tiger away from its mountain. Or. He suddenly noticed some fallen leaves and small stones nearby, a bold idea taking shape in his mind. Let's try this. A sly smile appeared on Ling's lips as he slowly extended his hand. Just use this. He picked up a few fallen leaves and small stones, a mischievous smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Come on, witness the moment of miracle, he whispered. Utilizing his understanding of aerodynamics, Ling threw these unassuming projectiles at specific angles and strengths. Swish, 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 several leaves and stones cut through the night sky, producing faint sounds of slicing air. Who? Matsumoto immediately became alert, turning toward the sound. Luring the tiger away from its mountain, activate. Ling thought with a smirk, seizing the moment of Matsumoto's distraction to dart into the library like a bolt of lightning. Inside the library, towering rows of bookshelves stretched to the sky, filled with all kinds of scrolls. Wow. This is simply an ocean of knowledge. Excitement gleamed in Ling's eyes. He quickly focused on his goal, searching for information regarding the Sharingan and Senju Hashirama's cells. However, when he found the relevant area, he discovered it was completely empty. What's going on? Could the intel be wrong? Ling was puzzled. At that moment he noticed a portrait of Professor Kato hanging on the wall. Below the portrait was a line of small text: Professor Kato's private library. Ah, I see. Ling realized it seemed these precious materials had been privately collected by Professor Kato. Following the directions, Ling found Professor Kato's private library. However, the door to the library was protected by a complex sealing technique. This old guy is quite cautious. Ling scoffed. He carefully observed the sealing technique, trying to find a way to break it. 5 elements, 8 trigrams, Chiman Duanjia. Tisk, this is harder than the math in the college entrance exam. Ling couldn't help but exclaim. He attempted to analyze it using the modern knowledge he possessed, but for a moment he found himself at a loss. Just then a commotion of footsteps suddenly echoed from outside the library. Oh no. Have I been discovered? Ling's heart raced and he quickly halted his attempts to decipher the seal, warily glancing toward the entrance. He held his breath, listening intently to the sounds outside. I must make quick work of this, he thought. Let me see where exactly are the weaknesses in this seal. Ling squinted, his gaze once again falling on the intricate sealing technique. Wait a minute. He suddenly noticed a subtle anomaly in the technique. This symbol looks a bit familiar. He reached out to gently touch that symbol. Click, a soft sound echoed. A soft click echoed as the seal dissolved. Before Yi Ling could even savor the triumph, a thunderous roar erupted behind him. Thief! How dare you trespass into my private archive? Yi Ling whirled around to see Professor Kato standing rigidly in the doorway, fury blazing in his eyes, and a scroll clutched tightly in his hand. Damn it, how did that old man return so soon? Yi Ling cursed inwardly. In his hands were several mundane ninjutsu manuals he'd hastily snatched from the shelves, far too late now to slip them back. Professor Kato was no mere armchair scholar, he was a formidable jonin in his own right. With lightning speed his hands wove a series of seals and his voice resonated with incantatory force. Fire release, great fireball technique. A colossal fireball roared toward Yi Ling. Whoa, this isn't a drill. He lunged sideways just in time as the inferno grazed his sleeve and reduced the bookshelf behind him to ash. Lucky reflexes, or I'd be roasted pork right now. Seeing his first strike miss, Kato's rage intensified. One after another he unleashed torrents of water, quakes of earth and gales of wind, until the archive lay in utter ruin. Is this guy wired like a machine gun? Doesn't he ever pause? Yi Ling dodged frantically while muttering under his breath. He knew full well he'd in confrontation with Kato meant certain death. He needed an escape, fast. Just as despair tightened its grip, a crisp voice cut through the chaos from the doorway. Professor Kato, what exactly is going on here? Both Yi Ling and Kato snapped their gazes toward the entrance. There stood Anko, arms crossed, leaning lazily against the doorframe, her expression laced with amused curiosity. Anko, what are you doing here? Kato blinked in genuine surprise. Yi Ling's eyes flickered, then ignited with cunning. Feigning panic, he pointed wildly at the scroll in Kato's hand and cried out, Lady Anko. This old man, he's stolen classified village documents. And now he means to silence me permanently. Kato's mustache bristled with outrage. Preposterous. Oh. Is that so? Anko arched a brow, her gaze locking onto the scroll in Kato's grasp. Then by all means, Professor, open it for us. Let truth speak for itself. Kato's face paled. The contents of that scroll. Yi Ling suppressed a smirk, too green to play this game, old man. Seizing Kato's momentary hesitation, Yi Ling shoved the stolen manuals deep into his robe, and then dropped to his knees, lunging forward to clutch Anko's thigh. Lady Anko. You must stand for justice on my behalf. This arrogant jonin abuses his rank to oppress us genin. Anko. Kato. Wait, Anko stared dumbfounded at the boy clinging to her leg. You, his sudden theatrical shift, from wailing supplicant to ice-calm strategist, left both of them utterly stunned. One moment he'd been shrieking in terror, the next his gaze turned unervingly serene, sharp as tempered steel. Professor Kato, Yi Ling rose, brushed dust from his robes and spoke with unnerving calm, your fire release is undeniably masterful, but frankly your rigid dogmatic approach to research has stalled Konoha's ninjutsu evolution. Kato's eyes widened, his mustache trembled violently. How dare you, you insolent brat. What do you know? Don't know. Yi Ling's lips curled into a faint chilling smile. I think not. The techniques you've devoted your life to. Archaic relics, long obsolete. Just as Kato's fury threatened to erupt, Anko interjected smoothly, calm down, Professor. This boy may speak bluntly, but there's a grain of truth in his words. She studied Yi Ling with renewed intrigue. Enlighten us, what's your vision? Though seething, Kato yielded to Anko's authority and grunted, fine. Let's hear this vision of yours, see if it holds any merit. Yi Ling wasted no time, you treat ninjutsu like a recipe, reciting steps without grasping underlying principles. That's intellectual stagnation. If this continues, Konoha's arts will wither, outpaced, eclipsed and ultimately erased by rival villages. Those words detonated in Kato's mind like a chakra bomb. He refused to admit it aloud, but deep within a quiet resonance stirred. Seizing the opening, Yi Ling deployed modern scientific concepts, each one leaving Kato visibly dazed. Law of conservation of energy. Deductive reasoning. Fundamental nature of matter. Concepts utterly alien to his lifetime of study left Kato speechless. For the first time in decades he stood bewildered before knowledge he couldn't categorize. Watching his flustered expression, Yi Ling stifled a silent laugh. Still miles behind me, old man. Clearing his throat, Yi Ling softened his tone, Professor Kato, I've long admired your scholarship. My visit to the archive was born purely of scholarly hunger. Enough. Kato cut him off sharply. Spare me the flattery. Moments ago you called my life's work archaic, now you're buttering me up. Heh, Yi Ling scratched his head sheepishly. Truth is, I came seeking your guidance on theoretical foundations. Kato eyed him skeptically. You truly wish to learn? Yi Ling nodded, sincerity etched across his features. After a measured pause, Kato gave a curt nod. Very well, I'll grant you one chance. But should you attempt deception? Never. Never. Yi Ling vowed instantly. At the side, Enko watched, her lips curving into the faintest knowing smile. Then, Yi Ling rubbed his palms together, a spark of brilliance flashing in his eyes. Let us begin with the fundamental nature of chakra. And so his masterful charade began, spinning elaborate theories of chakra oscillation, energy conservation and material essence until Kato's head spun. Though much of it eluded Kato's comprehension, the precise technical terminology Yi Ling wielded lent his words startling credibility. All the while Yi Ling skillfully steered the conversation toward Kato's own research, quietly absorbing every priceless detail, committing vital insights to memory. When Kato finally departed, Enko regarded Yi Ling with quiet intensity, and withdrew a scroll from her robe. Copies of some materials I've gathered. They may prove useful. Yi Ling accepted the scroll, heart leaping. This lady Enko, sharp, generous and perceptive. This changes everything. Unrolling it, he found precisely the forbidden techniques he'd sought, critical pieces falling seamlessly into place for his nascent ninjutsu theory. Yet he knew these fragments were merely the beginning. Rumors whispered of the underground black market, where rare jutsu scrolls circulated freely, even legendary bloodline limit techniques. Dangerous. Undoubtedly. But strength demanded risk. The black market, I'm coming for you. A fierce light blazed in Yi Ling's eyes, his smile held quiet, unshakable confidence. Drawing his black cloak tight, he melted into the velvet hush of night. The dim light flickered, casting twisted shadows on the damp walls of the underground black market. The air was thick with the scent of mildew and blood, prompting a reflexive hold of breath. Yi Ling tightened his black cloak, his sharp eyes scanning the surroundings. This place was even livelier than a vegetable market, with various oddly shaped ninjas bustling about, the sounds of hawking and haggling echoing incessantly. Finally he found the shop of Heike, an old wooden shack. As Yi Ling pushed the door open, a wave of incense hit him, nearly overwhelming his senses. The shop was filled with all sorts of scrolls, potions and bizarre trinkets dazzling to the eye. What can I get for you, sir? A hoarse voice came from behind the counter. A short, stout man with a face full of rolls was squinting at Yi Ling. He was Heike, a notorious merchant in the underground black market. Yi Ling approached the counter and got straight to the point. I need some information on bloodline limits and forbidden techniques. Heike chuckled, exposing a set of yellowed teeth. Ah, you have a keen eye, sir. These are the treasures of my shop. However. He deliberately stretched the word, the price is not cheap. Heike extended 5 fingers, 500,000 taels, no bargaining. 500,000 taels. Why don't you go rob someone? Yi Ling nearly cursed. Heike was nothing short of a merchant battle machine. A few burly ninja thugs stepped forward beside Heike, glaring at Yi Ling with an intimidating stance, ready to strike at the slightest provocation. Yi Ling smirked coldly, unafraid. Boss Heike, your business practices are quite unscrupulous, don't you think? Do you really think I'm a fool? Heike's face was plastered with a sly grin. Kid, in the underground black market I am the law. If you can't afford it, then scram. Yi Ling's lips curled into a mysterious smile. Boss Heike, don't be so hasty, we can discuss this slowly. Yi Ling casually picked up a bottle of potion from the counter, examining it closely. Boss Heike, this revitalization potion is claimed to revive the dead and mend bones, but to me it looks like a mix of inferior herbs, at best worth 500 taels. He then picked up a scroll and flipped through it casually. And this body flicker technique scroll, the technique is crude, riddled with flaws, at most 1,000 taels. Yi Ling paused, his piercing gaze fixed on Heike. You can fool others with this stuff, but do you think you can fool me? You're definitely miscalculating. Heike's smile froze. He hadn't expected this kid to see through his tricks so easily. Interesting, he squinted, pondering that this kid was no ordinary character. Since you know your stuff, tell me, what do you have to exchange for the information in my possession? Me. Yi Ling smirked, revealing a confident smile. I can offer some unique insights on ninjutsu in exchange. Heike's interest was piqued. Oh. Do tell. He was eager to see what this kid had up his sleeve. For instance, Yi Ling paused, throwing out a bait: how to combine wind release and water release to create a brand new bloodline limit. Heike's eyes lit up. This was a tough question, one he hadn't figured out himself. Kid, do you really have that ability? Yi Ling merely smiled mysteriously, countering with a question. Boss, how much information do you have in your records about the Sharingan? He casually picked up an ordinary-looking forehead protector and flicked it with his fingertip, causing a few fine strands of chakra to silently wrap around it. A glint of greed flashed in Heike's eyes. He knew this kid was a fat sheep and he needed to carve a good piece. Not much, just the research results of the Uchiha clan over the past few hundred years. He exaggerated on purpose, hoping to hook Yi Ling. Yi Ling remained unfazed, continuing to probe. And what about the research on the first Hokage's cells? The chakra threads in his hand had quietly extended beneath Heike's counter into an inconspicuous secret compartment. Heiki's heart skipped a beat. How did this kid know he was hiding this? Well. Of course there is he. Heiki's eyes darted, calculating how to maximize Yi Ling's value. Alright, Yi Ling suddenly retracted the chakra thread, a meaningful smile playing on his lips. Then. Shall we make a deal? He extended his hand, looking at Heiki with a half-smile. Heiki watched Yi Ling's outstretched hand, feeling an unsettling wave of anxiety rise within him. What exactly was this kid plotting? Heiki was crafty, and Yi Ling naturally had his own tricks up his sleeve. He feigned nonchalance as he formed a hand seal, a small gust of wind chakra bursting forth, quickly transforming into water release. The two types of chakra intertwined, forming a small vortex that emitted a sizzling sound. Boss Heiki, what do you think of this? Yi Ling said casually. Heiki's eyes widened. This kid could actually fuse wind release and water release. Though it was merely a prototype, this was the beginning of a bloodline limit. He inwardly cursed himself for being short-sighted, nearly missing out on a great opportunity. If this kid sold this technique to someone else, wouldn't he suffer a huge loss? Kid, you. Heiki swallowed hard. What do you want? Yi Ling smiled slightly, as if everything was under his control. It's simple, your information plus the priority collaboration rights for this ninjutsu. I will help you improve it, and you help me gather experimental materials. How about that? A win-win situation. Heiki was tempted if this deal was guaranteed profit. He nodded vigorously. All right. Deal. Fearing Yi Ling might change his mind. With the transaction completed, Yi Ling quickly returned to Orochimaru's private ninjutsu research room with the materials. He eagerly opened the scroll, thirstily absorbing the knowledge within. Sharingan First Hokage's cells. These precious materials were exactly what he had been dreaming of. Combining the previously obtained information, Yi Ling began to construct his own ninjutsu theory. He worked tirelessly, fully immersed in his research. As time ticked away, a unique ninjutsu system gradually formed in Yi Ling's mind. He successfully resolved the ninjutsu backlash issue that had been troubling him and preliminarily constructed a viable theory. It's done. Yi Ling exclaimed excitedly, slapping the table, his eyes sparkling with light. Orochimaru appeared at the door at some point, watching Yi Ling's results with keen interest, a glint of appreciation flashing in his eyes. Not bad, you truly did not disappoint me. Yi Ling respectfully reported his research results to Orochimaru. After listening, Orochimaru revealed a meaningful smile. Very good. Yi Ling plunged headlong into Shiwan's private ninjutsu laboratory, forsaking sleep as he refined his theories. The dossiers on the Xiaolunyan and the Chudai Huiying cells were like two vast treasuries, each harboring inexhaustible mysteries. He studied with rapt obsession, striving to synthesize those fragments of knowledge into an invincible ninjutsu of his own. Yet the path proved less smooth than he had imagined. Several pivotal junctures stood like bronze walls and iron gates, impenetrable. Yi Ling felt like a headless fly flailing about without direction. Where exactly did I go wrong? He scratched his head in frustration, feeling his mind nearly scorched to ash. Worse still, a rumor spread through my village like a contagion. Professor Jiating, the village's famed ninjutsu scholar, openly denounced Yi Ling's theories as heterodox, as a corrupt deviation. That obstinate relic clung to archaic notions and sneered at any innovation. Now Yi Ling's research stalled and became the target of widespread condemnation. The ninja swayed by Professor Jiating cast looks of suspicion and hostility toward him. Walking the streets, he could hear whispers. It's him, that one dabbling in forbidden arts. I hear his theory won't work. Hell be consumed by his own folly. Yi Ling felt surrounded by antagonism, burdened by overwhelming pressure. Old Jiating, just you wait. He ground his teeth, a glint of frost in his eyes. He resolved it was time to confront that pompous old man. Lord Shiwan, I'm going out for a while. Yi Ling drew a black cloak over his slightly pale face and left Shiwan's base. He intended to teach the self-important Professor Jiating a lesson and show him why the flowers bloom so brilliantly. My village lay bathed in sunlight, tranquil and serene. Yet to Yi Ling that tranquility felt excessively glaring. He strode straight for Professor Jiating's institute. Along the way, the pointing fingers and murmured gossip buzzed like mosquitoes, an unbearable irritation. A bunch of amateurs, what do they know? Yi Ling cursed inwardly. Professor Jiating's institute exuded an antique, decaying air, much like the man himself. Yi Ling pushed the door open without ceremony and found Professor Jiating sitting stiffly, his expression one of sanctimonious gravity. Yi Ling let out a cold sneer. Some antique souls cling to old ways and cannot abide others' innovations, can they? Innovation? Professor Jiating scoffed, as if hearing the greatest jest. You, a callow youth, dare you presume to speak of innovation? Your theory is a castle in the air, utterly untenable. Just as Professor Jiating expected Yi Ling to fly into fury, Yi Ling remained oddly composed. A wry smile traced his lips as he replied slowly, Professor Jiating, when you call it untenable, do you mean the 30-second hypothesis in your theory concerning the circulation of chakra meridians? If my memory serves, you have yet to reconcile that point, have you? Professor Jiateng's face tightened. Yi Ling's precise strike landed like a hard slap. He opened his mouth but could not form a reply for a long while. Yi Ling stepped before the professor, bowed his head and spoke in a tone only the two of them could hear. Professor Jiateng, the times have changed. A cold smile lingered at his mouth as his hands formed seals with a speed almost invisible to the eye. The onlookers who had come expecting a spectacle now widened their eyes one by one as if confronted by a ghost. Chakra swelled around Yi Ling, coalescing into a visible vortex. From thin air a compact Luoxuanwen materialized, spinning fiercely in his palm with a low humming sound. That's it, someone muttered, seeing no marvel. Yi Ling let out a scornful smile. Petty tricks, and yet you presume to show off. He thrust the Luoxuanwen toward a massive boulder in the corner of the institute. With a thunderous blast the rock split into quarters and shards flew in every direction. This force, no mere small Luoxuanwen, it detonated like a potent explosive. The assembled ninja fell utterly silent, their jaws nearly dropped. This was preposterous. Professor Jiateng's face went ashen, a look of nausea crossing him. He had believed Yi Ling's theories were empty words. He had never imagined they could unleash such devastating power. It was a direct slap to his pride. Word of the incident soon reached De Shiwan. He read the report and a knowing smile curled at the corner of his mouth. Oh. Quite interesting. He then arranged for fresh research materials to be delivered to Yi Ling. Study them carefully. Do not disappoint me. The new documents illuminated Yi Ling's eyes. Some of the theories recorded within seemed even more precious than the Chudai Huiying cells and the Xiaolunyan data. Yet as he probed deeper, Yi Ling realized these records touched on ancient forbidden ninjutsu saturated with a perilous aura. These things. He knitted his brow and murmured, perhaps they are more complex than I had imagined. As his hand traced the archaic script on the scroll, a disquieting premonition welled in his chest. Lord De Shiwan. What in truth do you intend me to do? In the dim light Yi Ling perused the scroll delivered by Orochimaru. The forbidden ninjutsu inscribed within made his heart race. Hiss, that old guy Orochimaru is up to his tricks again. He grumbled under his breath, yet his hands continued to flip through the scroll without pause, excitement glimmering in his eyes. If he could fully comprehend this, wouldn't he soar to new heights? A definite dimensional strike from the world of Hokage. However, as his research deepened, the strange characters on the scroll seemed to come alive, swirling and leaping in his mind. Yi Ling felt an unusual energy begin to surge wildly within him, akin to 1,000 ants crawling through his meridians. Damn it, this is going wrong. He cursed under his breath, cold sweat beading on his forehead. His head throbbed painfully. The world around him began to warp and distort as if his body was being torn apart. This thing is definitely not good. He gritted his teeth, enduring the excruciating pain, attempting to control the rampaging chakra within him. Ah! A muffled groan escaped Yi Ling's lips, his vision darkening as his body swayed precariously. Hold on. Just a bit more. He reached out, trying to grasp something but found nothing. Orochimaru-sama. He murmured, his voice growing weaker until he lost consciousness and collapsed to the ground. Tisk, what an interesting test subject. A cold voice echoed in the room, accompanied by a rustling sound as a massive white snake slithered out from the shadows, flicking its crimson tongue, its icy vertical pupils fixed on the fallen Yi Ling. Orochimaru's snake-like eyes coldly observed Yi Ling as if scrutinizing a lab rat set to be dissected. Yi Ling's consciousness drifted in the darkness, the pain in his body crashing over his nerves like waves. Damn. This wretched ninjutsu backlash is tougher than my old college entrance exams. Yi Ling roared inwardly, the soul of a modern person enduring inhuman torment in the ninja world. He yearned for power, a solid foothold in this survival of the fittest world, but his current predicament left him in a dilemma. Continuing the research might cost him his life, abandoning it would mean missing out on the chance to grow stronger, a total disaster. System, come out and save me. A hint would suffice. Yi Ling shouted in his mind, but alas, there was no response from any system. He could only rely on himself. Fragments of modern medical knowledge flashed through his mind, and a thought struck him like lightning in the dark: breathing technique. Perhaps I can give it a try. He gritted his teeth, forcing himself to calm down, and began to attempt a special breathing rhythm. Inhale, exhale, a long and short cycle repeating endlessly. This breathing technique was something he learned in college to stay awake while writing papers, and he never expected it would come in handy in another world. As he adjusted his breathing, the rampaging chakra within him seemed to gradually settle down like a tamed wild beast. The intense pain also began to subside, and Yi Ling's consciousness started to regain clarity. Did it work? He rejoiced inwardly, but before he could celebrate, a surge of even stronger energy suddenly erupted, impacting his meridians. Ha, interesting. A strange smile curled at Orochimaru's lips. Yi Ling felt as if he were on a roller coaster, soaring up and down, thrilling enough to nearly make his soul leave his body. Just a moment ago he was teetering on the brink of death, and now it seemed like a twist of fate. This feeling was exhilarating. As he adjusted his breathing technique, the chaotic chakra within him gradually grew docile like a pack of well-trained huskies finally no longer wreaking havoc. Seizing the momentum, Ling continued to study the ghostly symbols on the scroll, unexpectedly discovering a key principle of ninjutsu like an embodiment of luck. This discovery perfectly compensated for a major flaw in his theory, akin to finally finding the last piece of a puzzle fitting together flawlessly. It worked. It worked. Ling nearly shouted, but fortunately covered his mouth just in time. If Orochimaru heard this, he might think he was losing his mind. Orochimaru, who had been watching from the shadows, raised his brow in surprise at Ling's breakthrough in such a perilous situation. This kid is interesting. A glimmer of appreciation flickered in his cold snake-like eyes. In this era, test subjects like Ling, who were both resilient and talented, were a rare find. Ling, Orochimaru's voice suddenly rang out, startling Ling. Your research is quite valuable. I will provide you with more support and resources. Ling's heart soared with joy, as expected of Orochimaru so generous. Yet he respectfully replied, "Thank you for your guidance, Orochimaru-sama. This is solid. With resources at my disposal, wouldn't that be just delightful?" However, Ling did not let the success before him cloud his judgment. He knew that his theory was still not complete and required more examples and data to support it. He gazed at the scroll in his hand, a glint of determination flashing in his eyes. I need more. Ling raised his head, his gaze firmly fixed on Orochimaru. Orochimaru smiled slightly. Oh. What do you want? About. Ling paused and uttered two words, forbidden techniques. Ling took a deep breath, deciding to take one last risk. To perfect his ninjutsu theory, he needed more materials, and those could only be found in the Konoha library. Although the last infiltration was successful, it had alarmed Konoha, and he knew the library's defenses would undoubtedly be even more stringent this time. The infiltration process was more challenging than he had imagined. New detection ninjutsu and traps were spread throughout the library, and a faint fluctuation of chakra permeated the air as if an invisible giant net enveloped the entire building. Matsumoto and his old acquaintances were patrolling with an intensity that was alarming, making Ling feel as though he was playing a real-life stealth game where a single misstep could mean game over. Utilizing his familiarity with the library's layout and his keen perception of chakra flow, he darted through the shadows like a gecko. Avoiding infrared beams and evading various sensing barriers, each step was filled with suspense and excitement. Even Ling, who was usually calm, couldn't help but sweat. This was no library, it was a den of danger. Finally he arrived at the area where the forbidden technique scrolls were stored. The defenses here were even tighter, and the air was filled with a suffocating sense of oppression. Ling cautiously approached a bookshelf, just about to reach for a scroll, when suddenly a low voice came from behind. Don't move. Ling's heart sank, and he thought to himself, this is bad. He slowly turned around to see a tall ninja standing behind him, holding a kunai, his gaze sharp as a hawk. This guy with his bushy eyebrows and big eyes had a square face. He looked like a righteous character, not someone easy to deal with. Who are you to dare intrude upon Konoha's forbidden grounds? The ninja shouted sternly, his tone revealing a hint of unmasked surprise. He never expected that someone could bypass layers of defenses to get in here. Ling smiled slightly, spreading his hands in a harmless gesture. Brother, I'm just here to borrow a few books. I absolutely mean no harm. Borrow books? What we have here are all class forbidden techniques. How could you possibly read them? The ninja clearly wasn't buying it and pushed the kunai forward. Surrender now to avoid pain. Ling sighed. It seemed he would have to stretch his muscles today. Brother, I advise you not to meddle in my affairs otherwise. Before he could finish, Ling's figure flickered and vanished from sight. The ninja's pupils contracted, and he quickly waved the kunai to defend himself. With a sharp clang, sparks flew. Ling's figure reappeared, now behind the ninja. Not bad speed, the ninja snorted coldly, quickly turning around and throwing a heavy punch towards Ling's face. Ling sidestepped and kicked towards the ninja's abdomen. The ninja reacted swiftly, blocking the blow with his arm, but was still pushed back several steps by the sheer force. The nearby bookshelves trembled from the shockwaves of their battle, and books fell to the ground. Other ninjas heard the commotion and rushed over to watch the fight, their eyes wide as if witnessing a battle of deities. This kid is a bit tricky. The ninja thought to himself, shocked that this seemingly frail guy possessed such formidable strength. He took a deep breath, deciding to show his true skills. The two exchanged blows, locked in a fierce struggle. Although Ling's theoretical knowledge far surpassed that of ninjas from this era, his practical experience was slightly lacking. Relying on his rich combat experience, the ninja managed to suppress Ling for a time. With such little skill, you dare to come to Konoha to steal? The ninja taunted, his attacks growing more ferocious. Underestimated. Ling let out a cold chuckle, a glint of cold light flashing in his eyes. He suddenly stopped dodging and quickly formed hand seals with both hands. Wait, what is he going to do? A sense of foreboding rose among the watching ninjas. Ling's lips curled upward slightly. Next, this is the main event. 8 trigram spiraling sphere shuriken. With a loud shout, a rapidly spinning chakra sphere appeared in Yi Ling's hand. This was the spiraling sphere he had improved by integrating modern physics knowledge, its power significantly enhanced. The guarding ninja was caught off guard, directly blasted away, crashing into a row of bookshelves, scattering books everywhere, creating an awkward scene. The surrounding ninjas were left dumbfounded. What was this? The spiraling sphere could be used like this. It was simply the upgraded supreme version of the spiraling sphere. Taking advantage of the chaos, Yi Ling grabbed the target scroll and vanished without a trace, using a body flicker technique, leaving everyone in disarray. Back in Orochimaru's laboratory, Yi Ling eagerly integrated the contents of the scroll into his theoretical framework. After several days of seclusion and training, a groundbreaking ninjutsu theory was finally born. Orochimaru, after reviewing Yi Ling's theory, couldn't help but exclaim, "Impressive. This theory of yours is simply revolutionary. The textbooks in the ninja world will need to be rewritten." Yi Ling humbly waved his hand. "Just basic operations, it's all the power of science." In the field of ninjutsu research, Yi Ling had firmly established his footing. But this was far from enough. He knew that to survive in this perilous world he needed even greater power. If he could obtain the Sharingan of the Uchiha clan. A glimmer of light flashed in Yi Ling's eyes. Under the shroud of night, the Uchiha clan's territory lay still, as silent as a sleeping giant. Yi Ling lurked in the shadows, resembling a ghost, his gaze coldly scanning the surroundings. This fortress-like territory, rigorously defended, appeared to him like a chessboard awaiting a solution. A smirk of confidence curled at the corners of his mouth, as if everything was under his control. The patrolling Uchiha ninjas were all alert and vigilant, watching for any signs of disturbance. Yi Ling held his breath, pressing his body against the wall, moving silently like a gecko. He understood well that any slight misstep could expose his whereabouts, leading to his demise. As he drew closer to the boundary of the territory, a red light suddenly flared up. Not good. Yi Ling thought to himself, cursing as he realized he had triggered the alarm. Almost simultaneously, a figure appeared before him like lightning: Uchiha Jien. Who dares to intrude upon the Uchiha clan's territory? Uchiha Jien bellowed, immediately activating his Sharingan, the crimson light locking onto Yi Ling like a predator's gaze. A powerful chakra wave surged forth, creating an overwhelming sense of pressure. Yi Ling felt a wave of suffocation. Uchiha Jien's strength far exceeded his expectations. Run was Yi Ling's first instinct. The 36 stratagem suggests that retreat is the best strategy, so he bolted without hesitation, his speed astonishing. Trying to escape? Not so easy. Uchiha Jien scoffed, relentlessly pursuing him. The two engaged in a thrilling chase under the quiet night sky. Yi Ling made good use of the terrain and buildings for cover, constantly changing direction, slipping away like an eel, leaving Uchiha Jien's attacks in vain. This guy. How can he be so fast? Uchiha Jien was astonished, feeling even more furious. As a high-ranking Uchiha ninja, he couldn't even catch an intruder. At that moment, Yi Ling suddenly stopped, turning his back to Uchiha Jien, calmly saying, "Are you done chasing?" Uchiha Jien frowned, sensing something was off, but still said sternly, "Surrender and perhaps you might." Before he could finish, Yi Ling slowly turned around, a strange smile on his lips. "Do you think that's possible?" He extended his hand, and in his palm something seemed to shimmer with faint light. The glimmer in Yi Ling's palm suddenly erupted like fireworks exploding in the night sky. Uchiha Jien instinctively shut his eyes, and when he opened them again, Yi Ling had vanished without a trace. What? Uchiha Jien looked around in disbelief, wondering how this kid had managed it. In fact, this was an application of the optical camouflage principle Yi Ling had learned from modern knowledge. He cleverly used special paint and small devices to blend himself with the surrounding environment like a chameleon, deceiving Uchiha Jien's eyes. A mere trick, and you dare to show off here? Uchiha Jien snorted, surprised but not flustered. He methodically began to seal off various exits, casting a wide net to trap Yi Ling within a small area of the territory. Yi Ling inwardly exclaimed, "Damn, this old man is quite clever." He searched for an escape route, but found himself like a fish in a barrel, surrounded by high walls and patrolling ninjas, utterly trapped. He was like an ant on a hot pan, running in circles yet unable to find an exit. "I'm in deep trouble now." Yi Ling hid behind a large tree, silently cursing. At this moment of desperation, he suddenly noticed Uchiha Jien's patrol route seemed. Wait, could it be? Yi Ling squinted, a sly smile creeping onto his face. Yi Ling realized that Uchiha Jien's patrol route was as precise as a clock, alarmingly so, but it was precisely this precision that revealed a flaw, a brief moment during the shift change. It was as if the heavens had bestowed him a meal. "Brother, remember to bring a watch next time you patrol." Yi Ling chuckled to himself, seizing the moment to slip into the depths of the territory, moving with astonishing speed. If Uchiha Jien knew he had been outsmarted by a timing loophole, he would probably be so furious he would spit blood. The interior of the territory was complex, but with a memory and sense of direction comparable to a global positioning system, Yi Ling didn't get lost. He had to give himself a thumbs up for this. While he was wandering, a girl carrying a tray approached him, and it was Hualing. Hualing screamed in fright, nearly dropping the teacups from the tray. Shoo! Ling swiftly steadied the tray and gave her a calming look. Hualing trembled at the sight of this suddenly appearing stranger, but Ling's calm demeanor oddly reassured her somewhat. Who are you? Hualing whispered, afraid of alerting the nearby guards. A lost traveler, Ling replied nonchalantly. Miss, do you know how to get out? Hualing paused, surprised that this guy was quite the actor. However, she kindly pointed in a direction. Thanks. Ling smiled slightly, then casually asked, by the way, is there any recent excitement in your clan? Like ancient legends or secrets of hidden treasures? Hualing blinked, hesitated for a moment, then finally whispered, I heard from the elders that the secret of the Sharingan might be related to an ancient legend. She told Ling the legend about the origins of the Sharingan, mentioning a mysterious place said to hide deeper secrets of the Sharingan. Interesting. Ling felt a surge of joy inside if this information was substantial. Is there more? Ling probed, his eyes filled with curiosity. Hualing shook her head. That's all I know. All right, thanks, miss, Ling said, expressing his gratitude before turning to leave. He knew these clues were not enough, he needed more. Moreover, Uchiha Jien could discover he was still within the territory at any moment. Ling's figure vanished at the end of the corridor while Hualing watched his back, feeling an inexplicable sensation about this person. Who exactly was he? As for Ling, he silently murmured, next it's time to witness a miracle. He pushed open a door and walked in, only to find it empty. Something's not right. Ling crouched low like a nimble gecko, weaving through the intricate architecture of the Uchiha clan's residence. The mysterious place revealed by Hualing filled him with excitement, a thrill akin to discovering a hidden dungeon in a role-playing game. I must find it quickly, or if I get caught by that Uchiha Jien, I'm done for, Ling muttered to himself, carefully observing his surroundings in search of a place that matched the legend's description. However, this Uchiha clan's residence was like a maze with similar buildings and courtyards everywhere, giving him the illusion of playing Spot the Difference. This is ridiculous. Ling couldn't help but complain. Meanwhile, Uchiha Jien was relentless in his pursuit. His face darkened and his Sharingan spun rapidly, sensing the chakra fluctuations around him. Damn intruder, I will drag you out. Fire-style fireball jutsu. Uchiha Jien suddenly stopped before a courtyard, hand signs forming a massive fireball shot out, shattering the rockery within the courtyard. This was not just an attack, it was intimidation. He wanted to leave Ling with nowhere to hide. The explosive sound sent a jolt of fear through Ling's heart. Oh no, this old man is serious. He felt as if Uchiha Jien had activated an auto-targeting enemy hack, continuously narrowing his area of movement. Ling had no choice but to abandon the clues before him and seek another hiding spot. Hiding behind a large tree, Ling held his breath, sensing Uchiha Jien's presence drawing closer, reminiscent of the eerie background music from The Ring. This is it, I'm done for. Ling thought to himself. He cautiously peeked out, observing his surroundings. Suddenly a voice called out from behind him, What are you doing here? Ling. It was her. Ling nearly shouted out loud. How brave is this girl to talk to him in a situation like this? Doesn't she fear being discovered by Uchiha Jien? Ling's heart was filled with questions. I. Ling stuttered, her gaze flickering, cheeks flushed like a child who had done something wrong. She was holding a watering can, seemingly having come to water the flowers. What are you doing? Uchiha Jien's voice thundered from behind Ling like a death sentence from hell. Ling's heart sank. This is it for me. Just at that critical moment, Ling suddenly screamed, Ah! There's a snake. A really big snake. The watering can in her hand accidentally slipped, splashing water all over Uchiha Jien. What? Uchiha Jien exclaimed, startled, instinctively dodging his Sharingan, scanning everywhere but finding no trace of any snake. What are you playing at? He bellowed. There really is a snake. Right over there. Ling pointed in a completely opposite direction, her tone firm, acting so well that one might think she had won an Oscar. Uchiha Jien was half convinced but still looked in the direction Ling was pointing. In that moment of distraction, Ling seized the opportunity, slipping out from behind the tree like an eel, disappearing into the maze of buildings. The 36 strategies fleeing is the best strategy. Ling thought to himself. Following the information Ling had previously revealed, he found a hidden corner with an inconspicuous stone slab. Ling took a deep breath and pressed down on several patterns on the stone slab in a specific order. With a soft click, the slab slowly moved aside, revealing an entrance leading underground. Awesome. This is going smoothly. Ling smiled slightly, jumping in without hesitation. The entrance closed immediately, returning to its original position as if nothing had happened. In the darkness, Ling took out a fire starter and lit an oil lamp. The dim light illuminated the surroundings, revealing a small secret chamber filled with an ancient and mysterious atmosphere. Yi Ling's gaze fell upon a stone platform in the center of the chamber on which rested an ancient wooden box. This can't be. He slowly approached it. Holding the oil lamp, Yi Ling squinted, surveying the secret chamber. Wow, this atmosphere is totally reminiscent of a Tomb Raider's adventure. The wooden box on the stone platform radiated an ancient aura, as if silently revealing some secret. However, the area around the wooden box was covered with complex seals like a spider's web, densely packed and sending shivers down his spine. This thing can't be a trap set by some old schemer, can it? Yi Ling mused to himself. He cautiously approached the stone platform, carefully observing those seals. Tisk, this fancy stuff is harder to understand than the math problems I faced during my college entrance exam. Yi Ling complained, but did not stop his actions. Using the remnants of cryptographic knowledge from modern times, he began attempting to decipher these seals. If I can solve this, won't I be flying high? Yi Ling thought while fantasizing about the various rewards. Sharingan evolution. Infinite chakra. Or turning directly into a sage of 6 paths. With a soft click, the first seal was unlocked. Yi Ling's heart leaped with joy. This looks promising. He continued to unlock the remaining seals like playing a puzzle game full of challenge and excitement. As each seal was unlocked, ancient texts and patterns gradually revealed themselves. Wow, this can't be a manual on the origins and special abilities of the Sharingan, right? Yi Ling's eyes widened, feeling as if he had unearthed a treasure. He hurriedly committed this information to memory, fearing he might miss any detail. However, just as he was immersed in the joy of deciphering the seals, the walls of the chamber suddenly began to shake. Oh no! This commotion, could it have triggered some alarm? Yi Ling was taken aback, a chill running from his feet to the top of his head. He looked up at the entrance of the chamber, which had been sealed off by a thick stone slab, leaving him with no escape. The 36 strategies fleeing is the best strategy, but now it seems there's no way to escape. Yi Ling forced a bitter smile, cursing himself for getting carried away. Looks like he'll have to think of another way. Yi Ling's gaze fell upon the wooden box, a glint of determination flashing in his eyes. I'll take the risk. He suddenly reached out, grabbing the wooden box. Yi Ling grabbed the wooden box, feeling a slight chill as an ancient aura rushed toward him. There was no time to study it closely, the outside world was likely in chaos. He glanced around the secret chamber. Apart from the entrance, there was no other exit. It seemed he had no choice but to break through. With a loud bang, Yi Ling forcefully smashed through the stone slab, sealing the entrance, debris flying and dust swirling. He darted out in a flash, moving as fast as lightning. Damn it, there really are people blocking the way. At the exit, Uchiha Jien stood ready with a team of ninjas, their eyes sharp and exuding killing intent. Anyone unaware would think they were filming an action movie. So you came uninvited, huh? Don't you understand the rules? Yi Ling mocked, but his hands were busy forming seals at a speed almost imperceptible to the naked eye. Fire release, great fireball technique. A massive fireball roared out, forcing the blocking ninjas to retreat. Trying to escape? Not a chance. Uchiha Jien let out a cold grunt, his kunai glinting with a cold light pointing directly at Yi Ling. You think you can stop me with these small fry? Laughable. Yi Ling chuckled coldly, weaving through the crowd like a ghost, each strike clean and lethal. Lang and Mizuno are here too. Someone shouted, causing Yi Ling's heart to tighten if the situation was getting more precarious. Lang, an elite of the Umbu with tracking skills akin to GPS, and Mizuno, a ruthless figure from the hidden mist village known for his viciousness. These two were not to be trifled with. This is getting interesting. 3 against 1, are you trying to bully me? Yi Ling said, though his mind raced to devise an escape plan. Yi Ling, you can't escape. Mizuno snarled, wielding a sharp kunai, his eyes filled with bloodthirsty desire. Today you'll witness the might of the hidden mist village. Want to catch me? You'd better ask my fist if it agrees. Yi Ling dodged Mizuno's attack with a sidestep and retaliated with a powerful punch to his abdomen. Is that all? Just a tickle. Damn it. Mizuno clutched his stomach, his face turning ashen. He never expected Yi Ling's strength to be so formidable. All together now, don't let him escape. The three joined forces, their techniques fierce and their coordination seamless, causing Yi Ling to feel increasingly pressured. The surrounding Uchiha ninjas grew in number, forming a tight encirclement that trapped him, making escape impossible. Now I'm really like a turtle in a jar. Yi Ling wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, a hint of madness flashing in his eyes. Since I can't escape then. He suddenly paused, a strange smile creeping onto his lips. Let's play with you. He took a deep breath, quickly forming hand seals. Yi Ling's hands moved rapidly, chanting incantations as a peculiar chakra fluctuation emanated from him. Secret technique, mist shadow clone technique. Bang. 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 Thick white smoke erupted from thin air, rapidly spreading and shrouding the entire area in a hazy gloom. Within the smoke dozens of Yi Ling's figures could be faintly seen indistinguishable from one another, creating a dazzling spectacle. Damn it, which one is real? Mizuno's eyes widened in shock. Ing Lang's expression grew serious as he sniffed the air, but all he could detect was the same scent, making it impossible to tell them apart. A mere trick. Uchiha Jien scoffed, but internally he remained vigilant. If this kid was indeed a bit peculiar. Mizuno, impatient, rushed into the smoke first. Kid, stop playing tricks and come out. He swung his kunai wildly but only struck at empty air. Looking for me? A cold voice came from behind Mizuno, startling him. Before he could react, a powerful force struck his back. Pfft. Mizuno coughed up blood, flying away like a kite with its string cut. Is that all? And you dare to boast? Yi Ling slowly walked out of the smoke, a look of disdain curling at the corners of his mouth. The surrounding ninjas gasped in shock. This kid's strength far exceeded their expectations. Mizuno struggled to get up, his eyes filled with rage and unwillingness. I won't let you go. He charged at Yi Ling once more, this time using all his strength, his moves more vicious and ruthless. However, Yi Ling seemed to predict his movements, easily dodging his attack and slapping his palm against Mizuno's chest. Bang! Mizuno was sent flying again, crashing heavily to the ground, unable to get up for a long time. Tsk tisk tisk, truly pathetic. Yi Ling shook his head, looking disappointed. Uchiha Jien's expression darkened ominously at this scene. This kid. He clenched his fists, a glint of cold light flashing in his eyes. I must change my strategy. This kid has some tricks up his sleeve. Uchiha Jien narrowed his eyes, thinking, a direct confrontation won't work, I need to outsmart him. He was about to give the order to redeploy when he realized Yi Ling's figure had already vanished into the mist. Where is he? Uchiha Jien was taken aback and quickly looked around. Damn it, he got away. Yi Ling certainly wouldn't be foolish enough to stand there waiting for them to devise a plan. This mist shadow clone technique, while impressive, had a limited duration and consumed a lot of chakra. Taking advantage of the smoke, he observed the surrounding terrain and wind direction. Let's take advantage of this wind. Yi Ling smirked, recalling knowledge from his high school geography class. He dashed away with swift feet, choosing the direction of the favorable wind, moving even faster than Bolt. Chase! Don't let him get away. Uchiha Jien shouted in frustration, but the strong wind quickly dispersed the smoke, making it impossible for them to find Yi Ling's trace. Phew! Finally escaped. Yi Ling leaned against a large tree, panting heavily, tightly clutching the wooden box. Not a bad haul, and not only did I get a clue, but I also gave that kid from the Hidden Mist village a beating. Feels great. He opened the wooden box, revealing a tattered parchment that recorded some information about the Sharingan. Looks like I'm one step closer to my invincible path. Yi Ling carefully stored the parchment, excitement flickering in his eyes. He knew that acquiring the Sharingan was just the first step, if the road ahead was still long, filled with challenges and dangers. He raised his head, gazing into the distance with a deep and resolute look. Next, where should I go? Yi Ling murmured to himself, suddenly recalling something. He slapped his forehead. Oh no, I forgot to ask Yi Ling. Yi Ling clutched the tattered parchment, his heart racing like a rabbit, pounding fiercely. Although it provided some hints, finding the exact location of the Sharingan was still like searching for a needle in a haystack. After much contemplation, he gritted his teeth. He had to make another trip to the Uchiha clan's territory. This time it wouldn't be as easy as before. Last time was such a ruckus. If the Uchiha clan must have increased their defenses. It might be impossible to even let a fly in now. But who is Yi Ling? He is determined to become an invincible man. Such a minor obstacle is trivial to him. He changed into a stealth outfit and once again slipped into the Uchiha territory with the grace of a swallow. To his surprise, the defenses were indeed much stricter. If the patrolling ninjas were more than double compared to last time, each one looking energized, their eyes wide like copper bells. Yi Ling secretly mocked, this is the rhythm of everyone come find the trouble. Relying on his modern knowledge and extraordinary luck, he weaved through the shadows like an eel, avoiding several waves of patrols. Just as he was feeling pleased with himself, suddenly a voice exploded in his ear. Yi Ling. You actually came again. It was Uchiha Jien. This kid just won't go away. Yi Ling cursed inwardly and turned to run. With a command from Uchiha Jien, the surrounding ninjas instantly surrounded him, each one exuding a murderous aura as if they wanted to swallow him alive. Goodness, this is a trap. Yi Ling found himself surrounded but remained calm, instead bursting into laughter. Do you really think you can trap me like this? Too naive. He suddenly pulled out a smoke bomb from his pocket. With a loud bang, thick smoke billowed, obscuring everyone's vision. Cough, cough, cough. A series of coughing sounds erupted around him, and Yi Ling seized the opportunity. Hey Jian Gu, do you smell something? What's that smell of roasted meat? An Uchiha ninja asked while covering his nose. Roasted meat? Uchiha Jien was taken aback for a moment, then his expression changed drastically. Not good. I fell for it. As the thick smoke dissipated, where was Yi Ling's shadow? Only a smoking roasted chicken was left on the ground. Damn it! He got away again. Uchiha Jien was so furious he was stomping his feet. Meanwhile, Yi Ling had already infiltrated the core area of the Uchiha clan. Looking at the heavily guarded shrine before him, he smirked slightly. Sharingan, here I come. He took a deep breath and was about to push the door open when suddenly a hand landed on his shoulder. Yi Ling felt the pressure on his shoulder and his heart skipped a beat. Could it be the legendary shadow-level powerhouse? This is too unlucky. He slowly turned around only to see a familiar face. It was none other than Uchiha Jien, the one he had previously teased with roasted chicken. Ha-Jien, go, long time no see. Yi Ling greeted with a grin as if the escape and infiltration just moments ago never happened. The surrounding Uchiha ninjas were bewildered. Is this kid here to make jokes? According to common sense, Yi Ling should be immediately looking for a way to slip away. But instead he went against the grain and walked straight towards Uchiha Jien, a move that left everyone stunned. Jien Gu, I want to talk to you alone. Yi Ling said earnestly with not a trace of joking in his eyes. Uchiha Jien was taken aback. What trick is this kid trying to pull? He hesitated for a moment, waved his hand signaling the surrounding ninjas to step back. At that moment of distraction, Yi Ling's expression changed and he began to mutter incantations as if reciting some ancient spell. Suddenly the surrounding ninjas felt dizzy. Everything before their eyes became blurry. What's going on? I feel so sleepy. Several ninjas swayed and fell to the ground. Hypnosis. What kind of evil technique is this? Uchiha Jien was horrified, but it was too late. Yi Ling shot forward like an arrow, rushing towards a corner of the shrine. There a hidden pathway appeared out of nowhere. Jien Gu, let's chat again next time. Yi Ling's voice echoed as he disappeared, leaving Uchiha Jien in a state of disarray. He watched the direction Yi Ling vanished in, gritting his teeth and spitting out two words. Chase. Yi Ling's figure darted like a ghost through the Uchiha clan's territory, with Uchiha Jien's furious shouts growing closer. You little rascal, don't run. Jien Gu was genuinely furious this time, unleashing fire release great fireball technique as if it were free, hurling it towards Yi Ling's escape route. As Yi Ling deftly dodged, he couldn't help but complain in his heart, goodness, this is going to roast me like a suckling pig. Fortunately my skills are agile, otherwise I'd be done for today. This clan territory was full of twists and turns resembling a maze, and Yi Ling was starting to doubt his life. Suddenly his eyes brightened, spotting an ancient stone tablet ahead covered in peculiar symbols. His intuition told him there must be something fishy about this. A smirk crept across his lips as he came up with a plan. Jien Gu, stop chasing and come take a look at this. Yi Ling deliberately slowed his pace, calling out to Uchiha Jien behind him. Uchiha Jien, panting heavily, caught up and paused at the sight of the stone tablets. What is this? He cautiously approached, scrutinizing the symbols on the tablet, feeling that something was amiss. At that moment Yi Ling silently chanted an incantation, activating the illusionary trap on the tablet. Suddenly the symbols on the stone tablet glowed brightly, radiating dazzling light. Uchiha Jien felt dizzy and the surrounding scenery instantly changed. He found himself engulfed in a sea of flames, the roaring fire seemingly ready to devour him. Humph, a mere trick. Yi Ling sneered, taking advantage of Uchiha Jien being trapped in the illusion to delve deeper into the clan territory. He felt he was getting closer to the secret of the Sharingan, his heartbeat quickening. However, he knew he could not let his guard down. Uchiha Jien was not to be trifled with, he would soon break free from the illusion. Yi Ling had to quicken his pace while remaining cautious of other potential dangers. He cautiously pushed open an ancient wooden door, a wave of decayed air hitting him. The room was dimly lit, revealing some ancient scrolls and books. As Yi Ling glanced around, suddenly his gaze locked onto a hidden compartment in the corner of the wall. Found it. Yi Ling's heart soared with joy as he hurried towards the hidden compartment. Yi Ling pulled out a yellowed scroll from a hidden compartment, a smug smile curling at the corners of his mouth. With iron shoes worn out in search, I find the treasure effortlessly. Uchiha clan, I shall graciously accept your secrets. He tucked the scroll into his robes and turned to leave, entirely oblivious to the cold eyes watching him from behind. Planning to leave? Not so easy. Uchiha Ken broke free from the illusion, roaring as shurikens rained down upon Yi Ling. Yi Ling sneered, a mere trick and you dare to show off. He flickered away, effortlessly dodging the shuriken, and vanished into the depths of the corridor. Uchiha Ken pursued relentlessly, yet Yi Ling's speed was simply too fast. He could only watch helplessly as Yi Ling's figure disappeared into the night. Yi Ling exited the Uchiha clan grounds feeling elated. This haul was even more bountiful than he had anticipated. With this scroll he was one step closer to unraveling the secrets of the Sharingan. Lord Orochimaru, I will not let you down this time. However, before Yi Ling could revel in his triumph, he felt a chilling killing intent locking onto him. He spun around, spotting a black-clad ninja standing on a nearby rooftop, eyes sharp as a hawk. An umbu. It seems my actions have been detected by Konoha. Yi Ling's heart sank. He knew he had to leave this place quickly. The black-clad ninja was none other than an elite from the Konoha Umbu, Shadow Wolf. He had received orders to track down the intruder in the Uchiha clan territory. Shadow Wolf, skilled in tracking, followed Yi Ling like a ghost, silently tailing him. No matter how Yi Ling altered his route, he could not shake off the pursuit. Yi Ling felt as if a venomous snake was watching him, a chill running down his spine. He knew that if he could not shake off Shadow Wolf soon, the consequences would be dire. Damn it, this dogged pest won't let go. He quickened his pace, sprinting across the rooftops, trying to use the terrain to shake off Shadow Wolf. However, Shadow Wolf was like a leech, relentlessly pursuing him. Kid, you can't escape. Shadow Wolf's voice was cold and merciless, like a pronouncement from death. Yi Ling gritted his teeth. He knew he must remain calm and think of a way out. It seems I can only. A glint of determination flashed in his eyes as he suddenly turned and ran in a different direction. Where do you think you're running? Shadow Wolf sneered, closely following. Yi Ling dashed into a dim alley and suddenly halted. He leaned against the wall and spoke softly, "Come out, I know you're here." From the shadows of the alley a figure gradually emerged. It was none other than the maid he had encountered earlier at the entrance of the Uchiha clan, Hua Ling. Lord Yi Ling. How did you? Hua Ling's voice trembled, clearly still shaken from the earlier fright. Sure. Yi Ling made a gesture for silence. Do me a favor and there will be ample rewards afterward. He quickly shoved a note into Hua Ling's hand. Deliver this to Lord Orochimaru. After a moment's hesitation, Hua Ling finally nodded. Yi Ling smiled faintly and turned to disappear into the depths of the alley. Trying to use a tiger to leave the mountain. Childish. Shadow Wolf leaped down from the rooftop, ignoring Hua Ling and continuing his pursuit of Yi Ling. He was filled with confidence, believing that Yi Ling's little trick would never escape his grasp. Yi Ling arrived at the ninja forest, a cold smile playing at his lips. The forest is my domain. He deftly utilized the survival skills he had learned in modern times to navigate swiftly through the forest while setting up a series of simple yet effective traps behind him. Shadow Wolf pursued diligently, easily spotting several of the minor traps Yi Ling laid down, disdainfully thinking, with this level of skill you think you can escape my grasp. Yet he was too early in his triumph. Boom. A loud explosion erupted as Shadow Wolf triggered a trap disguised as a pile of leaves, sending him flying. Though he was not severely injured, his speed had noticeably decreased. Damn. Shadow Wolf cursed under his breath, realizing he had underestimated his opponent. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Yi Ling widened the distance and began employing counter-tracking techniques from his modern knowledge to disrupt Shadow Wolf's ninjutsu. Shadow Wolf unleashed a more advanced tracking ninjutsu, attempting to lock onto Yi Ling's position once more, but Yi Ling consistently anticipated his moves and skillfully evaded. The two engaged in an intense chase through the dense forest, momentarily reaching a stalemate. Just then Yi Ling suddenly stopped, raising his gaze ahead with a glint of brilliance in his eyes. Found it. He murmured, then flickered away, disappearing into a thicket of dense shrubs. Thinking you can hide? No way. Shadow Wolf followed closely, plunging into the thicket. However, it was empty, with only a few startled birds flapping their wings and flying into the sky. Shadow Wolf felt a surge of unease, a bad premonition swelling within him. Not good. He spun around only to find Yi Ling had somehow appeared behind him, holding a kunai pressed against his neck. You. Yi Ling's lips curled into a wicked smile. Surprise. Did you not expect this? Shadow Wolf's face turned ashen, but he was powerless to resist. Yi Ling merely gave him a light shove, knocking him unconscious. With that level of skill you dare to learn tracking? Go back and practice for a few hundred years. He disdainfully dusted off his hands and turned to vanish into the depths of the forest. Deep within the ninja forest lay a concealed cave, its entrance shrouded by dense vines and shrubs. It would be hard to notice without careful inspection. Yi Ling slipped into the cave, skillfully camouflaging the entrance with the survival techniques he had learned. Shadow Wolf arrived but found nothing, leaving in a fit of frustration. Having shaken off his annoying tail, Yi Ling felt lighthearted, humming a tune as he strolled through the forest. Suddenly a familiar figure appeared before him. It was Hua Ling. Lord Yi Ling. I'm so glad you're okay. Hua Ling exclaimed with delight, holding a package in her hands. How did you find me? Yi Ling was somewhat curious. Hua Ling pointed to the markings on the ground. I followed the signals you left behind. This is what Lord Orochimaru asked me to deliver to you. Yi Ling took the package, opening it to find some medicines and food along with a note that read, proceed with caution and await good news. Lord Orochimaru truly has a keen sense of foresight. Yi Ling mused internally, putting the items away. By the way, Lord Yi Ling, I heard an ancient legend about the Sharingan. Hua Ling said mysteriously. She recounted a legend regarding the hidden location of the Sharingan, which seemed connected to a forbidden area of the Uchiha clan. Lord Yi Ling, this place is extremely dangerous, you must be cautious. Hua Ling urged worriedly. Yi Ling's eyes sparkled with determination, sensing he was one step closer to his goal. Danger. How that word doesn't exist in my dictionary. He confidently declared while beginning to plan his next moves. He understood that this place would undoubtedly be fraught with challenges and other factions might have caught wind of this clue. He had to act swiftly while preparing for various dangers. He looked at Hua Ling, a meaningful smile curling his lips. Thanks little girl, you've helped me immensely this time. I'll treat you to barbecue next time. As night fell, a sense of danger pervaded the forest. Yi Ling stood beneath a tall tree gazing into the distance with resolute eyes. Wait for me, Sharingan. He took a deep breath, his figure flickering away, disappearing into the darkness. The night was thick and ink-black, shadows of trees swayed like lurking beasts. Yi Ling leapt several times with effortless grace, darting swiftly through the forest like a swallow. Hua Ling's clue led to a remote gorge, once a trial ground of the Uchiha clan. The Sharingan was within reach. Yi Ling suppressed a surge of quiet triumph. This mission was as good as secured. Suddenly several dark figures dropped from the treetops, blocking his path. Who goes there? Yi Ling narrowed his eyes, every instinct screaming alarm. Mist Village business, unauthorized personnel withdraw immediately. The leader stood short and stocky, his face slashed by a grotesque scar. Mizu no Yano, a chunin of the Mist Village. Behind him several Mist ninja assumed battle stances, kunai gleaming coldly in the dim light. The Mist Village. Yi Ling sneered. So you too covet the Sharingan? Humph, no more talk. Reveal everything you know, or perhaps we'll grant you the mercy of an intact corpse. Yano's gaze blazed with unmasked malice. He had no intention of negotiation. The surrounding Mist ninja roared taunts, confident they already held victory in their grasp. Yi Ling swept his gaze across them, inwardly musing, well now, this is quite the gathering. Rather thrilling. Yet not a trace of fear crossed his face. Instead, a faint knowing smile curled at his lips. Dare to seize what's mine? Do you even know your own worth? You insects aren't even enough to fill my teeth. Enraged by Yi Ling's arrogance, Yano snarled, die. With a roar he lunged forward, kunai aimed straight at Yi Ling's throat. Brothers, seize him. The Mist ninja surged forward, encircling Yi Ling in an instant. The air grew taut, charged with imminent violence. Yi Ling stood with hands tucked lazily into his pockets, utterly unruffled. Tisk tsk, chickens daring to wield swords before a master. Today you shall witness true power. A faint chilling smile lifted the corners of his mouth, a glint of frost flickered in his eyes. Let me see just how much strength you truly possess. With a thunderous bellow, Yano blurred into motion, kunai streaking toward Yi Ling's throat. Pathetic parlor tricks. Yi Ling scoffed, sidestepping with impossible speed, as if time itself had accelerated. Yano struck empty air, heart pounding. This boy's speed is no ordinary feat. The other Mist ninja rushed in unison, kunai raining down like hail. Is that all? Yi Ling curled his lip in disdain, and swiftly formed hand seals chakra surged around him like a rising tide. Wind release, gale slash. A razor-sharp wind blade shrieked forth, shattering every incoming kunai, and flinging several nearby ninja off their feet. That's it. That's it. That's it. Anyone else? His mocking voice echoed across the gorge, dripping with contempt. Yano's face flushed livid. This boy was far more dangerous than intelligence reports claimed. He barked orders, reorganizing his squad for a coordinated assault. Brothers, now. Water release, water dragon bullet technique. Roaring torrents of water surged toward Yi Ling, colossal and devouring, yet he remained perfectly still, a sardonic smile playing on his lips. At last, something worthy of the name. I'd begun to think you only played at war. His hands flew through seals, a tremendous chakra pulse erupted from his core. Fire release, great fire annihilation. A torrent of blazing fire erupted, colliding head-on with the water dragons in a deafening cataclysm. Water and fire clashed, steam exploded skyward, blanketing the gorge in blinding mist. The Mist ninja froze in dread. He commands a fire technique of such magnitude. When the mist cleared, Yi Ling stood unscathed, his robes untouched, not even singed. Around him Mist ninja lay scattered and broken, utterly incapacitated. Yano's eyes widened in disbelief. How? Impossible. Yi Ling brushed dust from his sleeves, calm and unruffled. You dare try to steal from me, with this level of skill? Go home, sleep well. A glint of ice flashed in his eyes as he slowly raised his right hand, palm aglow with searing brilliance. Now, let me show you, true art. A faint enigmatic smile curved his lips. The real spectacle begins now. The real spectacle begins now. The moment the words left his lips, Yi Ling vanished, like smoke dissolving into shadow. Yano's pupils contracted sharply. Watch out. He's fast. But the warning came too late. Yi Ling materialized behind a mist ninja, blade flashed, life ended. Clean. Silent. Absolute. One-shot kill, flawless. Yi Ling gave himself a mental nod. This speed makes cheating seem sluggish. The mist ninja broke into panic. This wasn't combat. It was slaughter. Scatter, break formation. Yano screamed hoarsely. But Yi Ling moved faster than thought. Escape was illusion. Running. Did you ask my permission? He laughed coldly, flickering once more, each reappearance marked by another falling body. Too weak. Far too weak. Not a shred of challenge. As he effortlessly reaped lives, he shook his head in mock disappointment, simpler than a child's game. Yano watched comrades collapse one by one, despair and terror freezing his blood. He knew with absolute certainty today he would die. Gritting his teeth, he chose one final gamble. Water release, great waterfall technique. But before the jutsu could manifest, Yi Ling's boot connected, launching him backward like a stone. That. You call that a waterfall? More like a trickle from a cracked teacup. Yi Ling mocked, stepping before the fallen Yano, towering implacable. Speak. Why are you here? Yano clutched his chest, coughing up blood. Cough. We came for the Sharingan. Yi Ling's eyes lit with sudden interest. The Sharingan. Your intelligence is sharper than I expected. He retrieved a scroll from Yano's person, scanned its contents, and a dark knowing smile spread across his face. I see. Now I understand. With a single brutal stomp he crushed Yano's throat, then turned and walked away, leaving only these words hanging in the silence: the game is over. Yi Ling examined the intelligence scroll, confirming the precise location and method of acquiring the Sharingan. His heart stirred with quiet satisfaction. Yi Ling concealed the intelligence, his figure flickered and vanished into the night. He knew that the Umbu of Konoha were not to be taken lightly, especially that guy called Shadow Wolf, whose tracking techniques were unparalleled. This operation had attracted quite a bit of attention, and it was likely they were already being monitored. He needed to make a quick escape. Among the 36 stratagems, fleeing is the best strategy. Sure enough, not long after, Yi Ling sensed a cold aura closely following him. They came quite quickly. Truly worthy of being Umbu elites, their sense of smell is sharper than a dog's. Come out, Shadow Wolf, stop lurking in the shadows. Following me like this is quite bothersome. Yi Ling halted his steps, turning his back to the forest behind him. The sound of rustling emerged from the woods, and a ninja dressed in black and wearing an animal mask slowly walked out. It was Shadow Wolf. You indeed discovered me. Shadow Wolf's voice was deep and hoarse like a ghost from hell. No kidding, do you take me for a fool? Yi Ling rolled his eyes. The killing intent around you is almost palpable. If I still couldn't notice it, I might as well find a block of tofu to crash into and die. Shadow Wolf ignored Yi Ling's taunts and coldly said, hand over the information on the Sharingan and I might consider granting you a swift end. A swift end? Just based on you? Yi Ling scoffed. You really overestimate yourself. To snatch something from me, you're still too inexperienced. Before he finished speaking, Yi Ling's figure shot up like an arrow released from a bow, aiming straight for Shadow Wolf. Shadow Wolf reacted swiftly, instantly drawing a kunai to block Yi Ling's attack. The two exchanged blows fiercely, engaging in dozens of clashes in an instant. With his agile movements and immense strength, Yi Ling fought fiercely with Shadow Wolf, neither side yielding. The trees around were shattered by the shockwaves of their battle, leaves swirling like a rain of fallen leaves. This is quite interesting. No wonder you are an elite of the Umbu. While battling, Yi Ling observed Shadow Wolf's technique, secretly calculating an escape plan. This relentless tracking technique is truly annoying. Shadow Wolf's attacks were fierce and deadly, each strike aimed to kill. However, he noticed that Yi Ling's speed was increasing and his strength was growing, leaving him somewhat astonished. Who exactly is this guy? It seems I need to show some real skills. Shadow Wolf exclaimed, forming hand seals with both hands. Shadow Clone Technique. In an instant 5 Shadow Wolves appeared around Yi Ling, surrounding him completely. Seeing this, Yi Ling's lips curled up slightly, revealing a strange smile. Is this it? He slowly raised his right hand, gathering a dazzling blue light in his palm. Next, the real show begins. Instead of fleeing in panic like other ninjas, Yi Ling deliberately darted into a deep valley. The cliffs on both sides of the valley rose steeply, making it easy to defend but hard to attack, effectively becoming a dead end. Shadow Wolf pursued closely, a cold smile creeping at the corners of his mouth beneath the mask. This kid is cornering himself. He actually sought his own demise. The ninjas he had tracked before all scurried around like rabbits. This Yi Ling is quite interesting. But this is where it ends. Shadow Wolf quickened his pace, leaping several times to reach the entrance of the valley. He cautiously scanned the surroundings, finding nothing unusual. It seems this kid is truly out of options. What a novice. Shadow Wolf felt secretly pleased letting his guard down as he slowly walked into the valley. At that moment a sudden change occurred. With a loud rumble countless boulders suddenly rolled down the cliffs on both sides completely blocking the entrance of the valley. Immediately afterward the ground began to shake and numerous sharp spikes emerged from the ground charging straight at Shadow Wolf. What the hell is going on? Caught off guard Shadow Wolf quickly dodged but was still grazed by several spikes on his arm. This kid actually set a trap here. Shadow Wolf, both shocked and furious, finally realized he had fallen for Ling's scheme. Other hidden members watching from the shadows also revealed expressions of shock. This kid has some skills. While dodging falling rocks and spikes Shadow Wolf cursed Ling. Damn kid, how dare you play tricks on me. He never expected Ling would turn the tables on him. As Shadow Wolf was busy dealing with the traps Ling's figure quietly disappeared deep within the valley. Shadow Wolf looked around but couldn't find any trace of Ling. Where is he? Shadow Wolf roared, damn it. He got away again. Suddenly he seemed to realize something and abruptly looked up at the top of the valley where a strange blue light flickered and vanished. What was that? Ling, taking advantage of Shadow Wolf's chaos from the falling rocks and spikes, grinned and activated his self-created optical camouflage technique. This is not an ordinary illusion but rather his ultimate ninjutsu that combines modern optical principles using chakra to distort light for invisibility. Shadow Wolf jumped around in the trap like an ant on a hot pot, yet he couldn't find any trace of Ling. Where is he? What the hell? He stomped his feet in anger, his face likely turning green beneath the mask. This kid is simply like a loach, slippery and hard to grasp. Ling looked at Shadow Wolf struggling in the trap, feeling secretly pleased. You think you can play with me? You're still too inexperienced. Among the 36 stratagems, fleeing is the best strategy. Goodbye to you. Having shaken off Shadow Wolf, Ling did not let his guard down. He knew that the Uchiha clan was not to be trifled with. If this operation had surely startled the snake. To obtain the Sharingan, the difficulty level has increased several notches. This is practically as hard as climbing to the heavens. However, who is Ling? He is a traverser endowed with modern knowledge. How could he easily give up? After thinking it through, he decided to seek a breakthrough from Hanari. But this girl is probably under tight surveillance by the Uchiha clan now. If this step carries a maximum level of danger. The night grew darker and Ling's figure darted like a ghost through the streets of Konoha, cautiously approaching the place where Hanari was located. I hope this time nothing goes wrong. He murmured quietly before stopping his steps. Ling held his breath, moving along the wall like a gecko. The air around him seemed to freeze, every rustle sending his nerves on edge. Goodness, the Uchiha clan is as impenetrable as a steel fortress. Their level of vigilance is even stricter than the college entrance examination. He wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, silently complaining, fortunately I've got quick reflexes, otherwise I would have met my end here tonight. Ling curled up in a storage room, pressing her hands tightly against her mouth, fearing even the slightest sound. Her heart felt like it was about to leap out, pounding like a drum. The atmosphere in the clan has grown increasingly tense. She is just a humble maid caught in the middle, trembling with fear. With his remarkable perception and precise judgment of the environment, Ling miraculously evaded all patrolling ninjas and arrived near the storage room where Ling was hiding. He gently knocked 3 times on the door, the signal they had agreed upon beforehand. A faint rustling came from inside and then a terrified eye appeared in the crack of the door. It was Ling. Seeing it was Ling, she cautiously opened the door and pulled him inside. You. Why are you here? It's too dangerous. Ling's voice trembled, her face pale. Don't worry, I have my ways, Ling reassured her with a comforting glance, then pulled out a small bottle. What is this? Ling asked, puzzled. Ling smiled mysteriously, a secret weapon. He shook the small bottle in his hand, revealing some white powder inside. This is a specially made disguise powder that I got from a wandering merchant. He winked mysteriously. In reality, this stuff was made by mixing plant ash with some chemical agents borrowed from Orochimaru's laboratory, completely natural and pollution-free, environmentally friendly. Just apply this and I guarantee you won't recognize me. As he spoke, he smeared the powder on his face and soon an ordinary ninja disguise that would blend into a crowd was born. Ling's eyes widened in disbelief. This is too amazing. Ling felt a thrill of satisfaction. Ancient people are so easily impressed. Now we can go out. Ling confidently pushed the door open, only to find a fierce-looking ninja clad in Uchiha clan attire standing outside. Uchiha Jien. What bad luck. Ling's mind raced with 1,000 thoughts. Who goes there? Uchiha Jien barked. At that critical moment, Ling quickly pulled Ling behind him, adopting a protective stance, and said in a low voice, I am here on orders to protect Miss Ling. He took a gamble, betting that Uchiha Jien was unaware of Ling's activities tonight. Uchiha Jien squinted, scrutinizing Ling up and down. This kid looks unfamiliar. The tension in the air reached its peak, as if it were permeated with gunpowder. Just then Hua Ling timidly spoke up. Jian. Master Jian, he really is here to protect me. She kept her head down, her voice as soft as a whisper, yet it rang clear in the stillness of the night. Uchiha Jian glanced suspiciously at the two but ultimately lowered his guard. Things have been unstable lately, keep Miss Hua Ling safe. With that he turned and left. They had narrowly escaped a disaster. Yi Ling let out a long breath. Fortunately his reactions were quick enough. He turned to Hua Ling. Now can you tell me? Hua Ling hesitated for a moment but ultimately nodded and slowly said, I know the secret of the Sharingan. She paused, her gaze flickering, but I need you to promise me one thing. Yi Ling pulled out a scroll from his pocket. The scroll faintly emanated a chakra fluctuation, clearly not an ordinary item. This was borrowed from those guys in the Mist Village. It's an rank ninjutsu water-style water dragon bullet technique. What do you think? Quite generous, right? He lifted the corners of his mouth slightly, wearing an expression that suggested he had made a significant investment. Hua Ling's eyes widened. This was indeed an rank ninjutsu. For a little maid like her it was a treasure she had always dreamed of. She swallowed hard, struggling internally for a moment, but ultimately couldn't resist the temptation, slowly saying, I heard that the secret of the Sharingan is hidden in the clan's forbidden area, in the underground chamber of the Nanshi Shrine. Correct. Yi Ling snapped his fingers, feeling ecstatic. The Nanshi Shrine. Just as he expected. He shoved the scroll into Hua Ling's hands. Great a pleasure doing business with you. Just then a powerful chakra aura rapidly approached. Not good, it's Uchiha Jian. This old man has a keen sense. Yi Ling's expression changed. This is bad, let's run. He grabbed Hua Ling and vanished into the night in a few swift movements. Stop. Uchiha Jian's voice exploded behind them, but Yi Ling was faster. In a few leaps he had already left the Uchiha clan's territory. Nanshi Shrine. Yi Ling gazed into the distance, murmuring softly, his eyes gleaming with intensity. It seems I need to find an opportunity to go and visit it. Yi Ling followed the clues provided by Hua Ling and found a concealed cave near the Nanha Shrine. The entrance was concealed by dense vines, making it easy to overlook if one did not observe carefully. This place was eerie, with an ancient and mysterious aura pervading the air, making him involuntarily recall scenes from the Tomb Raider series. Would a zombie suddenly jump out? He silently complained, yet his hands were busy as he took out a map from his pocket to confirm his location once more. Indeed, this is the spot. The chakra fluctuations around the cave were unusually chaotic, evidently filled with traps and seals laid by the Uchiha clan. Yi Ling cautiously explored his surroundings, each step taken as if walking on thin ice. This was no joke. The traps of the Uchiha clan were deadly. With a single misstep his life could end here. He took a deep breath, calmed his mind, and began to unravel those ancient seals, relying on his modern knowledge and a rudimentary understanding of the ninja world. Bagua seal, 5 elements seal, and what the heck, there are explosive tags too. Yi Ling couldn't help but grumble as he decoded, realizing how overly cautious the Uchiha clan was, turning this place into a bomb shelter. He carefully dismantled the explosive tags, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. This task was more thrilling than defusing a bomb. With a slight mistake he could be blown to smithereens. The chakra presence of Uchiha Jian grew closer, the pressure intensifying. Yi Ling felt like a mouse targeted by a venomous snake, ready to be devoured at any moment. That old bastard has a nose like a dog, catching up so quickly, he cursed under his breath, hastening his pace in cracking the seals. Finally the last seal was broken. Yi Ling let out a long breath, wiped the sweat from his forehead and revealed a triumphant smile. Done. Just as he was about to step into the cave, a chilling, killing intent surged from behind him. Who are you? Daring to trespass into Uchiha's forbidden ground? A cold voice rang in Yi Ling's ear. Uchiha Jian appeared behind him, clad in dark umbu gear, his Sharingan red as blood, exuding a menacing aura. Without a word he launched a fireball jutsu. What the hell, are you serious? Yi Ling leaped back just in time to dodge the roast pig set meal. This old man was ruthless. The Sharingan spun rapidly as Uchiha Jian quickly formed hand signs, unleashing a series of fire-release ninjutsu. While Yi Ling complained about how the old guy seemed to have an endless supply of chakra, he nimbly dodged his hands, continuously performing various ninjutsu. Wind release, great breakthrough. Earth release, earth flow wall. Water release, water chaos wave. In that moment sand flew and water ignited. It looked as if a special effects blockbuster was being filmed. The watching ninjas were left dumbfounded. Who is this kid? How can he hold his ground against Uchiha Jian? This ninjutsu is flashy and unfamiliar. Could he be some hidden powerhouse? Yi Ling fought while retreating, seemingly in a predicament but secretly observing. Uchiha Jian's attacks were indeed fierce, but before each large-scale ninjutsu he displayed a nearly imperceptible pause. Found it. A cold smile crept onto Yi Ling's lips. The opportunity had arrived. As Uchiha Jien prepared to unleash another fire-style Great Fire Destruction, Yi Ling seized the fleeting moment, swiftly forming hand signs, a powerful chakra surging within him. Lightning release, false darkness. A black lightning bolt struck like a venomous snake, instantly piercing through Uchiha Jien's defenses and striking fiercely at his chest. Uchiha Jien let out a muffled groan, staggered back a few steps, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth, and his crimson Sharingan showed signs of fading. The surrounding ninjas gasped in shock. If this kid actually injured Uchiha Jien. Yi Ling felt no sense of triumph, merely coldly gazing at Uchiha Jien, slowly saying, "Do you have any trump cards left?" Seizing the moment while Uchiha Jien was still in shock, Yi Ling swiftly dashed into the cave. "Want to stop me? Not a chance." He turned back and made a scissor gesture at Uchiha Jien, looking insufferably smug. Uchiha Jien's nose twisted in anger, his Sharingan spinning like a fan, but with a burning pain in his chest he could only watch helplessly as Yi Ling ran away. "Damn brat. Don't let me catch you," he gritted his teeth and roared, but could only lean against the wall, slowly getting up. His back felt like it was about to break. Deep within the cave on an ancient stone platform lay a pair of Sharingan emitting an eerie glow. "Finally here." Yi Ling's eyes lit up. With this item was his VIP ticket to reach the pinnacle of life in the Naruto world. He rubbed his hands together, eagerly reaching out. The surrounding air seemed to freeze and time slowed down at that moment. Uchiha Jien's roar echoed from outside the cave, yet it felt distant, as if muffled by a thick layer of cotton. Just as Yi Ling's fingertips were about to touch the Sharingan, an invisible force abruptly surged, violently throwing him back. "What the hell? What is going on?" Yi Ling sat on the ground, looking utterly confused. The Sharingan on the stone platform glowed brightly, an ancient and mysterious aura spreading, as if an ancient behemoth were awakening. Yi Ling was violently thrown back by an invisible force, feeling as if his internal organs were in turmoil, almost leading him to perform a dramatic fainting act on the spot. He clumsily got up, rubbing his backside, staring in bewilderment at the Sharingan on the stone platform. "This thing even has an automatic defense system. Are you kidding me? How can a duck that's ready to be eaten fly away?" Yi Ling stubbornly reached out again, and as expected he was bounced back once more, this time even harder, performing a backflip and landing perfectly, face first. Hiss. "That really hurts." He covered his face, feeling like his nose was about to break. This force is definitely not simple. He squinted carefully, observing the surroundings of the stone platform, but found no traps or mechanisms. This force seems to emanate from the Sharingan itself. Could it be the legendary ocular power? Yi Ling thought to himself, it's no wonder it's the top bloodline limit in the Naruto world. It truly is impressive. But this did not deter his determination to obtain the Sharingan. This is no joke. Having come this far, how could he return empty-handed? The Sharingan was within arm's reach, and he could not give up. The mysterious power surged once more, crashing toward Yi Ling like a tide. He felt as if a great mountain was pressing down on him, making it hard to breathe. This force seemed intent on crushing him to pieces. Yi Ling gritted his teeth, desperately resisting the overwhelming pressure. His body began to tremble, every inch of his skin enduring immense pain, and his movement slowed as if he were struggling in quicksand. "I refuse to believe this." Yi Ling roared, channeling all his chakra in an attempt to counter this mysterious force. "Isn't it just energy? I have studied physics." A glint of light flashed in his eyes, and he murmured, "The law of conservation of energy, the principle of energy transformation." Yi Ling suddenly slapped his forehead. How stupid. Instead of stubbornly resisting, why not transform it? He frantically circulated his chakra as if it were a high-speed motor, attempting to absorb and transform the oppressive force. Strangely enough, this mysterious power actually responded to this approach. Like electricity finding a grounding line, a portion of the power flowed along Yi Ling's chakra, getting absorbed and transformed. Although it was just a drop in the bucket, it gave Yi Ling a glimmer of hope. "Woohoo! Let's go," he shouted excitedly, feeling the pressure lessen and realizing he could move again. This scene left Uchiha Ken, who was observing from the shadows, dumbfounded. What's going on with this kid? He can actually absorb the power of the Sharingan. He rubbed his eyes in disbelief, questioning whether he was seeing things. This is a treasure of the Uchiha clan, how could it be absorbed by an outsider? Yi Ling regained his composure, a sly smile creeping onto his face. Since he could absorb it, it meant this power was not invincible. He concentrated carefully, sensing the flow of this power as if searching for a flaw in a program. Sure enough, he discovered that this power was not flawless. At a certain point its intensity noticeably diminished, like a balloon about to leak air just a needle away. "Found you." A glint of light flashed in Yi Ling's eyes as he quickly formed hand seals. Wind release, spiraling shuriken. A small but rapidly spinning wind shuriken appeared out of nowhere, emitting a sharp whistle as it headed straight for that weak point. With a loud bang, the air around the stone platform violently shook as if a bomb had exploded in a confined space. The mysterious power dissipated instantly like a soap bubble being popped. Yi Ling seized the opportunity to dash forward and grab the Sharingan on the stone platform. I did it, he exclaimed excitedly, feeling the warm touch of the Sharingan. You. Uchiha Ken stepped out from the shadows, his face pale with rage, grinding his teeth as he spat out a word. Uchiha Ken watched in disbelief as Ling broke the protective seal of the Sharingan, his anger flaring if this kid was simply courting death. You little thief. You won't get away with this. He shouted angrily, quickly forming hand seals, his aura suddenly turning fierce. Secret technique Uchiha Flame Barrier. The blazing flames instantly engulfed Ling as if they were going to consume him entirely. Yet Ling remained unperturbed, a smirk of mockery appeared on his face. Is that it? A barbecue party? I'm the ancestor of playing with fire. He clapped his hands together, water release, water wall. A wall of water rose from the ground, blocking all the flames outside. Are you kidding? Playing with fire? In front of a fire expert, this is like showing off your skills in front of an expert. The flames clashed with the water, making a hissing sound, steam filling the air and obscuring everyone's view. The hidden ninjas held their breath, anxiously watching this battle. They had never witnessed such a bizarre fighting style, if this outsider could actually contend with the elite of the Uchiha clan. As the thick mist dissipated, Ling stood unscathed while Uchiha Ken's breath was disordered from using the forbidden jutsu, his face pale. A great opportunity. Ling's eyes narrowed as he seized Uchiha Ken's flaw, his figure flickering, and he instantly appeared in front of him. Lightning released Chidori sharp spear. A sharp bolt of lightning shot from Ling's hand, striking Uchiha Ken in the chest. Uchiha Ken let out a muffled grunt, spitting out blood and staggering back several steps. He stared wide-eyed in disbelief, wondering how this kid could possess such terrifying speed and strength. Ling did not give him a chance to catch his breath and lunged forward again, snatching the kunai from his hand and pressing it against his throat. You lost, he said coldly, devoid of any emotion. Uchiha Ken's face turned pale, he knew he had been utterly defeated. He weakly lowered his head, his eyes filled with unwillingness. Ling put away the kunai and turned towards the stone platform, picking up the Sharingan. It felt warm to the touch and a strange power surged into his body, bringing him a sense of comfort. Finally got it, he whispered, a glimmer of excitement flashing in his eyes. The instant Ling turned, Uchiha Ken's hoarse voice rang out once more. You truly believe you can escape? The honor of the Uchiha must never be defiled. A cold, disdainful smile curled at the corner of Ling's lips. He ignored the warning entirely and strode directly toward the clan compound's exit. Hardly had he taken a few steps when alarms blared, shrill piercing sirens reverberating across the entire Uchiha district. Intruder detected. Intruder detected. Near the southern gate. A frantic voice crackled over the intercom. Bad, very bad. Ling cursed inwardly. The Uchiha's response time was even swifter than he'd anticipated. Almost simultaneously, figures surged in from all directions, converging upon him with lethal speed, encircling him completely. Clad in the distinctive Uchiha uniforms, their eyes sharp as blades and their auras thick with murderous intent, they loomed before him. Boy, surrender the Sharingan now and submit peacefully. Perhaps we'll grant you a whole corpse. The lead Uchiha Jonin barked the command with chilling authority. Ling swept his gaze across the encirclement, mind racing, calculating escape vectors. A frontal assault was unthinkable if these were elite Uchiha shinobi, their prowess undeniable. Humph. You think capturing me will be that easy? Ling sneered, fingers flashing through hand seals with practiced precision. Lightning release, earth flow. A surge of raw lightning erupted into the ground, surging outward along the earth's surface, electrifying every Uchiha shinobi within range, locking their limbs in paralyzing spasms. Seizing the opening, Ling burst through the ring and fled at blinding speed. After him, don't let him escape. Roared the Jonin, launching himself in pursuit without hesitation. Ling sprinted relentlessly, the hunter's footsteps pounding close behind. He needed sanctuary, fast. If he failed to vanish soon, capture would be inevitable. As he neared the district's outer edge, Ling abruptly halted. Ahead lay an open expanse, utterly barren, offering no cover whatsoever. To proceed would expose him fully beneath enemy eyes. What now? His brow furrowed in fierce concentration, thoughts churning at lightning speed, until suddenly inspiration struck, a brilliant, audacious idea. He withdrew a small compact mirror from his pocket and angled it toward the sun, catching its light with surgical precision. Heh. Now, prepare to witness a miracle. A wry, knowing smile played across Ling's lips as the tiny mirror spun effortlessly between his fingertips. Want to catch me? First survive this gauntlet. With swift precision he aimed the mirror at the sun, adjusting the angle just so, then unleashed a searing beam of reflected light straight into the pursuer's eyes. Ack, my eyes. What is that blinding light? In an instant the pursuing shinobi recoiled, hands clapped over their faces, voices contorted in pain and disorientation. Trivial trickery. Though momentarily dazzled, the lead Jonin, veteran and unflinching, immediately shut his eyes tight and pressed forward, relying on chakra sense alone to track Yi Ling's movement. Yi Ling had anticipated exactly that. This was never about subduing them, it was about buying seconds. In that fleeting window he flickered through space, vanishing like smoke among the labyrinthine architecture. Though the Uchiha compound bristled with vigilance, Yi Ling, armed with modern analytical insight, quickly identified blind spots in surveillance and discerned the rhythmic patterns of hidden traps. He even deployed simple misdirection techniques, crafting convincing illusions that deceived multiple patrolling shinobi. These fools. Pathetic. They're insulting my intellect. Yi Ling muttered inwardly as he arrived at a stretch of wall where defenses thinned noticeably. This is it. He drew a deep breath, gathered chakra into his limbs, and exploded forward with explosive force, launching himself like a taut bowstring released. Whoosh! A blur streaked upward. Yi Ling vaulted the wall in one fluid arc, soaring through the air before landing with perfect balance beyond the compound's boundary. Catch me. Try again, in your next life. He glanced back, watching flames flicker and chaos erupt within the compound, and scoffed, a faint contemptuous smile curling his lips. Just as he prepared to depart, a low resonant voice cut through the stillness behind him. You cannot run. No sooner had Yi Ling touched down than a razor-edged killing intent lanced into his back, cold, relentless, and terrifyingly close. Damn it, stubborn as a ghost. He swore inwardly, whirling and unleashing a blistering fire-release great fireball technique in one seamless motion. Boom. The fireball collided midair with an incoming kunai, igniting a thunderous detonation, showering sparks like molten stars. That's all. Feels like a gentle scratch. Yi Ling tilted his head, lips curling in cool derision. Then, without warning, dozens of Uchiha shinobi materialized from every direction, surrounding him like wolves closing in on wounded prey, eyes burning with feral hunger. Well. Looks like they've formed a raid party just to farm my experience points. He thought it wryly, but his expression remained utterly unshaken. Activating his Sharingan, the three tomo spun rapidly in his eyes, dissecting every motion of his foes with preternatural clarity. Shuriken, left front. Fire release, right rear. As he parsed their attack trajectories, he danced aside with uncanny grace, parrying, evading, countering with pinpoint throws of his own shuriken. You dare display such crude techniques before me? Yi Ling scoffed, hands blurring once more through seals. Wind release Rasengan. Lightning release Chidori. Earth release Earth Flow Wall. Three distinct chakra natures, wind, lightning, and earth, fused seamlessly within his palms, birthing an unprecedented composite technique. Behold my original art, the Wind Lightning Earth Trifusion Ultimate Spiraling Sphere, Revised Edition. With a thunderous cry he hurled the volatile orb forward. Krakum. A cataclysmic detonation shook the earth, the shockwave slamming every surrounding Uchiha shinobi to the ground, stunned and scattered. Adieu, and good riddance. Yi Ling dashed toward the compound's main gate, vanishing into the night, leaving only ruin and silence in his wake. Yi Ling had barely stepped beyond the Uchiha compound when he sensed something amiss. The air itself seemed to congeal thick with an aura of lethal stillness. Well now, does the Uchiha clan have surveillance cameras installed everywhere? Their response is astonishingly swift. Yi Ling inwardly scoffed, though his expression remained perfectly composed. A figure emerged slowly from the shadows. A moonlight fell upon his face, revealing him as Ling, an elite operative of the Umbu. Behind him, over a dozen Umbu members materialized like phantoms, encircling Yi Ling with silent, deadly precision. The scene was so cinematic one might mistake it for the climax of a blockbuster film. Ling's gaze locked onto the Sharingan clutched in Yi Ling's hand. His eyes gleamed with raw, unvarnished avarice, as if beholding a celestial treasure long lost to the world. Tisk tisk tsk, this glare makes me feel like I've stolen his wife. Yi Ling mused wryly. These Umbu operatives were impeccably trained, their coordination flawless, like an impenetrable iron vice closing in on its prey. How intriguing, so this is the trapping a turtle in a jar strategy. A faint disdainful smile curved Yi Ling's lips as he swept his gaze across the circle, mind already calculating escape routes with lightning speed. Though formidable, this Umbu squad paled beside the Uchiha elder's stubborn rigidity. Boy, surrender the Sharingan, perhaps we'll grant you a corpse intact. Ling's voice was glacial, a death warrant whispered from the abyss. Is that so? Yi Ling let out a contemptuous snort. If you wish to claim what's mine, first prove you possess the strength to seize it. Tension coiled like a spring drawn to its breaking point, battle loomed inevitable and imminent. Yi Ling drew a slow, steady breath, a spark of sharp intelligence flickered in his eyes. Then, utterly unforeseen, he hurled the Sharingan high into the night sky. The sudden motion left every Umbu operative momentarily stunned, frozen in disbelief. What trick was this boy playing? To discard such a priceless artifact so casually. Even Ling flinched, yet recovered instantly, barking, "Hold your positions. He's setting a trap." Too late. Ignoring his command, the Umbu operative surged forward like hound scenting gold, eyes riveted on the spinning orb gleaming as if forged from purest aurum. Mine. It's mine. One Umbu leapt impulsively, only to crash headlong into two comrades, sending them sprawling. In an instant their disciplined formation dissolved into pandemonium, shoving, scrambling, colliding, as chaotic as merchants battling for discounted cabbages at dawn market. Ling nearly burst into laughter. So easily unsettled. With intellect this shallow, did they truly believe they could apprehend him? His fingers blurred into seals, a low resonant command escaped his lips, wind release, great breakthrough. A violent vortex erupted, spiraling outward from his core, roaring across the clearing. The Umbus still lunging for the Sharingan were caught utterly off guard, flung backward like chaff before a gale, crying out in shock and pain. Ouch, my lower back. Who stepped on my foot? Where's the Sharingan? Where did it go? Chaos reigned, a spectacular, humiliating collapse. Seizing the chaos, Ling vanished in a blur of Shunshin, leaving behind only groaning Umbu operatives strewn across the forest floor. Yinglang's face darkened with fury as he watched Ling dissolve into the night. Damned brat. He dares mock us. He snapped his head upward, locking his gaze upon a distant direction. Pursue him, capture him at all costs. Before the words fully faded, Yinglang shot forward, a black lightning bolt streaking after his quarry. Ling dared not underestimate him. If this was no novice, Umbu elite demanded absolute vigilance. He twisted aside, evading Yinglang's strike by a hair's breadth, then drove a sharp kick toward his abdomen. That speed! Even elders shuffling down village lanes move faster. Enraged by the taunt, Yinglang intensified his assault. They traded blows, fists and feet flashing, limbs blurring, until the surrounding trees trembled, leaves rustling like rain against parchment. The watching Umbu stood transfixed. This combat surpassed mortal limits, rivaling celestial duels. None dared intervene, to do so risked becoming mere collateral in a storm of gods. Tisk tsk, calling yourself elite. You're merely a step above foot soldiers, Ling quipped, midage relentless as a live commentary stream. The boy fought, and narrated. A walking barrage of barbs. Yinglang seethed, his strikes growing fiercer, sharper edged with lethal intent. He seized an opening, a precise downward knife hand strike aimed at Ling's neck. A single hit would cripple or kill. At the final instant, Ling's lips curled into an eerie, knowing smile. He neither dodged nor deflected, absorbing the blow full force. Yinglang's heart leapt, he's fallen for it. But the next moment his triumph froze, his blade struck not flesh but unyielding steel. A jarring recoil shattered up his arm, numbing his palm and wrist. Is that all? Feels like a child's tickle. Ling sneered, seized Yinglang's arm and executed a flawless shoulder throw, slamming him into the earth with bone-jarring force. A thunderous crunch, dust billowed skyward. The Umbu stared dumbstruck. Was this even human? Yinglang staggered upright, blood dripping from his lip. Terror flickered in his eyes. How could this youth possess such monstrous strength? Ling brushed dust from his palms, relaxed and unruffled. Enough playtime, I've matters elsewhere. Farewell. With a final flurry of seals, white smoke bloomed, and Ling vanished without trace. Where'd he go? The Umbu exchanged bewildered glances as if confronting specters. Yinglang's jaw-clenched voice, a venomous hiss, damned brat, escaped again. Ling reappeared moments later within a dense thicket beyond Konoha's borders. Leaning against an ancient oak, he exhaled deeply, a quiet, deliberate release. Konoha, truly a land woven with intrigue and peril. A glint of fierce anticipation kindled in his eyes. Yet therein lies its allure, would it not? From his robe he withdrew a scroll and unfurled it slowly. Upon its surface blazed a pair of crimson Sharingan, vivid, pulsing, alive with latent power. Now, time to seek Lord Orochimaru. Ling vanished into the vast sea of trees with a few leaps. The ninja forest, a testing ground for Konoha, also serves as an excellent hiding place for those on the run. He knew that although he had temporarily escaped the blockade of the Noob Dark Force's various factions would certainly not let him off easily. After all, who would want to let go of a ticking time bomb with Sharingan and Hashirama cells? Instead of sitting idly by, it was better to take the initiative and lay low for a while. This ninja forest was not Ling's first visit. Back when he was still a genin, he had been mercilessly beaten here, and that feeling was simply too bitter. But now the tide has turned, he is no longer the naive child he once was. The forest was dark and damp, with the air thick with the scent of decaying leaves. Occasionally the eerie howls of unknown beasts would send chills down one's spine. Ling advanced cautiously, his Sharingan slightly rotating, sensing all the movements around him. He certainly didn't want to suffer a setback, for it would be a great loss for someone as exceptional as him to die in this cursed place. Whoosh! A shuriken sliced through the air, heading straight for Ling's face. He smirked and effortlessly dodged the attack with a slight shift of his body. Such petty tricks daring to show off before me, he scoffed. It seemed that this ninja forest was even livelier than he had imagined. On the journey ahead Ling encountered all sorts of surprises. There were snakes lurking in the trees and traps hidden underground. At one point he almost got ensnared by the web of a giant spider. However, for Ling now these were merely trivial matters. With his formidable strength and rich experience he effortlessly resolved all the crises. As night fell the forest grew even more ominous. Ling found a relatively safe spot to rest for a while. Leaning against a large tree he closed his eyes to rejuvenate but was plotting his next move in his mind. Lord Orochimaru. He murmured softly, a glint of brilliance flashing in his eyes. Suddenly Ling opened his eyes wide, his gaze piercing as he stared ahead. He sensed a formidable chakra rapidly approaching. Interesting. He remarked, a wicked smile creeping onto his lips. It seems tonight is destined to be anything but calm. Ling did not follow the usual path as he typically would. Instead he turned and ventured deeper into the forest towards the darker and more dangerous areas. Come on, he murmured, let's see who is so eager to seek death. Ling avoided the beaten path, opting for the thorny, perilous, hellish trails. This maneuver left any potential pursuers behind utterly confused. Is this kid some kind of fool? Why would he choose to venture into this old forest instead of the well-lit path? If there were a barrage of comments the screen would be filled with 666 and is that you sure? Suddenly several beasts that looked as if they had been pumped with steroids burst out from the woods and pounced on Ling. With such a scene anyone unaware would think they had entered a live wildlife hunting broadcast. Ling let out a cold laugh, thinking, is this it? I once took on a whole nest of porcupines. With a swift motion he drew his weapon and began a friendly interaction with these wild creatures. The beasts were ferocious, their claws as sharp as blades and their fangs like daggers, causing cold sweat to bead on the spectators. Nearby birds were so frightened that they took off fluttering and leaves were shaken loose, making it seem like a storm was brewing. With this attack frequency, do they really think they can take me down? I am a man who has hacked the system. Ling dodged and weaved while still finding time to ridicule. However, it seemed that the number of beasts was a bit excessive. Ling's expression turned serious, something felt amiss. This doesn't seem right, he murmured. Ling squinted, his Sharingan spinning rapidly as he analyzed the beasts' attack patterns. Their attack speed is too fast, their defense too low, their AI settings are a bit simplistic, he privately critiqued. Suddenly a light bulb went off in his head. Since they are willingly offering themselves as experience points, I can't be polite. Without hesitation he got to work. Ling nimbly weaved through the trees, utilizing the surrounding branches and vines along with some survival tactics he had acquired to swiftly create a series of simple traps. These traps were nothing short of ingenious. Tripwires, animal snares, rockfall arrays. Various ingenious designs dazzled the eyes. If those stalking him could see this scene they would surely cough up blood on the spot and silently sigh, this kid should really be competing in survival shows. Sure enough, it wasn't long before these beasts fell into Ling's traps one after another. Some were tripped and fell hard, some got their tails caught in snares howling in agony, and others were even more unfortunate, getting crushed by falling rocks and perishing on the spot. Ling looked at his masterpieces and nodded in satisfaction. Not bad, not bad, this operation deserves a perfect score. He hummed a little tune, gracefully bypassing these trophies and continuing forward, leaving behind a chorus of wails. However, Ling knew deep down that this was just the beginning. The Uchiha clan and the Dark Forces. These guys would certainly not let him go easily. Come on, let the storm rage even more fiercely. A glimmer of excitement flashed in his eyes as if he could hardly wait to embrace the challenge. As he walked, Ling suddenly came to a halt. He noticed some strange markings carved into certain tree trunks. These markings were unfamiliar to him. What is this? Ling furrowed his brow, a hint of alertness rising within him. New dangers. Or new opportunities. He reached out to touch one of the markings. It felt cold, like some kind of metallic material. Interesting. He gazed along the direction of the markings, his eyes gradually deepening. Ling ventured deeper along the marked path, the forest growing increasingly dark and suffused with an eerie silence that sent chills down his spine. He muttered to himself, this cursed place is so sinister it feels haunted. It wouldn't be some kind of death warning, would it? He stroked his chin, his eyes showing no fear but rather excitement. But it's exhilarating. I like it. He moved through the trees like a nimble monkey, occasionally glancing back to ensure he wasn't being followed. You think you can track me? I am a master at hide and seek. A confident smile crept across his lips. Suddenly he heard a soft snap underfoot. Not good. It's a trap. In an instant Ling instinctively leaped back, narrowly avoiding several shooting poison darts. Damn it. That was close. He looked down to see that a few poison darts had grazed his sleeve, revealing skin seeping with blood. Hiss. This thing is toxic. Ling gasped, his face instantly turning serious. He reached for the wound, feeling the heat of the toxin quickly spreading, and cursed softly, "This is bad." Clenching his teeth, Ling took out a small knife from his backpack and decisively made several incisions around the wound, forcefully squeezing out the poisoned blood. Hiss. That hurts like hell. He fished out a packet of medicinal powder from another pocket and dumped it onto the wound. Luckily, I had the foresight to bring some anti-inflammatory medicine, otherwise I would really be finished today. This medicinal powder was concocted from his knowledge of modern medicine using various herbs. While it couldn't compare to antibiotics, it was more than sufficient to deal with ordinary toxins. After treating the wound, Ling dared not let his guard down and cautiously continued forward. The markings became clearer and a faint smell of blood hung in the air, making him heighten his vigilance. Eventually he arrived at the source of the markings, a spacious clearing in the woods. In the center, a massive pattern resembling a Sharingan appeared on the ground, its crimson hue seemingly painted with fresh blood, eerie and terrifying. What the hell is this? Ling was stunned by the sight before him. Just then a group of black-clad ninjas emerged like phantoms from the surrounding trees surrounding Ling. Each ninja wore a mask revealing only their cold eyes and held gleaming kunai exuding an air of murderous intent. "Who are you?" Ling asked coldly, quickly assuming a fighting stance. The black-clad ninjas remained silent, merely raising their kunai towards Ling. The air was thick with tension, ready to explode at any moment. Suddenly one of the black-clad ninjas moved. He darted forward like lightning, the kunai in his hand slicing through the air, aiming directly for Ling's throat. Ling sidestepped the attack and countered with a punch to the ninja's chest. The ninja grunted and flew backward. Seeing this, the other black-clad ninjas also launched their attacks. Their methods of attack were unpredictable, like specters, making them difficult to defend against. The surrounding trees were shredded into splinters by their strikes and the ground was etched with deep gashes. Ling could only defend passively, struggling to hold on. While dodging the black ninjas' attacks, he keenly observed their patterns, searching for weaknesses. These guys are something else. Ling narrowed his eyes, a cold smile forming at the corner of his mouth. But he suddenly paused, a glint of sharpness flashing in his eyes. "I'm not one to be underestimated." Ling's gaze sharpened and a cold smile appeared on his lips. "Is that all you've got?" He seized the opportunity when one black-clad ninja left an opening, deftly dodging the kunai and delivering a powerful punch to the ninja's face. "Let you taste my iron fist." The black-clad ninja screamed, blood gushing from his nose as he flew backward like a kite with a severed string. "Brothers, everyone charge. This kid is no joke." A black-clad ninja shouted in terror. However, Ling had already seized the initiative. He moved like a ghost, weaving between the black-clad ninjas, using both fists and feet, every move lethal. Bang! 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 After a series of dull thuds, several black-clad ninjas fell to the ground, groaning in pain. The remaining black-clad ninjas revealed expressions of horror. They had not anticipated that this seemingly frail young man possessed such terrifying strength. "Is this guy a monster?" one black-clad ninja muttered. Ling clapped his hands, looking disdainfully at the few remaining black-clad ninjas. "With such meager skills you dare come to die?" He approached one fallen black-clad ninja, crouched down and rummaged through his belongings, finding a piece of cloth inscribed with strange tattoos. "This thing resembles that marking a bit." He examined the tattoo on the cloth closely and discovered it bore a striking resemblance to the Sharingan marking on the ground. Could it be? A glint of sharpness flashed in Ling's eyes. Suddenly he felt an oppressive aura surround him and a powerful chakra wave surged from a distance. Not good. There's an even stronger enemy. Ling's expression changed as he quickly stuffed the cloth into his pocket and turned to run. Trying to escape? Not so easy. A chilling voice echoed from afar. Ling shouted without looking back, "The best strategy is to retreat. See ya." He swiftly slipped away, disappearing into the depths of the dense forest, leaving only a boisterous voice lingering in the air, "Wait for me, I'll be back." However, he had barely run far when he felt a powerful force locking onto him, rendering him immobile. What is this? Ling's face turned pale, internally cursing, "I've messed up." A pale hand reached out from the tree behind him, gently patting his shoulder. That pale hand did not strike, it simply vanished. Ling paused, startled, then turned to find nothing behind him but an icy trace of chakra lingering on the tree trunk. Gone. Ling rubbed his chin, muttering under his breath, "Some lurking rogue perhaps." No matter, what matters is the task at hand. He pulled out the tattooed cloth strip and examined it closely beneath the moonlight. The tattoo was unmistakably a fragment of a map. Combined with other puzzle pieces he had gathered from fallen shinobi, a complete map, not of buried treasure but of a hidden Sharingan, crystallized vividly in Yi Ling's mind. So the Sharingan lies here. A flash of sharp brilliance ignited in Yi Ling's eyes, the map pointed toward a secluded valley. Without hesitation he set off sprinting headlong toward its depths. Yet upon reaching the valley's entrance he found a figure already waiting, clad in the distinctive garb of the Uchiha clan. It was Uchiha Ken. "You've come just as I expected," Uchiha Ken's voice cut like frozen steel. "The Sharingan is no prize for petty thieves like you." The valley's terrain placed Yi Ling at a severe disadvantage. Towering cliffs encircled it on all sides, leaving only one narrow passage, a natural death trap perfectly suited for ambush. Uchiha Ken blocked that sole entrance like an unyielding fortress. To advance meant confronting him head-on. This terrain, truly vexing. Yi Ling couldn't help but grumble. "You're forcing me to risk everything." He drew a deep breath, his gaze hardening into razor-edged resolve. "No choice, fortune favors the bold. Charge straight in." A cold faint smile curled at Yi Ling's lips as he thought, "You wish to stop me? Then let us see who is the true hexagonal warrior. What are you smiling at?" Uchiha Ken sensed the shift in Yi Ling's expression, and a flicker of unease stirred within him. "Nothing much," Yi Ling paused, his eyes flashing with glacial intent, "just that you're about to die." "Arrogant fool." Uchiha Ken roared. "Do you truly believe you could claim it?" "I do," Yi Ling replied, voice unwavering as he slowly unsheathed the long blade slung across his back, the edge gleaming coldly in the moonlight. "That is more than enough." He stepped forward, one deliberate stride, and an immense surge of chakra erupted like a dormant beast baring its fangs at last. Then, Yi Ling locked eyes with Uchiha Ken, each word measured and lethal. "Come." Yi Ling blurred into motion, a streak of afterimage hurtling toward Uchiha Ken. "Is that your speed? Back in my day I held the 100-meter sprint record." A thrill surged through him, he pushed harder, accelerating further. Uchiha Ken's eyes flared crimson as the Sharingan activated. Witness the power of the Uchiha. His hands flew through seals and he intoned low and fierce, "Fire release, great fireball technique." A colossal sphere of flame roared forth, threatening to consume the entire valley. "Damn, this is serious." Yi Ling dared not meet it head-on. He twisted sideways with lightning agility, narrowly evading the inferno. Boom. The fireball slammed into the cliff face, detonating violently, shrapnel and stone scattering like shrapnel. Child's play. Yi Ling scoffed aloud, though inwardly he remained sharply vigilant. Uchiha Ken's strength was indeed formidable, no mere pretender. It was time to unveil his true capabilities. Their clash echoed across the valley, jutsu colliding like thunder. Yi Ling danced around Uchiha Ken's onslaught with fluid grace, probing relentlessly for an opening. The Sharingan may be extraordinary, but it is not invincible. He had studied a rare esoteric technique capable of temporarily disrupting the Sharingan's visual perception. Now, seizing the moment, Yi Ling wove hand seals in rapid succession and commanded, "Secret art, phantom mirage." The air warped, his form dissolved into shimmering indistinctness. Uchiha Ken's Sharingan faltered, vision blurring into chaos. What? Before he could react, Yi Ling's assault descended. Thud. 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 A torrent of blows rained down like a storm. Uchiha Ken staggered backward, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Impossible. How could he pierce the Sharingan? Shock and disbelief flooded Uchiha Ken's thoughts. Yi Ling smirked. This is merely the beginning. The real spectacle has yet to unfold. Slowly Yi Ling raised his blade, its edge aimed squarely at Uchiha Ken, his eyes burning with lethal intent. It ends now. The sword flashed, death imminent. Don't count on it. Uchiha Ken snarled, pouring his last reserves of chakra into clasped hands. Secret art, Uchiha Shadow Domain. Instantly darkness swallowed the valley, absolute suffocating like ink poured into water. Chilling chakra surged like a tide. Playing hide and seek in the dark. I'm a man equipped with built-in night vision. Yi Ling sneered, modern knowledge was no trivial advantage. He closed his eyes, and saw Uchiha Ken's position crystal clear in his heightened perception. Found you. Yi Ling vanished, reappearing behind Uchiha Ken like a specter, and lashed out with a devastating whip-like roundhouse kick. Crack. Uchiha Ken was sent flying, crashing hard onto the ground, coughing up blood. Cough, how could you possibly? Times have changed, old friend. Yi Ling strode forward, standing over him, gaze aloft and disdainful. Your archaic jutsu belonged to a bygone era. He inhaled deeply, chakra coiled and swelled within him, potent and volatile. Brace yourself, for my signature technique, Rasengan Shuriken. A spiraling sphere of chakra erupted, sheathed in countless razor-sharp wind blades, roaring forward like a flesh-rending vortex. Kaboom! The Rasengan Shuriken struck Uchiha Ken full force, blasting him backward in a deafening explosion. When the dust settled he lay broken and breathless, utterly defeated. At last. Ling exhaled slowly, gazing down the path leading to the Sharingan's resting place, his eyes alight with triumph. Victory awaits. Yet just as he prepared to step onto that path something caught his eye, a weathered stone stele tucked into the valley's far corner. Carved upon it were strange archaic symbols, an ancient script. Ling narrowed his eyes studying them intently, and a sudden inexplicable tremor stirred deep within his chest. Could this possibly be, he whispered stunned. Cells of Hashirama Senju. His head snapped back toward the fallen Uchiha Ken, his gaze now piercing, analytical, charged with revelation. It seems, the true drama has only just begun. A knowing, enigmatic smile touched his lips as he turned and walked away from the valley, murmuring softly, Orochimaru's Sound Village, I'm coming. In the auction house of the Sound Ninja Village the air was thick with the scent of money and desire. Under the dim lights various ninjas lay in wait like coiled serpents, their greedy tongues flickering. Ling, dressed in black, sat quietly in a corner, yet his sharp gaze swept across the entire venue. His sole target was the cellular sample of Senju Hashirama. Shan Ninja Taro, this arrogant fellow, showed no restraint in his hostility towards Ling, his provocative gaze almost burning a hole through Ling's face. With your little frame, do you think you can lay your hands on Hashirama's cells? Spare us, you useless waste. The sand ninjas beside Taro burst into laughter, treating Ling as nothing more than a mere clown. The auctioneer, a slick-haired sound ninja, began the bidding with a voice as sweet as honey. Starting price 10 million Ryo. As soon as the words left his mouth the price soared like a rocket, reaching 20 million, then 30 million. Ling's fund seemed like a mere drop in the ocean compared to the major powers. The surrounding ninjas cast disdainful glances as if to say, kid, this is no place for you. The pressure surged like a tide, nearly drowning Ling. But a cold smile crept onto his lips as he thought, this is just the beginning, the real show is yet to come. 50 million Ryo. Is there a higher bid? The auctioneer's voice held a hint of excitement. Taro arrogantly raised his hand, declaring, 60 million Ryo. His gaze towards Ling was full of mockery. Ling remained steadfast as if he hadn't heard the price at all. 60 million Ryo once. 60 million Ryo twice. The auctioneer's hammer was about to fall. At that moment Ling suddenly spoke up, 60,001 Ryo. The crowd erupted in astonishment. Is this kid crazy? Only raising it by 1 Ryo. This is an insult to Lord Taro. Taro's face turned ashen and he roared, you little brat, you're asking for death. Yet Ling merely smiled faintly, a glint of cunning in his eyes. Don't rush, the good show has just begun. Ling's bid of 60,001 Ryo was like a stone cast into a calm lake, creating ripples. The crowd was first stunned, then burst into laughter as if they had heard the greatest joke. Is this kid here to make us laugh? Just raising it by 1 Ryo. Are you mocking me? Even the auctioneer was taken aback, clearing his throat in an attempt to maintain professionalism. Sir, are you sure it's 60,001 Ryo? Ling smiled slightly, explaining nonchalantly, of course I am a bit short on funds, so I can only do my best. His penniless demeanor only made others look down on him more, but the atmosphere had already shifted. Ling began his performance. He occasionally raised the bid, each time by just a few hundred Ryo, like a mosquito biting, yet precisely hitting the pain points of the bidders. 70,500,000 Ryo, shouted a man dressed like a wealthy merchant. 70,501,000 Ryo. Ling raised his card leisurely as if to say, I'll outbid you by just 1 Ryo, driving you crazy. The wealthy merchant's face turned red, feeling greatly insulted, gritting his teeth to raise the bid. Ling stuck to him like a piece of chewing gum, only raising it a tiny bit each time. After a few rounds the wealthy merchant exploded, shouting, I'm done playing, and stormed off. Similar scenes unfolded continuously, with prices climbing slowly yet steadily. Many smaller factions were forced to retreat by Ling's annoying tactics, and Taro's expression grew increasingly dark. 85 million Ryo. Taro raised the bid again, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Ling remained calm and collected as if victory was already in his grasp. 85,001 Ryo. He turned to Taro, a playful smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Mr. Taro, why aren't you bidding? Could it be that you've run out of money? Taro's forehead was twitching, ready to explode, when he suddenly sensed something was off. He stared intently at Ling, doubt flickering in his eyes. You. Taro suddenly realized he had fallen into Ling's trap. This kid had no money at all, he was merely using this method to deplete the funds of other bidders, disrupting their mental state. Damn it. I can't believe I was played by this kid. Taro roared, signaling to the sand ninjas behind him. Several sand ninjas immediately understood, stealthily closing in on Ling, exuding a dangerous aura. Kid, if you know what's good for you, just withdraw from the bidding, or... One sand ninja threatened fiercely. Ling, however, showed no fear and chuckled lightly. Gentlemen, this is an auction house, not a battleground. You're breaking the rules here. He turned to the auctioneer, his eyes filled with provocation. Mr. Auctioneer, does the Sound Ninja Village auction house allow such things to happen? The auctioneer wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, hastily trying to mediate. Everyone calm down, everything must proceed according to rules. Ling took the opportunity to propose a jaw-dropping condition. I have only one condition: if I win this auction item I hope to pay in installments with a down payment of 10% and the rest to be paid slowly. What the hell? Installments? Is this kid here to cause trouble? The crowd murmured, all feeling that Ling's proposal was absurd. Even Sand Ninja Taro was stunned. What was this kid up to? However, Ling's move proved surprisingly effective. Except for Sand Ninja Taro, all the other bidders began to hesitate. Although they were wealthy, they did not want to risk all their funds on a single auction item, especially since its value was still somewhat controversial. In the end, they all chose to back off, leaving only Sand Ninja Taro still desperately clinging on. 90 million Ryo. Taro gritted his teeth and shouted an astronomical price. 90 million and 1 Ryo in installments. Ling raised his card with an air of ease, as if that 90 million was merely pocket change to him. Taro's face turned extremely ugly as he finally realized he had lost completely. He glared fiercely at Ling, turned and waved his sleeve away, leaving only a cold warning, "Kid, wait for me." Ling watched Taro's retreating figure, a mysterious smile gracing his lips. He slowly stood up and walked towards the auction platform, his eyes glinting with brilliance. "Hashirama's cells, here I come." He paused, then turned to the auctioneer, his tone deep and firm, "Take me to collect my goods." The location for the pickup was not an auction house but rather a secret valley. Ling and Taro, two bitter rivals, had no choice but to temporarily collaborate. After all, the legendary cell sample of Senju Hashirama was deep within this valley. A bizarre faint purple mist enveloped the entrance with unsettling waves of energy flowing through the air. "This place is eerie and a bit creepy," Ling grumbled, yet there was no hint of fear in his eyes, instead excitement sparkled within them. His innate impulse for self-destructive exploration surged once more. Taro huffed coldly, "Stop talking nonsense. If the Hashirama cells are inside. If you're scared, just go back." He looked disdainful, as if he held Ling's complaints in utter contempt. As they stepped into the valley, a powerful pressure instantly enveloped them, nearly stealing their breath away. What the hell is this? Ling almost knelt. This pressure was stronger than any jonin he had ever encountered. Taro was no better off, his face pale and beads of sweat rolling down his forehead. It's the guardian phantom beast of the valley." His voice trembled, clearly shaken by the overwhelming pressure. Just as he finished speaking, a deafening roar echoed throughout the valley, followed by a massive creature slowly emerging from the mist. The phantom beast resembled a dragon and a tiger, its entire body covered in hard scales with a pair of crimson eyes radiating a chilling light. Excuse me, I'll take my leave." Ling turned to flee. This creature was clearly beyond his ability to handle. However, the phantom beast clearly had no intention of letting them go. It opened its enormous mouth wide and unleashed a torrent of scorching flames aimed straight at Ling and Taro. "Run. Can you escape?" Taro sneered, quickly forming hand seals. "Wind release, great breakthrough." A fierce wind howled, slicing through the air like blades, colliding violently with the phantom beast. However, the anticipated devastating scene did not unfold. The beast merely shook its body, leaving not even a mark on its scales. "Is that all?" The phantom beast scoffed, exhaling hot breath that nearly singed Taro's eyebrows. Unwilling to back down, Taro formed hand seals again. "Earth release, earth flow wall." A solid earthen wall sprang up, blocking the phantom beast. But in the next moment the phantom beast swung its massive claw, instantly shattering the wall and sending debris flying. Taro's expression changed drastically. The beast's defensive and offensive capabilities exceeded his imagination. Just as Taro prepared to unleash his ultimate technique, Ling began to busy himself nearby. He crouched down, carefully examining the surrounding plants, muttering to himself, Serrated leaves, purple flower buds, could this be the legendary catnip? Indeed, with his remarkable knowledge of modern botany, Ling recognized this peculiar herb growing in the valley, which bore a striking resemblance to catnip from Earth. He cautiously plucked a few sprigs of catnip and approached the phantom beast, gently waving the herbs. "Here, little one, come and smell the nice fragrance," Ling said with a smile, as if teasing a small kitten. At first the phantom beast glared menacingly at Ling, as if it would tear him to shreds at any moment. However, when the scent of catnip wafted into its nostrils, its gaze gradually became dazed and its massive body began to sway. In the end it lay down like a docile big dog, allowing Ling to pet its head. It worked. Ling grinned proudly, turning to face the astonished Taro. "How about that? This beast-taming technique of mine is impressive, right?" Taro looked at the incredible scene before him, his face dark and grim. He never expected that the phantom beast, which he could not budge with all his might, would be tamed by Ling with just a few wild herbs. He fixed his gaze on the catnip in Yi Ling's hand, a glimmer of greed flashing in his eyes. Give me that herb. Give me that herb. Shaorantaro's eyes gleamed with hunger as he lunged at Yi Ling like a starving wolf. He couldn't believe that this worthless herb was truly so miraculous. Yi Ling rolled his eyes. Was this guy out of his mind? Give it to you. Dream on. He swiftly dodged Shaorantaro's attack while continuing to stroke the phantom beast's large head. Good dog, sit still, don't move. The phantom beast squinted its eyes in enjoyment, unfazed by the human's antics. But Shaorantaro was relentless, buzzing around Yi Ling and the phantom beast like a fly, throwing shuriken and kunai as if they were worthless. What the hell, are you serious? Yi Ling couldn't dodge in time and was cut by a shuriken, instantly furious. Just because I'm not making a fuss you think I'm a sickly cat. He swiftly pulled out a specially made kunai. Indeed, it was stolen from Orochimaru and coated with a unique poison. This poison was Orochimaru's proud creation. It was lethal on contact, sealing the throat upon bleeding, an essential tool for killing and silencing during travel. Yi Ling seized the moment and shot the kunai toward Shaorantaro's thigh. Caught off guard, Shaorantaro let out a scream and collapsed to the ground. The phantom beast was startled awake by the sudden noise, opening its eyes with displeasure and letting out a low growl. It was not to be trifled with who dared to act recklessly before it. Seeking death. Its massive claws ruthlessly swiped down at Shaorantaro, causing him to spit blood, teetering on the edge of death. Seeing this, Yi Ling hurriedly soothed the phantom beast. Calm down, it's one of us, it's one of us. Only then did the beast settle down, continuing to enjoy Yi Ling's catnip SPA. Looking at the barely conscious Shaorantaro, a cold smile crept onto Yi Ling's lips. One down. Next up was to find the cells of Senju Hashirama. He patted the phantom beast's head. Let's go, lead the way. The phantom beast let out a low growl and stepped forward, trudging deeper into the valley. Deeper within the valley, a denser purple mist enveloped the area and faintly something seemed to be stirring. Yi Ling's eyes sharpened as he tightened his grip on the kunai. It seems the show is just beginning. He murmured to himself. Wait. Suddenly Yi Ling seemed to discover something, his gaze fixated on a concealed stone wall ahead. Yi Ling's gaze locked onto an almost imperceptible fissure in the stone wall from which a faint eerie green light shimmered. The entrance was narrow, just wide enough for a single person to pass through. A rich, vibrant aura of life emanated from within, instantly invigorating Yi Ling's spirit. Found it, he whispered, then slipped inside without hesitation. The cavern was modest in size, and at its center grew a most extraordinary plant. Its leaves were a translucent emerald green veined with a soft golden luminescence, as if pulsing with immense latent energy. Are these truly the cells of Senju Hashirama? A spark of exhilaration flashed in Yi Ling's eyes. He carefully harvested several leaves, sealing them in a specially crafted containment vessel. Mission accomplished. Yi Ling patted the massive head of his phantom beast and together they departed the cave, setting course for Orochimaru's base. The mountain path was treacherous and fraught with peril. Yi Ling knew full well that this journey would not be peaceful, and remained ever vigilant, his senses attuned to every whisper of movement around him. Sure enough, before long a chilling presence crept closer, ominous and predatory. Heh heh heh. Luck favors me today, what a magnificent catch. A sinister laugh shattered the valley's stillness as three figures burst from the dense thicket blocking Yi Ling's path. At their fore stood a hulking man with coarse features and a brutal visage, gripping a colossal cleaver slick with dried rust-colored blood. Behind him loomed two equally fearsome companions. Goemao, you. Yi Ling recognized him instantly, the infamous rogue shinobi chieftain reviled across the land. Boy, hand over whatever you carry, and perhaps I'll grant you the mercy of a whole corpse. Goemao sneered, running his tongue along the blade's edge. Yi Ling's eyes turned glacial, a faint disdainful curve lifted the corner of his lips. You maggots dare stand in my way. Goemao's face darkened, his gaze blazing with murderous fury. You choose punishment over grace. Brothers, attack. Thick killing intent saturated the air. Yi Ling gently patted his phantom beast and murmured, guard my samples. Then slowly he drew his kunai. Dare to die. Goemao roared, and lunged first, swinging his cleaver like a whirlwind. The blade sliced the air with a shrill grating shriek. Die, brat. Unfazed, Yi Ling tapped his phantom beast. Go on, warm up the field. With a thunderous bellow the beast charged, its colossal frame hurtling forward like a living mountain. Goemao's cleaver struck its hide with a dull clang, leaving only a shallow scratch, utterly harmless. What? Goemao and his two underlings froze in disbelief. The beast's defense was utterly absurd. Seizing Goemao's momentary shock, the phantom beast swept its massive claw sideways, sending the two bandits flying like broken kites, crashing hard to the earth, spitting blood and stars. Damn it, this beast isn't warming up, it's clearing the field. Goemao cursed inwardly. Meanwhile Yi Ling studied Goemao's fighting style, blindingly fast yet crude and reckless, riddled with glaring openings, the hallmark of a brute force brawler. Is this all you've got? And you call yourself a bandit? A mocking smirk curled Yi Ling's lips. Enraged Goemao charged again at the beast, only to have his strike effortlessly evaded. His rhythm shattered in frustration. Yi Ling seized the opening, hands flashing through seals. Fire release, great fireball technique. A colossal fireball erupted from Yi Ling's mouth, streaking like a meteor toward Goemao. Caught off guard, he was engulfed heated, his agonized screams piercing the air. When the flames subsided, Goemao lay sprawled and charred upon the ground, barely clinging to life. Yi Ling approached, gazing down upon him with cold, unyielding authority. This is your strength. And yet you dared covet what is mine. Goemao strained to lift his head, eyes burning with venom and bitter defeat. You'll pay for this. Choking with rage, he scrambled upright, wild-haired and feral like a rabid dog baring its teeth. All of you, attack together. Kill him now. His two subordinates staggered back to their feet, trembling with fear, but duty-bound they obeyed. The trio closed in, encircling Yi Ling and his beast. Still trying teamwork. How quaint, Yi Ling scoffed, then patted his companion, Xiao Huan. Let's make this unforgettable. The phantom beast growled low with anticipation, then moved with startling grace, swirling between the three assailants like a cyclone. Its massive claws lashed out at will, sending them staggering and shrieking. Meanwhile, Yi Ling danced through the chaos, fluid, precise, untouchable. His kunai flickered like a wraith, each strike landing with lethal accuracy upon vital points. Is this all? Is this all? He mocked them relentlessly as he fought, treating the trio as little more than training dummies. The surrounding forest paid the price. Trees snapped, toppled and splintered under the storm of their battle. Fire release, great fireball technique. Another blazing sphere erupted from Yi Ling's mouth, forcing one bandit backward. Earth release, earth flow wall. The second bandit hastily erected a defensive barrier, barely deflecting the inferno. Goemao watched his men falter, and his fury deepened into seething contempt. Gnashing his teeth, he sealed his hands into rapid succession. Wind release, great breakthrough. A razor-edged vortex of wind screamed toward Yi Ling, who calmly pressed his palms together. Sage art, wood release, wood locking wall. A towering wooden rampart surged from the earth, intercepting the wind blade with a resonant thud. He uses wood release. Goemao's eyes widened in disbelief. This was the legendary technique of the first Hokage. A mysterious knowing smile flickered across Yi Ling's lips. Now witness my original jutsu, lightning release, thousand bird stream Rasengan. In his palm coalesced a spinning orb of cerulean chakra, crackling with blinding arcs of lightning. Yi Ling slammed the Rasengan into the ground. A surge of raw electricity exploded outward, hurling Goemao and his men skyward before they crashed, paralyzed and twitching. Lying motionless, Goemao stared up at Yi Ling's approaching figure, his eyes hollow with terror and utter despair. Who are you? Yi Ling offered no reply, only a cold, silent glance, before turning to retrieve the containment vessel holding the Senju Hashirama cell samples. Let's go, Xiao Huan. He patted the beast's great head once more, and together they resumed their journey home. The valley sank back into silence, leaving only devastation and three unconscious, fate-unknown bandits in their wake. Yi Ling gazed ahead, his eyes flickering with a complex, inscrutable light. Yi Ling and the shadow of the phantom beast appeared at the entrance of the dark and damp underground base. As soon as he stepped inside, a pungent smell of medicinal liquid assaulted his senses, mingled with the nauseating stench of blood. This familiar odor made Yi Ling furrow his brow. Back already? The voice of Orochimaru emerged from the shadow's hoarse and cold, like a snake flicking its tongue. Yi Ling did not dare to delay and quickly stepped forward, presenting the container filled with Senju Hashirama's cell samples with both hands. My lord, I have fulfilled my duty. Orochimaru took the container, a glint of greed flashing in his golden snake-like eyes. He scrutinized the cell samples within the container, a sinister smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Very good, you did well, Yi Ling. Yet this praise sounded like a chilling wind in Yi Ling's ears. Orochimaru's mood was forever as unpredictable as this base, shifting between light and dark. Surprisingly, Orochimaru did not immediately begin the experiment. He toyed with the container in his hands, but his gaze remained fixed on Yi Ling, making him feel uneasy. On your way here, did you encounter anything interesting? His tone was flat, yet it carried an invisible pressure that seemed to freeze the air around them. Yi Ling felt a chill run down his back as Orochimaru's snake-like eyes seemed to penetrate his very soul. Reporting to you, my lord, I encountered a few unwise little thieves on the way, but I have already dealt with them. He tried to maintain a calm tone, carefully weighing each word. Oh. Little thieves. Orochimaru's tone carried a hint of amusement. Did they see this? He shook the container in his hand. Yi Ling's heart tightened and a layer of cold sweat broke out on his forehead. No, my lord. They only attempted to rob me and did not see this container. Orochimaru said nothing, merely staring intently at Yi Ling with cold eyes reminiscent of a venomous snake, as if he wanted to swallow him whole. After a long while he finally averted his gaze and placed the container on the experimental table. Let's begin preparing for the experiment. His tone was icy, devoid of any emotion. Yi Ling secretly breathed a sigh of relief and hurriedly began to prepare the equipment and potions needed for the experiment. Watching his busy figure, a strange smile appeared on Orochimaru's lips. Yi Ling, do you know that the activity of Hashirama's cells is extremely high and a slight mistake could... He paused, his gaze landing on a vial of potion in Yi Ling's hand, result in some interesting chemical reactions. Yi Ling smiled slightly confidently, walking to the experimental table. My lord, regarding the activity of Hashirama's cells, I actually have an immature suggestion. He paused and continued, in modern chemistry there is a protective technology using inert gases that can effectively isolate air and prevent oxidation reactions. I think it might be worth a try. Orochimaru raised an eyebrow with interest. Oh. Inert gas. Interesting. Though he spoke of interest, his eyes were filled with skepticism. After all, what could a useless person from another world know about chemistry? It turned out Yi Ling indeed had some skills. Under his guidance the experimental environment was greatly improved and the activity of Hashirama's cells was effectively controlled. In Orochimaru's gaze towards Yi Ling there was finally a hint of appreciation. You've got something, kid. However, the good times were short-lived. Just as the experiment was about to succeed, the Hashirama cells in the petri dish suddenly began to vibrate violently, releasing a dazzling green light. With a loud bang the laboratory was thrown into chaos and some experimental equipment was instantly blown away. Orochimaru's expression darkened immediately. What happened? My lord, the Hashirama cells seem to have mutated. Before Yi Ling could finish his sentence, several small energy creatures suddenly sprang out from the green light. They varied in shape, some resembling snakes, others birds, and some even appearing as a blurry shadow. What the hell is this? Orochimaru's expression changed. Although these energy creatures were small in size, the energy fluctuations they emitted were exceptionally powerful. Go. Eliminate them. At Orochimaru's command the surrounding assistants hastily pulled out kunai and shuriken, charging towards the energy creatures. However, these energy creatures were incredibly agile, changing forms with each attack, making them nearly impossible to defend against. The laboratory was instantly thrown into disarray and the assistants' attacks were utterly ineffective, instead being toyed with by the energy creatures. Useless. A bunch of useless fools. Orochimaru yelled in frustration. Let me do it. Yi Ling darted into the battlefield. He did not use any ninjutsu but relied on his agile movements to weave effortlessly among the energy creatures. He skillfully dodged each attack while searching for their weaknesses. These energy creatures are a bit like plasma. Yi Ling muttered to himself as he dodged. Suddenly he thought of something and a subtle smile appeared on his face. Perhaps I know how to deal with them. Yi Ling abruptly stopped, took a deep breath and then pulled out a palm-sized metal box. Orochimaru and the assistants were left stunned. What was this kid doing pulling out a toy box? Yi Ling smirked, a wicked smile spreading across his face, his fingers quickly operating the box. Zzzzz. A piercing high-frequency sound wave emanated from the box like a magical sound resonating in the brain, causing everyone in the laboratory to instinctively cover their ears. The once arrogant energy creatures seemed to be hit by a pause button, freezing in place, and then, bang bang bang. One by one they exploded, transforming into specks of green light that dissipated into the air. Silence. An eerie silence. Orochimaru watched everything unfold before him, his snake-like eyes widening in shock, and after a long pause he uttered, "Good lord, you kid, truly are full of surprises." This kid always managed to bring him surprises, or rather, shocks. With Yi Ling's high-technology assistance, Orochimaru's preliminary experiment finally succeeded. Looking at the stabilized Hashirama cells in the petri dish, Orochimaru excitedly rubbed his hands together. It worked. The first step succeeded. His gaze towards Yi Ling was filled with admiration, even tinged with a hint of fear. Yi Ling, you really have made a great contribution this time. Orochimaru patted Yi Ling on the shoulder, his tone unusually gentle. Serving my lord is my honor. Yi Ling respectfully replied, but a cold sneer curled in his heart. Orochimaru's excitement did not last long. He quickly calmed down and began to contemplate the next research plan. The activity of Hashirama's cells is even higher than I imagined, he muttered to himself, a hint of madness flashing in his eyes. The next step is human experimentation. Hearing this, Yi Ling's heart sank, an ominous premonition surged within him. He raised his head, meeting Orochimaru's cold snake-like gaze. Orochimaru's lips curled into a strange arc. Yi Ling. Yi Ling. Orochimaru elongated his tone, his gaze resembling that of someone observing a fresh experimental subject. The upcoming experiment might be a bit stimulating. Yi Ling's heart raced with alarm, yet his expression remained calm. I am willing to sacrifice everything for you, my lord. While he spoke, he skillfully prepared the experimental apparatus. Test tubes, beakers, petri dishes, various high-tech gadgets filled the experiment table. One might think this was some chemical laboratory from another world. Orochimaru nodded in satisfaction and began a more in-depth experiment on the cells of Hashirama Senju. He carefully dripped a drop of bright red liquid into the petri dish, the liquid emanating an eerie glow as though it possessed life. The laboratory was silent, only the faint buzzing of various instruments could be heard. Ling stood nearby, his gaze fixed intently on the petri dish, not daring to relax for a moment. Suddenly the pointer on the instrument began to jump wildly, emitting a shrill alarm. The cells in the petri dish seemed to be invigorated, growing and splitting frantically, releasing waves of nauseating stench. What the hell? What's happening? Ling was startled and instinctively took a step back. Not good. Orochimaru's expression changed dramatically as he growled. The mutation came too swiftly, like a tornado, instantly engulfing the entire laboratory. The cells in the petri dish swelled and burst, releasing a massive amount of green gas. These gases were highly corrosive, instantly eroding everything they touched. Cough, cough, cough. Ling choked, coughing incessantly, feeling as if his throat were on fire. He was horrified to see his skin beginning to rot as though it had been doused with sulfuric acid. Orochimaru was not faring any better. His pale face looked even worse, with large areas of corrosion appearing on his body. Damn it! How did this thing mutate? Orochimaru cursed through gritted teeth. The instruments in the laboratory had been corroded beyond recognition, and the alarm fell silent. The entire laboratory was filled with the pungent green gas, resembling a hellish nightmare. Ling endured the excruciating pain and looked at Orochimaru, struggling to speak. My lord, what do we do now? Orochimaru took a deep breath, a glint of ruthlessness flashing in his eyes. Seal it. He suddenly extended his hand. Orochimaru formed a one-handed seal, the complex hand signs flowing like water in his grasp. 5-element seal. A complex rune appeared out of thin air, poised to seal the rampaging cells. Wait. My lord. Ling shouted, suddenly interrupting Orochimaru's actions. Orochimaru furrowed his brow, the green gas making his face look even more sinister. What do you want? I have a plan. Ling spoke with determination, a mad glint in his eyes. Perhaps I can control it. Control? Are you insane? Orochimaru exclaimed as if he had heard the greatest joke. These are mutated Hashirama cells. Even I. Trust me. Ling interrupted Orochimaru, his tone filled with undeniable confidence. Let's take a gamble. What if it works? His eyes sparkled with a strange light, as if calculating something madly. Orochimaru was taken aback. This kid is truly audacious. But for some reason he saw a glimmer of hope in Ling's eyes. All right. It's up to you. Orochimaru retracted the sealing technique he was about to complete, his gaze fixed intensely on Ling. But you only have one chance. If you fail. He did not continue, but the threat was implicit. Ling took a deep breath and reached out toward the swirling mass of green gas. A surge of pure chakra flowed from his body, slowly injecting into the mutated cells. The moment of contact felt like ice meeting fire, the two energies clashing violently, causing Ling's body to shudder violently, his face turning pale. Ugh. He gritted his teeth, enduring the excruciating pain coursing through him. The mutated cells seemed to have found a new target, frantically devouring Ling's chakra. Orochimaru held his breath nearby, anxiously watching everything, ready to intervene at any moment. Ling's body trembled more violently, sweat pouring down his complexion, growing increasingly worse, as if he might collapse at any moment. Suddenly a strange smile appeared at the corner of Ling's mouth. Hee, it worked. He suddenly opened his eyes wide, brilliance shining in them, whispering, just as I expected. What? Orochimaru's pupils constricted. The chakra surging from Ling was not a simple injection, but rather programmed, precisely modifying the genetic code of the mutated cells. This operation left Orochimaru's scalp tingling. What kind of monster is this kid? He thought frantically, yet his expression remained impassive. The once violent green gas calmed down like a tamed beast, gradually returning to its normal green color. The corrosive aura vanished, replaced by a vibrant life force. It worked. Ling suddenly opened his eyes wide, brilliance flickering in them, as if he had walked through the gates of hell, but was now filled with excitement. As expected of me, this operation is brilliant. He felt secretly pleased while pretending to be nonchalant. Orochimaru observed all this, a flicker of incredulous shock crossing his eyes. This kid actually did it. He walked over to Ling, patted his shoulder and spoke with a hint of admiration. Not bad, you've once again surprised me. Just basic operations, basic operations. Ling humbly scratched his head, but inside he was overjoyed. I give myself full marks for this act. After this crisis, Orochimaru gained a deeper understanding of the characteristics of Hashirama Senju cells. He looked at the experimental data in his hand, a glimmer of frenzy flashing in his eyes. It seems my plan can be accelerated. Yi Ling felt a shiver, an ominous premonition rising in his heart. He knew that the plan Orochimaru spoke of was certainly not a good thing. Next comes the final step. Orochimaru's voice was low and hoarse, almost like a summons from hell. He turned and walked deeper into the laboratory, leaving behind a meaningful silhouette. Yi Ling gazed at Orochimaru's back, his heart filled with unease. He felt as if he had been drawn into a massive whirlpool, unable to escape. The final experiment. Yi Ling murmured to himself, clenching his fists. The air in the laboratory was stagnant, the atmosphere suffocating. Orochimaru stood before the experimental table, his pale, slender fingers gently caressing the vessel filled with a vibrant green solution which contained the cells of Senju Hashirama, capable of overturning the power structure of the ninja world. The hoarse voice of Orochimaru broke the silence, filled with an uncontrollable excitement and a hint of barely perceptible tension. It's the final step. Yi Ling stood to the side, taking a deep breath as he quickly reviewed all his modern biology knowledge in his mind. He knew that this gamble, if successful, would open a new chapter for Orochimaru. If it failed, it would likely lead to a point of no return. The experiment began. The assistants operated the various instruments with mechanical precision, the crisp sounds of test tubes clinking and the buzzing of machines intertwined into a tense symphony. The fusion of Senju Hashirama's cells required a special reagent, the proportions of which were extremely complex. Any mistake would lead to failure. Orochimaru's gaze was like a torch fixated on the slowly merging liquid, every subtle change escaping not his eyes. Time ticked away second by second, the air filled with the pungent smell of the reagent. Yi Ling felt his heart racing faster, as if beating like a drum. Increase the dosage. Orochimaru suddenly shouted, breaking the suffocating silence. The assistant's hand trembled slightly as he slowly injected a tube of pale purple liquid into the fusion vessel. The green solution began to churn violently like boiling magma as a powerful life force spread throughout the laboratory. Is it going to explode? One assistant's voice quivered. Yi Ling furrowed his brow, staring at the roiling liquid. Suddenly he noticed a subtle change. The speed of the liquid's churning began to slow and its color gradually stabilized. No. This isn't right. Yi Ling murmured, the speed of fusion. Something's off. Orochimaru also sensed the anomaly, turning sharply to Yi Ling. What's going on? Yi Ling didn't answer immediately, but instead focused intently on the fusion vessel, a glimmer of insight flashing in his eyes. Lord Orochimaru. I need. He paused, an abacus. Yi Ling took the abacus, hurriedly retrieved by the assistant, his fingers flying over it in a blur, leaving Orochimaru and the other assistants dazzled. What is this kid up to now? Orochimaru thought to himself, yet he did not stop him. After all, Yi Ling's previous brilliant ideas had repeatedly proven his worth. It's working. Yi Ling suddenly looked up, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Lord Orochimaru, we need to add 0.03 milliliters of stabilizer, but it must be injected in the 3rd second after the solution's fluctuation reaches its peak. 0.03 milliliters. Such precise dosage surprised even Orochimaru. But he chose to trust Yi Ling. After all, this kid had created numerous miracles before. The assistants held their breath, accurately injecting 0.03 milliliters of stabilizer according to Yi Ling's instructions. Just as he said, time was of the essence. The fluctuation of the solution reached its peak, and in the 3rd second the stabilizer was integrated. A powerful repulsive force erupted like a flood breaching a dam. What the? Yi Ling couldn't help but curse. This power was even more terrifying than a tailed beast bomb. Orochimaru's expression changed as he quickly formed Hand Seal's triple summoning gate. 3 enormous gates with ghastly faces rose from the ground, blocking the force of repulsion. Yi Ling was undaunted, channeling chakra within him, his hands clasped together would release wooden barrier. Layers of thick wooden walls quickly grew, enveloping him and Orochimaru. The repulsive force continuously struck against the summoning gates and wooden barrier, producing a deafening roar. The various instruments in the laboratory crumbled before this force as if made of paper, instantly turning to dust. The assistants scattered in panic, horrified. Yi Ling and Orochimaru continuously adjusted their chakra output, fighting desperately against the repulsive force. Beads of sweat rolled down Yi Ling's forehead, but his gaze remained resolute. Suddenly he noticed that the impact of the repulsive force was not entirely random. Lord Orochimaru, Yi Ling smiled slightly, I think I've found the trick. Yi Ling squinted his eyes as he perceived the rhythm of the repulsive force's impact, like waves rising and falling in succession. Wait, rhythm. A bold idea surged in his mind. He rapidly formed Hand Seal's channeling chakra as a never-before-seen ninjutsu was about to be born. Would release Rhythm Master. With a powerful shout, Yi Ling's green chakra pulsed like musical notes, perfectly synchronizing with the fluctuations of the repulsive force, alternating strengths, manipulating the raging repulsive force with ease. What? It can be played like this. Even the well-informed Orochimaru couldn't help but curse at this moment. This kid always managed to surprise him. As Ling manipulated, the repulsive force gradually weakened, eventually vanishing entirely. The vibrant green solution settled down like a docile sheep obediently lying in the vessel. It worked. Orochimaru laughed excitedly. Ling, you are truly a genius. This time we won. He grabbed Ling's shoulder, thrilled like a child. Ling also sighed in relief, wiping the sweat from his forehead, revealing a faint smile. They had finally won this gamble. Mastering Senju Hashirama's cells meant grasping the key to invincibility. Ling and Orochimaru began to plan their next steps, such as the Sharingan and the transplantation of Senju Hashirama's cells. The possibilities unfolded before them. The laboratory was filled with a joyful atmosphere, and the assistants also breathed a sigh of relief, grateful to have survived. However, amidst the celebration, Ling felt a strange unease. He touched his chest, where an unusual sensation seemed to linger. Lord Orochimaru. Ling's voice was somewhat somber. I want to take a break. Orochimaru gave him a deep look, saying meaningfully, go rest well. There are more important matters to attend to next. Ling returned to his chamber, where an unsettling sensation in his chest intensified, like countless ants gnawing at his very marrow. He stripped off his clothes and stood before the mirror, inspecting his body. Where once his skin had been smooth, now delicate crimson speckles bloomed across it, resembling plum blossoms in full harrowing splendor. Damn it! Could this be a rejection response? Ling muttered under his breath. Instantly he settled into lotus position and channeled chakra to suppress the creeping anomaly, yet his efforts yielded almost no effect. The crimson speckles multiplied rapidly, merging into vast flame-like patches that seared his flesh with unbearable heat. The pain escalated in waves, first a faint prickle, then a violent rending agony, as though blades were twisting deep within his organs. Ling clenched his jaw, beads of sweat the size of soybeans rolled from his brow, drenching his robes. HSS. Ha! He drew a sharp, ragged breath, his body trembling faintly. Even the surrounding air grew scorching, amplifying his torment. He knew, if he failed to rein in this rejection response, soon the consequences would be catastrophic. Knock, knock, knock. A soft rapping echoed at the door. Lord Ling, are you all right? The voice of the medical ninja Haruko drifted in, tinged with quiet concern. Enter, Ling replied, forcing the words through gritted teeth. Haruko pushed open the door, and froze at the sight of his ashen face and glistening sweat-soaked form. Lord Ling, what has happened to you? Ling waved a dismissive hand. A minor issue, examine me. Haruko stepped forward and began a meticulous inspection. When her gaze fell upon the horrifying crimson blotches covering his body, her expression hardened instantly. This is... rejection response. Ling's voice was glacial, each word carved like ice. Haruko sucked in a sharp breath, she understood its gravity. Rejection of Hashirama Senju's cells was perilous beyond measure, even the slightest misstep could mean death. I need certain medicinal herbs. Ling strained to say, but before he could finish, a fresh wave of agony crashed over him. His vision blackened, and he collapsed unconscious. Haruko cried out and caught him just in time. Lord Ling. Lord Ling. She called frantically, but received no reply. Jaw set, Haruko spun on her heel and bolted from the room. She had to reach Lord Orochimaru immediately, or else. Alone in the silent chamber, Ling lay motionless, his unconscious form adrift in stillness, while a faint coppery scent of blood lingered in the air. Lord Orochimaru, something's wrong. Haruko stumbled into Orochimaru's laboratory, her panic so palpable that even the ever-composed Orochimaru arched a faint, thoughtful brow. Lord Orochimaru. Lord Ling, he's lost consciousness. His body is covered in terrifying red lesions. Hasegawa, standing nearby, seized the moment to interject, Lord Orochimaru, I warned you, this boy's constitution is extraordinary. He may simply be incapable of bearing Hashirama's cellular power. And now it seems my warning proved true. Pouring further resources into him would likely yield nothing but loss. Orochimaru's eyes flickered, deep in contemplation. Hasegawa's words held weight. Transplanting Hashirama's cells remained one of the most hazardous experiments ever attempted. Failure was far more common than success. Though Ling's earlier performance had been astonishing, this sudden rejection cast doubt upon his viability. Reduce resource allocation to Ling, Orochimaru finally commanded. If he cannot survive this trial, then he must be discarded. He left the sentence unfinished, but its meaning hung cold and absolute in the air. Unaware in his unconscious state, Ling had already been branded a discard by Orochimaru. All he sensed was an inferno, a sea of fire consuming his body, scorching him with unrelenting torment. Yet deep within his fading consciousness, his mind remained startlingly lucid. Rejection response, genetic conflict. His thoughts raced, flooded with torrents of modern medical knowledge. He recalled an article on gene editing, one that described a specialized enzyme capable of harmonizing clashing genetic signatures. Perhaps I can try it. A fragile spark of hope ignited within him. When Yi Ling awoke, he found himself lying on a crude hospital cot. Though the crimson lesions had receded significantly, his body remained frail and hollow with exhaustion. He struggled upright, scanning the barren room. Orochimaru was nowhere to be seen. So, he's already abandoned me, Yi Ling murmured, a wry frostbitten smile playing on his lips, his eyes flashing with icy resolve. Haruko. Yi Ling wrenched the door open. His frame swayed precariously, but his gaze burned with unyielding ferocity. Haruko stood there holding a medicine bowl, and nearly dropped it at the sight of his ghostly pallor. Lord Yi Ling. How did you get up? Get back to bed, immediately. She set the bowl down and rushed to steady him. No time for talk, help me, Yi Ling gripped her arm, his tone brooking no refusal. Haruko hesitated, stammering, but... Lord Orochimaru. She shuddered inwardly, the thought of his punishment sent chills down her spine. Yi Ling saw through her fear instantly, and a cold knowing smile curved his lips. Relax. If anything goes wrong, I'll take full responsibility. Uncle Orochimaru would rather I died quietly. He certainly won't waste time meddling in my affairs. He paused, then softened his voice, coaxing, think about it, if I recover it will be a monumental achievement for you medical ninjas, perhaps even the greatest in your careers. Who knows? Lord Orochimaru might even reward you with extra chicken thighs. At that, Haruko's eyes lit up, her mouth watering at the mere thought. Besides, Yi Ling had always treated her fairly, far kinder than that sinister Hasegawa. With a determined breath she nodded. All right. Lord Yi Ling, what do you need me to do? Yi Ling gave a slow, satisfied nod. It seemed the art of promise-making transcended all worlds. Examine my body thoroughly, determine the precise origin and nature of this rejection response. Haruko gently guided him back to the room and resumed her meticulous assessment. As her chakra flowed, Haruko gasped. Within Yi Ling's body pulsed an uncanny cellular rhythm, irregular yet undeniably alive, like the slow, steady breath of some hidden entity. What is this? Yi Ling's pulse quickened. Was this the key? Keep probing, trace the source of these fluctuations. After careful scrutiny, Haruko located the epicenter, the sites where Yi Ling's transplanted Sharingan and Hashirama cells resided. Lord Yi Ling, the pulses originate here. And, these two cellular patterns appear to be interacting, mutually influencing one another. Yi Ling's eyes blazed with sudden fierce triumph. It worked. The breakthrough had been found. Yi Ling massaged his temples. The rejection reaction between Hashirama's cells and the Sharingan was growing increasingly severe, like a time bomb lodged within his body, poised to detonate at any moment. He required more resources, rarer medicinal herbs, more potent ninja tools. Only then could he fully suppress this surging unruly power. The intelligence exchange, Yi Ling murmured softly. A den of serpents and dragons brimming with whispers, perhaps there he might uncover the clues he sought. Inside the intelligence exchange, smoke coiled lazily in the air and an eerie stillness hung over the room. Shinji, the proprietor, a gaunt monkey-like man, sat squinting, mentally tallying his day's profits. Spotting Yi Ling enter, Shinji's eyes flickered and instantly a fawning smile spread across his face. Well, if it isn't Yi Ling, the rising star under Orochimaru-sama's banner. What wind has carried you here? Enough talk. I need intelligence on rare medicinal herbs and advanced ninja apparatus, Yi Ling replied bluntly, refusing to waste time on pretense. Shinji rubbed his palms together, his smile turning even more insincere. Ah, as you know, these are turbulent times, such items are scarce and their prices naturally. He trailed off deliberately, his gaze gleaming with avarice. Yi Ling regarded him coldly, as if peering straight into the labyrinth of his scheming mind. What do you want? Shinji's eyes darted sideways. I hear you've been researching an exceptionally formidable forbidden jutsu, might one perhaps? Yi Ling cut him off sharply. Do you possess the intelligence I require? Shinji chuckled awkwardly. Yes, of course I do. Though. He faltered again, stammering. Though, again. Yi Ling's impatience sharpened. Clearing his throat, Shinji said, these herbs are monopolized by a woman named Mami, a ruthless operator not to be trifled with. Mami. Yi Ling frowned. The name stirred a faint echo in his memory. Shinji continued, she is no ordinary adversary, her affiliations weave through shadowy tangled webs. Even Orochimaru-sama grants her a measure of deference. Yi Ling thought inwardly, so this intelligence would not come easily. Beyond Mami, what else do you know? Shinji leaned in, conspiratorially lowering his voice. Rumors say she's recently hunting for a rare herb called dragon's blood grass, said to. Suddenly the door burst open and a gruff voice boomed, Shinji, I hear Yi Ling's here too. The speaker was Hasegawa, a senior ninja under Orochimaru, ambitious and perpetually eyeing Yi Ling as a rival. He cast a sidelong disdainful glance at Yi Ling and sneered, oh, our prodigy Yi Ling. Has Orochimaru-sama's patronage fallen short? Must you scavenge in places like this? His subordinates erupted into raucous laughter, hurling barbed mockery and contempt, cruel cutting and utterly devoid of restraint. They loudly exaggerated Yi Ling's past mission failures, fabricating tales of sycophancy and backdoor favoritism, transforming the scene into a grotesque theater of psychological manipulation. At Hasegawa's entrance, Shinji's expression shifted instantly, his gaze toward Yi Ling now laced with wariness and suspicion. He coughed dryly. Yi Ling, you see. Yi Ling remained impassive, utterly unmoved by the provocation. With a glacial sweep of his eyes across the room, he uttered quietly, "A troop of clowns." Then turning back to Shinji, his tone remained calm and unshaken. "Your proposed deal holds no interest for me. But I offer you a new proposition." Shinji blinked, bewildered. Yi Ling smiled faintly, a subtle enigmatic curve of his lips. "I will demonstrate a ninjutsu technique you have never witnessed before. In exchange you will deliver every scrap of intelligence you possess on Mommy and the Dragon's Blood Grass." Shinji's breath caught, his eyes widened in disbelief. Hasegawa scoffed dismissively, "You? What unique technique could you possibly wield? Spare us the farce." Hasegawa scoffed dismissively, "You? What unique technique could you possibly wield? Spare us the farce." Yi Ling ignored the jeer. Slowly he raised his hand, and in his palm coalesced a strange churning chakra pulsing with an unsettling primordial resonance. This is... Shinji's voice trembled, his eyes locked onto that chakra, entranced as if bound by invisible chains. Shinji's eyes bulged, he had never sensed chakra like this, not in all his years. His heart hammered wildly like war drums echoing in his chest. Hasegawa and his men stood frozen, mouths agape, their earlier arrogance evaporating like mist beneath a scorching sun. "What is this thing?" Hasegawa stammered, knees trembling. A sly, sinister smile curled at Yi Ling's lips, curious. "Then show me your sincerity." Shinji nodded frantically like a bird pecking at grain. Yes. I agree. I'll tell you everything I know." He hastily spilled every detail about Mommy and the Dragon's Blood Grass, terrified Yi Ling might rescind his offer. With the intelligence secured, Yi Ling turned without another word and strode out. Hasegawa lunged forward, but froze mid-step, paralyzed by a single icy glance from Yi Ling. He watched helplessly as Yi Ling vanished into the dusk, fury and resentment seething in his gut. Guided by Shinji's intel, Yi Ling located Mommy. She proved every bit as formidable as rumored, monopolizing the rarest herbs, pricing them exorbitantly, bordering on outright extortion. Buyers around her simmered with silent outrage yet dared not protest. "Miss Mommy, aren't your prices rather excessive?" Yi Ling asked, voice calm yet resonant with quiet, unassailable authority. Mommy smirked with disdain. "Young man, in this world rarity commands value. Understand? If it's too dear, you needn't buy." Yi Ling did not flinch. Instead he offered a faint knowing smile, "Miss Mommy, I abhor coercion, but I loathe being made a fool even more." He paused, then added, "I hold intelligence, perhaps of interest to you." Mommy arched a brow, intrigued. "Oh. What intelligence?" Yi Ling leaned closer, voice dropping to a whisper, "Concerning your rivals." Her expression flickered, subtle but unmistakable. In the end she relented, agreeing to sell the herbs at a fair price. Onlookers stared stunned, then turned to Yi Ling with awe. This young man possessed true mettle. Yet the matter was far from closed. Upon learning of Yi Ling's success, Hasegawa's face darkened like storm-racked skies. "Yi Ling, you've ruined my plans. I will not let this pass." A flash of vicious resolve ignited in his eyes as he began plotting in secret to sabotage Yi Ling's transaction. Night fell. Yi Ling gazed at the herbs in his palm, a faint inscrutable smile playing upon his lips. "Hasegawa, are you ready?" he murmured softly, a glint of frost piercing his gaze. Suddenly, a sharp, urgent rapping echoed at the door. The knocking grew increasingly urgent, and Yi Ling's gaze sharpened as he quickly hid the medicinal materials. A deep voice came from outside the door. "Yi Ling, open up, Lord Orochimaru summons you." Yi Ling's heart sank. Inside Orochimaru's base the atmosphere was stifling, making it hard to breathe. Hasegawa stood beside Orochimaru, a sly smile on his face, while Yi Ling stood quietly in the center facing Orochimaru's scrutinizing gaze. "Yi Ling," Orochimaru's voice was as cold as a serpent's hiss, "I've heard that you've been getting quite close to the merchants of Konoha lately." Yi Ling responded with a calm demeanor, "My lord, I am merely seeking some necessary resources." "Necessary resources?" Orochimaru sneered, "I see you're only looking out for your own interests. Hasegawa has informed me that you've been secretly trading with Konoha's merchants, even going so far as to betray my intelligence." The air around them seemed to freeze, the atmosphere tense as a drawn sword. Hasegawa added fuel to the fire. "My lord, Yi Ling's actions are clearly a betrayal. He must be a spy sent by Konoha." Yi Ling took a deep breath, lifted his head and met Orochimaru's gaze, slowly beginning to speak. "My lord, I Yi Ling did not directly argue, instead he pulled out a scroll from his robe, snapping it open with a loud crack, revealing neatly arranged rare medicinal materials inside. I have indeed been in frequent contact with Konoha's merchants, but not to sell information, rather it is to gather these. He pointed at the medicinal materials, his tone calm. These are all to suppress the rejection reaction after transplantation which cannot be found on the market. I had to find alternative means. Orochimaru narrowed his eyes, carefully examining the materials on the scroll, and his expression gradually softened. He was well aware of the rarity of these medicinal materials. Hasegawa's expression changed. He did not expect Yi Ling to have such a card up his sleeve. Seizing the moment, Yi Ling took out a stack of blueprints from his sleeve filled with intricate drawings of human meridians and cellular structures along with some peculiar symbols. This is a modified transplantation plan based on my own condition incorporating. He paused and used a term that Orochimaru would understand, some special techniques that can minimize rejection reactions to the greatest extent and enhance fusion efficiency. Orochimaru took the blueprints, his brow furrowed as he studied them carefully. Yi Ling's plan was bold and innovative, even somewhat outlandish, but he could see a kind of near-mad wisdom within it. After a long while Orochimaru lifted his head, his eyes glinting with excitement. Interesting, truly interesting. Hasegawa, do you have anything to say? Hasegawa's face turned ashen, speechless and stammering. He never expected Yi Ling to present such compelling evidence. Humph. Orochimaru snorted coldly. It seems I have wronged you, Yi Ling. He patted Yi Ling on the shoulder, his tone carrying a hint of admiration. Your talent exceeds my expectations. With these the success rate of the transplantation will greatly increase. Hasegawa clenched his teeth in anger but dared not speak further. Yi Ling calmly put away the scroll and blueprint, secretly breathing a sigh of relief. Orochimaru waved his hand signaling Hasegawa to step down, then said to Yi Ling, prepare yourself, the transplantation surgery will begin tomorrow. He paused, casting Yi Ling a meaningful glance. I hope you will bring me surprises. Yi Ling slightly bowed. I will not fail to meet your expectations. That night a figure stealthily entered Yi Ling's room. Miss Haruko, you've arrived. In the dim light of Yi Ling's room, the medical ninja Haruko was conducting the final checks on him. Haruko's delicate fingers gently pulsed on Yi Ling's wrist, sensing the flow of energy within his body. Yi Ling-kun, your physical condition has recovered even better than expected. It seems those medicinal materials have indeed worked. Haruko's tone carried a hint of relief. Thanks to Miss Haruko's help. Yi Ling smiled faintly, inwardly grateful for the knowledge of modern medicine that allowed him to guide Haruko in using the medicine more effectively. The next day everything was ready in Orochimaru's laboratory. On the operating table Yi Ling lay calmly as if he were about to have an ordinary nap rather than a life-and-death surgery. Orochimaru stood beside him, a fervent light flickering in his eyes. Let's begin. With a command the surgery officially commenced. Haruko carefully injected the prepared potion into Yi Ling's body, closely monitoring his various metrics. The surgery proceeded exceptionally smoothly, with Yi Ling's body accepting the transplanted tissues far beyond expectations. Orochimaru nodded repeatedly, a satisfied smile on his face. After the surgery Yi Ling was transferred to a specially designed recovery room. He slowly opened his eyes, feeling the surge of new power within him, a confident smile curling at the corners of his lips. It worked. News spread quickly throughout the base, and Orochimaru's followers came to visit, their eyes filled with envy and awe. Once the useless Yi Ling, he had now leaped to become Orochimaru's most valued disciple, marking the beginning of a legendary tale. Yi Ling's status soared like a rocket shooting up to the skies. However, in the dead of night he stood alone by the window, gazing at the distant starry sky, a complex expression flickering in his eyes. Though the transplantation was successful, the road ahead was long and filled with unknown challenges. He clenched his fists, feeling the surging power within, and vowed silently, I will stand at the pinnacle of this world. Suddenly a shadow flashed, appearing behind Yi Ling. It seems you have something on your mind. The voice was hoarse and deep, like a whisper from hell. Yi Ling did not turn back, replying only with quiet detachment, nothing in particular, merely pondering certain matters. Orochimaru approached his side, his serpentine eyes glinting with an eerie otherworldly light, regarding power that transcends even your current grasp. Yi Ling remained silent, a tacit acknowledgement. A cold, mirthless smile curled Orochimaru's lips. I know your hunger for power, and I admire your ambition. Yet such power is never attained overnight, it demands sacrifice. He paused, his voice deepening with deliberate weight, even I cannot conjure from nothingness what you seek. Yi Ling's brow furrowed. He understood, Orochimaru referred to the rare irreplaceable resources required for the transplantation procedure. Though the surgery had succeeded, subsequent enhancement and stabilization demanded vast quantities of extraordinary materials. Orochimaru had previously pledged unwavering support, but now the situation appeared far less promising. Scarcity of resources left Yi Ling feeling as though he had regressed to square one. Each missing component erected another seemingly insurmountable barrier along his path toward divinity. Gazing at the meticulously compiled preparation list in his hand, its dense script seemed to mock him like silent, sneering specters. Damn it. This is harder than gathering the 7 Dragon Balls. Yi Ling raged inwardly, yet outwardly his expression remained perfectly still. Orochimaru, as if reading his thoughts, let a faint unsettling curve lift the corner of his mouth. Encountered an obstacle. Yi Ling offered no pretense, he simply handed over the list. Some materials are exceedingly scarce. Orochimaru accepted the scroll, glanced over it once and emitted a soft knowing chuckle. Indeed, troublesome. But his tone shifted abruptly. From within his sleeve he withdrew a sealed scroll and placed it into Yi Ling's palm. Perhaps this will prove useful. Yi Ling unrolled the scroll with cautious curiosity, and there inscribed with meticulous precision were methods for acquiring several critical components complete with coordinates to clandestine harvesting sites. This. Yi Ling lifted his gaze in astonishment, only to find Orochimaru already vanished, leaving behind a single weightless whisper suspended in the air, use it well. Do not disappoint me. The following day, guided by the scroll's instructions, Yi Ling located one of the hidden medicinal herb sites. Just as he reached to harvest, a familiar figure stepped into view, Hirono the medical nin. Yi Ling-kun, what are you doing here? Hirono asked, surprise flickering across her features. Yi Ling hesitated, then replied evenly, gathering herbs, for research purposes. Her eyes drifted to the scroll in his hand and a subtle spark of curiosity lit her gaze. This scroll, was it given to you by Lord Orochimaru? Yi Ling nodded, offering no further explanation. After a brief pause, Hirono spoke again, her voice tinged with hesitation. Yi Ling-kun, I know your thirst for power. Yet some paths demand careful measure. She paused, her tone softening into quiet concern. Lord Orochimaru's research can be perilous. Yi Ling met her earnest, worried gaze, and though warmth stirred in his chest, his reply remained calm, measured. I know precisely what I am doing. Hirono sighed softly, saying nothing more, merely standing beside him in quiet vigil as he gathered the herbs. An unspoken tension hung between them, delicate as rice paper, taut with unvoiced understanding, yet neither dared pierce the fragile veil. Late into the night, Yi Ling returned alone to his chamber, gazing at the herbs he had collected. A quiet elation swelled within him. Orochimaru's covert assistance had injected fresh resolve into his spirit, reigniting hope long dimmed. Yet just then he noticed faint traces of ink upon the scroll's reverse, a hidden inscription. With reverent care he turned the scroll over and strained his eyes beneath the dim lamplight until the characters resolved. There, written in elegant delicate script, were 5 stark words: beware of Orochimaru. Yi Ling froze, his pulse leapt violently. Those 5 words detonated in his mind like thunderclaps. Damn it! Such a reversal struck without warning. His inner voice erupted in frantic disbelief, one moment moved to the core, the next reeling from a seismic narrative twist. What on earth was this story plotting? He began re-evaluating Orochimaru's so-called aid. Was this all an exquisitely crafted trap? What truly lay concealed within Orochimaru's enigmatic designs? The deeper he contemplated, the more chilling the implications grew. Had every gesture of goodwill been calculated to lull him into complacency, only to strike when least expected? No. He could not afford passivity. Yi Ling realized he must cease relying entirely upon Orochimaru. Rather than accept gifts passively, he would act decisively, to probe, test and discern the serpent's true intent. Yet when he finally steeled himself to confront Orochimaru, doubt seized him anew. What if the serpent truly harbored ulterior motives? To act rashly might shatter the illusion, and alert him prematurely. Trapped between action and restraint, the dilemma gnawed at him with unbearable intensity, more agonizing than choosing university majors under national examination pressure. Just as despair threatened to take hold, a shadowy ANBU operative materialized before him, extending a small parcel. Lord Orochimaru instructed me to deliver this to you. Yi Ling accepted the parcel, suspicion coiling tighter within him. Inside lay precisely the rare, indispensable resources he desperately needed. What in the world? His mind recoiled, his very perception of reality trembling. Orochimaru's conduct defied logic. Was this benevolence, or something infinitely more complex? A sudden memory surfaced, the warning scrawled on the scroll's reverse. Hirono's anxious eyes. Her quiet, urgent caution. It dawned upon him, perhaps Orochimaru's aid was not born of malice alone, but of a darker, more paradoxical form of protection. Before clarity could settle, the ANBU operative handed him a folded note. Lord Orochimaru says he hopes you complete your research swiftly. With those words the figure dissolved into the night. Yi Ling unfolded the note. It bore only a single line: noon tomorrow. The usual place. The next day he arrived punctually, only to find Orochimaru absent. Hirono stood waiting instead. Blushing faintly, she offered him a vial of amber liquid. Yi Ling-kun, this is a formulation I prepared especially for you, to support your upcoming transplantation. As Yi Ling took the vial, he felt the lingering warmth of her palm, and something subtle, tender stirred within him. Thank you, he said simply. Yet those 2 words sent her heart racing, her eyes shimmering with unspoken devotion. Back in the laboratory, Ling commenced preparations for the transplant. Armed with Orochimaru's rare resources and Haruno's refined elixir, the procedure unfolded with astonishing smoothness. He even synthesized an entirely novel compound, one that dramatically elevated the success rate of the procedure. Word spread like wildfire through Orochimaru's compound. Once dismissed as talentless, Ling was now hailed, not as a failure but as a prodigy. Damn right. This maneuver was nothing short of masterful. Ling reveled inwardly, yet maintained his stoic aloof composure outwardly. He even began savoring the intoxicating glow of universal acclaim, as though destiny itself had crowned him protagonist, accompanied by orchestral fanfare and radiant stage lighting. Yet greatness invites envy. Ling's ascent drew the sharp venomous attention of Hasegawa, a man who had long regarded him as a thorn in his side. Witnessing Ling's meteoric rise, Hasegawa seethed with bitter grinding jealousy. What is there to boast about? Merely begging scraps from Orochimaru's table. Hasegawa seethed inwardly, already weaving a far more dangerous conspiracy. That same night Ling worked alone in the laboratory, refining a new pharmacological formula. The fusion of the Sharingan and Hashirama cells is no trivial matter. Even a minor mistake could lead to irreversible consequences, turning him into a drooling lunatic who only shouts art is an explosion. He did not wish to become the second Deidara who blew everything up, including himself. Everything seemed perfect, yet Ling felt a twinge of unease. He checked the Hashirama cells in the petri dish once more. Their vitality remained vigorous and their compatibility with the Sharingan had reached its peak. Was it merely an illusion? Ling frowned, compulsively reviewing all the steps in his mind. Wait. His gaze settled on a thin tube connecting to the petri dish, the material of the tube. Ling suddenly realized that although this tube could withstand normal chakra flow, it would be far too fragile for the immense energy produced by the fused cells. It's akin to using a plastic bag to hold lava. It would be a miracle if nothing went wrong. If the tube were to burst during the transplant, the consequences would be unimaginable. A chill shot from his feet to the top of his head, and Ling felt a shiver down his spine. This was no joke. If things went awry, he could die on the spot, and the golden finger of the time traveler hadn't even warmed up yet. He took a deep breath, striving to calm himself. Now was not the time to panic. He needed to think of a solution to this problem. Damn it. Ling muttered under his breath. This thing can't bear ordinary materials. It must be Chun-Zi. Ling suddenly turned, his tone urgent. Help me prepare. Chun-Zi. Ling turned sharply again. Get me diamond powder. The finest kind. Chun-Zi was taken aback by Ling's sudden command. Her face pale and she stammered, diamond powder. That stuff is quite precious. Ling impatiently interrupted her. Enough chatter. Right now, immediately. This concerns my life. Cough in short hurry. Chun-Zi dared not delay any longer and hurriedly ran out. Ling rubbed his temples. Diamond powder was just the first step. The real key was how to integrate it into the tube, which required a special ninjutsu, earth-style diamond sand transformation. This ninjutsu is extremely intricate and requires a delicate control over chakra. In the entire base, only Orochimaru could accomplish it. Thinking of this, Ling couldn't help but feel a headache. That guy Orochimaru is elusive, always holed up in his lab pursuing his art. Getting him to help would be more difficult than climbing to the heavens. However, Ling was not one to give up easily. He knew that Orochimaru had recently become obsessed with researching a substance that could enhance cellular vitality, and he happened to know a technique from modern biology that could perfectly solve this problem. When Ling found Orochimaru and proposed his suggestion, a flicker of barely perceptible surprise flashed in Orochimaru's eyes. Oh. You actually know about this technique? Ling smiled slightly. Just a little knowledge, merely a means to spark inspiration. If the key still depends on your masterful operation, Uncle Snake. Orochimaru grinned, a knowing smile playing on his lips. Interesting. Then in exchange, Ling wasted no time and directly handed over the prepared materials. Orochimaru took the materials, quickly glanced through them, and his eyes grew brighter. Deal. He readily agreed to Ling's request. The earth-style diamond sand transformation was child's play for him. Once the tube modification was completed, Ling checked it again, confirming everything was in order before he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Perfect. He turned to Orochimaru, his eyes filled with gratitude. Thank you, Uncle Snake. Orochimaru simply smiled and said nothing, but a glimmer of enigmatic light flashed in his eyes. Now, he slowly began, his voice deep and hoarse, let's get started. Ling nodded, took a deep breath, and lay down on the operating table. Chun-Zi's hand holding the scalpel trembled slightly, and beads of sweat formed on her forehead. Wait. Ling suddenly said. Ling spoke up, wait, I need to do something important before the surgery. Chun-Zi was so startled that the scalpel nearly slipped from her hands. What else is there? Yi Ling with a serious expression pulled out an MP3 player. How can such an important moment be without background music BGM? He said, skillfully plugging in the headphones and pressing the play button. Suddenly passionate rock music echoed through the operating room. Chun-Zi looked bewildered. What? What is this? Orochimaru raised an eyebrow with interest. This is intriguing. Yi Ling winked at Orochimaru. Uncle Snake want to rock out together. Orochimaru. To the beat of the music, Yi Ling lay on the operating table as if he were not about to undergo a life-and-death operation but rather attending some kind of wild party. This move stunned everyone present. Even the usually calm Orochimaru couldn't help but twitch his lips. Chun-Zi was completely dumbfounded, holding the scalpel, unsure of what to do for a long time. What are you standing there for? Start. Yi Ling, wearing headphones, shouted, fully immersed in his own musical world, completely oblivious to the strange looks from those around him. Oh. Oh. Chun-Zi finally reacted, trembling as she began the surgery. The operation went exceptionally smoothly and the diamond tube perfectly withstood the energy impact from the fused cells without any accidents. As Yi Ling listened to the music, he felt the tremendous changes within his body. The power of the Sharingan and Hashirama cells fused perfectly within him, unleashing an unprecedented strength. It's done. Yi Ling felt a surge of joy just then when the music on the MP3 player suddenly lagged. Yi Ling furrowed his brows. Did it malfunction at such a critical moment? Before he could react, the music abruptly stopped and the MP3 player completely malfunctioned. Yi Ling couldn't help but curse if this was really a buzzkill. He took off the headphones, ready to complain a bit, but found that both Orochimaru and Chun-Zi were looking at him with strange expressions. What's wrong? Yi Ling asked in confusion. Orochimaru slowly spoke, disbelief evident in his tone. You actually listened to music during the surgery? Yi Ling. All right, he admitted that this move was indeed a bit flashy. Yi Ling was about to explain that this was the trendiest relaxation method of the 21st century when a sudden searing pain made him inhale sharply. HSS. The agony struck without warning, as though 10,000 wild llamas were stampeding through his body, trampling his internal organs. What's happening? Orochimaru's expression darkened as he demanded sternly. Haruko frantically inspected the instruments, her face paling. Master. Yi Ling's body is exhibiting a severe graft rejection response. Graft rejection? A chill settled over Yi Ling's heart. This was no trivial matter. He well understood the overwhelming power of the Sharingan and Hashirama's cells, yet also knew such force could not be tamed by just anyone. Clearly his body was mounting a fierce resistance against this sudden influx of alien power. The pain intensified relentlessly. Yi Ling felt his body swelling like an overinflated balloon poised to burst at any moment. Alarms shrieked shrilly from the surrounding medical equipment, beep beep beep, piercing the laboratory like a death knell. Beads of sweat rolled down Yi Ling's forehead as his body convulsed uncontrollably. He knew that unless the crisis was resolved swiftly, not only would the transplant fail, but his life would end here. I must find a way. Clenching his teeth, Yi Ling's mind raced, desperately recalling medical knowledge from his past life. Wait, perhaps. His eyes snapped open, blazing with resolve. Haruko, hand me the scalpel. Startled by Yi Ling's abrupt demand, Haruko trembled as she passed him the scalpel. What are you going to do? She cried in terror, fearing he might attempt suicide on the spot. Orochimaru frowned faintly, but did not intervene. He knew Yi Ling was no hothead. There had to be method behind this madness. Yi Ling seized the scalpel without hesitation and precisely punctured several acupoints on his own body. What the hell? Are you insane? Even Orochimaru, who had witnessed countless extreme experiments, was momentarily stunned. This boy truly spared himself no mercy. Haruko clapped a hand over her mouth, nearly fainting on the spot. Don't panic, this is an ancient art passed down from our ancestors' acupoint mastery, famed for curing even the most intractable ailments. Yi Ling bore the excruciating pain with a grimace, more painful than a sob. He certainly wouldn't reveal that this technique was his own innovation, a fusion of modern medical science and classical meridian theory refined into a precise pressure protocol. Miraculously, the searing pain subsided under Yi Ling's intervention. The alarms quieted, vital readings across the monitors gradually stabilized. It worked. Haruko's eyes widened in disbelief. A flicker of astonishment crossed Orochimaru's gaze, before settling once more into calm composure. Humph. Mere sleight-of-hand. Though dismissive in tone, Orochimaru's curiosity toward Yi Ling's acupoint mastery had ignited into genuine fascination. Though the rejection response was temporarily suppressed, Yi Ling knew this was only a stopgap measure. Lord Orochimaru, he said, drawing a slow, steady breath, I need your assistance. Orochimaru arched a sardonic brow. Oh. How precisely do you wish me to assist you? Yi Ling's gaze remained unshaken. I require additional resources to eradicate this rejection response entirely. I have a plan. Gritting through lingering pain, Yi Ling unfolded his strategy with meticulous clarity. This was no mystical acupoint art, it was a rigorously designed anti-rejection protocol born from his synthesis of modern physiology and traditional meridian science. He needed specific herbs, specialized medical ninjutsu, and even Orochimaru's cursed seal. Initially Orochimaru had watched merely as an amused spectator. After all, what could a mere genin possibly accomplish? Yet as Yi Ling spoke, the sneer in Orochimaru's eyes faded, replaced first by surprise, then by unmistakable admiration. This boy's mind was nothing short of a treasure vault. Rather intriguing, Orochimaru murmured with a chilling smile. Very well, I shall indulge you. With Orochimaru's approval secured, Yi Ling finally exhaled in quiet relief. Under Haruko's steady hands, a timid yet supremely skilled medical ninja, Yi Ling began executing his plan. Rare herbs were distilled with pinpoint precision, advanced medical ninjutsu techniques were deployed in rapid succession. Yi Ling felt like a machine disassembled and hastily reassembled, every joint groaning, every gear grinding, but somehow barely holding together. Within days the rejection response had markedly receded, enough for Yi Ling to resume basic taijutsu training. Whoa, take off! He exclaimed, punching the air, feeling invigorated once more. Though full resolution remained, distant hope had finally taken root. Yet just as Yi Ling allowed himself a moment of quiet relief, a furtive figure slipped silently into the shadows outside Orochimaru's laboratory. Hasegawa bent his body, his tone respectful yet laced with a hint of malice. Lord Orochimaru, I have something to report regarding Yi Ling. Orochimaru toyed with the Kusanagi sword in his hand, his serpentine eyes narrowing slightly. Speak. Yi Ling's rejection reaction seems to be more severe than anticipated. I am concerned that this instability might affect the safety of the entire base. Hasegawa paused, observing Orochimaru's expression, and continued, moreover his recent actions have been quite unusual, frequently entering the library and interacting with some forbidden technique scrolls. Orochimaru's lips curled into a playful smile. Oh. Forbidden technique scrolls. It seems this boy has some little secrets. Lord Orochimaru, please see clearly, I am merely concerned. Hasegawa didn't dare to finish his sentence, but the implication was clear. Yi Ling's loyalty was questionable. In the following days Yi Ling clearly felt Orochimaru's attitude towards him had grown much colder. The originally promised resources had also been drastically reduced, and even Haruko looked at him with a hint of fear. Yi Ling, you should be careful lately, Haruko quietly reminded him while helping him change his bandages. Yi Ling smiled bitterly. Lacking sufficient resources, his research and plan to cope with the rejection reaction had been obstructed. To make matters worse, people around him began to point and whisper as if he were a carrier of some plague. That boy, could he really be doomed? Who knows, I've heard he's been researching some dangerous forbidden techniques lately. Yi Ling felt like a trapped beast firmly ensnared in this cage, unable to move. He clenched his fists, a glint of ruthlessness flashing in his eyes. How you want to play, do you? I'll play along to the end. Yi Ling did not rush to defend himself as usual, but instead turned and walked towards a more secretive laboratory deep within the base. It's done. Yi Ling did not rush to defend himself as usual, he directly walked into Orochimaru's laboratory with the serpent eyes coldly staring at him. Lord Orochimaru, rather than letting rumors disturb the hearts of the people, why not give me a chance to prove my loyalty? This move left both Orochimaru and Hasegawa, who was lurking in the shadows, taken aback. Orochimaru chuckled with interest. Oh. How do you intend to prove that? 3 days, give me 3 days. I will develop a new type of poison that will surely satisfy you. Yi Ling's tone was calm yet filled with undeniable confidence. Hasegawa scoffed, secretly thinking this boy must be mad, thinking he could develop a new type of poison in 3 days. He must be at his wit's end, trying to buy time. 3 days later Yi Ling appeared before Orochimaru on time, holding a test tube filled with green liquid. It's done. He handed the test tube to Orochimaru, saying, this is a new type of toxin I developed based on the characteristics of the Hashirama cells. Just 1 drop can render a jonin instantly incapacitated. Orochimaru took the test tube, his eyes shimmering with excitement. He certainly knew the power of Hashirama cells. If he could truly extract this toxin, it would be a game-changing force. He dropped a drop of the toxin into a pre-prepared lab mouse, and the mouse instantly convulsed and collapsed lifeless. Orochimaru looked at Yi Ling with admiration. Not bad, you indeed have great talent. Hasegawa's face turned ashen beside him. If this boy had truly succeeded. Yi Ling slightly raised the corners of his mouth, pulling out another test tube from his pocket and handing it to Orochimaru. Only I know the formula for the antidote. Orochimaru received the antidote, looking at Yi Ling meaningfully. Very good, you truly have not disappointed me. At this moment Hasegawa's face turned completely green. This boy not only resolved the crisis but also solidified his position in Orochimaru's heart. This operation was simply brilliant. Of course Hasegawa could not swallow this humiliation. He secretly began to play tricks. Ling's subsequent experiments required a special herb, so Hasegawa stealthily swapped the herb for another similar but oppositely effective variety. He waited to see Ling's joke, hoping the experiment would fail and that he would be executed by Orochimaru. Unfortunately, Hasegawa still underestimated Ling. With modern knowledge at his disposal, Ling's ability to identify medicinal materials was not to be underestimated. He immediately noticed the herb had been swapped, a cold smile creeping onto his lips. You think you can play tricks on me? You're still too inexperienced. Ling played along, pretending not to notice, and continued with the experiment. During the process he deliberately created some errors, to make the results appear as if there was an issue with the herb. Lord Orochimaru, this herb seems a bit off, Ling reported with a face full of confusion. Orochimaru frowned and immediately sent someone to investigate the source of the herb. The results came back, and lo and behold, Hasegawa's name was clearly written on the herb's storage record. Hasegawa was immediately left speechless, only able to kneel on the ground trembling in fear. Orochimaru's serpent eyes were icy, his tone chilling. Hasegawa, what else do you have to say? Lord Orochimaru, I am wronged. Hasegawa was still making a final struggle. However, Ling had already prepared his trump card. He took out the evidence he had prepared in advance, proving Hasegawa's act of swapping the herbs. The evidence is irrefutable. Do you still want to argue? With a flick of his sleeve, Orochimaru had Hasegawa dragged away where he would face brutal punishment. Ling once again resolved the crisis, regaining Orochimaru's trust. However, the issue of resource shortage continued to plague him. To proceed with the next phase of research, sufficient transplant resources were essential. It seems I need to find a way to get some good materials. Ling murmured to himself, a glint of brilliance flashing in his eyes. Haruko, prepare for me, I need to go out for a while. Ling stepped out of Orochimaru's base, the overcast sky seemingly reflecting his current mood. The resources needed for the transplant were not as easy to obtain as one might think. Fortunately, he had prepared in advance. The information broker Xin Air might be able to help. Upon reaching Xin Air's smoky ninja information exchange, Ling got straight to the point. I need some special herbs and equipment. Do you know where I can acquire them? Xin Air rubbed his hands together, grinning mischievously. Lord Ling, the items you seek are quite extraordinary. The price, however. Ling tossed a bag of gold coins. Cut the chatter, what I want is information, not your rambling. Xin Air's eyes lit up, instantly invigorated. Hehe, you are indeed a straightforward person. Recently the high-end goods circulating in the market have all been monopolized by a woman named Ma Mei. She is quite a difficult character, asking for an outrageous price. Ma Mei. Ling noted the name. Monopoly. It seemed he would have to meet this business prodigy. Upon finding Ma Mei, Ling explained his purpose. Ma Mei covered her mouth and chuckled softly, exuding charm, yet she proposed a condition that made Ling want to punch her directly. My goods are not easily obtained. How about all your savings along with the ninjutsu manuals you possess? Ling scoffed, you certainly have a big appetite. A lion's share, not afraid of bursting yourself. Ma Mei calmly sipped her tea. This is the market price, take it or leave it. Ling narrowed his eyes, quickly calculating in his mind. Could it be that he really had to meet her extortionate demands? No, there must be another way. Deal. Ling suddenly said, a subtle smirk appearing at the corner of his mouth. Ma Mei was taken aback, seemingly not expecting him to agree so readily. Just as she was about to speak, she saw Ling lean closer and whisper, however, before that I want to see the goods first. What if you try to pass off inferior items on me? Ma Mei's eyes sparkled. Of course, follow me. She led Ling towards the warehouse, secretly pleased with herself. This kid has ultimately fallen into my trap. The warehouse door slowly opened and Ling's gaze swept over the dazzling array of herbs and equipment, yet his heart remained unfazed. His eyes fell on an inconspicuous wooden box in the corner and his pupils contracted slightly. What is this? Ling pointed at the box and asked. A flicker of panic flashed in Ma Mei's eyes. This is just some ordinary junk. Ling coldly laughed. Ordinary junk? Are you sure? He quickly walked up to the wooden box and flung open the lid. Inside lay several forged transaction documents and ledgers. Tisk tisk tisk, tax evasion, this is a serious crime. Ling picked up the ledger, leisurely flipping through it, his tone laced with amusement. Ma Mei's face turned ashen. She never expected Ling to discover the secret she had hidden here. What? What do you want? She asked, her voice trembling. What do I want? Quite simple. Ling closed the ledger, a wicked smile curling his lips. Bring the price down to 1/10 of the original and I will pretend I saw nothing. Ma Mei bit her lip, filled with unwillingness. But she knew that if these ledgers fell into official hands she would face imprisonment. All right. I agree to your terms. Yi Ling nodded in satisfaction. He had long investigated Ma Mai's background and knew she was incredibly greedy, bound to engage in some shady dealings. This was merely a small trap he had set. After obtaining the required herbs, Yi Ling left Ma Mai's warehouse. Not far from the exit he caught sight of Xin Air lurking in the shadows. "Oh, isn't this boss Xin Air? What, following me?" Xin Air awkwardly smiled. "Not at all, I was just passing by. Yi Ling grabbed Xin Air by the collar. "Passing by? The false information you provided, were you trying to set me up?" He pulled out a note from his pocket which was the very information Xin Air had given him. "All the information on this is false. Do you think I'm a fool?" Xin Air's expression changed drastically. He hadn't expected Yi Ling to see through his scheme so quickly. I. He stammered, unable to find his words. A glint of cold light flashed in Yi Ling's eyes. "It seems that unless I teach you a lesson you won't understand the severity of the situation." He shoved Xin Air to the ground. "Today I'll let you experience the consequences of playing with fire." Xin Air looked at Yi Ling in terror, realizing he had hit a brick wall this time. "Lord Yi Ling, spare me. I won't dare do it again." Yi Ling chuckled coldly, his fist hovering a millimeter from Xin Air's nose. "Do you think I would really hit you? Naive." He released Xin Air, dusting off his hands. "A small character like you isn't worth my effort." Xin Air got up from the ground, utterly bewildered. What was Yi Ling playing at? However, Yi Ling shifted the subject. "While death can be avoided, living with a crime is unavoidable." He searched Xin Air and pulled out a map. "The real resource information should be here, right?" Xin Air stared at the map in Yi Ling's hand, his face turning pale. He never expected Yi Ling to already know the actual resource location. Who exactly are you?" Yi Ling smiled mysteriously. "I am merely a passerby. A master of time management." He patted Xin Air on the shoulder. "Consider this a lesson. If you dare to pull tricks again next time, the consequences are yours to bear." With that, Yi Ling left in a cool manner, leaving Xin Air in disarray. Not only that, but Yi Ling also, kindly, made Xin Air compensate for his previous losses, euphemistically calling it emotional damages. Xin Air could only swallow his anger, realizing he was outmatched. Returning to Orochimaru's base with ample resources, Yi Ling's physical condition was also at its peak. Orochimaru looked at the trophy. Yi Ling brought back a glimmer of admiration in his eyes. "Not bad, you truly haven't let me down." He decided to fully support Yi Ling's transplant surgery. Everything was ready and the operation was about to begin. Yi Ling lay on the operating table, taking a deep breath. The success or failure hinged on this one moment. The door to the operating room slowly closed and an inexplicable chill crept over Yi Ling's heart. "Wait!" Yi Ling suddenly shouted. The metallic door of the operating room slowly came to a halt, emitting a dull click sound. Orochimaru turned around, a glimmer of doubt flashing in his serpentine eyes. "What's wrong?" Yi Ling's face turned pale and beads of sweat the size of beans rolled down his forehead. He gritted his teeth and squeezed out a phrase through clenched jaws. "Something feels off." A vague burning sensation surged from deep within his body, as if countless tiny steel needles were weaving through his meridians. Yi Ling let out a muffled groan, his body trembling uncontrollably. "The rejection reaction is back." He struggled to utter these words, his tone laced with unmistakable pain. This rejection reaction was far more intense than any previous episodes. The medications that had previously suppressed it now seemed ineffective, like a cow sinking into the sea. Orochimaru's expression shifted slightly. He approached Yi Ling, reaching out to check his pulse, furrowing his brow. How could this happen? It was clearly stable before. Yi Ling's skin flushed abnormally, as if scorched by raging flames. He curled his body, moaning in agony. Nearby, the medical ninja Haruko noticed the situation and rushed over to check. Her face turned pale as she exclaimed, "Yi Ling's condition is terrible. His temperature. It's rising rapidly. Quick. Prepare emergency measures." Orochimaru said decisively, urgency creeping into his tone. However, it seemed that everything was too late. Yi Ling's consciousness gradually blurred. He felt as if he were engulfed in a sea of flames. Every cell in his body was burning and wailing. So hot. So uncomfortable. He murmured weakly, everything before his eyes becoming hazy. "Yi Ling. Yi Ling." Haruko called his name anxiously, but Yi Ling could no longer hear her. He felt his body growing lighter, as if he were about to float away. No. If this continues, he will die. Orochimaru's gaze flickered. He grasped Yi Ling's wrist, a surge of cold chakra rushing into Yi Ling's body. "Let's see just how powerful this damned rejection reaction can be." Orochimaru's voice was deep and chilling, carrying an undeniable authority. Yi Ling's body shuddered violently as a strong wave of coldness swept over him. He drowsily opened his eyes, seeing Orochimaru's pale cold face and the strange light flickering in his eyes. Cold. So cold. Yi Ling trembled as he spoke. The icy chakra from Orochimaru poured over Yi Ling like a bucket of ice water in midwinter, extinguishing the raging flames within him. The burning sensation gradually receded, replaced by a bone-chilling cold. Yi Ling shivered, his consciousness slowly returning. Hiss. I'm freezing to death. He complained, this remark feeling particularly out of place in such a life-and-death moment. Shut up. You almost died here. Orochimaru shot him a glare. Now tell me what's going on. What condition is your body in? Yi Ling took a deep breath, trying to calm the chaotic chakra within him. I feel like this rejection reaction is different from before, as if a system glitch suddenly erupted, causing the code to go haywire. He paused, rapidly processing modern medical knowledge in his mind, combining it with the chakra system of this world, trying to find a solution. Wait, perhaps I can try adjusting the flow of my chakra. He closed his eyes, concentrating, attempting to guide the chakra within his body to flow along specific pathways. It was like writing a new piece of code, trying to fix the glitches in the system. This was an extremely delicate and dangerous operation. A slight misstep could lead to shattered meridians or even a catastrophic bodily explosion. Orochimaru observed coldly from the side, a hint of impatience flashing in his serpentine eyes. He was beginning to doubt whether it was worth continuing to invest resources in Yi Ling. This test subject had shown some potential, but the continuous rejection reactions were giving him a headache. If this problem couldn't be resolved quickly, he might consider abandoning this plan and seeking other, more stable options. Time passed second by second. Yi Ling's complexion alternated between flushed and pale, beads of sweat continually rolling down his forehead. Orochimaru's patience was wearing thin, and just as he was about to interrupt Yi Ling, he noticed that the abnormal state in Yi Ling was gradually subsiding. His scorching skin returned to its normal color and his erratic breathing began to stabilize. Did it work? Orochimaru raised an eyebrow, surprise flashing in his eyes. Yi Ling slowly opened his eyes and let out a long breath. Phew. It seems my adjustments were successful. It has been temporarily suppressed, but... He looked at the medical ninja Haruko. Miss Haruko, could you please prepare for me? I need to conduct a thorough examination of my body. Haruko paused for a moment, then nodded. All right, Yi Ling. She turned to prepare the necessary tools and equipment while Yi Ling and Orochimaru's gazes met in the air, a strange tension permeating between them. This is just a temporary measure, Yi Ling whispered. The real test is yet to come. With Haruko's assistance, Yi Ling began a thorough examination of his own body. Of course, medical equipment was non-existent in this era. He could only rely on rudimentary tools and the remnants of modern medical knowledge in his mind. He directed Haruko, feeling like a battle-hardened surgeon instructing an intern nurse. Haruko was a bit confused at first, but seeing Yi Ling's serious expression, she could only comply. Tweezers. A bit more to the left. Yes, right there. Steady. Yi Ling held his breath as if performing a precision surgery. After a series of operations, Yi Ling finally found the root of the problem, a tiny cellular structure he had previously overlooked. This thing was like a virus in a computer, continuously causing damage. No wonder the previous treatment plans felt like scratching the surface. If the issue was right here, Yi Ling realized. Next came the debugging phase. Yi Ling utilized a special ninjutsu to adjust this minuscule structure. This process was extremely perilous. A slight miscalculation could lead to cellular collapse or even trigger a more severe rejection reaction. But who was Yi Ling? A transcendent being endowed with the halo of a protagonist. How could he possibly meet his end easily? With astonishing control and precise application of chakra, he managed to repair this fault. The rejection reaction was clearly under control, and Yi Ling felt his body lighten considerably, as if a computer running at full capacity had suddenly been cleared of junk files, its operating speed dramatically increasing. Orochimaru observed all this from the side, a glimmer of light flashing in his serpentine eyes. This kid has some skill. He had originally planned to abandon Yi Ling as a test subject. After all, no one wanted to waste precious resources on someone who might die at any moment. But now Yi Ling's demonstrated abilities reignited his hopes. It seems you still have some use. Orochimaru rarely praised, deciding to restore some resource supply. Don't let me down. Yi Ling's lips curled slightly upwards, knowing he had narrowly escaped another crisis. Hasegawa wore a grim expression, his fists clenched with a creaking sound. That brat Yi Ling, how could he have survived again? And regained the favor of Lord Orochimaru? Why should he? Just because of his little cleverness. He spat harshly. I will never let you have it easy. A more sinister plan brewed in his heart. He intended to make Yi Ling completely lose Lord Orochimaru's trust, ensuring he would never rise again. Days later, a piece of evidence appeared on Lord Orochimaru's desk, clearly showing a letter connecting Yi Ling with external forces. The handwriting was mimicked perfectly and the content accused Yi Ling of attempting to steal Lord Orochimaru's research results, even hinting at treachery. Lord Orochimaru glanced at the evidence, his snake-like pupils glinting with a chilling light, and the pressure around him became terrifyingly low. He suddenly slammed the documents down on the table. Yi Ling. At that moment Yi Ling was engrossed in new research when he was abruptly interrupted by Lord Orochimaru's summons, feeling an obscure sense of unease. He hurriedly walked up to Lord Orochimaru, respectfully lowering his head. "Lord Orochimaru, did you call for me?" Lord Orochimaru threw the evidence in front of Yi Ling, his tone cold as ice. "Explain this." Yi Ling picked up the document, quickly scanning it, his expression changing abruptly. He realized that someone was framing him. But he did not panic, instead a strange smile crept across his lips. "Lord Orochimaru, you are not wrong." Yi Ling did not rush to defend himself, but rather acknowledged the evidence, his tone as calm as if discussing the weather. "Lord Orochimaru, you are indeed correct. These letters were written by me." He paused, a confident curve appearing at the corner of his mouth. "But this was all for your plan." Lord Orochimaru narrowed his snake-like eyes slightly, the icy aura around him diminishing just a bit, clearly caught off guard by Yi Ling's unexpected counter. "Oh. For my plan. Tell me more." Lord Orochimaru, think about it. I have always shown such eagerness for your research results, even risking everything. Wouldn't that attract the attention of other forces? Yi Ling paused, observing Lord Orochimaru's expression before continuing. "I intentionally released these smokescreens to make them think I was eager to succeed and wanted to steal your results, even betraying you. This way they would let their guard down, believing they had caught me, thus revealing their true intentions. Isn't that brilliant?" Lord Orochimaru fell into deep thought. Yi Ling's reasoning was not without merit. He had been observing Yi Ling all along. This young man, though calm and ruthless, indeed displayed exceptional intelligence and a thirst for power. What if this was all an act on his part? Seeing that Lord Orochimaru was wavering, Yi Ling seized the opportunity to pull out a scroll from his pocket, respectfully handing it over. "Lord Orochimaru, this is a detailed plan for the next steps. Please have a look." Lord Orochimaru took the scroll, slowly unfolding it, his gaze sweeping over the contents, his eyes gradually brightening. The plan written on the scroll coincided with his own thoughts, and in some aspects it was even more refined and feasible. "Not bad." Lord Orochimaru's lips slightly curled up, looking at Yi Ling with a hint of appreciation. "Your thoughts are meticulous indeed, beyond my expectations." Yi Ling secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He knew he had made the right gamble. He respectfully lowered his head. "It is my honor to serve you, Lord Orochimaru." Hiding in the shadows, Hasegawa's face turned ashen, his fists clenched tightly, his nails almost digging into his flesh. "Damn. That brat." He clenched his teeth and spat out, "I won't let you succeed so easily." He turned and vanished into the darkness, his eyes gleaming with a sinister light. Hasegawa was furious to see Yi Ling not only standing firm but also gaining more favor from Lord Orochimaru. He decided to go all in and strike again. This time he would personally expose Yi Ling's true colors. He stealthily infiltrated Lord Orochimaru's laboratory, preparing to forge more conclusive evidence. However, he had not expected that as soon as he stepped into the laboratory he heard a cold voice say, "Hasegawa, what are you doing here?" Yi Ling. He was actually here. Hasegawa's heart jolted, but he forced a calm expression. I came to check on the progress of the experiment." "Oh. Is that so?" Yi Ling sneered. "I fear it is not to check on the experiment but to watch my joke, isn't it?" Hasegawa's expression changed and Yi Ling continued, "Did you think your little tricks could fool me? From the moment you first framed me I knew it was you. I deliberately fell into your trap to lead you into my scheme." Yi Ling threw out a scroll detailing all of Hasegawa's actions, including his forgery of evidence, spreading rumors and so on. The evidence was irrefutable, leaving no room for denial. Hasegawa instantly panicked, cold sweat beading on his forehead. Lord Orochimaru had appeared at the laboratory door at some point, his cold gaze sweeping over Hasegawa, his voice sounding like it came from hell. "Hasegawa, you really have some nerve." Hasegawa was so scared that he fell to the ground, repeatedly bowing his head in plea. Lord Orochimaru snorted coldly and directly imprisoned him in the dungeon, never to rise again. Lord Orochimaru approached Yi Ling, patting him on the shoulder with a hint of praise in his tone. "Yi Ling, you did well." Then he handed a stack of scrolls to Yi Ling. "These are my latest research results and some rare experimental materials. I hope you can make good use of them." Yi Ling took the scrolls, a surge of excitement welling up inside him. With these resources his plans could be implemented even faster. He respectfully bowed to Lord Orochimaru. "Thank you, Lord Orochimaru. I will not disappoint your expectations." With everything in place, Yi Ling lay on the cold operating table, the cold glint of the scalpel flashing before his eyes. "Let's begin." On the cold operating table Yi Ling lay calmly, as if the impending surgery were merely an ordinary afternoon nap rather than a matter of life and death. The medical ninjas around him were all on edge, not daring to breathe. The operating room was steeped in a tense atmosphere, the air seemingly frozen. Spring Z had beads of sweat forming on her forehead, her hands trembling slightly. She understood the dangers of this surgery well. A moment's carelessness could cost Yi Ling his life. Let's begin. Yi Ling's voice broke the silence, calm as if discussing the weather. Orochimaru nodded, the sharp surgical knife gleaming coldly under the lights. As the surgical knife fell, Yi Ling's body was injected with the cells of Senju Hashirama. In an instant Yi Ling's body began to tremble violently. The instruments connected to him went off in a frenzy, the piercing alarms echoing throughout the operating room. Not good. The rejection reaction is too strong. Spring Z exclaimed. Yi Ling's skin began to show an eerie red, his blood vessels bulging like coiled dragons, making him appear like a bomb about to explode. Increase the dosage of the suppressants. Orochimaru's tone grew serious. However, even with the increased dosage, Yi Ling's condition did not improve, it only worsened. The alarm's beeping grew more frantic, like a death knell. No. His body can't take it. Spring Z was on the verge of tears. Orochimaru stared intently at Yi Ling, a flicker of hesitation crossing his eyes. Could it be time to give up? At that moment Yi Ling's tightly closed eyes suddenly opened, his crimson Sharingan spinning wildly, a powerful chakra erupting from within him. This is just the beginning. Yi Ling's voice was deep and hoarse, yet carried an undeniable strength. The crimson Sharingan spun as if it would swallow everything. Yi Ling gritted his teeth, veins bulging on his forehead, beads of sweat rolling down continuously. Yet he did not scream, nor did he let out a single groan. He mobilized every ounce of chakra within him like an experienced beast tamer, gradually soothing the raging cells of Senju Hashirama. Steady, steady. Want to explode? Have you consulted my chakra? Yi Ling silently urged, drawing on modern knowledge to guide the flow of energy within. The alarm sound gradually subsided and Yi Ling's condition began to stabilize. Spring Z let out a long breath, feeling as if she had just completed a marathon. Huff, thank goodness. She muttered to herself. But just as everyone thought the surgery was about to succeed, an unexpected change occurred. A strange power suddenly surged from within Yi Ling, not from the Senju Hashirama cells but from a deeper layer within himself. Something. It acted like an invisible barrier, blocking the fusion of the Senju Hashirama cells, as if protecting the original order of Yi Ling's body. What the hell? System update. Version incompatibility. Yi Ling complained internally, feeling like an old computer suddenly forced to install the latest operating system, resulting in a system crash. This power was strong and mysterious, even Orochimaru felt a hint of surprise. Interesting, it seems your body harbors secrets even I do not know. He murmured, a glint of greed flashing in his eyes. Yi Ling felt disoriented, as if playing a virtual reality VR game that suddenly froze and dropped. In his haze he heard someone shouting something about gene fusion. Wait, gene fusion. This familiar term instantly activated his dormant modern knowledge base. Spring Z. Quickly. Increase the input of adenosine triphosphate ATP and reduce the concentration of cell suppressants to 0.05. Hurry. Right away. Now. Although Spring Z did not understand what adenosine triphosphate ATP was, she immediately complied out of trust in Yi Ling. As Spring Z operated, that mysterious power rapidly deflated like a punctured balloon. Yi Ling felt his body lighten, as if breaking free from some restraint, an unprecedented powerful force surging within him. It worked. Woohoo. Taking off. Yi Ling shouted in his heart, feeling like a big spender who finally pulled a super rare SSR card. Huff. It seems I truly am the chosen one, blessed by fortune. Yi Ling felt a deep satisfaction within. Orochimaru watched all of this with keen interest, his eyes filled with curiosity. Incredible. He murmured, as if admiring a finely crafted piece of art. As the last trace of rejection faded away, Yi Ling's surgery was finally declared a success. He slowly opened his eyes, the crimson Sharingan spinning slowly, radiating a captivating light. Did it work? He murmured, feeling the surging power within him, a confident smile curving at the corners of his mouth. Yes, it worked. Orochimaru nodded, a hint of barely perceptible excitement flashing in his eyes. Next. It's time to witness the miracle. He extended his tongue to lick his lips, his gaze filled with anticipation. Yi Ling slowly stood up, clenched his fist, feeling the power flowing within him. Finally. Invincible. He murmured, a fierce light flashing in his eyes. Orochimaru looked at the successful Yi Ling, revealing a satisfied smile. Very well. Now you can begin your true evolution. He walked to Yi Ling's side, patting his shoulder, his tone carrying a hint of insinuation. Yi Ling looked at Orochimaru, suddenly feeling a chill run down his back. Yi Ling slowly rose to his feet, sensing the surging power coursing through his body, like a slumbering beast on the verge of awakening. The visual intensity granted by his Sharingan and the extraordinary vitality bestowed by Hashirama's cells imbued him with an unprecedented sense of control. Invincible. Humph, far too early for that. Orochimaru's cold serpentine voice shattered Yi Ling's fleeting reverie. How do you feel? Does this new toy fit comfortably? Orochimaru's crimson snake-like eyes gleamed with inscrutable light as though capable of piercing through every layer of Yi Ling's being. Not bad, though it does drain chakra rather quickly, Yi Ling replied lightly as he stretched his limbs, outwardly relaxed yet inwardly vigilant. He knew full well Orochimaru would never extend such generosity without ulterior motive. Then let us begin the next phase of our game. Orochimaru extended his long tongue to lick his lips, revealing a chilling predatory smile. I want you to master the Strength Jutsu, Rasengan, and triple its destructive force within 1 week. 1 week. Triple its power. Uncle Snake, are you seriously toying with me? Yi Ling couldn't help but mutter, this was nothing short of infernal difficulty. Even with the Sharingan and Hashirama's cells, his body had yet to fully adapt to such overwhelming power. Forcing himself into high-tier jutsu cultivation would be tantamount to playing with fire, and courting self-immolation. What? Are you afraid? Orochimaru challenged, his gaze laced with mockery. Afraid? Not in the slightest, Yi Ling retorted, a fierce spark igniting in his eyes as a defiant smirk curved his lips. Still, if I fail, don't blame me when I blow your entire laboratory sky high. For the following days Yi Ling plunged into hellish training. Every chakra circulation seared through his nerves like blades tearing flesh apart. Hirono Shun, the medical nin stationed nearby, watched in mounting dread. Her instinct screamed to intervene, yet her voice remained frozen in silence. Day 7. Standing at the edge of the training ground, Orochimaru observed Yi Ling's battered, bloodied form, and allowed himself a faint, enigmatic smile. So, you do possess some talent after all. He stepped forward, slowly extending his hand, then paused, fingertips coalescing a swirling Rasengan. Let me see what you've achieved. Yi Ling drew a deep breath, his Sharingan spun rapidly, dissecting every infinitesimal detail of the spiraling sphere before him. These past 7 days had been about far more than enduring punishment. Modern scientific reasoning was no mere ornament, it was his weapon. He had deconstructed the Rasengan's fundamental mechanics and, integrating his unique physiology, devised a pressure cooker cultivation method: compress chakra to its absolute limit, then unleash it in a single cataclysmic burst. Efficiency unmatched. The air itself seemed to congeal. Then in Yi Ling's palm bloomed a Rasengan larger than Orochimaru's own, radiating an eerie sapphire luminescence. Uncle Snake, catch. This Rasengan wasn't merely 3 times stronger, it was a TNT-enhanced detonation incarnate. Hirono Shun stared, utterly dumbfounded. This is utterly absurd. She clapped a hand over her mouth, terrified her gasp might escape. A flicker of genuine surprise crossed Orochimaru's eyes, swiftly replaced by deeper, hungrier fascination. Fascinating. He dispersed his own Rasengan, a subtle knowing curve lifting the corner of his mouth. It seems you've been concealing quite a few secrets. From the shadows several figures observed in silence, Kimimaro Kadamaru and Taiyuya, Orochimaru's most loyal disciples. Witnessing Yi Ling's brilliance ignited a blazing pyre of envy within them. Humph, nothing but blind luck, muttered Kadamaru under his breath, crushing a stone between his fingers. A hairline fissure split the training ground surface. Yi Ling's gaze sharpened instantly, his Sharingan caught the faintest anomaly in the air. He gave a wry, contemptuous smile. Pathetic parlor tricks. Then he did something none expected. He hurled his Rasengan, not at Orochimaru nor at Kadamaru, but directly toward Hirono Shun. Shun cried out, her face paling in terror. Yi Ling, what are you doing? Orochimaru barked, voice laced with fury. At the very instant the Rasengan neared Shun, it twisted midair, veering sharply to strike the massive boulder at the training ground's edge. A thunderous explosion shook the earth, the boulder disintegrated into dust. As smoke cleared, a bottomless crater yawned open. What in the world? Kadamaru's jaw dropped. Could a Rasengan bend mid-flight? This defied all known principles. Don't forget, one doesn't acquire the Sharingan just to look pretty. Yi Ling brushed his palms together, utterly unruffled. He'd sensed Kadamaru's subtle movement from the start. Using the Sharingan's unparalleled dynamic vision and precise chakra control, he altered the Rasengan's trajectory, not only neutralizing the threat but delivering a breathtaking display of mastery. This maneuver. Pure, unadulterated brinkmanship. You actually. Kadamaru turned livid, his scheme had backfired spectacularly, leaving him humiliated and empty-handed. Orochimaru watched, a rare glint of genuine approval flashing in his eyes. Impressive reflexes, and exceptional control. He strode forward, placing a firm hand on Yi Ling's shoulder. It appears you are even more intriguing than I anticipated. Just basic technique, no need to panic, Yi Ling replied, serene on the surface, triumphant within. This performance. A flawless Tenatoften show of cool. In the days that followed, Orochimaru intensified Yi Ling's regimen. Strength jutsu forbidden techniques one after another poured upon him like an unrelenting torrent. Yet Yi Ling absorbed them all like a boundless sponge, his Sharingan and Hashirama's cells merging into a perfect symbiosis, unlocking near-limitless potential. Your rate of growth is truly astonishing, Orochimaru remarked, watching Yi Ling effortlessly channel Sage Mode, his tone edged with disbelief. You flatter me, Uncle Snake, I'm merely an ordinary transmigrator. Yi Ling offered a modest smile while inside euphoria surged. The path to invincibility lay beneath his feet. As Yi Ling's strength ascended, so too did his standing within Orochimaru's lair. Kimimaro Kadamaru and the others seethed with jealousy yet dared not voice dissent. After all, no one wished to wear a curving Rasengan across their face. One night Yi Ling worked alone in the laboratory refining a novel jutsu. Suddenly a frigid serpentine gaze locked onto him, cold invasive coiling around his spine like venomous silk. Who's there? Yi Ling snapped his head up, Sharingan blazing as he scanned the chamber. The lab stood empty, yet the sensation of being watched grew sharper, heavier, more suffocating. A strange silence enveloped the laboratory. Yi Ling activated his Sharingan, the crimson pupils reflecting the cold instruments around him, yet he found nothing unusual. The feeling of being watched clung to him like a shadow akin to a fishbone lodged in his throat, making him feel choked. What a farce. Yi Ling snorted coldly, yet the speed of his hand seals suddenly quickened. Blue chakra surged around him, forming an indestructible barrier. If you have the guts, come out for Onion. Hiding like a coward is no sign of a hero. However, all he received in return was a deeper silence. This feeling irritated Yi Ling greatly, extremely so. It was even more frustrating than discovering that the pirated game he downloaded years ago was riddled with viruses. He irritably ran his fingers through his hair. This feeling was akin to dropping into a battle royale with no weapon only to be ambushed by a sneaky player. There shouldn't be any issues with Uncle Snake. Yi Ling pondered, stroking his chin. Although Orochimaru was unpredictable, he had treated Yi Ling fairly well, at least for now. Could it be people from other villages? Or the Akatsuki? The mere thought of the Akatsuki made Yi Ling's heart tense. That group was composed of monsters, just one of them could make him sweat. Looks like I need to play it safe for a while, Yi Ling muttered to himself, his Sharingan slowly rotating as he tried to catch any trace of evidence. Just then he suddenly sensed a faint chakra fluctuation, fleeting like a whisper. Found it. A cold smile crept onto Yi Ling's lips as his figure vanished from the laboratory. He pursued the chakra's trace, ultimately arriving at a secluded cave. Come out, I know you're here, Yi Ling said confidently, arms crossed. Inside the cave silence reigned with no response. Not coming out, huh? Yi Ling sneered, then don't blame me for being rude. He abruptly raised his right hand, a Rasengan forming in his palm, radiating dazzling light. Wait. A trembling voice emerged from the cave, I have information. The Rasengan in Yi Ling's hand slowly dissipated, a glint of cunning flashing in his eyes. Oh. What information? About you. The voice stammered, filled with fear. Your information network. Yi Ling raised an eyebrow, retracting the Rasengan, his expression one of, you better not be pulling any tricks. A small trembling figure cautiously emerged from the cave. It was Chunzi, the medical ninja from Orochimaru's base. Her face was pale, lips quivering, tightly clutching a crumpled piece of paper resembling a frightened little rabbit. Speak, what information network? Yi Ling impatiently tapped his fingers, exuding an aura of authority. Chunzi took a deep breath, stuttering as she explained, I accidentally overheard someone talking about something called Skynet. Skynet. Yi Ling paused, wondering why that name sounded so familiar. Wait a minute, could it be? He suddenly remembered the information system he had created out of boredom, combining modern knowledge with ninjutsu. He had named it Skynet as a homage to the Terminator, never expecting that someone would actually know about it. They said. Skynet is omnipresent. Omnipotent. Chunzi's voice grew smaller, fear escalating as if she might cry at any moment. Yi Ling secretly relished the moment, maintaining an unaffected facade. Continue. They also said. Skynet is your. Chunzi finally mustered the courage to finish in one breath, is your masterpiece. Yi Ling thought to himself, he keep it low-key, basic operations, nothing to be alarmed about. He feigned deep contemplation, nodding, I understand. Through Skynet, Yi Ling began to gather intelligence. This system, utilizing summoning beasts as nodes and combining his self-created encryption techniques, was remarkably efficient. Before long he had pinpointed several suspicious targets, all of whom seemed to be insignificant figures appearing to be mere cannon fodder. Is this it? Yi Ling scoffed, feeling somewhat disappointed. He had expected a big shot, but this was all. Just as he was about to reel in his net, Skynet suddenly lost contact with several nodes. Something's wrong. Yi Ling's brows furrowed, realizing that the situation might be more complicated than it seemed. Almost simultaneously several shadows darted from the dense forest heading straight for Yi Ling. "Oh, finally willing to show yourselves." A cold smile curled at the corners of Yi Ling's mouth. "I thought you were going to hide like turtles for life." These assassins were swift and ruthless, clearly trained elite ninjas. Yi Ling dared not be careless. He activated his Sharingan, preparing for battle. "Looks like someone can't sit still." Yi Ling drew a kunai, his gaze icy. "Then let's play." Before he could finish, one of the assassins suddenly accelerated, the shuriken in hand, turning into a streak of cold light aiming straight for Yi Ling's throat. A mere trick. Yi Ling snorted coldly, his figure flickering. "Wait!" Chunzi suddenly shouted, "Behind you!" Yi Ling's form flashed easily, dodging the shuriken. As if joking, he was a man with cheats. Did they really think such minor tricks could hurt him? He countered with a swift chop, striking the assassin's neck cleanly. "Is this all?" Yi Ling disdainfully scoffed. "I expected a master, but this doesn't even count as a warm-up." As the other assassins surrounded him, they launched a collective assault. Yi Ling sneered, activating his Sharingan, perceiving every movement they made. The combination of the Sharingan and the powerful abilities bestowed by Hashirama's cells allowed him to maneuver effortlessly in battle. Rasengan. Chidori. Fire release, great fireball technique. He executed various jutsu with ease, as if he were cheating. These assassins, though well-trained, were nothing more than ants before Yi Ling easily dispatched. Soon they were all laid out on the ground, each groaning in pain. "Tell me who sent you." Yi Ling stepped on one assassin's chest, his tone icy. "Cough cough. We are." The assassin struggled to speak, but suddenly foamed at the mouth, blood gushing from all his orifices before he died. "TCH, quite resilient," Yi Ling scoffed, realizing that the mastermind behind this was rather cautious. However, it would not pose a challenge for him. He pulled out a scroll from his pocket covered in a dense array of characters. "The sky net is vast, yet no one can evade it," Yi Ling sneered. "I'll see how long you can hide." Using the intelligence gathered through Skynet and the clues obtained from the assassins, Yi Ling quickly identified the mastermind, a ninja clan named Fuma. This clan had always been at odds with Orochimaru, fearing that Yi Ling's growth would pose a threat to them, which is why they sent assassins to eliminate him. Fuma clan. Hee, interesting, Yi Ling said with a cold smile. "Since you want to play, I'll gladly oblige." He stowed the scroll away, turning to Chunzi with a calm tone. "Chunzi, go back and tell Uncle Snake that I'm off to handle some matters and he doesn't need to worry." Chunzi paused for a moment and quickly nodded. "Yes, Lord Yi Ling." Yi Ling said nothing more, his figure flashing away into the dense forest. As night fell, the Fuma clan's territory was brightly lit. Clan leader Fuma Jiro sat in the hall discussing something with several elders. "That brat Yi Ling must be eliminated." Fuma Jiro's tone was grim. "Otherwise it will bring endless troubles." "But the assassins we sent have all failed," one elder said with concern. "This brat's strength is formidable." I don't believe he can escape this time." Fuma Jiro sneered. "I've already arranged." Suddenly a chilling voice echoed in the hall. "Arranged what?" Fengma Jilong and the others paled dramatically, jerking their heads upward toward the doorway. Yi Ling stood there, a cold sneer curling at the corner of his lips, holding a single drop of blood, the very one left behind by the ninja he had just slain in retaliation. "What grand arrangements have you made? Do tell, I'd love a good laugh." Yi Ling's tone was light yet laced with glacial lethality. "Yi Ling. How dare you invade the sacred grounds of the Fengma clan?" Fengma Jilong slammed his fist upon the table and roared to his feet. "Invade? Heaven forbid. I've merely come to escort you all into oblivion." Yi Ling let out a contemptuous snort, then vanished, reappearing instantly before Fengma Jilong. "Danger." Fengma Jilong's face twisted in alarm. He staggered backward, hands already weaving seals for a forbidden ninjutsu. But Yi Ling moved too swiftly, too utterly beyond reaction. Before Fengma Jilong could even blink, a devastating fist crashed into his chest. Ugh. A crimson arc sprayed from his mouth as he hurtled backward, slamming hard onto the floor. "Clan head." The elders cried out in unison, surging forward to shield Fengma Jilong. "You senile relics actually think you can stand in my way?" Yi Ling scoffed disdainfully, and blurred once more, darting through the crowd like a phantom. A rapid succession of dull thuds echoed, then the elders collapsed one after another, each spitting blood, grievously wounded. "Is this all? I'd heard the Fengma clan was fearsome, yet here you lie reduced to little more than broken dolls." Yi Ling brushed dust from his palms, utterly unruffled, as though he'd merely plucked a flower. The Fengma clan's famed traps and defenses crumbled before Yi Ling like parchment set aflame, utterly defenseless. He evaded every concealed mechanism with effortless grace, then dismantled each foe who dared oppose him, his overwhelming might rendering resistance futile. Yi Ling strode forward step by deliberate step until he loomed over the dying Fengma Jilong. Gazing down with cruel amusement, he traced a chilling smile across his lips. "Any final words?" Fengma Jilang lifted his head with agonizing effort, his eyes wide with terror and utter despair. He knew with absolute certainty that today marked his end. His lips trembled straining to speak, but no sound emerged, only a hollow hopeless sigh. Yi Ling did not spare him another glance. Turning, he began to walk away. Suddenly he halted, tilting his head slightly, a flash of frost piercing his gaze. Wait, something stirs still. A faint knowing smirk played upon his lips, as if he had foreseen it all along. He strolled leisurely through the Fengma estate, their vaunted traps and fortifications seeming no more formidable than children's toys beneath his gaze. His Sharingan spun at blinding speed, perceiving the subtlest fluctuations in the air, augmented by the extraordinary sensory acuity granted by Hashirama's cells, granting him near-perfect clairvoyance. This is what you call a trap. Truly, you must be jesting. With a casual flick of his wrist, Yi Ling unleashed a chakra blade, severing the hidden trigger wire with surgical precision. With a thunderous boom, the poisoned needles, meant for him, veered wildly, impaling Fengma ninjas instead in a grotesque display of friendly fire. I'll lead you into battle. A hidden ninja exploded in exasperation, a phrase anachronistic yet perfectly capturing his shattered composure. Seeing their traps fail, the Fengma clan dispatched their elite jonin, lithe lethal, converging fast to encircle Yi Ling. Ah, finally some worthy opponents. Yi Ling rolled his wrists, eyes alight with exhilarated anticipation. Still, do you truly believe these minnows can halt me? Go dream on, your fantasies hold everything you'll ever get. In a flash of lightning, Yi Ling surged forward, darting between them, each strike decisive, flawless and devastating. A barrage of muffled impacts rang out, then the elite jonin tumbled like falling rice cakes. Is this all? Is this all? Is this all? Yi Ling swept his gaze across the wreckage, disappointment etched plainly upon his face. Then, his movement stilled. His eyes locked onto a shadowed corner, a sardonic smile blooming on his lips. Tisk tisk tsk, hiding like a coward. Step forth. Or must I drag you out myself? The moment his words faded, a figure emerged slowly from the gloom. Tall, imposing, radiating raw authority, none other than Fengma Hanzo, the clan's patriarch. Boy, you are dreadfully arrogant. Hanzo's voice was glacial, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. Likewise, Yi Ling shrugged, utterly indifferent. I'd begun to wonder if you'd spend eternity hiding beneath your shell. Sharp-tongued pup, you shall now witness the true might of the Fengma clan. Hanzo bellowed, fingers flying through rapid hand seals. Then show me what you've got. Yi Ling assumed a battle stance, his Sharingan whirling fiercely, chakra surging like a tempest within his veins. They clashed instantly, blades flashing, fists colliding, explosions erupting in relentless cadence. Hanzo as clan patriarch was no mere pretender, his secret arts flowed without pause, each technique designed to kill. Yet before Yi Ling's Sharingan and Hashirama cells, such arts were but trivial flourishes. He evaded every assault with preternatural ease, and countered with surgical precision. Like a panther toying with its prey, he danced just beyond reach, graceful, untouchable, dominating with effortless supremacy. Is this all? Is this all? Is this all? Even mid-combat, Yi Ling mocked, striking not just flesh but soul. Surely you possess more than this. Disappointing beyond measure. Enraged beyond reason by Yi Ling's contempt, Hanzo unleashed his ultimate technique, the Fengma Shuriken. Countless shuriken descended like a storm, sealing every possible escape. Pathetic parlor tricks. Yi Ling sneered, pressing his palms together in a complex seal. Would release forest of death. In an instant, colossal trees erupted from the earth, intercepting every shuriken. Hanzo's face drained of color. He knew irrevocably that he was defeated. Yi Ling approached Hanzo slowly, towering over him, voice icy. Now, have you anything left to say? Hanzo bowed his head, eyes burning with bitter fury and desolation. He understood, today the Fengma clan had fallen utterly and irreversibly. We yield. Thus ended the battle, Yi Ling's total unassailable victory. The Fengma clan was crippled, forced into vassalage under Orochimaru. Yi Ling's triumph elevated him swiftly within Orochimaru's ranks, his name now spoken with awe and trepidation. Returning to Orochimaru's laboratory, he walked straight toward the operating chamber. Haruko, prepare the surgery. His voice was calm, unyielding. Now. But, Haruko hesitated. Now. Yi Ling's tone admitted no dissent. In the operating room, Yi Ling lay quietly on the surgical table while Mei Daisy, having changed her name from Chun-Zi, was focused intently on operating various instruments. Yi Ling's goal this time was to fuse with the cells of the original Hokage Senju Hashirama. Let's begin, Yi Ling said calmly, as if he were merely undergoing a routine checkup. Mei Daisy took a deep breath, her scalpel precisely slicing open Yi Ling's chest. At this critical moment in the surgery, the cells of Senju Hashirama were about to merge with Yi Ling's body. Suddenly a sharp alarm pierced the tranquility of the operating room. The red lights flashed and the deafening alarm caused Mei Daisy to tremble, nearly cutting into Yi Ling's heart. What's going on? Yi Ling's brow furrowed, a sense of ominous premonition rising within him. The voice of the warning ninja Ogawa outside the base came through the communicator laced with panic. Report Lord Orochimaru, we have an enemy intrusion. It's Takagi. He's brought people in. Takagi. The experiment abandoned by Orochimaru. Yi Ling's heart tightened. This guy's strength was not to be underestimated, and he was intimately familiar with Orochimaru's base. This attack was evidently well prepared. Damn it. Yi Ling cursed quietly. The surgery was only halfway through and he was at his weakest. If Takagi caught him now, the consequences would be unimaginable. Meanwhile, outside the base, the guards led by Yokota engaged in a fierce confrontation with Takagi's team. Shuriken flew like rain and the sparks from kunai clashed wildly. Yokota fought with all his might to fend off Takagi's attacks. Hold on. We must last until reinforcements arrive, he shouted, his kunai dancing in a whirlwind of defense. Inside the operating room, Yi Ling sensed a powerful chakra wave rapidly approaching. It seems we don't have much time left. His eyes sharpened as he said to Mei Daisy, speed up. Mei Daisy's face turned pale, her hands trembling as she continued to operate the instruments, beads of sweat rolling down her forehead. Suddenly the lights in the operating room flickered a few times and then went out. What's happening? Mei Daisy exclaimed. Not good. It's an enemy ninja technique interference. Yi Ling felt the implanted cells in his body starting to stir, a powerful energy rampaging within him. Mei Daisy, hold steady. Yi Ling gritted his teeth, striving to suppress the rampaging energy within him. He knew the situation was extremely critical. At that moment the operating room door was blown open with a loud bang. A cold voice came from outside the door, Orochimaru, I'm back for revenge. The door to the operating room burst open and through the swirling smoke Takagi's figure appeared like a specter. He wore a sinister grin, his eyes filled with the flames of revenge. Orochimaru, I'm back for revenge. This Takagi truly was relentless, more tenacious than a cockroach. The lights in the operating room flickered erratically, the equipment flashed a dangerous red light and the alarm became intermittent, crackling like an old radio. Mei Daisy was in a flurry, anxious as an ant on a hot pan. It's over, it's over. It's going to explode. How can this thing have a self-destruct function? Yi Ling felt the implanted cells within him acting like a herd of untamed wild horses, rampaging and threatening to tear him apart. The intense pain made his vision blur, but he held on, recalling the online tutorials he had watched in his previous life about staying calm in a crisis. Deep breaths, meditation, clearing the mind. Surprisingly, these chaotic techniques seemed to work a bit and the energy fluctuations within him stabilized slightly. Mei Daisy, don't panic. Check what's going on. Yi Ling gritted his teeth, squeezing out a few words through clenched jaws. Mei Daisy trembled as she checked the equipment, her fingers shaking uncontrollably. The line has been cut. There's a backup power source, but the activation device has malfunctioned. She was on the verge of tears. Yi Ling cursed inwardly at the faulty equipment that had failed at a critical moment. He gritted his teeth against the intense pain, trying to channel a sliver of residual chakra to repair the line. Takagi approached step by step, a mocking smile on his face. Yi Ling, give up. You're as good as dead today. Just at that moment a cold voice emerged from the shadows of the operating room. Takagi, your opponent is me. Orochimaru appeared as if he had crawled out of hell, carrying a chilling aura, instantly materializing in the operating room. He cast a cold glance at Takagi as if looking at an ant. You dare speak of revenge? His tone was so dismissive it was even more contemptuous than viewing a mere spectator. Takagi's expression changed. He knew the terror of Orochimaru, yet the fire of revenge drove him without regard. Orochimaru. Today either you die or I will. He roared like a beast forced into a corner. The two sides instantly clashed. Orochimaru's Kusanagi sword transformed into a streak of cold light, moving faster than the eye could catch. Takagi hastily dodged, barely evading the lethal strike, but his arm was still deeply grazed. Hiss, he gasped, realizing this old snake was even stronger than before. The surrounding buildings were obliterated like paper, destroyed by the aftermath of their battle. This was not a ninja battle, it was simply a demolition site. Yi Ling lay on the surgical table, feeling as if he were at the epicenter of an earthquake, his internal organs almost shaken out of place. He gritted his teeth against the intense pain, using chakra to protect his vital areas, mentally complaining, this surgical experience is simply terrible. 1-star review. I must give a 1-star review. Mei Daisy cowered under the surgical table, trembling, mumbling to herself, it's over, it's over. I'm going to meet my end. This girl was more timid than a mouse. While Yi Ling suppressed the rampaging energy within him, he kept an eye on the battle. Although Orochimaru had the upper hand, Takagi was no pushover. He fought like a mad dog, attacking desperately, seemingly intent on taking Orochimaru down with him. At that moment Ling suddenly felt the energy fluctuations within him becoming more violent, like the precursor to a volcanic eruption. Not good. It's going to explode. Orochimaru. Ling spoke with difficulty, his voice hoarse. I can't hold on much longer. Orochimaru glanced at Ling on the surgical table, a complex emotion flashing in his eyes. He suddenly waved his hand, forcing Takagi back, then quickly formed hand seals. Hidden shadow snake hands. Countless venomous snakes surged from his sleeves, flooding toward Takagi like a tide. Takagi's face changed drastically and he hurriedly retreated, but was still bitten by several snakes. He screamed, his body starting to go numb. Orochimaru ignored the poisoned Takagi and turned to the surgical table, extending his hand to press against Ling's chest. A wave of icy chakra surged into Ling's body, temporarily suppressing the rampaging energy. Hold on. Orochimaru's voice was deep and hoarse. I won't let you die. Takagi struggled to stand, a sinister grin on his face. Want to save him? Not so easy. Takagi let out a wild laugh, clasping his hands together and slamming them onto the ground. Earth escape, ground split. The earth trembled violently and a massive fissure spread from Takagi towards Orochimaru and the operating table. This was no ordinary earth escape. This forbidden technique had cost him a significant amount of chakra, and its power far exceeded that of typical earth release ninjutsu. Orochimaru's expression darkened as he shouted, summoning technique, serpent array of 10,000 snakes. Countless giant snakes surged from behind Orochimaru, forming a solid wall of serpents to block the spreading fissure. The giant snakes collided with the ground, producing a deafening roar as if the entire base were shaking. Damn it! Orochimaru cursed under his breath. Takagi was indeed a tough opponent, forcing him to use the serpent array of 10,000 snakes. While this technique possessed incredible defensive power, it also consumed a tremendous amount of chakra. Moreover, he had to divide his attention to suppress the rampaging energy within Ling's body, making the situation quite dire. Inside the operating room, Mizuko was sweating profusely. The base was already dilapidated and the severe aging of the equipment was exacerbated by the recent tremors, causing the already malfunctioning life support system to completely collapse. How could this happen? This is bad. Mizuko hurriedly checked the equipment, trying to conduct emergency repairs, but being merely a medical ninja, she had only a rudimentary understanding of these complex mechanical devices. Ling moaned in pain, the energy fluctuations within him growing increasingly violent. He felt as if his body were a balloon on the verge of exploding, ready to tear apart at any moment. Searing pain spread through his body and his consciousness began to blur. Hold on, Ling. Orochimaru's voice came from outside, tinged with urgency. I'm coming right away. However, Takagi's attacks grew even fiercer, not giving Orochimaru a moment's respite. Want to leave? It's not that easy. Takagi grinned maliciously and formed another hand seal. Earth escape, rock pillar prison. Dozens of massive rock pillars shot up from the ground, trapping Orochimaru within. Damn. A glint of cold light flashed in Orochimaru's eyes. He had to quickly deal with Takagi or else Ling would be in danger. Inside the operating room, Ling felt his body reaching its limit, his consciousness gradually fading. Orochimaru. Save me. He whispered, exhausting his last bit of strength. At that moment he felt something within him shatter. Not good. Mizuko exclaimed, her face pale. His chakra has completely gone out of control. Ling's consciousness struggled amidst the chaos like a drowning person grasping at the last straw. The energy within him rampaged, his organs feeling as if they were being scorched by fierce flames. It's over, he cursed in his heart, realizing that this journey of transmigration might end prematurely. The failure of the operation was minor, blowing himself up would be far too costly. But who was Ling? A knowledgeable youth who had crossed over from the modern world. Having crossed over, he was not afraid of an energy rampage. He gritted his teeth against the pain, desperately recalling the principles of modern physics, conservation of energy, the second law of thermodynamics. Wait, wasn't there an energy balance theory? Without hesitation, Ling began to attempt a peculiar method of chakra operation, trying to guide the rampaging energy within him like channeling a flood to divert and cycle the energy. He condensed the chakra into fine threads and woven them into a precise net along his meridians, attempting to wrap and bind the chaotic energy. A miracle occurred. The originally violent energy seemed to be drawn by some force, beginning to flow along the trajectory Ling had set. Like a wild horse that had been tamed, it remained unruly but was no longer reckless. Ling felt the burning sensation in his body ease somewhat and his consciousness gradually became clearer. Had he succeeded? He seems to have stabilized. Mizuko's eyes widened in astonishment, unable to believe what was happening before her. Just then a loud noise resounded from outside the base, followed by Yokota's furious roar, "Hold the line. We must hold the line." Yokota led the remaining guard ninjas, forming the last line of defense. They were all wounded, their chakra nearly depleted, but their eyes burned with the flame of desperation. "Brothers, let's fight these scoundrels. Even if we die, we must make them pay," Yokota shouted, brandishing his kunai as he charged towards the enemy. Though these guards were merely chunin, they erupted with astonishing combat power at this moment, fighting like cornered beasts, each strike lethal. Takagi's team did not expect these trivial pests to be so tenacious, and for a moment they were actually pushed back a few steps. Takagi's subordinate sneered, the kunai in his hand glinting coldly as several guard ninjas fell to the ground. But more ninjas continued to charge forward, fearlessly throwing themselves into the fray, using their flesh and blood to buy precious time for Orochimaru. The battle between Orochimaru and Takagi had reached a fever pitch. Takagi's earth-release ninjutsu was indeed formidable, but Orochimaru was no pushover. As he dodged Takagi's attacks, Orochimaru carefully observed his movements, searching for weaknesses. This guy's earth escape is strong, but his hand seal speed is a bit slow, and after using large-scale ninjutsu there's always a moment of chakra stagnation. A cold smile curled Orochimaru's lips. He had found Takagi's weakness. Now's my chance. Orochimaru seized the moment of Takagi's chakra stagnation and launched his attack with lightning speed. Shadow Snake Hand. Countless white snakes burst forth from Orochimaru's sleeves, wrapping around Takagi's body and binding him tightly. "You." Takagi had yet to react when he felt a sharp pain in his abdomen. Orochimaru's Kusanagi sword had already pierced through his body. Pfft. Takagi spat out a mouthful of blood, his body collapsing weakly. Takagi's team's offensive immediately weakened, but the crisis was far from over. Inside the operating room, Ling's energy had temporarily stabilized, but it remained erratic like a volcano on the verge of eruption. Mizuko was anxious as an ant on a hot pan, yet helpless. "Is the equipment still unrepaired?" Orochimaru pushed open the door to the operating room, his face dark with concern. "No, the life support system is completely down." Mizuko shook her head in despair. Orochimaru approached the operating table, looking at the pale Ling, a complex expression flickering in his eyes. "It seems the only option left is to use that method," he said softly, his tone carrying a hint of resolve. "What method?" Mizuko raised her head, puzzled. Orochimaru did not answer, but instead took out a pitch-black scroll from his pocket. The pitch-black scroll unfurled slowly, its bizarre runes painted across the surface and exuding a palpably chilling aura. Midaizi went deathly pale, instinctively stepping back a few paces. "Lord de Shiwan th. What is this?" she asked, trembling. Lord de Shiwan paid her no heed. Instead he pressed the scroll against Ling's chest. The runes seemed to come alive, emitting a faint red light that coursed along Ling's meridians like coils of fire. Outside the operating room the battle still raged fiercely. Although Gao Mu was grievously wounded, his men were elite and fearless, charging at Lord de Shuan's defenses with reckless abandon. Hang Tian led the remaining guards in desperate resistance, but outnumbered they could not hold. The line gradually collapsed. "Damn it! Have these men lost their minds?" Hang Tian roared as his blade split an enemy's skull. In the operating room, Ling's body began to convulse violently, sweat soaking his clothes like rain. He felt as if his body were being torn apart, every nerve crying out in torment. Yet he clenched his teeth, refusing to let out even a moan. He knew he could not fall. If he did, everything would be lost. "Hold on, Ling." Lord de Shuan's voice was low and potent, as if summoned from the depths of hell. "Victory or defeat hinges on this moment." The red light on the scroll swelled until it became a blinding pillar that enveloped Ling completely. A crisp beep shattered the operating room's silence. Midaizi looked up in delight and turned her gaze to the monitors above the table. The once chaotic energy fluctuations miraculously stabilized and continued to strengthen. "Life support. The life support system has restarted." Midaizi cried out excitedly. Ling slowly opened his eyes, a sharp glint flashing within them. He felt an unprecedented power filling his body, as if capable of destroying everything. "Is this a new power?" he whispered, a cold smile touching his lips. From outside came a stunned shout, "No! Impossible!" A terrified cry rose from beyond the door. Midaizi's trembling hands danced over the complex instruments as beads of sweat fell onto the control panel with faint sizzles. She bit her lower lip, murmuring prayers as if beseeching the gods. This damaged life support system was her final hope, and Ling's last lifeline. Suddenly a flash of insight struck her. She remembered an auxiliary circuit Lord de Shiwan had mentioned in passing. With nothing to lose, she hurriedly connected the line. It worked. The readings on the screens began a steady climb. Midaizi exhaled deeply, nearly collapsing with relief. Ling's consciousness struggled in the chaos. He could feel the energy within him rampaging like an unbridled stallion, threatening to tear him apart at any moment. But he did not give in. His modern iron will erupted with astonishing force. He strove to channel the wild energy along the course inscribed on the scroll, repeating the pattern again and again in relentless cycles. Lord Deshiwan observed coldly from the side, secretly astonished the boy's perseverance reached monstrous levels. As the energy calmed, Ling's trembling subsided, the red light on the scroll faded, ultimately merging into his body. He opened his eyes slowly, a chilling glint passing through them. "It's done," he whispered, clenching his fists as he felt the surging power within. The sensation was indescribable. Outside, Gao Mu's incredulous roar suddenly cut off, replaced by a hair-raising silence. The operating room door eased open and Ling's silhouette appeared. He felt unparalleled strength as he rose from the table, effortlessly radiating an invisible aura that seemed to momentarily still the air around him. The enemies beyond the door continued to lash at the final defenses, utterly unprepared for the overwhelming force that awaited them. "Hey, Lord Deshiwan is watching," Ling murmured, a roguish smile flickering at the corner of his mouth. Then he streaked into the enemy ranks like a bolt of golden lightning. Before the foes could react, he unleashed a flurry of devastating attacks like a harbinger from hell, leaving no path of retreat. Anyone who touched him was instantly sent flying, rendered unconscious before a scream could form. Seeing Ling's overwhelming might, Gao Mu was seized by helplessness and turned to flee. Yet Ling showed no mercy. He unleashed a powerful ninjutsu that struck like thunder across heaven and earth. He intoned softly, "Go, accept the judgment of fate." Gao Mu could not withstand it. He was blasted into the air and crashed to the ground in a brutal heap, unable to move. The battle ended in that fleeting instant. Outside the operating room, calm gradually returned, the air heavy with the acrid scent of gunpowder. The operating room lay in disarray, filled with a strange blend of disinfectant and the scent of blood. Ling stood in the center of the ruins, slowly clenching his fists, feeling the surging power within him. Having transplanted the cells of Hashirama and the Sharingan, he now felt as though he was on a cheat mode, his body brimming with strength. "Impressive. How do you feel?" Orochimaru's hoarse voice echoed from behind, carrying a hint of barely concealed excitement. Ling nodded slightly, attempting to channel the chakra within him. Boom! A powerful surge of energy erupted, instantly impacting his meridians, and a sharp pain coursed through his body like an electric current. Hiss! Ling inhaled sharply, feeling as if his internal organs were about to be torn apart. "This power is somewhat overwhelming. It seems like it will take some time to adapt." Orochimaru observed Ling's reaction with keen interest, a strange light flickering in his eyes. "This power is not so easily controlled, kid." Ling gritted his teeth, enduring the excruciating pain, and attempted once more to channel the chakra. This time he cautiously controlled the output of the energy, focusing the chakra in his right hand. Sizzle! A small arc of electricity shot forth from his fingertips, making a crackling sound. Success! Although it was just a tiny arc, it represented that he had initially grasped the new power. "Not bad, you're progressing quickly." Orochimaru chuckled ominously, like a snake flicking its tongue. "However, this is still far from enough." Ling took a deep breath, knowing Orochimaru spoke the truth. This is merely the beginning, the road ahead is still long. He looked up at Orochimaru, determination filling his gaze. "I will become stronger, strong enough to be invincible." Suddenly the door of the operating room was flung open and a bloodied ninja stumbled in. "Lord Orochimaru." "It's not good." Before he could finish, he collapsed to the ground and became motionless. Ling and Orochimaru exchanged glances, both seeing a hint of seriousness in each other's eyes. "It seems a new trouble has arrived." "Go take a look," Orochimaru said coldly. Ling sat cross-legged, closing his eyes to sense the chakra surging within him. This power was wild and immense, like a runaway wild horse, difficult to control. But he wasn't an ordinary traveler. His modern knowledge allowed him a deeper understanding of human meridians and energy flow. He attempted to guide the chakra to his palm, imagining it coalescing into a Rasengan. Of course, he couldn't yet perform a technique of that caliber, but creating a small fireball should be feasible, right? Whoosh! A tiny flame ignited in Ling's palm, only the size of his thumb, yet it caused Miyako beside him to widen her eyes in disbelief, covering her mouth in astonishment. "This. You can control chakra so quickly. Simply a genius." Ling raised an eyebrow in pride, secretly pleased. "Basic skills, no big deal." He continued to experiment, condensing the chakra into a wind blade, and with a gentle wave he sliced through a nearby steel pipe with a crack. "Woohoo, I'm flying." He couldn't help but shout, but quickly realized he had gotten a bit ahead of himself. Clearing his throat, he struck a pose of deep profundity. "You want to investigate the rogue ninja of Takagi?" Orochimaru's voice suddenly cut in, startling Ling, nearly causing him to disperse the lightning he had just gathered. "Yes, I feel that things are not so simple," Ling replied earnestly, gathering his thoughts. "Although the rogue ninja of Takagi is not weak, he shouldn't be able to infiltrate the base without a sound, it seems." "What are you trying to say?" Orochimaru narrowed his eyes, a glint of danger flashing within. "I suspect there is a traitor within the base." Ling met Orochimaru's gaze fearlessly. "Moreover, I suspect their target is not merely the base." Orochimaru fell silent for a moment before suddenly laughing, the sound cold and eerie. "Kid, your curiosity is too great." The more you know about certain things the quicker you die. But Ling wanted to say something but was interrupted by Orochimaru. Enough. This matter ends here, you do not need to meddle further. Orochimaru's tone was firm and unquestionable, focusing on enhancing your own strength is the real priority. Ling felt a bit unwilling, but he also knew that now was not the time to confront Orochimaru head-on. He silently nodded and turned towards the door of the operating room. Wait, Orochimaru suddenly called out to him, take this. He tossed a scroll to Ling. This is a topographical map of the area around the base, it may be useful to you. Ling took the scroll, his heart stirring. Orochimaru is tacitly allowing his investigation. He unfolded the scroll, his gaze scanning the map, suddenly locking onto an inconspicuous small mark. This is... he murmured abruptly, looking up at Orochimaru. Orochimaru merely smiled meaningfully, remaining silent. Ling tightly clutched the scroll, turning to exit the operating room, disappearing into the dark corridor. He had a premonition that this small mark would unveil a tremendous secret. Ling returned to his room holding the scroll. Spreading out the map, he repeatedly tapped the inconspicuous small mark. An abandoned shrine circled on it. His intuition told him there was something fishy about this. The Takagi rogue ninja attacks the base as a distraction. Is their target? Ling suddenly recalled a confidential scroll that had gone missing from the base, which detailed Orochimaru's latest research on forbidden techniques. Could their target be this? He immediately set off towards the abandoned shrine. With the transplanted Sharingan and Hashirama's cells, Ling's speed and perception had significantly improved, practically soaring through the air with ease. In less than half an hour he arrived at the shrine. The shrine was in ruins, covered in cobwebs, and the air was thick with a decaying scent. This place is eerie and a bit unsettling. Ling remarked cautiously, stepping inside. The interior of the shrine was empty, with only an altar and some broken ritual items. Ling activated his Sharingan, carefully observing everything around him. Suddenly he noticed a stone tile behind the altar that was a slightly different color. Great! There really is a mechanism. Ling's lips curled upward as he pushed hard, and the stone tile slowly moved aside, revealing a dark gaping hole. A cold wind blew from the hole, carrying a faint smell of blood. Incredible, it seems I was right. Ling jumped down without hesitation. The hole was deep. When Ling landed, he found himself in an underground chamber. In the center of the chamber stood a massive altar covered in strange runes. Several figures in black robes surrounded the altar, seemingly conducting some sort of ritual. What the hell is going on? Ling was shocked, quickly hiding behind a stone pillar. The ritual is about to be completed, we just need to offer the final sacrifice. One of the black-robed figures said ominously. The final sacrifice. Ling's heart sank as he suddenly realized something. Could it be? He quietly approached the altar, peering through the gap in the stone pillar, and saw the scene on the altar, a bound ninja, the very member of the base who had gone missing earlier. So it was them. Ling's heart burned with rage as he prepared to rush out, but he heard a familiar voice. Well done. Orochimaru. Ling turned abruptly, only to see Orochimaru had appeared behind him without a sound. You. Ling's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at Orochimaru. Why are you doing this? Orochimaru merely smiled, not answering. He walked to the altar, looking at the bound ninja, a glint of cold light flashing in his eyes. Let's begin. Ling felt his head buzzing, completely unable to comprehend Orochimaru's intentions. Are you insane? Insane? Heh. Orochimaru sneered disdainfully, you'll soon understand, this is all for a greater goal. He reached out, placing his hand on the altar. Stop. Ling shouted, rushing towards the altar. However, it was already too late. The runes on the altar suddenly illuminated, emitting blinding light. The bound ninja let out a terrible scream as their body gradually disappeared. You. Ling pointed at Orochimaru, trembling all over, what have you? Orochimaru turned his gaze icy as he stared at Ling. Now you can continue your investigation. What? Ling was taken aback. However, Orochimaru's lips curled into a strange smile, I hope you can return alive. The light of the altar faded and a metallic scent of blood filled the air. Ling glared fiercely at Orochimaru, his heart brimming with anger and confusion. This is the third one. The third ninja offered as a sacrifice by Orochimaru. What exactly is this greater goal that necessitates such brutal sacrifices? Investigation. Right now I'm more concerned about how to survive. Ling gritted his teeth, knowing that Orochimaru's investigation was anything but simple. The shadow of a mysterious organization loomed around them, and any misstep could lead to utter destruction. He must become stronger. Stronger than anyone. Back in the laboratory, Ling threw himself into his research. The newly implanted Sharingan and Hashirama's cells contained immense power, yet they were like a ticking time bomb ready to destroy his body at any moment. His face was pale, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead, every cell in his body groaning in agony. The integration of power was far more challenging than he had anticipated. It felt like juggling a chainsaw and a kitten at the same time, exciting yet deadly. Ling couldn't help but let out a low growl as the violent chakra surged wildly within him, crashing against his meridians. He felt as if his body was about to be torn apart. No. If this continues, it would only lead to his own demise. He forced himself to calm down, striving to control the rampaging power within. Miko. Prepare the tranquilizer. Ling's voice was hoarse and weak. Yais. Miko trembled as she hurried over with the syringe, terrified by Ling's reckless training methods. Watching Ling's pained expression, she was even hesitant to act. Ling snatched the syringe, unhesitatingly injecting it into his arm. The cold liquid flowed into his veins, temporarily suppressing the raging chakra within. He slowly exhaled, his tense body gradually beginning to relax. It seems conventional methods won't work. Ling muttered to himself, a glint of determination flashing in his eyes. Looks like I need to try that. Ling closed his eyes and took a deep breath. The conventional chakra control methods were completely ineffective against this power, like trying to stop a speeding train with a toothpick. He must find another way. Thanks to modern knowledge, a bold idea emerged in his mind: muscle memory. If he could solidify the flow of chakra into an instinct just like riding a bicycle, wouldn't he be able to bypass conscious control and directly harness this power? Without hesitation, Ling began intense physical training. He wasn't simply throwing punches and kicking, he combined every movement with the flow of chakra. With each punch, chakra surged into his fists, with each kick, chakra gathered at his toes. He repeatedly practiced these movements again and again until his clothes were soaked with sweat and his muscles ached to the point of numbness. Miko watched in astonishment, realizing this was no ordinary ninja training, it was sheer self-torture. But her worry gradually transformed into admiration as she witnessed Ling's progress. The fluctuations of chakra around him grew increasingly stable and the originally violent power began to mellow. I did it. Ling suddenly opened his eyes wide, brilliance radiating from his gaze. He felt his control over the new power reach a new level, like taming a wild horse that could be ridden at will. He formed hand seals, unleashing a fireball technique that was more solid and powerful than before, smashing the target within the laboratory to smithereens. Woohoo! Taking off. Ling couldn't contain his excitement and shouted. Miko covered her mouth, stifling a laugh. It was the first time she had seen such a childlike side of Ling. At that moment, a commotion erupted outside the base. A group of ninjas in black clothing and masks crept closer. They were the spies sent by the mysterious organization. Finally here. Orochimaru stood high above, a cold smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Ling, let me see your abilities. He did not intervene but rather observed with great interest. A glint of cold light flashed in Ling's eyes. These small fry were hardly worth his attention. Just as he was about to take action, he suddenly stopped. He sensed something was off. These ninjas were too weak. Something feels off. Ling narrowed his eyes, looking at Orochimaru. Lord Orochimaru, what do you think? A slight smirk curved at the corner of Ling's mouth, revealing a hint of disdain. Is this it? A few small fries dare to come to their doom. Instead of rushing in, he quickly formed hand seals. Suddenly countless vines erupted from the ground, tightly ensnaring the black-clad ninjas. Woohoo! Binding game. Ling said with a smile. The ninjas struggled desperately yet could not break free. They were horrified to discover that the vines were absorbing their chakra. What is this? What kind of ninjutsu is this? Ling ignored their wails, walking over to one of the ninjas, squatting down and cheerfully asking, so who are you? What are you doing here? No way. I won't tell you anything. The ninja stubbornly retorted. Ling shrugged, not gonna say. Then don't blame me for being rude. A glint of cold light flashed in his eyes as he formed a Rasengan in his hand. Have you heard of the Rasengan massage? I guarantee it'll make you feel amazing. I'll talk. We were sent by the Akatsuki organization and our purpose is. After some intimidation and temptation, Ling extracted some information about the Akatsuki organization from these small fry. Though not much, it was still a gain. He compiled this information and reported it to Orochimaru. The Akatsuki organization. Orochimaru's eyes gleamed with interest after hearing Ling's report. It seems things are getting more and more interesting. He was very pleased with Ling's performance and decided to provide him with more resources and training opportunities. Ling, you did well. From now on I will personally guide your training. Thank you, Lord Orochimaru. Yi Ling felt a surge of joy in his heart knowing he was one step closer to his goal. However, this was just the beginning. The spies from the Akatsuki organization were easily defeated, which was undoubtedly a provocation to them. In the secret base of the Akatsuki organization, a mysterious figure gazed at the information in his hand, his expression dark as thunder. Useless. A bunch of useless fools. He violently crumpled the information into pieces. It seems we have to take matters into our own hands. He turned to the people behind him, passed the orders down, prepare for a full-scale attack. Yes. Orochimaru looked out at the overcast sky and said meaningfully to Yi Ling, it seems a storm is coming. The atmosphere in Orochimaru's base was heavy as if the air had solidified, making each breath a struggle. The ninjas within the base were busy preparing for battle with the sounds of tense footsteps and clashing equipment echoing around. Yi Ling stood by the window, his fingers unconsciously tapping on the glass. A storm was brewing in his heart. Time seemed to stretch until a loud crash accompanied by vibrations in the ground heralded the arrival of the enemy. Outside the base, fierce cries of battle rang out, and the emblem of the Konoha ninja was particularly striking under the cold moonlight. The enemies surged against the outer defenses of the base like a torrent, unstoppable. Yi Ling looked out the window and saw the ironclad defense being gradually torn apart, with ninja gear tattered like rags drifting through the air. Orochimaru's orders echoed throughout the base, converging into an unyielding "will hold the line." However, the number and strength of the enemies exceeded expectations, and the ninjas of the base fell one after another, the brutal battlefield replaying like a nightmare. Yi Ling felt an unprecedented pressure as his cold gaze swept across the battlefield, knowing he had to take action. He took a deep breath, his mind racing with tactics. At this moment, his surgical assistant Midako rushed in, panic evident in her eyes. Yi Ling-kun, the medical area has been breached, we need reinforcements. I know, Yi Ling replied, straightening up, his gaze sharp as lightning. He realized that this was not just a battle but a test. He clenched his fists, feeling the newly harmonized power swirling within him. At that moment, Orochimaru's low yet clear voice came through, Yi Ling, it's time to showcase your results. The biting cold wind of the storm struck, but Yi Ling smiled slightly, turning to face the smoke and cries of the battlefield as if unafraid of anything. The sky above the base was overcast with dark clouds, lightning splitting the sky. With each step he took, determination burned in his heart like a flame piercing through the darkness. Yi Ling moved. His figure was as swift as a ghost, instantly appearing among the enemy ranks. The newly fused power erupted like a volcanic explosion, chakra swirling around him, forming visible waves of energy. A spiral shuriken was unleashed, the compressed wind-style chakra tearing through the air with a sharp whistle, instantly reducing the first few Konoha ninjas to nothing more than fragments. Is that all? Yi Ling smirked disdainfully. If this group of weaklings was not even enough to fill his teeth. As expected of Lord Yi Ling. Midako watched in awe from behind, her small hands tightly gripping the medical pack, nearly jumping with excitement. From the enemy camp, a hulking ninja wearing a mask stepped forward. He radiated a powerful chakra fluctuation, clearly a tough opponent. Kid, you're quite cocky, the masked ninja said in a deep resonant voice tinged with a hint of murderous intent. Likewise, Yi Ling replied casually, his Sharingan spinning rapidly, analyzing the enemy's chakra flow. Senjutsu would release, tree world descends. The masked ninja formed hand seals and the ground erupted with numerous thick branches coiling towards Yi Ling like a giant python. Yi Ling remained unhurried, forming hand seals, fire release, great fire destruction. Flames burst forth, incinerating the encroaching branches completely. Just a trivial technique, Yi Ling scoffed, his figure flickering as he vanished from sight. When he reappeared, he was already behind the masked ninja. Lightning released Chidori. The ear-piercing thunder rang out as Yi Ling's Chidori struck like a blade at the masked ninja's back. The masked ninja reacted swiftly, dodging the fatal blow, but his left arm was still grazed, blood splattering. Interesting. The masked ninja covered his wound, a glimmer of wariness flashing in his eyes. The surrounding ninjas watching the battle fell silent, all stunned by the electric speed combat. Yi Ling and the masked ninja exchanged blows, locked in an intense battle. The air around them seemed to freeze, filled with a stifling aura. Suddenly Yi Ling halted, his Sharingan fixating on the masked ninja's injured left arm, a strange smile creeping onto his lips. So that's how it is. He murmured, excitement lacing his tone. Yi Ling's Sharingan spun rapidly, perceiving the chaotic chakra flow in the masked ninja's injured arm. He discovered that this guy's chakra had become erratic after the injury, like a high-speed machine suddenly jamming. Bingo. Found your weakness. Yi Ling's lips curled into a devilish smile, if this was a gift delivered right to his doorstep. He took a deep breath, condensing the chakra within him to its utmost. Senjutsu Spiral Shuriken Chidori Fusion. A massive energy sphere combining Senjutsu Chakra Wind-style Spiral Shuriken and Lightning-style Chidori formed in Yi Ling's hands, radiating a destructive aura. The surrounding air began to distort as if unable to bear this immense power. What the hell is that? The masked ninja's eyes widened, sensing the threat of death. He wanted to flee, but it was already too late. Goodbye. Yi Ling chuckled lightly, hurling the energy sphere fiercely at the masked ninja. A deafening explosion erupted, the shockwave sweeping across the battlefield, smoke and dust filling the air, blocking out the sun. As the smoke cleared, a massive crater appeared on the ground and the masked ninja was no longer in existence, not even a trace left. Holy crap. Amazing. The ninjas hiding at a distance exclaimed. This power was terrifying. The enemy's camp collapsed instantly, the remaining ninjas crying out for help, fleeing in panic. The boss is gone, brothers, retreat quickly. The wind is tight, let's go. Yi Ling stood proudly like a deity descended from the heavens, looking down at the fleeing enemies, exuding an overwhelming aura. Is that all? You still want to come steal from us? Go home and raise pigs. In this battle Yi Ling had truly become a legend. Orochimaru looked at Yi Ling with admiration in his eyes. Yi Ling-kun, you have truly given me a huge surprise. As expected of the one I have chosen. He walked up to Yi Ling, patting his shoulder, his tone filled with trust. From now on you shall be my right-hand man. Yi Ling smiled slightly, neither servile nor overbearing. Thank you for your recognition, Lord Orochimaru, I will continue to work hard. From that moment on Yi Ling's name resounded throughout the ninja world, becoming a figure feared by all. Have you heard? That guy named Yi Ling killed a rank ninja with a single move. Indeed, I heard he is following Orochimaru. His strength is unfathomable. However, Yi Ling was not intoxicated by victory. He knew this was just the beginning. His Sharingan still needed further adaptation and new challenges were about to arrive. Next the real game begins. He gazed into the distance, a determined light flickering in his eyes. The mist-hidden village. Tisk, consider this a greeting gift to you all. Yi Ling smirked coldly, pulling out a map from his pocket, carefully identifying his location in the dim moonlight. Orochimaru had tasked him with scouting the defensive layout of the mist-hidden village, a high-risk job that could easily cost him his life. To make matters worse, this damned Sharingan had been acting up lately, sometimes going black as if the subscription had expired, causing him a headache. Why did it have to break down now of all times? This thing must be trying to get me killed. Yi Ling muttered under his breath, cautiously sneaking through the mist-shrouded woods. The mist-hidden village truly lived up to its name as the village of blood mist. The fog was so thick it was like a bathhouse, obscuring visibility completely, practically a natural maze. Suddenly a faint sound of footsteps approached and Yi Ling's heart tightened. He quickly held his breath, activating his Sharingan, trying to see the figure's appearance. However, at this critical moment the world before him again fell into blurriness as if it had been pixelated, leaving him unable to see anything clearly. Damn. Breaking down at such a crucial moment. Is this thing just here to make me laugh? Yi Ling thought frantically, inside, cold sweat trickling down his forehead. Who goes there? A sharp voice exploded in the mist and several figures quickly approached. Yi Ling cursed inwardly, recognizing that familiar voice. It was the renowned patrol captain of the mist-hidden village, Mizuki Jiro. This guy was notorious for his keen awareness, as if equipped with radar. Damn. I've been discovered. Yi Ling gritted his teeth. After a brief moment of blurriness, his Sharingan finally regained clarity, allowing him to see the figure. Indeed, it was Mizuki Jiro. He was holding a kunai, his sharp gaze scanning the surroundings like a leopard searching for prey. There. Mizuki Jiro spotted Yi Ling's silhouette and shouted, lunging towards him. Yi Ling's heart sank, knowing there was no escape this time. Looks like I have no choice but to fight. He took a deep breath, gripping the kunai tightly, ready to face this fierce battle. Wait. Yi Ling suddenly thought of something, his eyes shifting as a plan formed in his mind. He quickly scanned the surrounding environment. This thick fog was practically a godsend. In times of trouble, retreat is the best strategy. He eyed a massive ancient tree and swiftly climbed up, moving as nimbly as a monkey. Mizuki Jiro lunged at empty air. What the hell? Did I just see a ghost? He looked bewildered. In this fog it was as if the enemy had vanished. Yi Ling hid on a branch, feeling secretly pleased. You want to fight me? You're not quite ready. He pulled out a few small gadgets, simple smoke bombs he had crafted using modern knowledge. They weren't powerful, but they were perfect for creating chaos. Let's spice things up for you. Yi Ling chuckled wickedly, igniting a smoke bomb and tossing it down. Cough, cough, cough. What the hell is this? Mizuki Jiro and his subordinates were choked to tears, their vision further obscured. Enemy attack. Enemy attack. They frantically waved their weapons, stumbling around like headless flies. Yi Ling watched the mist ninjas below in chaos, feeling exhilarated. It was like playing a game with a god. Seiya. Being invincible is so lonely. He sighed, beginning to contemplate his next move. This Sharingan was indeed powerful, but the side effects were too troublesome, breaking down at crucial moments. Wasn't that a death sentence? What if it acted up again later? That could really be the end. I need to find a safer method. Risk and reward, which is ultimately more important. Yi Ling fell into deep thought. Suddenly, as if he made a decision, his gaze sharpened and he murmured to himself, "Fortune favors the bold, let's go for it." He leaped down from the tree, stealthily heading in one direction. "Who?" A deep voice resonated in the mist. Ling landed silently, gliding through the fog like a ghost. He quickly found Abe, who was cowering in a dilapidated shrine, trembling as if he had seen the Grim Reaper. "Cough cough Abe, long time no see." Ling greeted cheerfully, though his tone was laced with a chilling edge. Abe nearly wet himself, stuttering as he tried to backtrack, "Brother, I don't know anything." Ling wasted no time, directly activating his Sharingan. The crimson pupils flickered with an eerie light in the darkness, sending shivers down Abe's spine. "Now do you still want to play dumb?" Abe trembled, immediately spilling all the information he knew like a bamboo tube pouring out beans. Just as Ling prepared to leave after his success, a voice rang out from afar, "It sounds like there's movement over here. Search." Good heavens, this guy had a nose sharper than a dog. Ling cursed inwardly as his Sharingan activated again, but unfortunately his vision started to blur once more, like applying a beauty filter where nothing was clear. "Are you kidding me?" Ling silently roared, but now was not the time for complaints. He forced himself to endure the discomfort, relying on the remaining insight of his Sharingan. Spotting a hidden path, he quickly made his escape. Damn it! He got away. Mizuki Jiro stared at the empty path, stomping his feet in frustration. Ling finally felt temporarily safe. He wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, but his heart was still heavy. This Sharingan was like a ticking time bomb, unpredictable, ready to explode at any moment. Ling leaned against a sturdy tree trunk, gasping for breath. The side effects of the Sharingan made the world before him seem veiled in frosted glass, a hazy blur that felt more obscuring than a 10-level beauty filter. "This damned Sharingan failing me at a critical moment," he cursed under his breath, rubbing his aching temples. He knew he could no longer delay, he had to act swiftly. The defenses of Wuyin village were even more formidable than he had imagined, with information as elusive as treasures hidden in a labyrinth. Damn that Wuyin Jiro. Ling gritted his teeth. That guy seemed to have an eye of heaven, his senses terrifyingly sharp. The slightest rustle would send him charging like a shark smelling blood. He had to find a way to bypass him. Ling's mind raced, analyzing the current situation. Though the Sharingan was blurry, it could still capture some movement. Ling squinted carefully, observing his surroundings. Got it. A slight smile crept across his lips as he discovered a concealed path. Though rugged, it was a shortcut to the source of information. Ling endured the discomfort of his blurred vision, stealthily moving like an agile cat through the thicket. It looks like someone is ahead. He held his breath, the Sharingan barely allowing him to see the figure ahead. It was indeed Wuyin Jiro. What a narrow path for enemies. Ling cursed internally and quickly hid behind a large rock. Wuyin Jiro seemed to sense something, glancing around with wary eyes. Could it be my imagination, he muttered to himself, but his doubts remained. Ling knew he had to shake off Wuyin Jiro's pursuit quickly. Just then a flash of inspiration struck him. He picked up a few stones and threw them in the opposite direction. Who? Wuyin Jiro fell for the trick and dashed toward the sound of the stones. Ling seized the chance to slip away, feeling triumphant in his heart. You think you can compete with me? You're still too green. He continued toward the source of information, but just as he was about to reach his destination, he suddenly stopped. Something feels off. He murmured, a glint of cold light flashing in his eyes. Ling's lips curled into a cold smile. He was already well acquainted with the terrain of Wuyin village. After all, he was a professional at reconnaissance. A few carefully laid traps would be enough to catch these Wuyin ninjas off guard. Sure enough, not long after, a chorus of exclamations like, "Ouch, and which idiot dug this pit?" echoed, accompanied by the sounds of chaos, clearly signaling that someone had fallen into a trap. Woohoo, let's take off. Ling felt a rush of joy, slipping away toward the source of information. The commotion had naturally alerted Wuyin Jiro, whose face darkened as he growled, "Pursue." A group of Wuyin ninjas immediately charged toward Ling as if invigorated. Ling used the same trick again, employing several shadow clone techniques to bewilder the ninjas. Just some petty tricks. Wuyin Jiro saw through Ling's ruse at a glance, commanding his subordinates to encircle him from all directions. This is getting interesting. Excitement flashed in Ling's eyes as the Sharingan spun rapidly, causing everything around him to seem to slow down. The trajectories of the enemy's attacks and their weaknesses were laid bare before him. With such skill, you dare to come and deliver your heads? Ling mocked as he effortlessly evaded the attacks, even finding time to show off a few difficult maneuvers, leaving the distant observer Sugimoto dumbfounded and exclaiming, 666. The surrounding trees suffered greatly, blasted apart by the ninjutsu, resembling a scene ravaged by a typhoon. Ling seized the moment and took a deep breath. It's time to end this game, he whispered. Taking a deep breath, the Sharingan spun quickly and everything around him seemed to play in slow motion. It's time to showcase my true skills. A wicked smile crept across his lips as his figure instantly vanished from the spot. Where is he? Uinjiro was taken aback, not having time to react before he felt a powerful gust of wind approaching from behind. My God! He exclaimed, not having time to defend himself before Ling kicked him away, sending him flying through the air in a perfect parabola, finally landing face first in a mud pit with a thud splattering mud everywhere. The surrounding Wuin ninjas rushed in to rescue him but were blocked by Ling's shadow clones. You bunch of rookies think you can stop me? In your dreams. Ling scoffed, tossing out a few flashy ninjutsu that left the ninjas crying for their mothers, searching for their teeth on the ground. Uinjiro, you might as well leave your toll today. Ling flashed in front of Uinjiro, looking down at him like a high-level character in a game. Please spare me, Great One. I have elderly parents and young children. Uinjiro struggled to get up, his face covered in mud resembling a pitiful groundhog. Enough nonsense. Ling mercilessly tied him up tightly, hoisting him like a small chicken to the hidden location of the information. With a flurry of operations like a tiger, Ling successfully obtained some crucial information and quickly evacuated the scene. Upon returning to the base, he handed the information to Michiko. Wow! Ling-kun, you are amazing. This is the information we have been wanting. Michiko exclaimed in delight as she received the information, her eyes sparkling like a fan seeing her idol. Basic operations, nothing to be surprised about. Ling waved his hand, feigning modesty, but the smile at the corner of his mouth was impossible to hide. He gazed out the window, his eyes deep and contemplative, as he murmured, Uinjiro, the game between us has only just begun. Ling ran without pause, darting through the trees as if propelled by a sprint. He had to recover the remaining intelligence before Wu-In-Ci-Lang could regain his senses. Damn it, this Xieluan Yen chooses the worst possible moments to fail. Ling cursed under his breath. Ever since the Xieluan Yen transplant, the eye had been unreliable and its side effects were severe, his vision often blurred into a mottled mosaic haze. Kid. You won't get away. Wu-In-Ci-Lang's harsh voice drew nearer. He had clearly mustered a band of followers. Ling feared he was about to be surrounded. Ling gritted his teeth and forced back the sting and throbbing in his eyes. There was no time to rest, he had to find a way to break through the encirclement. Surround him. Don't let him escape. At Wu-In-Ci-Lang's command, a swarm of Wuin ninja poured from the trees, coming on like a wave shuriken raining toward him. Ling dodged left and right, relying on the Xieluan Yan's fleeting predictive edge to narrowly evade attack after attack. He knew, however, that such attrition could only end one way. I must find a way to turn this around, he thought, weaving and scheming. Strategies flashed through his mind, but none felt foolproof. Suddenly a bright idea struck him, the kind of psychological ploy drawn from modern tactics. He lowered his voice and with a cunning smile called out, Wu-In-Ci-Lang, come here. I will tell you a secret. What on earth is Ling doing now? Sean Ben, hiding behind a tree and scratching his head, could not make sense of the battle's direction. It felt more like children playing than a real ninja duel. Ling waved his fists at the air and struck absurd poses, muttering, I can do magic, I can do magic. The ludicrous display made Sean Ben stifle a laugh. At first Wu-In-Ci-Lang was bewildered by Ling's antics. Could the boy be frightened into nonsense? Yet he remained wary. Anyone who had slipped from under his nose was no ordinary fool. Ignore his theatrics. Attack. Wu-In-Ci-Lang barked and the ninja descended upon Ling like starving wolves. Ling's lips curled. The Xieluan Yen spun wildly and the world seemed to slow, as if an unseen hand had pressed the scene into slow motion. Allow me to show you what a dimensional strike feels like, he murmured. His eyes glowed an eerie red. Where vision had been muddled, clarity returned with razor precision. Every opponent's motion, breath and the faintest muscle tremor were laid bare before him. Is that all? Really? Ling taunted as he glided through their attacks. Is this the level of Wuin Village's ninjas? Wu-In-Ci-Lang's rage flared at the insult. He had never imagined being mocked by such a green youth. Trifling tricks, and yet you dare show off, Ling snorted. In an instant his figure vanished from sight. Where did he go? Cried Wu-In-Ci-Lang. Before he could react, a sudden searing pain ripped through his chest and he was hurled backward like a puppet with its strings cut. Sorry, forgot to mention, I am a man with the Xieluan Yen now, Ling said, clapping his hands with a hint of contempt as he looked down at the moaning Wu-In-Ci-Lang. What? What kind of monster are you? Wu-In-Ci-Lang gasped, clutching his chest. Monster? Ling replied coolly. No. I am simply someone who pursues power. A cold glint passed through Ling's eyes as he stepped toward him. Wu-In-Ci-Lang's men, seeing their leader, fled in terror, tripping over one another to escape. Think you can run? Not so easily, Ling sneered, vanishing once more. He returned to the base, dragging his weary body, not even finding a moment to lie down. From a shadowed corner, Dashiwan's sly voice drifted out, Ling, come here. Yi Ling braced himself. What now? Please, not another mission to capture the tailed beasts, he thought, but he obligingly moved to stand before De Shiwan. Your Xiaoluan Yen needs further refinement, De Shiwan said coldly. Yi Ling jolted, half certain had misheard. Refine the Xiaoluan Yen? How? Before his imagination could conjure up cruel experiments, De Shiwan waved his hand and sent him to an uncanny training ground. No sooner had he landed than something felt wrong. The world blurred as if a frosted pane had been drawn across his eyes. Sun Tian's perennial severe voice snapped in his ear, stop staring. Training begins now. What a joke, Yi Ling thought. His sight was a mosaic, and yet Sun Tian showed no mercy. A procession of brutal drills followed without respite. Relying on the hazy remnants of vision and a stubborn thread of awareness, Yi Ling endured. He cursed inwardly. This Xiaoluan Yen was a cursed thing. Would it blind him altogether? Focus your spirit. Where is your will? Do you expect to master the Xiaoluan Yen at this level? Sun Tian barked, and kunai flew toward Yi Ling without pity. Oh, we're getting serious, are we? Yi Ling snapped, instinctively trying to dodge, only to find his body heavy as lead and a kunai aimed at his eye. With a thunderous roar, everything went black for a heartbeat, then a surging force burst from within him as if something had been unshackled. Sun Tian stared in disbelief. This power is... Yi Ling felt as though he had been thrust into a spinning washing drum. If the world whirled so violently, his organs felt ready to be flung free. Sun Tian's poker face bobbed before him, oddly blending with the surroundings and making him more disoriented still. Willpower, willpower, you old fool, say it so lightly. Yi Ling raged internally, fighting desperately to steady himself as the force within threatened to rend him apart. Then, as if a cool spring had been poured into a parched desert, a refreshing clarity flowed from his eyes and his blurred vision began to sharpen. He fixed his gaze and saw Sun Tian's face, worn and more expressive than usual, while the kunai hovered less than a centimeter from his nose. Yi Ling exhaled a long, steadying breath. His life had been spared. Sun Tian's eyes flickered with faint approval before his expression returned to its habitual neutrality. You are not entirely ruined yet. Before Yi Ling could savor the relief, De Shiwan's voice echoed across the training ground. Yi Ling, show me what you can do. Do not disappoint me. At his command, dark shapes leapt from behind De Shiwan and closed in. On closer inspection, they were wooden puppets, each brandishing razor edges that glinted with cold menace. So it's serious now, Yi Ling muttered, swore under his breath, and activated the Xiaoluan Yen, bracing for the onslaught. The puppet struck with lightning speed, each blow aimed with lethal intent. Though he evaded several blows, Yi Ling was pressed into increasingly perilous positions. De Shiwan's voice carried a taunt. Is this the full extent of your Xiaoluan Yen? Anger flared in Yi Ling. He clenched his teeth, concentrated, and tried to discern the puppet's repeating patterns. The attacks accelerated, swish swish swish, and Yi Ling found himself slowly losing ground. Shan Ben, watching in the shadows, stamped his foot in anxiety and muttered, it's over, Yi Ling won't hold out. Yet just when everyone assumed he was finished, Yi Ling moved. He darted between the puppets with uncanny poise, each evasion perfectly timed, each counterstrike instantly seizing an opening. His movements flowed like water over stone, seamless and practiced. Beautiful. Shan Ben could not help but exclaim. Even De Shiwan's eyes betrayed a flicker of surprise. Yi Ling grew more confident as he took over the rhythm of the fight. The Xiaoluan Yen analyzed the puppet's attack sequences, hunting for flaws. Now, Yi Ling seized a chance and struck a puppet squarely in the chest with a brutal punch. There was a crisp crack as the puppet splintered into pieces and collapsed. Yes. Shan Ben cheered, waving his fists as if he had won the battle himself. But before Yi Ling could breathe, De Shiwan's cold warning cut through the air. Careful. A vast shadow rolled over him. De Shiwan had summoned a colossal serpent, its maw opening to engulf him. Yi Ling's heart lurched. Are you serious? He tried to evade, but his limbs felt frozen as though held in place. Shan Ben, crouched in hiding, fell back and sat dumbstruck on the ground, too terrified to look. At the brink of doom, the Xiaoluan Yen began to whirl frantically. Time-dilated, Yi Ling could see every movement of the serpent in exquisite detail, even the serrations on its fangs. Now, seizing the instant the serpent gaped, Yi Ling flashed forward and slipped into its mouth. De Shiwan's pupils contracted in surprise. He had not expected such a stratagem. Inside the serpent, Yi Ling hammered blows and kicked mercilessly, driving the creature into wild, pained rolls. De Shiwan commanded the serpent to disgorge him. Get him out. Yi Ling leapt free from the serpent's jaws, landed lightly, brushed dust from his clothes, and said with practiced nonchalance, is that all? I expected more. De Shiwan watched him, a knowing smile playing at his lips. It seems your Xiaoluan Yen is beginning to awaken its true power, he observed. At that moment, Mei Jizi approached and handed Yi Ling a towel, her voice soft. Yi Ling, are you all right? Yi Ling accepted the towel and met Mei Zizi's concerned gaze. His heart stirred. I'm fine, thank you, he said. Mei Zizi's cheeks flushed and she unconsciously moved a little closer. You are truly strong, she murmured. Yi Ling felt his pulse quicken at her proximity. He stepped back to compose himself and replied, I still have much to learn. I believe in you, Yi Ling, Mei Zizi said, watching his flustered retreat with a sly smile. Night fell and Shiwan's base sank into silence. Only Yi Ling's room remained lit. A new ability of the Xiaoluan Yen. Yi Ling gazed into the mirror, resolve glittering in his eyes. I will grow stronger. A sharp knock sounded at the door and Shiwan's voice came from outside, Yi Ling, there is a new mission. Wuyin village has made a new move. Yi Ling raised an eyebrow as he took the scroll Shiwan handed him. Let me guess, it's not another attempt to capture the Three Tails Jinchuriki, is it? Their efficiency is so poor. This intel has nothing to do with the Three Tails Jinchuriki. Shiwan's cold voice echoed in the room. Wuyin village appears to be secretly developing a new forbidden technique. We need to learn more. A forbidden technique. Intriguing. A playful smile curled Yi Ling's lips. It seems this mission won't be dull. Remember, proceed with caution. A barely perceptible worry flashed into Shiwan's eyes. Wuyin village's shinobi are not easy to handle. Don't worry, Yi Ling, he said, patting his chest confidently. A mere Wuyin village won't best me. Night fell and Yi Ling set out once more for the border of Wuyin village. This time he deliberately avoided his previous route, choosing a more concealed path. Yet when he reached the border of Wuyin village he found the air unusually tense. Thick mist hung in the air, obscuring sight and masking deadly intent. Yi Ling activated his Sharingan to pierce the fog, but a sudden searing pain struck and his vision blurred. Damn it, the Sharingan side effects are acting up again, Yi Ling cursed inwardly. He knew he could not use it further or he would only worsen the damage to his sight. Who's there? A sharp cry exploded at Yi Ling's ear. Figures materialized from the fog encircling him. Wuyin village shinobi. Yi Ling squinted, trying to make out his enemies. Your reaction is quick. Are you a ninja from my? The leader of the Wuyin shinobi asked coldly, his gaze sharp as a blade, as if trying to see through Yi Ling. You gonna guess? Yi Ling replied with a playful curl at his lips. A playful smile tugged at Yi Ling's mouth. As he parried the Wuyin shinobi's assaults he carefully observed the surroundings, searching for an opening. However, the Wuyin shinobi seemed to know the terrain intimately. Each time Yi Ling attempted to break through they intercepted him beforehand. Damn, this won't do, Yi Ling thought. The prolonged fight had drained his chakra and with the Sharingan side effects his stamina was approaching its limits. Suddenly the ground disappeared beneath his feet and his body plummeted uncontrollably. A trap. Startled, Yi Ling scrambled to right his posture, but it was too late. He slammed heavily into the earth with a dull thud. Cough. Yi Ling struggled to his feet, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth, clearly badly injured. You can't run. Wuyin Xilang stepped from the trees, a cruel smile on his face. Surrender obediently. Yi Ling wiped the blood from his mouth, his gaze sharpening. Who said I was going to run? A cold smile flickered on Yi Ling's lips as his eyes landed on a nearby ancient tree where something still lingered. With a disdainful chuckle he vanished from sight. Wuyin Xilang's pupils tightened. Not good, he thought, and hurried after him with his subordinates. Unbeknownst to them they pursued only the traces Yi Ling had intentionally left. Ha, a bunch of rookies, and they think they can catch me. Yi Ling hid behind a towering tree watching Wuyin Xilang and his men recede, a sly grin at the corner of his mouth. He had prepared this ruse during a previous infiltration and had not expected to use it so soon. The intelligence location should be nearby. Yi Ling scanned his surroundings, fixing his gaze on a bamboo grove not far off. As he prepared to move, a powerful chakra surge descended from above and locked onto him. Who is it? Alarm bells rang in Yi Ling's mind. He looked up to see a shinobi clad in Wuyin village's umbu attire drop from the sky and block his way. You're Shiwan's lackey? The newcomer asked in a low voice laced with contempt. You've got some nerve trespassing into Wuyin village's forbidden grounds. A jonin. Yi Ling's heart sank as his Sharingan word analyzing the adversary's strength. Humph, good, you recognize it, the jonin sniffed. The Wuyin jonin formed hand seals and a powerful water nature chakra surged forth. Water release, water dragon bullet technique. Yi Ling's expression shifted. Are they serious? Yi Ling's face changed and he darted aside. With a thunderous crash the water dragon struck the ground, sending soil flying and snapping trees in a fearsome display. This one has real skill, Yi Ling thought, refusing to be careless. He fully opened his Sharingan and engaged the Wuyin jonin in fierce combat. For a time the bamboo grove was whipped by wild winds, shadows swayed and flashes of steel intertwined in a dizzying ballet. At a distant outpost Shan Banzheng idly bit into an apple. Suddenly, as if sensing something, he sprang to his feet and stared toward the bamboo grove. That chakra. Is it Lord Yi Ling? Shanben's face changed as the apple dropped from his hand with a soft thud. This is bad, something's happened. Deep within the bamboo, Ling had traded blows with the Wuin Jonin for countless exchanges. The opponent's water release jutsu was mighty and wide-ranging, forcing Ling to flee and evade nearly struck more than once. Damn it, how does his chakra seem endless? Ling cursed inwardly as his strength and chakra were rapidly depleted while the other fought on as if untouched, the assaults growing ever fiercer. No, at this rate it'll be worn down to nothing. Ling gritted his teeth, dodging while frantically formulating a counter. Suddenly his eyes fell upon the opponent's hand seals and a bold idea surfaced in his mind. Though his ninjutsu is powerful, Ling murmured with a cold smile, it seems to bear a fatal weakness. Ling's gaze hardened. Timing the exact moment the Wuin Jonin formed his seal, he cried, now. Stealth serpent hands. Ling's hands flew through rapid seals as chakra surged violently. In the next breath, two enormous chakra serpents tore free from the earth, jaws gaping as they lunged to bite the Wuin Jonin. What? The Wuin Jonin's face drained of color. He had not expected Ling to see such a fleeting opening. Hastily he was forced to interrupt his jutsu and clumsily dodge backward. Boom! The serpent slammed into the spot where the Jonin had stood. The explosion was deafening, carving a great crater into the ground as dust and smoke billowed. Cough! The Wuin Jonin hauled himself upright, blood at the corner of his mouth, his face pale, clearly grievously injured. You actually... The Wuin Jonin stammered, pointing at Ling with eyes full of horror and disbelief. Humph, rookie, do you know whom you're fighting? Ling shrugged dismissively and said with contempt, with your level of skill you dare show off before me? Damn. The Wuin Jonin ground his teeth. He knew he could not match Ling, and continuing would only bring shame. He cast Ling a long hard look and then slipped away into the deep bamboo. Ha, run fast then, Ling snorted, watching the direction the Jonin fled without giving chase. His objective was intelligence, not murder. Following the clues he had found earlier, Ling soon located the place where the intelligence was hidden. He opened the mechanism cautiously and entered a secret chamber filled with scrolls and documents. Jackpot, this will be big. Ling's eyes gleamed as he eagerly gathered every scroll and file. Back at the base, he handed the intelligence he had stolen over to Meijizi. Meijizi scrutinized the materials and uncovered several critical leads, which even caused De Shiwan to view Ling with newfound appreciation. Well done, Ling, De Shiwan said, a rare note of approval touching his cold face. It seems I did not misjudge you. Haha, it's all thanks to Uncle Snake's instruction, Ling replied modestly. Ling smiled with false modesty, though inwardly he was overjoyed. Yet Ling did not let victory go to his head. Wuin village would not yield easily and greater trials awaited him. It seems he'll have to make another trip to Wuin village, he mused, a glint of mischief in his eyes and a playful smile on his lips. Ling pressed on without pause, stealthily slipping into the depths of Wuin village's forbidden area like a cunning fox, following the clues he had just obtained. The target this time was the bloodline limit scroll of Wuin village, said to contain various powerful secret techniques. However, Wuin village was not to be underestimated. As soon as Ling set foot in the forbidden area, alarms blared throughout the village. Damn it, discovered so soon. Ling cursed inwardly but did not hesitate, instead quickening his pace. Ling, you can't escape. Wuin Jiro led a team of elite ninjas surrounding Ling from all directions. Humph, is it bullying when there are more against fewer? Ling sneered coldly, activating his Sharingan ready for a fierce fight. However, at that moment his vision suddenly blurred as the side effects of the Sharingan kicked in. Oh no. Why now? Ling's heart sank. He knew he was in big trouble. Go. Don't let him escape. At Wuin Jiro's command, all the ninjas surged forward, unleashing a barrage of ninjutsu upon Ling. His vision was a blur and he could only rely on his keen hearing and perception to evade the attacks. Whoosh. Boom. Bang. Various ninjutsu exploded around Ling, kicking up clouds of dust and water. Ling was like a tiny boat in a raging storm, at risk of being swallowed at any moment. Damn it. I can't keep this up. Ling gritted his teeth, his mind racing to find a way out. Suddenly a light flashed in his mind. Wait, what if I... Ling's thought sparked a cold smile appearing at the corner of his mouth, silently thinking, I came here with an advantage. Do they really think I'm an easy target? He was not one to sit idly by. He exerted all his strength to activate the Sharingan, forcibly suppressing the surging blood and intense pain. Let me show you what true power looks like. Ling roared, his hands moving swiftly to form seals, merging the ninjutsu he had trained in before, creating a brand new ninjutsu combination with terrifying chakra condensing in his hands. Boom. A tremendous explosion erupted and a powerful shockwave swept through, sending Wuin Jiro and his elite team flying. Cough, cough. Wuin Jiro clumsily got up from the ground, looking at Ling in terror as if he had seen a monster. This. How is this possible? Before he could react, a shadow suddenly appeared in front of him, an overwhelming sense of pressure making it hard for him to breathe. Who? Who are you? Jiro's voice trembled. I want to know my name. You're not worthy. The visitor spoke with disdain, yet during the confrontation with Ling he did not dare let his guard down, clearly sensing Ling's formidable nature. Kid, you're quite impressive to have forced me to take action. The visitor said, placing his hand on the hilt of the sword at his back. Ling also set aside his disdain. He knew that the true battle was just beginning. Seizing the opportunity, he spun his Sharingan rapidly and hurled the condensed chakra ball towards the mysterious expert. Take this. Enhanced Rasengan. This strike was immensely powerful. Although the mysterious expert tried his utmost to defend, he was still forced back several steps, a trickle of blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. Is this it? Is this it? How can you call yourself a master? I think it's more like a case of a chicken pecking at another chicken. Ling pressed the advantage, his fists and feet raining down like a storm on the mysterious expert, leaving him unable to retaliate. Jiro, witnessing this scene, was so frightened that he nearly lost his mind, turning to make a run for it. Want to escape? Too late. Today I will ensure you are thoroughly dealt with. Ling used body flicker technique to catch up to Jiro, pinning him to the ground with ease. Speak, where is the final intel? Ling asked coldly. Jiro, no longer daring to hide anything, spilled all the information at once. With the final intel in hand, Ling returned to Orochimaru's base. Well done, Ling, Orochimaru said, looking at the intel Ling brought back, nodding with satisfaction. It's all thanks to Uncle Snake's guidance. Ling humbly replied. Michiko looked at Ling with eyes full of admiration. Ling's name resonated even more in the ninja world, becoming a figure of awe. Next. Ling smiled slightly, his eyes filled with confidence and anticipation. A new storm has already arisen. This mission's destination remains Mist-Hidden Village. Orochimaru's icy voice echoed through the underground base hall. Ling, your performance on the previous assignment was exceptional. This time you will continue to oversee it. Mist-Hidden Village again. Ling thought inwardly. These fools, surely my last lesson wasn't harsh enough. Any objections? Orochimaru's piercing gaze swept over Ling as if reading his very thoughts. At your command, master. Ling bowed his head, concealing the glint of cold resolve in his eyes. He was no longer the reckless green novice he once had been. Now he possessed unwavering confidence to confront any trial, yet this journey to Mist-Hidden Village would prove far more perilous than Ling had imagined. The moment he crossed the border into Mist-Hidden Village, a familiar suffocating pressure descended upon him. The air itself seemed frozen thick and oppressive, stealing his breath. Damn it, this accursed place never fails to make me suffer, each time worse than before. Ling muttered under his breath, gritting his teeth against the discomfort as he pressed onward. Suddenly searing pain tore through him. His vision blackened and he nearly collapsed to his knees. No, my Sharingan's backlash has struck again. Gnawing down on his jaw, he struggled desperately to steady himself, only to find his sight blurring, dissolving into indistinct haze. Worse luck, of all moments now. A chill ran through Ling's mind. In this state, even self-preservation seemed beyond reach, let alone completing his mission. Who goes there? A sharp commanding voice rang out from nearby, followed by hurried shuffling footsteps. Someone had already detected his presence. Ling's heart sank. Run. But where? Clenching against the agony, he strained to discern his surroundings, only to meet with futility. Then, a voice unmistakably familiar. Jiro, are you certain someone's here? Absolutely, I saw a black silhouette vanish into these jagged boulders with my own eyes. Another voice affirmed firmly. Jiro of Mist-Hidden Village. Ling's pulse quickened, he hadn't expected to encounter him here. After their last confrontation, Jiro surely nursed bitter resentment. Falling into his hands now meant little chance of survival. Damned, no choice but to hide. Ling clenched his teeth, enduring the Sharingan's torment as he groped blindly away from the voices. Jagged rocks loomed tight and narrow, pressing in until even breathing felt like labor. He had no sense of how long he'd wandered nor whether his hiding place offered true safety, only the faintest whispers of sound guided his awareness of the world beyond. Strange, clearly I saw him enter, so why has he vanished? Could it have been your imagination? Impossible. I swear sure. Don't speak, I think I hear something. Footsteps drew closer, so near that Ling could feel the coarse rhythm of the pursuer's breath. Trapped, he held his own breath, heart hammering wildly, prey beneath the unblinking gaze of a venomous serpent. He heard Jiro and the other shinobi circling just beyond his concealment, each approaching footfall tightening the coil of dread around his chest until suffocation seemed inevitable. Could it truly be my imagination? I distinctly sensed him nearby. Jiro scratched his head, uncertainty lacing his tone. Jiro, did that last beating scare you witless? Now you're seeing phantoms everywhere. Ha ha ha. The other shinobi teased, laughter ringing with mockery. Ling cursed silently, fool. I'm right beneath your nose. Gritting against the Sharingan's agony, he strained to recall every contour of the terrain, and the subtle shift in wind direction. Then, inspiration struck. All or nothing. Yi Ling bit down hard, then crept by faint light to the leeward side of a boulder field, scattering pre-prepared medicinal powder into the air. Cough, cough, cough. A faint cough echoed from the opposite side of the boulders. Jiro snapped, alert, who's there? Before he could react, an acrid alien scent flooded his nostrils, triggering an involuntary sneeze. What is that? It reeks. Jiro clutched his nose in disgust. Must be rotting animal carcass, ignore it. Keep searching. The other shinobi replied, impatient and dismissive. Thus, relying on intimate knowledge of the terrain and the observational acuity granted by his Sharingan, Yi Ling exploited the wind's flow, carrying both his scent and the pungent powder far in the opposite direction, deceiving Jiro into believing he had already fled the area entirely. Ha ha ha. Novices, still dreaming of catching me. Go home and sleep it off. Triumph surged in Yi Ling's chest, just as a wave of glacial killing intent slashed across his back. No. Yi Ling's mind screamed, but before he could pivot, a shadow blurred into view before him, a kunai flashing toward his throat. Too fast. Terror jolted through him. He hadn't anticipated another observer lurking unseen beyond Jiro's patrol. Clang. At the final instant, Yi Ling barely raised his kunai to block, but the sheer force rattled his arms, numbing his palms, nearly wrenching the weapon from his grip. Who are you? Yi Ling demanded through gritted teeth, arms screaming in protest. The one who ends your life, the black-clad shinobi replied coldly. His assault never paused, each strike precise, ruthless, aimed unerringly at Yi Ling's vital points. Yi Ling parried furiously, scanning for openings while his mind raced, calculating, adapting, seeking the fatal flaw in his opponent's relentless rhythm. His speed is overwhelming, his movements unnatural, almost invisible. Yi Ling despaired inwardly. I must create distance, then strike when he's exposed. Yet the black-clad shinobi seemed to anticipate his intent, pressing forward without mercy, denying him even a heartbeat's respite. Unbearable, this stalemate can't last. Yi Ling clenched his jaw. He would gamble everything. Far away at the remote outpost, Sugimoto idly munched an apple, when suddenly the intelligence scroll in his hand grew warm, its surface flickering with Yi Ling's rapidly shifting location. Whoa, what's this kid up to now? Did he stumble into real trouble? Sugimoto frowned, concern flashing in his eyes. Damn it, why now when Michiko's away? Setting aside the apple, he rose abruptly, murmuring softly, hope you don't capsize in shallow waters. Meanwhile, Yi Ling fought a slow tactical retreat, luring the black-clad shinobi toward a treacherous boulder field. The terrain here was a labyrinth of colossal stones and bottomless fissures. Any misstep meant certain shattering death. Boy, you've nowhere left to run. The shinobi sneered, his kunai flashing like winter lightning straight for Yi Ling's chest. A sly smile curled Yi Ling's lips. He halted mid-stride, spinning like a whirlwind to evade the blade, then lashed out with his heel, striking a precariously balanced boulder. Boom! The massive stone crashed down, landing squarely in the shinobi's path, engulfing him in a churning cloud of dust and debris. Cough, cough, cough. Blinded and choking, the shinobi staggered, only to find Yi Ling already sealing hand signs, palms slamming onto the earth. Earth release, earth spike. With a low resonant cry, the ground convulsed, razor-sharp earthen spears erupted upward in a violent storm, impaling the shinobi from all sides. Ack! The shinobi shrieked, too late to dodge, as multiple spikes pierced his body, hurling him heavily to the ground. Is that it? Is that it? Is that it? Yi Ling brushed dust from his hands, gazing disdainfully at the blood-soaked figure. Such feeble skill, you dare call yourself an assassin? Go farm rice instead. He strode forward, yanked off the shinobi's mask, and revealed the face of a stranger, a middle-aged man, weathered and unfamiliar. TSK, looks prematurely aged, Yi Ling murmured, shaking his head. He searched the fallen shinobi, retrieving a sealed scroll and several concealed weapons, then turned and walked away without a backward glance. Yi Ling discovered fresh intelligence within a hidden mountain cave. So Mist Hidden Village secretly develops a new ninjutsu technique. Seems their ambition hasn't waned a whit, Yi Ling mused, a wry knowing smile playing at his lips as he studied the scroll. Though incomplete, the intelligence held immense strategic value for Orochimaru's faction. When Michiko reviewed the intelligence, Yi Ling brought back astonishment flickered across her elegant eyes. She hadn't anticipated such a flawless execution. You've done exceptionally well, she said, regarding Yi Ling with genuine admiration. Not only formidable in strength, but sharp-witted and courageous. It appears I underestimated you. Yi Ling offered only a quiet, enigmatic smile. He knew this was merely the first step. Every secret of Mist Hidden Village would soon belong to him. As night fell, Yi Ling stood atop a solitary peak, gazing toward Mist Hidden Village, its lights shimmering like distant stars beneath the veil of mist. His eyes burned with unshakable resolve. Slowly he unfurled the map in his hands, tracing his fingertip across the fog-shrouded region, whispering, "Mist-hidden village, I return." Ling tucked the intelligence scroll into his bosom, his figure vanishing like a ghost into the night. He knew that this mission was more perilous than any he had undertaken before. The defenses of Fog-Hidden Village were increasingly stringent, and any slight misstep could expose the target. Damn it, this cursed Sharingan, the side effects are becoming more frequent. Ling cursed softly. Ever since he had transplanted the Sharingan, his strength had surged, but the side effects were becoming more pronounced, with severe headaches and intermittent blindness plaguing him. The target of this mission is... Ling pulled out another scroll and carefully examined it under the faint moonlight, his brow furrowing slightly. The Ninjutsu Research Institute of Fog-Hidden Village. It seemed that Lord Orochimaru was quite interested in this village. He put away the scroll and cautiously stealthy approached the target location. The surroundings were eerily quiet, occasionally broken by the chirping of insects. The quieter it was, the more vigilant Ling became. Suddenly he felt a wave of blurriness in front of him, his vision turned blood red, and the side effects of the Sharingan struck again. He inwardly cursed, quickly halting his steps, leaning against a large tree and striving to regulate his breathing. "Who's there?" A sharp shout came from not far away, followed by the sound of chaotic footsteps. Ling's heart sank, he knew he had been discovered. Damn it, at this moment. He gritted his teeth, trying to open his eyes, only to find his vision still unclear. "Over there. Chase him." The voice of Fog-Hidden Jiro grew closer, and Ling could even hear his hurried breathing. "It's over, I'm really done for this time." Ling felt a chill in his heart as he looked around, realizing he was in an open area with nowhere to hide. Wait. At that moment Ling suddenly recalled something, a slight smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Who said I had no escape route? He pulled out a shard of glass from his bosom and carefully observed it under the moonlight. Ling was no fool, he was a man who had undergone 9 years of compulsory education. He took out a bunch of bottles and jars which contained not poison or hidden weapons but some chemical reagents he had acquired from Orochimaru's laboratory. Using principles of optics from modern knowledge, he quickly set up some reflective small objects on the ground with the moonlight and these reagents, creating a rudimentary version of the Bagua formation. When Fog-Hidden Jiro and his group arrived, already tense, they were suddenly dazzled by these unexpected lights, unable to open their eyes. What the hell is this? Fog-Hidden Jiro cursed while covering his eyes, almost crashing into a tree. Seizing this opportunity, Ling slipped into a small cave nearby. Damn it. Search for him. Fog-Hidden Jiro commanded in frustration. However, the reflective objects Ling had set up were like a maze, leaving them confused and unable to even determine the direction. Over at Fog-Hidden Village they had not received any news for a long time and realized they might be dealing with a tough opponent. They dispatched a powerful Jonin to deal with Ling. This Jonin was no ordinary ninja, his ninjutsu was bizarre and unpredictable, and he was known in the underworld as Ghost Shadow. Ghost Shadow silently appeared in front of the cave where Ling was hiding. He snorted coldly, forming hand seals as black mist emanated from his body, quickly enveloping the entire cave. Kid, come out and die. Ling had long sensed the danger. He activated his Sharingan and the crimson pupils reflected the figure of Ghost Shadow. The battle between the two was about to commence, with surrounding rocks shattered by the ninjutsu and trees uprooted by the howling wind. Ghost Shadow's attacks came like a torrential storm, each one imbued with lethal intent. Ling did not dare to be careless. Relying on the abilities of his Sharingan, he countered each of Ghost Shadow's attacks. However, as the ninjutsu became increasingly bizarre, he began to feel overwhelmed. In the distance, Sakamoto guarding the stronghold caught sight of the flashes of battle and felt a wave of worry for Ling. He clenched his fists and silently prayed, "Lord Ling, please return safely." At that moment Ling suddenly noticed that as Ghost Shadow was about to unleash a powerful ninjutsu, his finger movements seemed somewhat stiff. Ling's mouth curled into a cold smile. Could this Ghost Shadow be a bit of a fool? He had failed to check the flow of chakra before releasing the ninjutsu, causing a slight delay in his hand seals. In a duel of experts, victory often hinges on the smallest of differences. Seizing this flaw, Ling decisively activated the Tutamo Sharingan, copying Ghost Shadow's ninjutsu, and then unleashed the same ninjutsu in return. What? Ghost Shadow was taken aback. He never expected Ling would counter with an eye for an eye. Caught off guard, he could only withstand his own ninjutsu, and the result was predictably painful as he was blasted away, tracing a perfect parabolic arc in the air before crashing into a nearby pond with a loud splash. Ling brushed off the dust from his clothes, disdainfully curling his lip. Is that all? I thought he was some expert. It turns out he was just a fraud. After dealing with Ghost Shadow, Ling infiltrated the intelligence stronghold with the ease and comfort of strolling through his own backyard. With the insight of the Sharingan and the intelligence analysis skills learned from Michiko, he quickly found the target intelligence. Got it. Yi Ling looked at the scroll in his hand, a smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. I have finally completed the task assigned by Lord Orochimaru. Upon returning to the base, Yi Ling handed the intelligence over to Michiko. She examined it carefully and exclaimed excitedly, Yi Ling-kun, you are truly amazing. This intelligence is extremely important. Lord Orochimaru will surely be very pleased. After hearing about Yi Ling's accomplishments, Orochimaru nodded in satisfaction, saying, Yi Ling, you did well. It seems the Sharingan has played a significant role in your success. Yi Ling humbly replied, this is all thanks to Lord Orochimaru's guidance. However, Orochimaru's tone shifted. This mission was just a small test. Next, there are more important tasks waiting for you. Yi Ling felt a chill in his heart, knowing that what Orochimaru was about to say was definitely not trivial. Regarding your last reconnaissance mission in Fog Hidden Village. Orochimaru paused, a glint of cold light flashing in his eyes. I hope you can. I want you to obliterate it, erase it from the map entirely. Orochimaru's voice was cold, devoid of emotion. Yi Ling's heart tightened. He knew precisely what this entailed. To utterly destroy Kirigakure, a Class A mission, perhaps even rank. Clearly Lord Orochimaru was determined to seize Kirigakure's forbidden jutsu intelligence at any cost. Rest assured, Lord Orochimaru, I will accomplish this mission without fail. Yi Ling's gaze burned with unwavering resolve, his voice resonating with quiet confidence. He was no longer the green wide-eyed novice he once was. Now wielding the power of the Sharingan, he possessed unshakable conviction in fulfilling any task entrusted to him by Lord Orochimaru. For this mission, Orochimaru had personally subjected Yi Ling to a week-long regimen of hellish training, less instruction, more torment. Each day demanded relentless jutsu practice coupled with grueling trials involving toxins and experimental drugs to fortify his resistance. A raw, agonized cry tore from Yi Ling's throat on the training ground. His body felt as though it were being torn apart, searing pain threatening to drag him into unconsciousness. Hold on, Yi Ling. Senji's stern voice pierced his ears. This is nothing, get up now. A shinobi must endure suffering beyond mortal comprehension. Gritting his teeth against the torment, Yi Ling forced himself upright, trembling but unbowed. He knew only by shattering his own limits could he survive in this merciless world of shinobi. A week later, Yi Ling staggered back to base, his body spent, his spirit forged anew. He felt as though he had clawed his way back from the gates of death, yet his eyes gleamed with sharper, fiercer resolve, for he knew he had drawn one step closer to his goal. Yi Ling-kun, here is the intelligence you requested. Michiko handed him a scroll. Kirigakure has reinforced its defenses, proceed with utmost caution. Don't worry, Michiko, I am no longer who I once was. Yi Ling accepted the scroll with a calm, self-assured smile. This mission will be swift, decisive, leaving them no time to react. Yi Ling set out toward Kirigakure, not merely to gather intelligence but to annihilate this village steeped in bloodshed and slaughter with his own hands. At Kirigakure's perimeter, Yi Ling crouched motionless within the dense forest, scanning the surroundings with meticulous care before advancing. Sharingan, activate. Crimson irises flared to life, 3 tomo spinning slowly. Suddenly every detail of the world snapped into razor-sharp clarity. Empowered by the Sharingan's peerless perception, Yi Ling slipped past Kirigakure's patrolling shinobi like a phantom, silent, unseen, unstoppable. Yet just as he neared his objective, fate intervened. Who goes there? A sharp, commanding voice shattered the stillness of night. Yi Ling's pulse spiked, exposed. He looked up to see a towering shinobi staring down at him, eyes glacial and unblinking. Kiramaru Jiro. Yi Ling recognized him instantly, the elite Chunin of Kirigakure, a force not to be underestimated. Who are you? How dare you trespass upon Kirigakure? Kiramaru Jiro's gaze bristled with lethal intent. He was already poised for battle. Yi Ling knew words were useless now, only combat remained. Humph. Since you've discovered me, don't blame me for what comes next. Yi Ling scoffed coldly, hands flashing through hand seals in preparation. But at that very moment a searing pain lanced through his eye sockets, his vision blurred and the Sharingan's power flickered and failed. Damn, it's the side effect. Yi Ling cursed inwardly. Ha! Boy, you're finished. Kiramaru Jiro roared with triumph. Seizing the moment, he lunged forward, his kunai gleaming like frost as it slashed toward Yi Ling's throat. Other Kirigakure shinobi closed in, swiftly encircling him completely. Their faces twisted with predatory hunger, like wolves cornering a lamb. Yi Ling stood at death's threshold, surrounded by enemies whose killing intent pressed in from all sides. Clutching his burning eyes, he strained to discern shapes, but everything swam in hazy distortion, mere silhouettes converging upon him. Am I to die here? Despair flooded his thoughts, yet defiance flared hotter than fear. No, I will not die. Not before completing Lord Orochimaru's mission. A fierce surge of will surged through him, suppressing the Sharingan's backlash, hardening his gaze into something unbreakable. A pack of amateurs, daring to swagger before me. A contemptuous smirk curled Yi Ling's lips. Though the Sharingan faltered, those fleeting seconds of observation had already revealed their weaknesses, mere cannon fodder. Like a wraith, Yi Ling darted through the ranks, fluid, unpredictable, flawless. Left-right strike, each movement precise, each blow devastating, maximizing impact while minimizing risk. Thud. Aff. Cursed brat, who is he? One by one Kirigakure shinobi crumpled, faces bruised, limbs broken, cries echoing in humiliation. They never imagined such terrifying prowess could dwell within this seemingly frail youth. Yet Yi Ling remained vigilant. Boom. A colossal surge of chakra erupted from the distance, shaking the earth beneath their feet. What's happening? Such overwhelming chakra. It's Kirigakure's secret weapon. Shouts of terror rippled through the surrounding shinobi, their faces pale with dread. Yi Ling's brow furrowed. This is trouble. Kirigakure was no longer holding back. You're quite impressive, boy, to force me to unveil this technique. A deep resonant voice rolled forth from the shadows, thick with oppressive authority. From the darkness emerged a cloaked figure, tall, silent, draped in black. His face concealed behind an eerie mask, revealing only two chilling, emotionless eyes. Who are you? Yi Ling demanded, stance taut with wariness. My identity matters little. What matters is your imminent demise. The masked shinobi exhaled sharply, waves of murderous intent crashed over Yi Ling like a tidal wave. Then let me test your strength. Undaunted, Yi Ling activated a deeper tier of the Sharingan, his crimson eyes blazing, the three tomo spinning faster as if drawing the world into their vortex. Sharingan, awaken. An apocalyptic clash loomed, two blurs collided midair, too swift for the eye to follow, leaving only afterimages shimmering like fractured light. Trees splintered. Boulders exploded. The battlefield dissolved into ruin. Sudden Suryuden no Jutsu. The masked shinobi clasped his hands together and roared. A colossal geyser erupted skyward, coalescing into a monstrous water dragon, jaws agape, hurtling toward Yi Ling with devastating force. Katan Gokakyu no Jutsu. Yi Ling countered without hesitation, expelling a searing fireball that met the water dragon Hedon. A cataclysmic detonation lit the night, firestorm and torrential spray erupting in violent harmony. Well done, boy, you've got skill. A flicker of surprise crossed the masked shinobi's eyes, then vanished beneath a cruel, dismissive grin. But do you truly believe that's enough to defeat me? Too naive. Sudden Suiro no Jutsu. He sealed again, and torrents of water surged from the ground, coiling around Yi Ling like serpents, imprisoning him in an inescapable dome. No. Yi Ling recoiled, too late. His limbs locked, his breath constricted, bound fast by liquid chains. It ends now, boy. The masked shinobi's eyes gleamed with lethal certainty, his kunai flashed, aimed straight for Yi Ling's throat. So, this is how I fall. A bitter wave of resentment washed over Yi Ling, yet in that final instant his Sharingan ignited anew. Vrrm. A surge of unimaginable power erupted from within him, raw, primordial, overwhelming. What is this? The masked shinobi's composure shattered, dread flooding his veins like ice water. You wish to witness my true strength. Yi Ling's lips curved into a chilling smile. Within his blazing red eyes the three tomo began rotating, slowing, aligning, until they formed an intricate otherworldly pattern. Then behold, what true power is. Mangekyo Sharingan. Far away Sugimoto stared at the heavens, whispering in awe that chakra. Could it be? Yi Ling's eyes blazed with incandescent fury, power surging through his veins like molten starlight. Mangekyo Sharingan. The masked shinobi gasped, the sheer magnitude of that power dwarfed anything he'd ever known, capable of reducing reality itself to ash. Taste despair. Yi Ling roared, and unleashed the Mangekyo's ultimate technique, Amaterasu. Black flames erupted from his eyes, consuming the masked shinobi in inextinguishable absolute fire. The shinobi writhed in unspeakable agony, trapped helpless, doomed by the eternal blaze. Unbelievable. This is the power of the Mangekyo Sharingan. Kiramaru Jiro stared, paralyzed with terror, then turned to flee, desperate to escape this nightmare. Running. Too late. Yi Ling vanished, reappearing instantly before Kiramaru Jiro, gripping his throat and hoisting him high into the air. GHK. What do you want? Kiramaru Jiro choked, eyes wide with primal fear. He saw only death reflected in Yi Ling's gaze. Tell me everything, the Blood Mist Village's deepest secrets. Yi Ling's voice dropped to a guttural, infernal decree. Under the shadow of death, Kiramaru Jiro surrendered every truth without reservation. Yi Ling obtained all he sought, then cast Kiramaru Jiro aside like refuse, turning his back and vanishing into the night. Only corpses and suffocating dread remained behind. He returned to Orochimaru's lair and delivered the intelligence to Michiko. Well done, Yi Ling. Orochimaru studied the scroll, nodding with quiet satisfaction. Your performance has surpassed even my expectations. From that day forward, Ling's name echoed across the shinobi world like thunder. Now, the next phase begins. Ling gazed at his hands, murmuring softly Hashirama's cells. Returning to Orochimaru's base, Ling hurriedly prepared to begin fusing the cells of Hashirama. He knew that this was not a trivial matter. One misstep could lead to disaster, but who was he, Ling? As a formidable general among the army of travelers, what was this little risk? He was destined to become the Pirate King. No, the strongest man in the world of Naruto. Orochimaru stood to the side, his snake-like vertical pupils filled with amusement, pondering something unknown. This guy looked at Ling as if he were a lab rat. No more like a little bunny, considering how delicate Ling appeared. Are you ready? Orochimaru's voice was eerie, paired with his pale face resembling a scene from a horror film. Let's go. Ling took a deep breath, revealing an expression of one who was ready to face death. As Orochimaru gestured, a test tube filled with green liquid was inserted into Ling's bloodstream. Boom. A surge of powerful energy exploded within Ling, making him feel as if he had been stuffed into a microwave, heating up an Orleans chicken wing, every cell in his body screaming. Ah! Ling writhed in agony on the ground, veins bulging, sweat pouring down. The surrounding followers of Orochimaru were dumbfounded, while Iwata and Kawashima trembled in fear. These Hashirama cells are too fierce, right? The boss can't be playing with fire, can he? Hiss. This kid. Even Orochimaru couldn't help but take a sharp breath. This kid's endurance was impressive, far stronger than he had imagined. I can still. Ling gritted his teeth, squeezing out a few words through the cracks of his teeth. I can still. Ling gritted his teeth, feeling as if he had been stuffed into a juicer, every bone in his body creaking as if he were about to fall apart at any moment. Yet he continued to grit his teeth and endure, twitching on the ground like a rag doll. Tisk tisk tisk, this kid is not going to make it. It looks like he's about to kick the bucket. Iwata crossed his arms, wearing a smug expression. Exactly, the boss really shouldn't be using such dangerous stuff on him. Isn't that just madness? Kawashima fanned the flames from the side, not forgetting to stealthily step back a few paces, afraid that Ling might explode and splatter blood all over him. These words pricked Ling's heart like needles, but he currently lacked the strength to refute, silently cursing their ancestors in his heart. Ryozi watched Ling in pain, her eyes filled with worry. She wanted to step forward to help, but was stopped by a mere glance from Orochimaru. Don't disturb him. This kid is somewhat interesting. Orochimaru licked his lips, a glimmer of excitement flashing in his snake-like eyes. Ling did not know how long he had endured. It felt as if time had come to a standstill, with only the endless pain torturing him. Just when he was about to reach his limit, he suddenly remembered an article he had read about energy flow, which mentioned a method to guide the flow of energy. I'll give it my all. Ling roared, inwardly concentrating all his remaining strength to attempt to guide the raging energy within him. What is this kid doing? Orochimaru observed Ling's movements, his brows slightly furrowing. Ling felt as if he had fallen into a washing machine, being crazily spun and dehydrated. Just as he was about to turn into a puddle of mush, a flash of inspiration struck his mind, recalling an article he had read about the energy flow in human meridians. Desperate times call for desperate measures. Ling gritted his teeth, exerting all his effort to guide the raging energy within him along the path described in the article. A miracle occurred. The originally violent energy, like a runaway wild horse, was gradually tamed by Ling, obediently flowing along the path he had set. Ling's pain lessened significantly, and his previously pale face gradually regained a hint of color. This kid has some potential. Even Orochimaru couldn't help but raise an eyebrow, a flicker of surprise crossing his face. Seeing Ling actually pull through, Iwata and Kawashima felt as if they had swallowed a fly, their faces looking worse than after eating expired instant noodles. Don't celebrate too soon, this is just the beginning. Iwata muttered softly, but his tone was evidently not as arrogant as before. Ling had no time to bother with these two clowns. He felt as if he were walking a tightrope on the edge of a cliff. Any misstep could lead to a plunge into the abyss. But he refused to be superstitious, instead increasing the input of energy. Come on, let me see where your limits lie. Ling suddenly opened his eyes wide, a mad glint flickering in them. This kid. Has he gone mad? Orochimaru's pupils constricted slightly, clearly not expecting Ling to be this reckless. Suddenly Ling grabbed the remaining test tube and forcefully inserted it into his blood vessel. Stop. Do you want to die, you little brat? Orochimaru's expression changed, and just as he was about to stop him, it was already too late. The liquid in the test tube rushed through Ling's veins, and he felt a more violent energy rampaging within him, as if it were about to tear him apart. Ling couldn't help but let out a roar, his body trembling uncontrollably. This kid messed up, right? Yen Tian and Xuan Dao, who were hiding in the shadows, saw this scene and felt a thrill of delight, as if they could already envision Ling exploding to his demise. Shut up and focus on your tasks. Orochimaru coldly glanced at them, a flicker of impatience in his eyes. Yes. Yes. Yen Tian and Chuan Dao shrank their necks in fear, no longer daring to utter a word. Orochimaru may have expressed disdain verbally, but his gaze never left Yi Ling. He wanted to see what this audacious fellow could possibly come up with. At this moment Yi Ling couldn't care less about others' opinions. He felt like a tiny boat in a vast ocean ready to be swallowed by a monstrous wave at any moment. To better integrate the Senju cells, Yi Ling left Orochimaru's base and came to this desolate field, hoping to harness the purer natural energy here to aid his cultivation. However, unbeknownst to him, his whereabouts had long been discovered by the spies of Iwagakure and reported to Tsuchikage Inoki. Interesting. Inoki stroked his chin, a glimmer of excitement flashing in his eyes. Long Yi, go meet him. If possible, bring him back. Yes, Lord Tsuchikage. A burly IWA ninja with a grotesque scar on his face knelt on one knee, respectfully accepting the order. This man was named Long Yi, a jonin of Iwagakure and one of Inoki's trusted subordinates, powerful and cold-hearted. After receiving the order, Long Yi immediately gathered a few trusted subordinates and transformed into shadows, silently stealthing toward Yi Ling's location. Meanwhile, Yi Ling remained immersed in his cultivation, completely oblivious to everything happening outside. He was unaware that danger was quietly approaching. This is the place. Long Yi hid behind a large rock, coldly observing the cross-legged Yi Ling in the distance, a cruel smile creeping onto his lips. Kid, it's your fault for picking the wrong side. Go. With Long Yi's command, several shadows rushed toward Yi Ling from all directions. Yi Ling's body trembled violently, abruptly opening his eyes, a trace of terror flashing within. Not good. Almost simultaneously, a sharp killing intent locked onto him. Without a second thought, Yi Ling instinctively rolled to the side. A brown figure shot past the spot where he had just been, crashing heavily into a nearby large tree, directly breaking it in half. Who is it? Yi Ling was shocked and quickly looked up. He saw a burly IWA ninja, scarred and wielding a massive spiked club, glaring at him menacingly. Behind this IWA ninja stood several others, all armed with various tools, surrounding Yi Ling. Iwagakure. Yi Ling instantly recognized their identities, his heart sinking. He never expected to encounter Iwagakure ninjas here. Kid, your time of death has come. Long Yi sneered, raising his spiked club high and bringing it crashing down toward Yi Ling. Damn it. Yi Ling cursed darkly. The energy within him had not yet stabilized, preventing him from unleashing his full strength. It's now or never. Yi Ling gritted his teeth and swiftly formed hand seals. Fire-style grand fireball technique. A massive fireball erupted from Yi Ling's mouth, roaring toward Long Yi. Child's play. Long Yi scoffed disdainfully, swinging his spiked club violently. The fireball was instantly shattered by the club, turning into a rain of sparks. Kid, your attacks are useless against me. Long Yi snickered cruelly and charged toward Yi Ling once more. Damn. Yi Ling's expression changed as he hurriedly retreated. You're not getting away that easily. Long Yi's speed was astonishing as he closed the gap in an instant, his spiked club crashing down toward Yi Ling's head. Get away from me. Just as the situation grew desperate, a shadow suddenly descended from above, kicking Long Yi in the chest. Bang. Long Yi let out a muffled grunt, his body flying back like a kite with its string cut. Who is it? Long Yi steadied himself and looked up. He saw a mysterious figure cloaked in black with a mask standing before Yi Ling, coldly watching him. Who are you? Long Yi asked in a deep voice. The mysterious figure said nothing, slowly extending a hand to remove the mask from his face. It's you. Long Yi's pupils shrank in shock at the sight of the mysterious person's true face. What the hell is going on? Are you kidding me? Yi Ling looked at the imposing figure before him, resembling a boss from a video game, inwardly lamenting. As he desperately dodged Long Yi's relentless attacks, he struggled to harness the violent energy within him. These bastards hit hard. Yi Ling rolled to avoid Long Yi's powerful blow, cursing internally. At that moment he suddenly sensed a peculiar energy fluctuation. This wave was different from the violent energy brought by the Senju cells. Instead, it was gentle and nurturing, as if it could soothe the turmoil within him. What is this? Yi Ling's heart stirred, sensing that this energy originated from the area he was in, seemingly a special magnetic field. His gaze sharpened as he decisively adjusted his position, completely immersing himself in this unique magnetic field. Strangely enough, once Yi Ling entered this magnetic field, the energy that had been rampaging within him miraculously stabilized, as if it had found an outlet, obediently operating according to his will. Heaven is helping me. Yi Ling's heart swelled with joy. The fear he had felt earlier vanished, replaced by overwhelming confidence and battle intent. He fixed his sharp gaze on Long Yi, a cold smile appearing at the corners of his mouth. You came for me without any intention of reciprocating. You can take one of my strikes. Seeing Yi Ling suddenly brimming with confidence, Long Yi felt a flicker of doubt, but his years of combat intuition told him that he could not afford to delay any longer. Stop wasting time with him, let's strike together and finish this quickly. Long Yi shouted, leading the charge as the other IWA ninjas also brandished their weapons and attacked Yi Ling from all directions. In an instant blades flashed and dust flew. Various ninjutsu rained down on Yi Ling as if they cost nothing. However, at this moment Yi Ling was no longer the same. He moved with agility, striking decisively, each attack perfectly repelling an IWA ninja as if casually strolling on the edge of blades. This Yi Ling has become so strong. Hiding in the shadows, Hey Yu watched this scene, waves of shock surging in his heart. He had originally thought that Yi Ling was doomed this time, but unexpectedly he had such tactics. It seemed the intelligence was flawed. This kid is interesting. Long Yi was also taken aback by Yi Ling's sudden transformation, but being a seasoned jonin he quickly regained his composure, a ruthless glint flashing in his eyes. Kid, do you think this will defeat me? Too naive. He quickly formed hand seals, a powerful chakra wave erupting from his body. Earth-style rock fist technique. A massive rock fist descended from above, bringing down an overwhelming force toward Yi Ling. Damn it, you're throwing down the big moves, huh? Yi Ling looked at the enormous fist blocking out the sky and couldn't help but curse. However, he wasn't one to back down. In this critical moment he concentrated, mobilizing the energy that had just stabilized to envelop his entire body. Want to leave? Have you asked me first? Yi Ling's lips curled into a cold smile, his gaze sharp as a knife fixed intently on Long Yi before him. Humph, kid, don't get too arrogant. We are elite ninjas from Yen-In village. Do you really think you can stop us? Long Yi put on a brave front, but inside he felt somewhat uneasy. Yi Ling's earlier display of strength had far exceeded his expectations. All he wanted now was to escape quickly, everything else could wait until later. Stop wasting time. If we're going to fight, let's fight. If not, get lost. Yi Ling was too lazy to engage in further conversation and got straight to the point. You. Long Yi was enraged by Yi Ling's audacity. He shouted angrily, quickly forming seals with his hands, earth-style earth spike. Sharp stone spears erupted from the ground, shooting towards Yi Ling like a torrential downpour. Yi Ling dared not be careless. He swiftly dodged while forming seals with his hands, wind-style great breakthrough. A powerful gust of wind erupted from Yi Ling's mouth, blowing away all the incoming stone spears. This guy is indeed troublesome. Long Yi cursed silently within. He hadn't expected Yi Ling to be proficient in wind-style ninjutsu as well. Let's all attack together and finish this quickly. Long Yi signaled to the other Yen ninjas, who immediately understood and unleashed their own signature technique surrounding Yi Ling to launch an assault. Yi Ling was suddenly caught in a fierce battle. Although his strength had surged dramatically, he was after all outnumbered. What's more, the opponents were experienced Yen ninjas. Earth-style earth wall. Earth-style rock fist technique. Earth-style heart decapitation technique. Various earth-style ninjutsu emerged in succession, surrounding Yi Ling completely and leaving him with nowhere to escape. While fending off the attacks from the Yen ninjas, Yi Ling was desperately contemplating his strategy. He knew that if this continued he would eventually be worn down. At that moment Long Yi suddenly seized upon a flaw in Yi Ling's defense and thrust an earth-style earth spike viciously towards Yi Ling's chest. Yi Ling couldn't dodge in time and was struck by the earth spike, his body flying backward and crashing heavily onto the ground, a mouthful of blood spurting out. Yi Ling. The spectators such as Yen Tian were taken aback, not expecting Yi Ling to be defeated so swiftly. Ha ha ha, kid, this is what you get for opposing us. Long Yi laughed triumphantly, stepping closer to Yi Ling, his eyes filled with murderous intent. Die. Just as Long Yi prepared to deliver the final blow to Yi Ling, an unforeseen event occurred. Yi Ling's body suddenly erupted with a powerful chakra so potent that even the surrounding air began to vibrate violently. This is... Long Yi was momentarily stunned, feeling an unprecedented wave of fear swell within him. Yi Ling slowly stood up, his eyes turning blood-red, a terrifying killing intent radiating from him. He looked at Long Yi, a cold smile curling at the corners of his lips. You have successfully angered me. An invisible force seemed to pulse around Yi Ling, causing the surrounding trees to tremble in fear. Long Yi could even hear his own teeth chattering, a chill shooting up from his feet to the top of his head. What did this kid eat to become so strong all of a sudden? Long Yi cursed silently, but at that moment he had no way to retreat. Yi Ling quickly formed seals with his hands, the speed so fast that it was almost imperceptible to the naked eye. Wood-style wood dragon technique. A massive wood dragon shot up from behind Yi Ling, bearing its fangs and claws as it charged toward Long Yi. Long Yi barely had time to let out a scream before being engulfed by the wood dragon. Captain. The remaining Yen ninjas witnessing this scene were terrified and fled in panic. Want to run? It's too late. Yi Ling snorted coldly, forming seals again with his hands. Wood-style advent of the forest. Suddenly the entire ground began to shake violently as towering trees burst forth from the earth surrounding the fleeing Yen ninjas. Yi Ling slowly approached Long Yi, looking down at him from above, his gaze as cold as millennia-old ice. You dare to attempt to assassinate me with your pathetic skills. Overestimating yourselves. After saying this, Yi Ling ignored Long Yi and turned to walk towards Orochimaru's base. Upon returning to the base, Yi Ling received a hero's welcome. Yen Tian and Kawashima were in complete awe of him, their previous contempt and disdain having vanished, replaced by profound respect. Yi Ling, you are truly amazing. How did you do it? Yen Tian asked, his face filled with admiration. Yi Ling simply smiled faintly without replying and walked straight into his room. This guy is becoming more and more mysterious, Yen Tian murmured as he watched Yi Ling's retreating figure. However, they had no idea that Yi Ling's ambitions extended far beyond this. Once back in his room, Yi Ling immediately sat cross-legged, resuming the fusion of the Hashirama cells within him. He needed to become strong enough to walk freely in this world. The power of the Hashirama cells is truly fascinating. Yi Ling's lips curled into a strange smile, a dangerous glint flashing in his eyes. Inside the room, Yi Ling sat cross-legged, powerful chakra swirling around him, distorting the air around him. He tightly closed his eyes, fully concentrating on guiding the last trace of Hashirama cells to merge with himself. Boom! With a muffled sound, it was as if something within Yi Ling had shattered and an even more powerful force erupted from within him, enveloping his entire being. The furniture in the room shattered under the impact of this force, turning to dust. I did it. Yi Ling suddenly opened his eyes, two beams of brilliance shooting forth as if they could pierce through everything. He clenched his fists, feeling the surging power within him, a satisfied smile creeping onto his lips. This feeling is simply exhilarating. Orochimaru had somehow appeared at the door, looking at the scene before him with shock and greed. Is this the power of Hashirama? Truly captivating. Kyuko beside him covered her mouth, her eyes filled with surprise. Yi Ling-kun, you did it. Yi Ling stood up, stretching his limbs. The powerful chakra fluctuations made Kyuko instinctively step back. He looked at Orochimaru and calmly said, I have successfully fused the Hashirama cells as promised. Very good. Orochimaru licked his lips, a glimmer of cold light flashing in his eyes. From today onward you will be my most capable assistant. I will give you everything you desire. Yi Ling smiled noncommittally and remained silent. As news of Yi Ling's successful fusion of Hashirama cells spread, the entire ninja world was shaken. Those who had once belittled and mocked Yi Ling now fell silent, replaced by deep apprehension and fear. Yi Ling's name became synonymous with power, revered by countless ninjas. After successfully merging with the cells of Hashirama, Yi Ling thought he could relax, but then Orochimaru's remark, you need to consolidate your energy or all your efforts will be in vain, threw him into chaos. Alright then, consolidation it is. After all, as the protagonist, maintaining composure is the way to go. Thus Yi Ling obediently began to consolidate his energy at the base. It felt like downloading a massive game that suddenly froze at 99 completion, extremely frustrating. Just as he was struggling to control the chaotic chakra surging within him, a strange wave of energy suddenly struck, impacting his body. Yi Ling instantly felt as if his organs had been tossed around in a washing machine. The discomfort was unbelievable. Orochimaru, what the hell are you doing? Yi Ling gritted his teeth and asked, knowing full well this was one of Uncle Snake's surprises. It's a test for you, my little genius, Orochimaru's sinister voice echoed from the shadows. The power of Hashirama is not so easily controlled. If you can't handle such a minor challenge, how can you be my right-hand man? Yi Ling cursed inwardly, thinking this was no minor challenge at all, it was practically hellish. He gritted his teeth against the excruciating pain, desperately trying to control the rampant energy within him, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. At that moment another wave of even stronger energy hit him. Yi Ling let out a muffled groan, his body swaying dangerously close to collapsing. Hang in there, Yi Ling-kun, Ryoko shouted worriedly from the side, I believe in you. Yi Ling glanced at Ryoko, warmth flooding his heart, but it was soon drowned by a wave of more intense pain. He felt as if his body was about to be torn apart, the energy within him running wild like a stampede, posing an imminent explosion risk. Uncle Snake, are you serious? Yi Ling managed to squeeze out a few words through gritted teeth. Orochimaru did not answer, only gazing at him coldly, a glimmer of mockery in his eyes. Another wave of energy crashed into him, even more ferocious than the last. Yi Ling could no longer hold on. Ugh. His vision darkened and he nearly passed out. Uncle Snake is really serious about this. I can't handle it. I can't handle it. But he was not someone to be trifled with. The dignity of a traverser could not be challenged. The pain from merging with Hashirama's cells was not in vain, he had at least accumulated some experience in dealing with energy surges. In a flash Yi Ling suppressed the tumultuous energy within him and recalled a fragment of modern physics knowledge, the law of conservation of energy. I may not be able to control you, but I can guide you. He began to attempt to channel this violent energy, steering it along specific trajectories, much like diverting floodwaters, transforming destructive force into controllable power. Hey, would you look at that, it's actually working. The energy surging within him gradually stabilized and Yi Ling let out a long sigh of relief, feeling as if he had finally relieved a 3-day constipation. What a relief. Ryoko watched in astonishment, completely dumbfounded by his skill. She couldn't help but cast an admiring glance his way. He truly was the man she had chosen. Orochimaru, lurking in the shadows, observed everything with a slight smirk. Interesting, it seems this kid is more intriguing than I anticipated. He had originally only wanted to test Yi Ling's control over Hashirama's cells, but he was taken aback that this kid could actually counter his interference. It seemed he would have to increase the difficulty. So Orochimaru decided to take matters into his own hands. With a flash he appeared before Yi Ling and without a word swung his Kusanagi sword at him. Kid, let me see your true strength. Yi Ling was startled. Whoa, Uncle Snake, are you serious? He quickly dodged to the side, the Kusanagi sword grazing his cheek, the fierce wind from the blade sending chills down his spine. That was close. That was close. Yi Ling dared not be careless, quickly activating his Sharingan while channeling the power of Hashirama's cells. Orochimaru's ninjutsu was unpredictable and for a moment Yi Ling found himself struggling to keep up. Iwata and Kawashima watched in horror from the side. If this was the great Orochimaru. For Yi Ling to last this long against him was already impressive. Rasengan. Yi Ling shouted, condensing the chakra within him into a rapidly spinning sphere and slamming it towards Orochimaru. Orochimaru chuckled coldly, easily dodging the attack. Is this all you've got, kid? Yi Ling ignored his taunts, knowing he had to stay calm. He took a deep breath, combining the power of Hashirama's cells with his ninjutsu to launch a counterattack. Would release wood dragon jutsu. A massive wooden dragon rose from the ground, roaring as it charged towards Orochimaru. Orochimaru's expression sharpened. This kid. He was about to form seals to counterattack when he suddenly felt. Wait, something's not right. Orochimaru's Kusanagi sword danced with precision, dazzling to behold. As Yi Ling dodged, he activated his Sharingan to analyze Uncle Snake's attack pattern. Wait a minute, although Uncle Snake's swordsmanship was tricky, it seemed there was an extremely subtle pause before each attack. This was akin to a game where the boss always had a charging animation before unleashing a powerful move, a gift of opportunity. Yi Ling smirked slightly, just waiting for that opening. Would release insertion jutsu. Countless sharp wooden spikes erupted from the ground, aiming directly at Orochimaru. Uncle Snake clearly did not expect Yi Ling to catch his 0.1 second opening. He was momentarily startled, his figure flashing as he narrowly avoided the attack. Although he got away, the flicker of surprise in his eyes did not escape Yi Ling's notice. Haha, Uncle Snake, I didn't expect you to have a day like this. Yi Ling felt a surge of satisfaction akin to peeking at a top student's answers during an exam only to be caught, yet the top student displays a proud expression of, this student can be taught. It was simply delightful. In the ensuing battle, Yi Ling grew bolder, mastering the power of Hashirama's cells. Rasengan would dragon jutsu, insertion jutsu, various ninjutsu flowed seamlessly, leaving Orochimaru somewhat dazed. This kid, did he take some kind of energy supplement? How can he last this long? Finally Orochimaru ceased his attacks, sheathing his Kusanagi sword, looking at Yi Ling with a hint of a smile. Not bad, you've indeed impressed me. The surrounding air seemed to freeze and Iwata and Kawashima looked on, jaws nearly dropping. Orochimaru actually complimented someone. This was more astonishing than the sun rising from the west. They regarded Yi Ling with awe. This kid must never be provoked in the future. Yi Ling appeared calm on the surface, but inside he was elated. Uncle Snake's acknowledgement meant more than anything. This wave was secured. Next. Orochimaru paused, looking at Yi Ling. I have a little task for you. A small task. Yi Ling raised an eyebrow, wondering what scheme Uncle she was concocting. However, since Uncle she had spoken, he would follow through. Speak, what is the task? Orochimaru grinned coldly. Go to the falling sunset valley near the Hidden Mist Village and collect a medicinal herb called Moon Spirit Grass. Hidden Mist Village. That's deep within the land of water. This task sounds simple, but the reality is fraught with peril. Yi Ling mused to himself, is Uncle she trying to test me? Or does he have ulterior motives? Understood. Yi Ling did not ask further, he knew Orochimaru's style, it was pointless to inquire. 2 days later Yi Ling arrived at Falling Sunset Valley. The area was shrouded in mist all year round and a faint herbal aroma permeated the air. Following the clues given by Orochimaru, Yi Ling quickly found the Moon Spirit Grass. Just as he was about to collect it, several figures suddenly burst from the woods surrounding Yi Ling. This mountain is mine, this tree is mine. If you wish to pass, leave behind a toll. The leader, a Cyclopes, had a face full of scars, clearly not a good person. Ninja thieves. Yi Ling sneered inwardly, this is troublesome. He didn't want to complicate matters, he just wanted to complete the task and report back. Brothers, I am merely passing through and possess no valuables. Yi Ling spoke calmly, trying to de-escalate the situation. Less talk. If you are wise, hand over everything on you or else. The Cyclops waved his kunai, threatening fiercely. Ah, it seems today is unavoidable. Yi Ling sighed helplessly. The strength of these thieves wasn't strong only at the level of Chunin. However, there were many of them and Yi Ling didn't want to reveal his new powers too early. He could only rely on his previous ninjutsu and combat skills to fend them off. Kunai Shuriken Substitution Jutsu. Yi Ling skillfully dodged the thieves' attacks while occasionally counterattacking. Although their assaults were chaotic, they were incessant and Yi Ling gradually began to tire. This kid can hold on pretty well. The Cyclops spat, brothers put in more effort, don't let him escape. The thieves' morale surged and their attacks became fiercer. Yi Ling's stamina was depleting and his movements began to slow. It seems I need to take this a bit more seriously. Yi Ling murmured to himself, a strange smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Just as the thieves thought Yi Ling was powerless to resist. Yi Ling suddenly halted all movements, slowly raising his head to look at the Cyclopes, his gaze filled with mockery. Are you ready to welcome a surprise? Yi Ling's smile widened, the moment of witnessing a miracle has arrived. Suddenly a dark green chakra erupted from his body, burning like flames. The surrounding leaves rustled from the powerful energy and the ground began to tremble slightly. The thieves were stunned by this sudden change, their faces filled with terror. What the hell? The Cyclops exclaimed, and before he could react he was blown away by a powerful shockwave, crashing to the ground and spitting blood. The other thieves were also sent flying, scattering like kites with broken strings, their wails echoing. Is that all? Yi Ling chuckled disdainfully, brushing off the dust from his clothes. This was just the tip of the iceberg of the power of the Hashirama cells. If fully unleashed, these small fry would probably be reduced to nothing. Just as Yi Ling was about to leave, a figure slowly emerged from the woods. Interesting. The newcomer was tall, wearing a strange mask that covered most of his face, revealing only a pair of cold eyes, and held a uniquely shaped ice blade. Who are you? The Cyclops struggled to rise, fearfully asking. The presence of the newcomer made him feel suffocated, as if facing not a person but a ferocious beast from hell. The masked man ignored the Cyclops and fixed his gaze on Yi Ling, speaking in a frigid tone, Kid, your power is quite special. Tell me, who are you? Yi Ling looked at the masked man with great interest, sensing the powerful chakra emanating from him, secretly thinking it seems a good show is about to unfold. Me? Yi Ling raised an amused smile, I am just a passing genin from Konoha. Yi Ling smiled noncommittally in response to the masked man's questioning. In the next moment his figure vanished from the spot, leaving only an afterimage. The masked man's pupils constricted, and before he could react he felt a gust of wind coming from behind. Not bad speed. Yi Ling's voice came from behind the masked man, laced with a hint of mockery. The masked man abruptly turned around, swinging the ice blade at Yi Ling. However, Yi Ling was faster, easily dodging the attack and delivering a punch to the masked man's chest. Bang! A dull thud echoed and the masked man flew back like a cannonball, crashing through several large trees before finally stopping. Is that all? Yi Ling clapped his hands, his face filled with disdain. This was just the tip of the iceberg of the power of the Hashirama cells. If fully unleashed, this masked man would probably be reduced to nothing. Cough cough. The masked man struggled to rise, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. He never expected that this seemingly ordinary boy possessed such terrifying power. Who exactly are you? The masked man asked again, his tone filled with apprehension. Yi Ling did not respond but launched another attack. This time he did not hold back his strength, fully unleashing the power of the Hashirama cells. A dazzling green light erupted from his body, instantly withering the surrounding trees and causing the ground to crack. Would release birth of the world of trees. With Yi Ling's shout, countless massive trees sprang up from the ground surrounding the masked man. What is this? The masked man was filled with terror, he had never seen such a terrifying ninjutsu. Goodbye. Yi Ling casually said before turning to leave. Boom. A huge explosion echoed as the trees closed in, completely engulfing the masked man. Yi Ling's reputation had spread throughout the entire underground world. Hashirama cells, terrifying indeed, it became the latest hot meme. After returning to the base, an eerie calm enveloped Yi Ling, as if it were the stillness before a storm. Yantian and Kawashima chattered excitedly around him like two chirping sparrows, discussing the shocking scene of the birth of the tree world, which was simply the top one iconic moment of the Naruto world. Even the usually gentle Ryozi couldn't help but steal glances at Yi Ling, her eyes sparkling with admiration. This tranquility did not last long, as Orochimaru's cold voice shattered the brief harmony. Yi Ling, you have attracted the attention of certain big shots. He handed Yi Ling a scroll of intelligence prominently inscribed with the words Joint Challenge. The initiators of the challenge were several powerful factions well known in the ninja world. Hey, it seems my high profile may have gone a bit too far. Yi Ling chuckled lightly, yet there was not a hint of fear in his eyes. He knew this would be a battle of life and death, but he was already prepared. The challenge came as scheduled. Outside the base, dust swirled and a murderous aura filled the air. Several powerful ninja stood proudly, each from different factions yet united by a common goal, to eliminate Yi Ling, the potential threat. "Kid, your strength is indeed impressive, but it ends here." A burly ninja sneered, his massive war hammer gleaming with a cold light. Before the words faded, several figures lunged at Yi Ling like lightning, unleashing a torrent of powerful ninja techniques as if a tempest had descended. Fire release, lightning release, water release. Various elemental chakra intertwined in the air, creating a dazzling yet deadly spectacle. Yi Ling's figure darted between the attacks, his Sharingan spinning wildly, capturing the movements of every enemy. Nevertheless, his defenses were still being relentlessly battered, and a trickle of blood seeped from the corner of his mouth. "This is quite interesting." Yi Ling licked the blood from the corner of his mouth, a glint of madness flashing in his eyes, but this is just the beginning. He slowly raised his hand, a green light beginning to flicker in his palm. "It's about to start." Orochimaru stood at the base's entrance watching Yi Ling being besieged, murmuring. The green chakra erupted suddenly, sweeping across the battlefield like a volcanic eruption. Birth of the tree world. Towering trees shot up from the ground, transforming the once barren battlefield into a dense forest in an instant. These were no ordinary trees, each branch was as hard as steel and every vine contained terrifying power. "What the hell is this?" The burly ninja barely had time to react before being struck by a massive branch, crashing heavily to the ground, blood spilling from his mouth. The other ninjas fared no better, surrounded by the sudden emergence of the tree world akin to fish trapped in a barrel. Even more terrifying was that their unleashed ninja techniques were absorbed by the trees and then rebounded back. "Am I hitting myself?" One ninja, burned by his own fire release, looked completely bewildered. The masters of the joint forces finally realized the seriousness of the situation. They quickly adjusted their tactics, splitting into several small groups attempting to break through the tree world from different directions. However, Yi Ling's speed was faster than theirs. He darted between the trees like a wraith, each appearance taking down an enemy. Body flicker technique. "No, it's faster than that." One ninja exclaimed in terror. Yi Ling's attacks were simple yet deadly, each strike infused with the terrifying power of the Hashirama cells. Bang! One ninja was sent flying by a punch, crashing into a large tree. Crack! Another ninja had his neck twisted by Yi Ling, falling silently to the ground. Yantian, Kawashima and Ryozi watched from a distance, stunned. Ryozi covered her mouth, her eyes filled with worry, while Yantian and Kawashima looked excited as if watching a spectacular ninja performance. "Ling-gu is amazing. This is true shadow-level power," Yantian shouted excitedly. Their cooperation. Yi Ling suddenly halted his attacks, locking his gaze on several ninjas, a cold smile playing at the corner of his mouth. "It seems there's a bit of a problem." The smile on Yi Ling's lips grew more pronounced. This was not a friendly smile, but a bloodthirsty grin of a predator locking onto its prey. "You guys work well together, but your positioning is a bit like elementary school students teaming up, fighting separately like a scattered sand pile." He suddenly exerted force, green chakra surging forth like a tsunami, causing the tree world to grow wildly, completely trapping several ninjas attempting to break free. Would release. Birth of the tree world. Trees larger and denser than before shot up like a giant's hand, ruthlessly squeezing the enemies within. The cries of despair were relentless as the ninjas trapped in the tree world struggled desperately, yet to no avail. Their once proud ninja techniques were child's play before Yi Ling's would release, easily neutralized, absorbed and then rebounded back, causing them self-inflicted harm. This is impossible." The burly ninja's eyes widened in disbelief. The strength he took pride in was as flimsy as paper before Yi Ling, utterly incapable of withstanding a blow. The battle ended faster than anticipated. Yi Ling stood amidst the wreckage of the battlefield, covered in the blood of his enemies, resembling a Shura from hell. "Is this all?" He surveyed his surroundings, his tone filled with disdain. The ninjas of the joint forces were either dead or injured, and the remaining ones were so scared that they had lost the strength to flee. "Yi Ling." Orochimaru slowly approached Yi Ling, his expression complex. "You have surprised me again." Returning to the base, Yi Ling walked straight to the laboratory. "Ryozi, help me prepare. The experimental data on the Hashirama cells needs further analysis." He took off his blood-stained coat and casually threw it on the ground. "All right, Yi Ling-kun." Ryozi watched Yi Ling's back, her eyes filled with admiration and a hint of subtle concern. "Ling-gu, you are amazing. You're simply a god." Yantian and Kawashima surrounded Yi Ling like starstruck fans, chattering non-stop. Yi Ling simply smiled faintly, ignoring their flattery. His gaze fell upon a scroll on the experimental table inscribed with the words, "Fusion Ninja Techniques." Yi Ling reached out to pick up the scroll, slowly unfolding it. "Next, this is the real challenge," he murmured to himself. "Snake Sage, I need your help." Yi Ling approached Orochimaru without preamble. "I intend to pioneer an entirely new ninjutsu." Orochimaru moistened his lips and offered a knowing smile. Oh. Elaborate on your idea. Ling meticulously laid out his vision, detailing chakra flow pattern simplification of hand seals and the potential for fusing chakra of disparate natures. After listening, Orochimaru's eyes flickered with genuine surprise. This is indeed a bold conception, but you know well this path is fraught with peril. I know. Yet someone must tread it, Ling replied, his gaze resolute. Orochimaru nodded. I will support you to the best of my ability, but brace yourself, resistance from all quarters will be formidable. Ling drew a slow deep breath. He knew this would be a grueling battle. The next day he announced his revolutionary ninjutsu initiative across the shinobi world. The news ignited a firestorm. Voices rose in clamorous debate. Most shinobi met the break from tradition with profound skepticism. At that moment Kabuto, a venerable master of ninjutsu, stepped forward and publicly denounced Ling's innovation as heresy, a desecration of shinobi orthodoxy. Kabuto's condemnation acted as a fuse, instantly detonating the powder keg of public opinion. More and more shinobi joined the outcry against Ling, and he felt unprecedented pressure, as though the entire world stood arrayed against him. Faced with this tidal wave of doubt, Ling merely smiled coldly. A pack of obstinate elders, just wait and see. He turned toward the laboratory and instructed his assistant Kentaro, bring me every scroll on chakra nature transformation, tonight I work through dawn. Kentaro watched Ling's retreating back, his eyes clouded with concern. Lord Ling, you haven't slept in 3 days and nights. For 72 hours Ling had remained immersed in the laboratory, his mind consumed by chakra flow and metamorphosis. While online critics raged outside, he didn't grant them even a glance. After all, he was a transmigrator bearing modern knowledge, innovating ninjutsu. A trivial undertaking. Acting without delay, he leveraged the copy will eye's replication prowess and his profound research into Hashirama's cells to forge through sheer tenacity an entirely novel theoretical framework for ninjutsu. Even by standards of his former life, this framework warranted a Nobel Prize. When Orochimaru beheld it, he instinctively sucked in a sharp breath. Remarkable, you seek nothing less than to upend the entire shinobi world. Orochimaru moistened his lips again, his eyes alight with exhilaration. When word reached Kabuto, the elder's mustache bristled with fury. Leaning heavily on his cane, he stormed into Orochimaru's base and jabbed a trembling finger at Ling's nose. You presumptuous whelp, how dare you speak so arrogantly? The arts passed down by our ancestors, do you truly believe they may be altered at your whim? Ling did not so much as lift his eyelids, continuing instead to calibrate the chakra swirling in his palm. Times have changed, elder. Your antiquated methods have long since grown obsolete, he said calmly, yet with an unmistakable commanding authority. Obsolete? What do you understand? Kabuto bristled, his eyes bulging, half tempted to shatter Ling's skull with his cane. For decades I have devoted myself to ninjutsu, how could you, a mere stripling, possibly compare? Ling let out a faint icy laugh and slowly rose, gathering a peculiar sphere of chakra in his hand. Elder, progress waits for no one, if you cannot keep pace, do not stand in its way. A glint of frost flashed in his eyes. What you call tradition is in my view. He paused, then curved his lips into a disdainful smile. Nothing but scrap metal. Kabuto choked on the words, nearly collapsing from sheer indignation. His outstretched finger trembled violently like a man afflicted with palsy. You, disrespectful of elders. After a long strained silence, that was all he could manage to utter. Though the surrounding shinobi still harbored doubts about Ling's theory, they could not deny his rhetorical mastery. His sharp, unrelenting retorts left them stunned and speechless. Respecting elders and cherishing youth is a time-honored virtue, but it bears no relation to your dogged inflexibility. Ling delivered the final blow without mercy. If you truly wish well for the shinobi world, cease clinging to yellowed scrolls, and learn something new, elder. Orochimaru watched the exchange with undisguised amusement, occasionally adding fuel to the flames. My master Kabuto, times change and the young naturally hold their own perspectives. His ostensibly conciliatory remarks only inflamed Kabuto further, leaving him seething with rage. Let us go to the training ground, Snake Sage, Ling declared, weary of further discourse with Kabuto, and strode away. Orochimaru followed, chuckling softly, leaving Kabuto utterly disoriented in the wind. At the training ground, Ling commenced the first practical step of his ninjutsu revolution. He integrated his refined chakra circulation method into foundational techniques, whereupon the ordinarily mundane fire release great fireball technique under his hands became denser, sharper, and markedly more potent. Young shinobi observing the demonstration stared wide-eyed. This was breathtakingly extraordinary. Yet Kabuto and his followers dismissed Ling's innovation with contempt. Trivial sleight-of-hand, mere spectacle. Kabuto sneered dismissively. Ling paid no heed to the elder's bitter barbs and continued his experiments. He knew this was only the beginning. To fully revolutionize the shinobi world, he would require far greater power and rarer materials. Kentaro, Yi Ling suddenly turned to his assistant, prepare what I requested. He paused, lowering his voice. The items I need. Kentaro swiftly handed Yi Ling the materials list densely filled with bizarre and exotic items, thunderlight, stone, wind, demon, sand, phantom, grass, a dizzying array of arcane components. Uncle Snake, sourcing these materials won't be easy within the village. Kentaro scratched his head, looking deeply troubled. Orochimaru moistened his lips with a slow, sinister grin, precisely because it's difficult that it becomes delightful. Yi Ling-san, shall I help you, borrow some? Yi Ling waved his hand dismissively. No need, I have my own means. He had already learned these rare materials were monopolized by a black market merchant named Akiyama. This man controlled numerous supply chains. His fortune swelled so dramatically, it was said, when one ascends the Tao, even chickens and dogs rise with him. His shop lay hidden in a secluded valley beyond Konoha village, and Yi Ling arrived there swiftly, guided by the map. The storefront appeared utterly unremarkable, merely an ordinary general store, yet concealed within lay a world apart. The moment Yi Ling stepped inside, a portly, broad-faced man with an ever-present smile rushed forward. Honored guest, what might you require? We carry everything under heaven. This was Akiyama himself. Without preamble, Yi Ling extended the materials list. Akiyama took the list, squinting as his eyes skimmed its contents, his smile fading, replaced by a glint of raw avarice. Oh. These are high-grade rarities, prices won't be modest. He rubbed his palms together and raised 5 thick fingers. This many? Yi Ling arched a brow. This price was nothing short of robbery. More than tenfold the market rate. Master Akiyama, isn't this valuation rather excessive? Excessive? Akiyama chuckled dryly. In this world, rarity is value. If the price displeases you, feel free to seek elsewhere, but... He paused deliberately. I guarantee nowhere else will you find these items. And furthermore, he added, even if you can afford them, immediate delivery isn't assured. After all, everyone covets the finest things. Yi Ling did not haggle, nor did he storm out in outrage, as Akiyama had anticipated. Instead, a subtle, enigmatic smile curled at the corner of his lips. Is that so? What if I told you? He paused, lowering his voice, that I possess something you desire far more. Yi Ling neither bargained nor stormed off. Instead, his lips lifted in a faint, inscrutable smile, the kind that whispered, your perspective is simply too narrow. With unhurried grace, he drew a scroll from within his robes and unfurled it before Akiyama. Master Akiyama, you must think long-term. Yi Ling pointed to the intricate diagrams etched across the scroll, partial schematics of his original jutsu. Once perfected, this technique will reshape the entire shinobi world. You understand? Leaning in, he lowered his voice to a conspiratorial murmur, and when that day arrives, you, the indispensable supplier, will stand at the heart of legend. Just imagine the renown, the rewards, how thrilling. Akiyama stared at the scroll's cryptic symbols and revolutionary schematics, utterly bewildered, yet the phrase, reshape the shinobi world, struck him like a physical blow. Could this youth be some hidden master? Akiyama's eyes darted rapidly, his mind whirred with calculation schemes clicking into place like tumblers in a lock. If this deal succeeded, it would transcend petty profit, it would be fame, fortune, and transcendence in a single stroke. Well now. Akiyama rubbed his hands together, his face blooming with obsequious charm. Young sir, we're both men of business. Harmony breeds prosperity after all. Thus I'll grant you an 8-fold discount on your requested materials. How does that sound? Yi Ling smiled faintly. Indeed, the portly merchant had grasped the situation perfectly. 8-fold? Master Akiyama, surely such a meager discount is rather perfunctory. After all, I am the one destined to change the world. After a series of amicable negotiations, Akiyama sold Yi Ling a portion of the materials at a comparatively reasonable price, and implored him with fervent urgency to ensure grand-scale publicity upon the jutsu's success, ideally something that would echo across the entire shinobi world. Yi Ling readily agreed, gathered the materials, and departed. Back at base, he immediately commenced experimentation, finally making tangible progress in his jutsu innovation. Yet just as he prepared for the next phase, Kentaro arrived with urgent news. Lord Yi Ling, according to the latest intelligence, the remaining critical materials. Kentaro paused, his expression grave. Appear to lie within an underground ruin of mysterious origin. Yi Ling raised an eyebrow. An underground ruin. How terribly cliché. Still, mockery aside, the materials had to be retrieved. After all, could an invincible path truly be halted by mere fragments of stone? Without delay, Yi Ling armed himself and set out for the ruin. True to its reputation, the moment he entered, traps activated, poison darts whistling toward him, threatening to pierce him like a pincushion. Fortunately, his reflexes were flawless. A swift activation of the Sharingan coupled with the body flicker technique enabled perfect evasion. Is this all you've got? Child's play. Yi Ling scoffed, curling his lip in disdain. Deep within the ruin, unseen observers whispered among themselves, "This boy possesses genuine skill, he evaded the novice village trap." Patience. The true spectacle lies ahead. Once he faces the final boss, we'll see whether his arrogance survives. Ling advanced relentlessly, dismantling traps and mechanisms with effortless mastery. His Sharingan replicated trap trajectories instantly. Hashirama's cells granted unparalleled regenerative resilience. The synergy was absolute. Yet still the key materials remained elusive. Just as Ling prepared to mock the ruin's architect for sheer incompetence, a colossal figure emerged slowly from the shadows ahead, radiating an oppressive, suffocating aura. A massive figure fully manifested, revealing a rock giant, its body covered in moss, exuding an ancient and weathered aura. Before Ling could make a move, the rock giant acted its enormous stone fist, accompanied by a howling wind smashing down towards Ling. "What the hell, this thing is serious." Ling complained, his Sharingan quickly capturing the giant's movement trajectory, narrowly dodging the attack with a body flicker technique. Boom. The stone fist struck the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust as the earth violently trembled, spiderweb-like cracks rapidly spreading. This destructive power is a bit outrageous. Before Ling could catch his breath, the rock giant slammed down another fist. This relic is indeed not simple. The previous attack actually triggered more traps. Above him, sharp poisonous spikes fell beneath his feet. The ground suddenly caved in, revealing a bottomless abyss. All around walls shot out a multitude of poison needles. This is simply hellish difficulty. As Ling dodged the giant's attacks, he also had to be cautious of the traps below, feeling as if he were walking a tightrope where a slight misstep could lead to his demise. The designer of this relic is definitely a crafty one. Ling couldn't help but curse. He felt like a mouse being toyed with by a cat, jumping back and forth on the edge of life and death. No way, if this continues he'll be done for. Ling gritted his teeth. "I need to think of a way." While dodging, he observed the rock giant's movements and the trigger mechanisms of the surrounding traps. Suddenly he noticed that the rock giant's attacks seemed to follow a certain pattern. Wait a minute. Ling's lips curled up slightly as his Sharingan spun wildly, resembling two burning rubies. Crafty one. Playing tactics with a dirty heart. No longer passively dodging, he proactively approached the rock giant, using his Sharingan to predict the giant's attack trajectory at the crucial moment, combining it with the body flicker technique and the substitution technique, weaving through the gaps in the giant's attacks like a phantom. The powerful vitality provided by the cells of Hashirama made his body seem like an unwearied perpetual motion machine. Every dodge was precise and each attack was forceful. Boom. 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 The giant's attacks became increasingly ferocious, but each time they missed, instead being cleverly led into the area dense with traps by Ling. "Come on baby, feel the passion of your elder." Ling grinned wickedly, dodging the giant's attack with a flicker while stepping down to trigger the traps on the ground. Crack. The ground caved in, catching the rock giant off guard. One of its legs fell into the pit. Before it could react, the poisonous spikes above fell and the surrounding needles shot out, surrounding it completely. Roar. The rock giant let out an angry roar, struggling violently, but for the moment it could not break free. Ling seized the opportunity to search for key materials and finally found a peculiar stone radiating a strange glow in a hidden corner. This is it. He grabbed the stone, feeling its icy coldness as a peculiar energy surged into his body. However, just then the rock giant broke free from the trap's bondage and angrily lunged at Ling again. Its attacks became more frenzied and faster. "What the hell is this thing on steroids?" Ling complained, activating the deeper abilities of his Sharingan as three tomo spun rapidly in his crimson pupils, eventually merging into a complex pattern. Susanoo. A gigantic energy avatar appeared behind Ling, protecting him within. Bang. The rock giant's fist struck the Susanoo, creating a thunderous sound. The Susanoo trembled slightly but quickly stabilized. "Is that all?" Ling sneered, controlling the Susanoo to counterattack, delivering a powerful energy punch directly to the rock giant. Boom. The rock giant was sent flying, crashing heavily to the ground. Jian-Tai watched from a distance, his mouth agape, filled with shock. "Lord Ling. He actually..." Ling did not pursue the attack but carefully observed the rock giant, his Sharingan continuously capturing its every movement, every detail. "Interesting." He murmured to himself, "It seems your weakness." Ling's Sharingan locked onto the rock giant, a cold smile forming on his lips. So that's how it is the weakness of this guy is actually at. He focused his gaze on a slightly lighter colored stone on the giant's chest, the location of its heart. A bit cliché. Ling took a deep breath, forming hand seals. Ninjutsu would release true thousand-handed cannon. A wooden thousand-handed cannon even larger than the rock giant rose up from the ground, blotting out the sky and exuding a terrifying pressure. Top-tier killer. Ling shouted loudly. The countless giant hands of the thousand-handed cannon simultaneously struck down, raining down upon the rock giant like a torrential storm, each punch containing destructive power. Boom. 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 The rock giant was utterly unable to withstand such a fierce assault. The slightly lighter stone on its chest shattered instantly, emitting a mournful wail as its massive body collapsed to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. Returning to the testing ground, Ling carefully integrated the stone into his ninjutsu. An explosive surge of energy erupted instantly, causing the entire testing ground to tremble violently. What the hell, it's going to explode? Ling's expression changed as he hurriedly mobilized the chakra within him to suppress the raging energy. Cold sweat dripped down his forehead as he felt his body nearing its breaking point. Hang in there just a bit longer. Ling gritted his teeth, concentrating all his willpower to control the energy and slowly integrate it into his ninjutsu. Finally, at a critical moment, he successfully stabilized the energy, giving birth to an entirely new ninjutsu. He slowly opened his eyes, excitement flickering in his gaze. It worked. Orochimaru looked at Ling's new ninjutsu, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes before he returned to calm. Not bad, Ling-kun, you have given me another surprise. This commotion, the entire ninja world probably knows about it now. Ling gazed out the window, murmuring to himself. Yes. Orochimaru smiled meaningfully. Perhaps it is time for the world to witness your power. He paused before continuing. Ling, your new ninjutsu is no trivial matter. Deshiwan's snake pupils glinted with an unusual light. It's time for it to make its debut. Make its debut. Ling raised an eyebrow, a playful smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Very well. Having held it in for so long, I am curious to see how powerful it truly is. News spread as if it had grown wings, swiftly rippling through the ninja circles. A nameless follower of Deshiwan had allegedly created a new ninjutsu capable of shaking the shinobi world. Many ninjas scoffed, yet curiosity could not be contained. They flocked to a small gathering to witness for themselves. On the day of the meeting, the crowd pressed close and the atmosphere buzzed with excitement. Zuomu stood among the throng, his eyes bright as if he had discovered some marvelous trinket. I heard this kid associates with Lord Deshiwan, must be something special. He said excitedly to his companion. Ling walked onto the stage with a composed expression as if nothing around him concerned him. His hands formed seals with swift precision as words murmured from his lips. In the next instant, a savage energy burst forth from his body, radiating light in every direction like a miniature sun. The air around him twisted violently, punctuated by booming sounds. What is that? This power. It's borderline absurd. The onlookers cried out in astonishment as Zuomu gaped, his face alight with worship. So powerful, he murmured as if beholding his future idol. Ling's new ninjutsu tore through the sky like a roaring dragon, displaying cataclysmic force. A faint cold light flickered in his eyes as the corner of his mouth rose slightly. This is only the beginning. From the crowd a figure moved forward silently, a sullen gaze fixed intently on Ling. Guei Tian, the ninjutsu master of Muyi village, wore an ashen face and clenched his fists until they creaked. His expression looked worse than someone who had swallowed a fly. Where did this brat summon such tremendous power? Guei Tian, having traversed the ninja world for years, had never seen so preposterous a technique. Humph, perverse sorcery. Guei Tian snorted, his voice booming like a bell, making nearby ears ring. A spectacle to curry favor. Such heterodox tricks are no true ninjutsu. They will only upset the balance of the ninja world. The surrounding ninjas began to whisper, and many cast doubtful glances at Ling. After all, Master Guei Tian commanded great respect. His words carried weight. It looks flashy, but is this truly practical? Could it be a forbidden art? It feels dreadfully unorthodox. Ling listened to the murmurs with serene calm. Back on Earth, which protagonist had not been doubted in their time? It was all routine old business. Master Guei Tian times advance, and ninjutsu must naturally evolve as well. Ling's voice was low but carried clearly to every ear. Is what you call traditional ninjutsu not itself the product of predecessors' relentless innovation and refinement? Guei Tian's mustache twitched as he glared. Specious argument. When I wandered the world, boy, you weren't even born to play in the mud. At his words, the surrounding ninjas once more leaned toward his side. Experience can be a double-edged sword, yet it is the creed of many. Master Guei Tian is right. This youth is too arrogant. Young man, do not imagine a bit of cleverness gives you grounds to disdain others. Doubt, suspicion, denial. These gazes stabbed at Ling like needles, transporting him back to when he first crossed over, mocked and ostracized as worthless. An unnamed fire welled up inside him, but he suppressed it at once. This is only the beginning. He was about to speak when a low voice issued from the back of the crowd. Guei Tian, you have gone too far. Deshiwan's voice was not loud, yet it carried an unquestionable authority. He walked to Ling's side, his snake pupils swept across the crowd as a meaningful smile played at his lips. Innovation is the wellspring of progress in the ninja world. Ling's research is worthy of our study and emulation. At Deshiwan's words, the assembly fell utterly silent. After all, Shiwan was a formidable figure in the shinobi realm who would dare contradict him. Those who had just backed Guo Tian wilted, their eyes flickering as they reassessed the situation. Guo Tian's face flushed crimson like an overripe tomato. He had not expected Shiwan to intervene personally, leaving him in an untenable position. A faint smile tugged at Yiling's lips as he offered Shiwan a look that said, "You understand me." He cleared his throat. "Since doubts remain about my new ninjutsu, I will reveal another demonstration." With that he formed seals again, though his movements were entirely different this time. He pressed his hands together and a peculiar energy rippled outward from his center. The surrounding trees began to surge in growth, branches and leaves proliferating until in the space of a heartbeat a small forest had sprung up. What trick is this? You can even do this?" The ninjas erupted anew, their gazes toward Yiling brimmed with shock and disbelief. Even Guo Tian's eyes widened, his jaw nearly dropping. This was unheard of. Those who had supported Guo Tian now turned their backs completely. "Master Guo Tian, the era has changed." Zhuo Mu cried out excitedly, admiration sparkling in his eyes. "This is true innovation." Yiling sensed several hostile gazes, cold, serpentine and concealed among the crowd, fixing upon him with unnerving intensity. Within those stares flickered greed, envy and even murderous intent. A faint knowing smile curled at the corner of his lips as he murmured, "The game has only just begun." He knew that stepping into the spotlight would inevitably draw the attention of myriad factions, and among them inevitably those with treacherous designs. He remained vigilant, sharpening his caution to a razor's edge. Seeking intelligence, he turned to Sakaki, a spirited young shinobi whose insatiable curiosity about new techniques made him the perfect informant. "Sakaki, do me a favor, find out what whispers are circulating lately, especially concerning my new jutsu." Yiling clapped the youth lightly on the shoulder, his gaze lingering with quiet, unspoken weight. Sakaki instantly grasped the implication and thumped his chest in solemn vow. Before long he returned bearing vital intelligence. A shadowy faction had begun covertly investigating Yiling, and displayed extraordinary fascination with his novel jutsu. Not only were they probing his origins and cultivation strength, but they were also weaving intricate schemes to steal the very secrets of his technique. "So someone intends to stir up trouble," Yiling sneered, a glint of frost flashing across his eyes. He knew, beyond doubt, that a brutal confrontation lay ahead. He instructed Sakaki to continue monitoring the faction's movements while he himself began formulating countermeasures. Days later Yiling proceeded to the jutsu testing ground as planned for a new experiment. Yet no sooner had he departed Orochimaru's base than the air itself grew heavy, charged with an eerie stillness. A faint acrid scent of killing intent hung suspended as though unseen predators coiled in the shadows waiting to strike. Yiling quickened his pace imperceptibly, all while heightening his awareness to its utmost. He knew, instinctively, that he had already stepped into the enemy's trap. True to expectation, as he passed through a grove of trees, several black-clad shinobi dropped silently from the branches, cutting off his path. "Yiling, your time has come." The lead shinobi's voice was glacial, his eyes gleaming with cold-blooded resolve. Simultaneously along Yiling's predetermined route meticulously laid traps awaited. Hidden around each trap crouched additional shinobi poised to unleash ambushes the moment he faltered. Even the slightest misstep could plunge him into utter ruin. Tension thickened like taut silk stretched to its breaking point. Yiling swept his gaze across the encircling woods, and let a sardonic smile rise to his lips. "Do you truly believe, scum like you, can stand in my way?" He murmured, disdain shimmering in his eyes. Defying their expectations, he did not retreat, nor charge forward. "Kentaro, it's your turn now." He spoke into the empty air. Then with a subtle shift in expression his Sharingan spun rapidly, scanning, calculating, mapping every detail of the terrain as if it were laid bare before a divine lens. Every concealed trap dissolved under his gaze, exposed, vulnerable, futile. Mere parlor tricks, daring to flaunt them before a master. He thought coolly, his feet shifting in fluid phantom-like patterns, evading each lethal mechanism with effortless grace. The ambushing shinobi waited, growing restless then bewildered, until just as they leaned forward to peer into the gloom, Yiling materialized behind them like a wraith. "Surprise! Your delivery has arrived." His teasing voice rang beside their ears, then in a blur of motion their vision shattered and they crumpled to the ground unconscious. "This is all you've got? To dare ambush me with such incompetence, it's laughable." Yiling scoffed, then extracted crucial leads from the fallen shinobi with ruthless efficiency. Following the trail he tracked them relentlessly, until at last he uncovered a hidden stronghold. "Humph. So this is where you've been hiding your shell." Yiling stood before the compound's entrance, eyes sharp with icy light. "Let's see what manner of demons and specters you've been sheltering inside." Drawing a slow, deliberate breath, he kicked the doors wide open. "Long time no see, everyone." Inside, a sea of black-clad shinobi filled the chamber. At the sight of Yiling entering alone they froze, then erupted into mocking laughter. "Brave boy, you actually dared storm in solo." One leader pointed at him, voice dripping with arrogant contempt. Humph. Bullying the outnumbered. Today grandfather will teach you how to be human. Yi Ling sneered, and his hands flashed into rapid hand seals. Fire release, great fire annihilation. A torrent of blazing flame erupted, instantly consuming the vanguard shinobi. Damn, it's terrifyingly powerful. The remaining shinobi recoiled, faces pale with terror. But Yi Ling's assault did not relent. He became lightning incarnate, darting between them, each strike felling another foe. Is that all? Is that all? Is that all? He taunted mid-combat, voice laced with biting scorn. You're so pitiful, you couldn't even scratch me. Yet just as victory seemed assured, a figure burst from the crowd, blazing fast, impossibly swift. Boy, don't get cocky. The man roared, his kunai gleaming with lethal coldness as it lunged for Yi Ling's vital points. Yi Ling's heart lurched, danger. And he twisted aside, though the blade still sliced his forearm. Not bad. Seems I underestimated you. Yi Ling licked the blood from his lip, his gaze hardening into something fierce and incisive. Outside, Kentaro stamped his foot in frantic worry. Brother Yi Ling, be careful. His Sharingan spun faster still, time itself seeming to slow. He traced the assailant's trajectory, seized the opening, and delivered a devastating lightning cutter that sent the opponent flying. That's the best you can muster, and yet you dare challenge me. Having dispatched this formidable foe, the rest crumbled instantly beneath Yi Ling's onslaught. Yi Ling set the stronghold ablaze. As flames roared skyward, he watched in silence, then allowed himself a thin, chilling smile. Mastermind behind the curtain, you'll wait no longer. I will drag you into the light. Back at base, he dressed his wound with quiet efficiency. Orochimaru approached, placing a firm hand on his shoulder. Well done, Yi Ling. But the true trial lies ahead. He handed Yi Ling a scroll. This is a mission from the Shinobi Alliance. Yi Ling accepted it, and his eyes narrowed, focused, unyielding. Orochimaru's cold voice echoed in Yi Ling's ears, the coalition mission. Ha, a bunch of rabble. Yi Ling did not respond, merely unrolling the scroll and scanning the mission details with lightning speed. Hunting down the remnants of the Akatsuki organization. Yi Ling scoffed, this group of minor players isn't even enough to fill my gaps. He knew very well that this so-called coalition mission was merely a guise for the great powers to test each other. The real battlefield is far more complex than this. Time is of the essence. I must focus on enhancing my strength. Yi Ling closed the scroll, a glint of brilliance flashing in his eyes. He turned towards the ninjutsu testing ground, where Jiantai was as always guarding the entrance. Big brother Yi Ling, you're back. Jiantai eagerly handed him a towel. I heard you are going to participate in the coalition mission. That's amazing. Yi Ling took the towel and casually wiped his face, saying amazing. Huh, not yet. Upon entering the testing ground, Yi Ling immediately entered work mode. The Hashirama cells he had previously transplanted had fully integrated, and his Sharingan had evolved to the peak of the 3-demo level. Now he needed to perfectly combine these two powerful forces to create his own ultimate ninjutsu. Combining two completely different powers is no easy feat. Yi Ling frowned, his hands quickly forming seals. Chakra surged within him like a wild horse breaking free. Let's try combining wood release and lightning release first. A brand new ninjutsu prototype gradually took shape in his mind. Once, twice, 3 times. The experiments repeatedly failed and explosions echoed throughout the testing ground. What's going on? It should be theoretically feasible. Yi Ling wiped the sweat from his forehead, his gaze filled with frustration. He adjusted the chakra ratio time and again modifying the seal, yet the results remained unsatisfactory. The power of the new ninjutsu was indeed formidable, but it was extremely unstable. A slight misstep could lead to backfire. No, this won't do. Yi Ling took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. There must be something wrong. He closed his eyes, carefully recalling every detail of the previous experiments, trying to identify the root of the problem. After an unknown amount of time, Yi Ling suddenly opened his eyes, a flash of brilliance in his gaze. So that's it. I overlooked the activity of the Hashirama cells. He immediately adjusted the experimental plan and restarted the experiment. This time the flow of chakra became unusually smooth, a previously unseen powerful force surged within him. It worked. Yi Ling's lips curled into a slight smile, excitement flickering in his eyes. This power. Orochimaru had appeared at the entrance of the testing ground, at some point, a hint of surprise crossing his gaze. What have you done? Yi Ling's lips curved into a confident arc. Just a little gadget, nothing much. He opened his palm and a mass of chakra infused with wood release and lightning release spun in his hand, crackling with electricity while radiating vibrant life. This power was both wild and stable, perfectly fused together. Let's call it lightning release wood dragon technique. Orochimaru narrowed his eyes, examining Yi Ling with keen interest. Quite intriguing. It seems my judgment was indeed correct. He walked up to Yi Ling and patted his shoulder. Perform well, don't let me down. News spread like wildfire throughout the ninja world. Yi Ling, once an unnoticed waste, had now become the center of attention. Turtlefield heard the news and was furious, his mustache bristling. What? That waste actually. He smashed the teacup in his hand. He must have used some underhanded means. Turtlefield could not accept Yi Ling's rise. To him, Yi Ling's success was an insult. With a dark expression, he strode towards the Hokage's office. I absolutely cannot allow him to participate in the coalition mission. Turtlefield exaggeratedly described Yi Ling's dangerousness to the coalition's high-ranking officials attempting to prevent Yi Ling from joining the mission. Gentlemen, Yi Ling's power is too peculiar and his origins are unknown. We cannot allow him to join the coalition. Otherwise the consequences would be unimaginable. The coalition's high-ranking officials fell into deep thought, the atmosphere suddenly becoming tense. Yi Ling stood at the entrance of Orochimaru's base gazing at the sunset in the distance, a cold smile forming on his lips. Old Turtlefield, do you think you can stop me like this? You're underestimating me. He turned to Orochimaru and said, Teacher, I'm ready to set off. Orochimaru looked at him meaningfully. Go, my masterpiece. Let the world witness your power. Yi Ling's figure vanished into the night, leaving Orochimaru alone, murmuring to himself, the good show has just begun. Yi Ling's new ninjutsu information lay before the coalition's high-ranking officials while Turtlefield ranted passionately about Yi Ling's dangerousness, wanting to portray him as an irredeemable demon. However, the high-ranking officials were unmoved, each appearing indifferent with some even yawning. Elder Turtlefield, do you have any evidence for what you've said? A high-ranking official asked slowly, his tone filled with indifference. Turtlefield nearly choked, his blood pressure soaring, almost collapsing on the spot. He turned beet red, about to continue arguing, but was interrupted by another high-ranking official. We have already assessed Yi Ling's lightning release with dragon technique. Its power is immense and a significant asset to the coalition. As for his origins, Lord Orochimaru personally guarantees it. Is there any problem with that? Turtlefield felt as if he had been doused with cold water, left speechless, watching helplessly as the high-ranking officials unanimously agreed to appoint Yi Ling as the captain of the coalition's vanguard. Furious, his mustache askew, he stomped out of the meeting room, cursing inwardly, a bunch of old fools. Just wait and see, they'll regret it sooner or later. When the news reached Yi Ling's ears, he simply laughed disdainfully. Old Turtlefield, do you think you can get to me with such trivial tactics? You're too naive. Then in the square where the coalition was gathering at the request of the crowd, Yi Ling showcased the lightning release with dragon technique once again. With his hands forming seals, chakra surged and a vivid wooden dragon entwined with raging lightning shot out from his hands, piercing the sky. Wow! This is incredible. Is this kid a monster? Elder Turtlefield's face must be stinging. The square erupted in excitement, ninjas discussing fervently, their gazes towards Yi Ling filled with awe. Even Orochimaru, who had remained calm, couldn't help but smile subtly, pride shimmering in his eyes. Standing among the crowd, Saki was so excited he was dancing with joy, eager to immediately take Yi Ling as his master. Yi Ling retracted his ninjutsu, scanning the surroundings filled with confidence. He had become the #1 ninja. The end.